to left. Tagging is Bailey. Quan's got it. Here's the throw. And this game is over. The Guardians will, I'm sure, have somebody look at it, and now the umpires are going to look at it.
They have nothing to lose. Oh, baby, because driving into the city, and it's 5-1, and yes, I may have peeked to listen on the radio, and John Miller's just sounding depressed, and it's lifeless at the yard. All right, 5-1, you know what? All right, fine. They're done. And those jokers, we're going through rehearsal at the Olympic Club fight night, and we'll get into all that, our fun night at the Old Club for the Old Club Foundation yesterday. A great night.
Oh, it was a great night.
But we're going through rehearsals and rundowns. And I look at my phone, and I go, are you kidding me?
I couldn't believe it.
And I run into Shasky maybe an hour later. I said, can you believe those jokers won a game? You were like, what are you talking about? It's like they won in 10 innings.
I went into the sauna after getting a workout in. Both my butt cheeks were hurting because it was leg day. And you go, the Giants won. I go, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. And I looked at you like you were lying to me. I went down and looked at the phone, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. And then I saw the Lamont Wade fly out, sack fly, if you will, and the slide, and I was like, I can't believe they won.
I can't believe they won, and now they got a little bit of hope. They got some hope. They're going to Colorado for 4 games. It's all set up for them. We had our show meeting yesterday, and London said it, and I agree with him. He goes, you better be prepared for them to go into the playoffs because the schedule's starting to open up for them. 4 against Colorado, they're not trying to win, although they did win yesterday against the Cubs and did the Giants a favor. Then they get 2 against Arizona, and I have no idea where Arizona's at right now. They got 7 against the Dodgers, and who knows if the Dodgers are even going to play their guys.
I have no idea.
Will they go hard?
I know.
Is Mookie going to play? Because I know he got hurt over the weekend.
They're running out of pitching.
Everybody's running out of pitching, but
the season's too long.
I can't believe they won a game. They deserve love. They deserve love.
5-1 on the homestand.
Yeah,
they totally salvaged their season.
Salvaged it, saved it. They get love. They're a half game behind Arizona. They earned it. They get credit for that. Harrison, look, he's a youngster. Pitched 4 innings. He's not stretched out. Put that bullpen at Alex Wood. You got to give him credit.
Yeah,
Alex Wood went 4 shutouts. Shasky.
Hey, look,
4 shutout.
Look, if we're going to crush Alex Wood for some of his comments and whatnot, you also have to acknowledge he's been pretty reliable.
Yeah. Yes.
Look, he's not Lincecum in his prime. No one is sitting here making the case that the guy, has been an outstanding otherworld. Like he wasn't Rodon from last year, for example. Mm-hmm. But you look up. He's had a lot of really clutch performances this year.
Yeah,
I can't believe I'm saying it.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying that either.
And by the way,
go ahead.
Your Wilmer Flores led Giants. He is your Willie Mack Award winner.
He is.
Again.
Back to back?
Yes.
Back to back. Although J.D. Davis has an argument, especially with his 3-run homer.
I'll listen to that.
3-run homer in the bottom of the 8th. They hit a 3-run homer to tie the game in the bottom of the 8th inning against that Cleveland Guardians bullpen. I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. They were dead in the water. Dead. So now they're a half game behind Arizona. You know what? They make the playoffs. A lot of jobs are going to be saved in that organization.
Are you talking about vendors, or are we talking about
I'm talking about
front
managers.
Office?
I'm talking about executives. I'm talking about vice president, or president of baseball operations. I'm talking about Farhan and Gabe Kapler.
Let's let it play out.
They make the playoffs, man. Gosh,
is that a successful season? It has to be, right?
For this team, yes, because we only expected me personally, I expected like 85 wins.
So they get the third playoff spot, and hypothetically, we're doing hypotheticals here. They win 1 game, or they lose, whatever. That's not play-in status. That's officially a playoff team, correct? Is that how we're treating it? Because I considered the Warriors, when they won the play-in, to me, like, they lost the play-in. That was a playoff team, even though they lost and didn't make the actual playoffs.
Yeah.
They were the 7 seed, I believe?
7 seed.
And lost back-to-back games? Like, I know nobody wants to say that's why they've never lost in the Western Conference.
Were they 8 seed? 8 seed?
Whatever. Yeah. But, like, to me, they were a playoff team that year.
Yeah.
What would you consider them a playoff team?
Yeah, I never really have because they didn't make the play-in.
No, this is why I'm asking you. We can have different prerogatives on this.
No, I mean, I guess it's the play. The play-in to me wasn't. The play-in to me wasn't a playoff. I mean, it was a right to go to the playoffs.
Oh, okay.
To participate to the playoffs.
I kind of like
people,
that.
you know, if they do make the first round, they're competitive. I don't know. But you know what? We've crushed them so much.
If a tree falls in the woods.
You know, if a tree falls in the woods. I couldn't believe they won, Shasky. I was just like, I was befuddled. And then watch somebody randomly was watching the highlights. Like, I can't believe they won. I'm just watching the highlights right now. I was like, you know what? We'll give them some love today.
My favorite comment was last night, and we'll explain the event we were at. Some guy comes running up on us, and he's like, dude, my brother yells at you all the time on Twitter about the Giants.
He did.
And he's like, I'm the biggest Giants fan, blah, blah, blah. And I can't stand any of your opinions on the Giants. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Hey, no, he goes, my brother comes at you on Twitter. I was like, well, thank God he ain't coming at me. He wore it like a badge of honor.
No, he did.
My brother comes at you.
Yeah. I said, well, does he like me? Kinda.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously follows you.
I know. Whatever.
You know? Oh, anyway, man. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. We're going to power through this Thursday show. The boys are off 5 hours of sleep, so we're going to try to clip this morning.
You got 5?
Well, 4
Michelle ordered Papa John's on the way home.
You got to be kidding me.
No, I'm not joking. And your boy put down multiple slices. That garlic sauce, I don't know what it is. I don't know what the Papa John's garlic sauce is.
I don't think I've ever had Papa John's.
Bro, up until this point.
Where is Papa John's?
I don't know. It was on Uber Eats.
It's not Soto approved.
Yeah, definitely it's not soda approved.
Look, I waited way too long to eat. You know me. I have to eat. I get cranky. There's a thing about the Shaskies. What?
Did you have some Tubs afterwards?
No, I feel great this morning. I mean, other than the fact that both my eyeballs are like the lids are slammed shut. Last night was. Let's explain what happened. Right. So last night.
Good morning. Hold on. Let's get some reads in first.
Get some reads in.
Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, because I'll forget this morning. Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Everybody getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what's happening? Overnight dancers, probably not a lot of money for you last night on a Wednesday. Had a day game with
Auctioneer dancers.
Auctioneer dancers. Good morning to you. Ballet dancers. This segment is brought to you by Go to State Lumber.
Oh, my God.
Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Now, the bar at the O Club was packed at 11 o'clock at night on a Wednesday. And I'm thinking to myself.
Were you working the room?
No. I was trying to get out of there and get my valet sticker. And every time I walk back in, there's a George Borges. There's an Easy Borges. There's John Ringer running material still late
John
at night.
was in his element.
He was in his element. He had left halfway through the night. I mean, it was a who's who, and the bow ties were already loosened up.
Oh, yeah.
The buttons were done. What a night. What a night.
So it was a black tie event, and basically, I didn't even know what a black tie event is, and I have a shout out that I want to give. Yep. But the Olympic Club Foundation puts together a lot of different charitable events where people can donate money. It's a good time to get together, roast each other a little, and then celebrate youth sports by getting a collection of money. Last year, it was over $500,000. We crushed that goal. This year, I mean, people were so generous with their time and their money, which is the most important thing, for underprivileged, underserved kids here in the Bay Area. Yeah. Because we know that, I'm a coach, but I'm very passionate about this. We need to give people access, equitable opportunities. We need to give kids, good coaching, facilities. We need to pay for coaches because people don't want to volunteer. I'm a volunteer. It's hard to find quality volunteers.
Right.
There are kids out there who need the opportunities for certain sports, and we need to help provide them. And that's what the O Club is trying to raise money for. And it was fight night. And so you have these guys that were, boxers that were on the come up. And they set up a beautiful ring down in the downstairs gym, and you and I were the MCs for the event.
Go figure. We're the MCs.
I was honored.
Yeah, no, it was a great honor, man. We got a lot of love last night. It was a who's who in the building. We honored Mitch Richmond. Mitch Richmond was in the building. He was a lot of fun.
Mitch was in a rare form.
Oh, dude, he was loving it, man. I think he was really happy to see us, man. He was really relaxed. AJ, who's the ring announcer, did a phenomenal job. Michael Buffer, watch out.
He's excellent.
Excellent. And that was his 4th year doing it.
He is amazing. This guy, AJ, he says he does parties. He does everything.
He does everything.
Hire my man.
Dude, he does everything. Pipes, big pipes,
and then, who else was there?
Oh, well, the legend. The one and only. Franco Finn.
Dude, he did the auctioneer stuff. He's incredible. 677, 75, 88. I mean, just bang, 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 bang.
So he was doing Steph Curry's Eat, Learn, Play auction. And he asked Steph Curry sold his golf bag from the Celebrity Golf Classic that he won. He sold that for $50,000 during an auction. And Curry autographed it, but Franco was running the room, and Curry's just like, this is unbelievable. 45,000, I got a 50 over here. And Franco just got back from the FIBA World Championships. They flew him out to the Philippines because he did the All-Star game.
Yeah.
They held a press conference for him. So Franco Finn's telling me, he's like, dude, I had my own press conference. I said, I'm not going to lie. I was a little jealous of that.
They talk about Brock Purdy being able to process information in real time. Franco Finn processing the auction in real time. I was watching a beautiful mind explode on the ring.
He is unbelievable.
He's excellent.
He doesn't do pre-show meetings.
No. Well, there's a reason.
It's a reason
when you're
why.
that good, you don't need to.
He's that good. As soon as he was done, he was out. And he had his bow tie on. So Franco Finn was in there working the building. It was a lot of good. How about hard hitter Kareem Mayfield sneaking up in the Olympic Club? You see how dapper he was?
Oh, he looks phenomenal. So when we talk about suits, I have to give a shout out right now.
Yeah.
I did not own a tuxedo. I don't own one. I own regular suits, whatever. So Michelle's like, you have to have a tuxedo for these kinds of events. I said, all right. I went over on Tuesday to the Men's Warehouse over there in Colma.
Right.
And my guys laced me up, and I want to give them love.
Sandy, Colma.
Dude, he took care of me. Got my pants rocking and rolling, fitting just right. The suit jacket, this, that, and the other. He gave me the tie. I had the suspenders.
The suspenders were nice. Shasky was looking dapper last night with the suspenders.
I felt like a mob guy.
Yeah, no
I don't
doubt.
want to say one day we got in a little trying to say mob figures. I'm not going to say that anymore.
Did you hear me drop mob figures in the ring yesterday?
I did, and I was a little worried because I thought we were doing reruns.
Whoa. I paused for a second to make sure that it came out cleanly. God knows we didn't need that to slip in that room.
No, but it was beautiful. And then you and I were telling our $2 jokes, and it was a who's who of people. But more importantly, I think we have these platforms where we talk about sports. And you and I love professional sports. We really do. But the grassroots part of why I love this job is being able to help really the people that need it, right? And seeing those young boxers, number one, compete
at a high level, man. And they got some cool belts for winning the fights.
Was awesome.
And how about Mr. Silva at 67 years old fighting?
I'm not going to lie. My guy from the Sunset, from St. Cecilia's, representing the O Club fighting, how did they sanction that?
I know. Both of them, they were gassed halfway through the first round. Gassed. 67 years old. And then Mr. Flood, who was 64 years old. But Mr. Silva was running material outside the fight. He was back in his suit. Had a little mouse under his eye, but he was happy. He was proud of himself, and he should be proud. It was a lot of fun, man. So, look, man, the Olympic Club, man, has been a great, it's been great to be part of. You know what I'm saying? I used to go there every now and then with Danny O'Hara. There's some really good people in that building.
I misrepresented it growing up. Look, I was a kid that didn't have a whole lot. I know you were a kid that didn't have a whole lot growing up. My parents fought tooth and nail to try to put us in the best opportunities. And I used to get so jealous, like, Olympic Club, hoity-toity, this, that. I could not have had it more wrong because I think from the outside looking in, you assume what it is, and then you get inside.
And
it's all cops and firefighters
it's a lot
and
of good
former
people
boxers from the Sunset like Danny McGuire who have, these normal Joes. Now, are there some people that have a lot of money and are very elite? Absolutely. But those people are actually much better and more giving of the resources that they do have to people that don't. And I think when you have events like you have last night, and shout out John Ring for putting that entire thing together, I was honored to be a part of it. And when we can help people that don't have a whole lot, it's really cool.
And Corinne, right?
Oh my God, Karen.
Yeah,
Corinne Haskell put on a great event.
Met her son, Gavin. Gavin goes to Cal. Yeah, met them and talked to him, and she was really, really happy with the way everything went.
And you know who came up to us, and obviously he said, I know tomorrow Joe's going to try to roast me, and I'm going to. I'm going to ask people, when it comes to suits, okay, tuxedos in particular, are you a, suspenders guy?
Okay.
Or are you a cummerbund guy? Ryan Crowley had the cummerbund. He looked fantastic. I told you. He looked radiant.
He did look good.
He looked radiant. He looked phenomenal. He looked like a man who was just in Montana.
Beaming. I mean, there was some Big Dino, his bow tie, and his suit. And his hair hasn't moved in 20 years. The hair looked the slick back Pat Riley hair.
Yeah.
He looked great. And the way he worked, and the way he works a room. The way he gets up and works a room.
It sounds like Oscar from EPA said his boy Beto won the second fight of the night.
That's his boy Beto.
Very cool.
That is very cool.
Hey, the guy at the end from Concord.
Oh, yeah.
With the blue shorts.
Yeah.
He was badass.
Well, I saw him warming up, and we were chopping up just for a quick second. He gave me a little fist pound. He stopped the fight.
He
stopped the fight.
Boom. He was coming with the left-hand uppercut.
They stopped the fight. There were some good brawls in there. The fight of the night was they had the brother in the blue shorts and our Mexican homie in the red shorts.
The guy in the red.
And the officials had a tough time scoring the fight, and everybody was like, red, blue,
the crowd
blue,
was going crazy.
Red. And I felt bad for the blue guy because he could tell he hurt.
Oh,
he wanted
pissed.
to win that one. He was pissed, man. But
I
we
wanted
told
a
him,
rematch.
Right. Yeah, I do want a rematch. That was a lot of fun, though, man. And then we get Devin Haney December 8th at Chase Center.
I can't wait.
I mean, if you have never been to a prize fight, please go. There's nothing like it.
I can't wait.
The music, the ambiance,
the outfits.
People come with their A-fits.
Dude, yesterday, come on. I was looking around the room surveying. I go, I got to step my wardrobe
What about
up.
our boy in the white tux?
Oh.
With the bow tie,
My
sipping
guy
red
had
wine.
the white dinner jacket.
White
That's the
dinner
only way
jacket.
I can describe it.
I mean, white dinner jacket, black bow tie with the red wine. Not even good. I'm like, oh, he's sipping that like he knows what he's doing.
What's the meme? I was unfamiliar with your game.
Yeah.
That's the way I feel.
Dude, he was unreal, man. So we're going to get in the Rams and Niners week, man. We got a lot there. Giants, we got a lot of good guests we'll talk about on the other side. Just a fun night. So your boys, look.
We're running on fumes.
We need the roasters to pick us up.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. We need you guys to pick us up today. That snooze button kept going on.
Speaking of the roast, so we show up in the ring, and I told everybody, if you're on this list or you're in the crowd, it's fair game. We're coming for you. And who was there bestowing his presence on the crowd? It's third down. Paul Tonelli shows up, and Paul Tonelli, the SI boy, I love Paul Tonelli. He comes over to us, and, when someone has been doing radio for 30, 35 years, and is the legendary status of someone like Paul Tonelli, these are guys we look up to. It'd be like Brock Purdy meeting Tom Brady at midfield. Like, I mean that sincerely. Like, Paul Tonelli has had an incredible career, right? And to see a guy like him, and he was saying some nice things about us, and we gave him a little jab, a little ribbing.
Oh, he loved it.
It was just awesome. That's what we are so lucky to do, and you have a night like last night, and it's a reason to get in front of a bunch of people, dress up, and raise money for kids. Dude, sign me up.
It was really cool. How about Tim Ritter in the building? I hadn't seen Tim Ritter in years. Since he was a Wildcat, he's like, oh, I'm at Ritter now. It's like, oh, you jumped ship, huh?
Yeah.
You're a Crusader now. He was working the room. The beard, I'd never seen him in a beard.
Oh, well,
he was just in clean
incognito.
cut. Yeah, no, he was trying to be incognito. It's like, no, we know who you are. We know exactly who you are. So it was a lot of fun.
Crowd.
And how about those kids? Starting with Ryan, who's the biggest Warriors fan.
That was
who's
incredible.
giving me Warrior take after Warrior take after Warrior take.
I think he booked you for the podcast.
Yeah, he already booked me for the podcast. Already. I don't know if I'm booked or not, but he's already got me down.
Oh, also, we found out that Bonte got crushed in fantasy football.
Well, Mike Williams is a liar. I'm 1-0, and I got the high score last week in that league, so I get $25 for the weekly high score.
He was stunting.
Mike Williams was doing a little too much.
He was stunting last night.
He was making things up out of nowhere. I was like, bro, you got a Twitter? I don't even know what you're talking about. I got to get Harry Bears in on that one. Mike Williams. Listen, everybody in the league wants to kick his ass in that league. Mike Williams is the newbie. Player. Is he really?
He can shoot it. Yeah, he can shoot.
All right.
Give him credit. I put out a photo, and you can make fun of us. I think it's a legendary photo. It's me and Bonte in suits with Mitch Richmond in between us. Run BMB. Bonte, Mitch, and Butch.
It was a great photo.
It's iconic.
It was
and
a
it took a couple of us in the ring, and I swear to God, I had a thug tear. I said, look at us.
Look at us working a room.
Can you believe
Well, everybody's talking. And it's like, don't you get a little ticked when people are talking while you're talking? I said, I'm used to it. I was like, we just power through it. We just got to do what we got to do.
We've done so many live remotes where people double flipping us off in our face.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Let's talk sports.
All right, man. It's coming up on the game sponsored by Freeman's Appliance. We will get into sports. Rams, Niners. We got a lot going on there. The Giants win a game. Go figure. They're half game out of the wild card spot. Credit to them. They go to Colorado for 4 games. Even Lubman is back from the dead after his rent. Maybe his rent yesterday got the Giants to play their asses off yesterday late in the game. Maybe that was the jolt they needed. They needed a Lubman ripping. All right, we'll get to that on the other side. Niners, Rams. Come on, man. Niners wearing their red jerseys? What? At SoFi? The Reds? Sign me up for that one. All right, more coming up on the other side.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 22nd through September 24th.
towering fly ball. Quan back at the wall. Out of here! And this game is tied.
Back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Big John comes with some funky stuff, man. We got Big John on the board today. Big John.
Would this be the first ever playoff team with 2.5 starters?
Oh, my God.
No, I'm dead serious.
I mean, 1.5. Who's the other starter?
Well, I guess I would go Cobb, and then the half would be Harrison, kind of, maybe. I mean, Mania had his first start in, like, forever.
I know. He actually didn't pitch bad.
No, I thought Mania pitched really well.
He
and then Sam Lubman hits me up in the group thread, and he's like, "Well, I mean, Mania's just not good enough to be a starter." Well, if that's your algorithm, then you'll never have 5 starters.
No, you won't.
I mean, look around the league. You got to have some 4th and 5th starters that are,
Yeah, Giants win 6-5. They get credit. They are half game behind the Diamondbacks for the 3rd and final wild card spot in the National League. I wonder if fans in baseball, Giants fans, because I did see some texts earlier on the Xfinity Mobile text line saying, whoop-de-doo. If they make the playoffs, who cares? Half the teams go to the playoffs. Not impressive. That's from the 4-5. But they make the playoffs at 8. Happen to catch lightning in a bottle. Who knows? Because I don't know where the Dodgers are right now. They're 5-5 in their last 10. The Diamondbacks have lost 2 straight. We'll see what happens. Logan Webb is as good as any pitcher in the National League. I think he could go toe-to-toe with anybody. But will you get the run support? Well, Wilbur Flores has carried the team. Who the heck knows with this Giants team? I'm just going to sit back, see how it plays out. That's all we can do.
I'm looking at someone like Harrison, and I think that the thought was heading into the year, like, okay, by year's end, if you're in the mix, he can help push you into a playoff spot. That's why they kind of eased up his innings, and they were trying to ramp it up. I hate that term, but ramp it up so that he could be a part of this playoff push. Like in the same way that, obviously he's a bad person now, but Urias did for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
But the velo's down. I don't know. I'm thinking they might skip a start for Harrison.
Yeah, might
or put him on one of those 7-day ILs. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's just one opportunity out there. He's had the one great game. Everything else has been suspect, I would say.
Yeah, it is a little suspect there. So the Giants, they do their thing yesterday, but it's Rams week. It's Rams week, folks. It's time to turn the page. It is Rams week at SoFi Stadium. And we got a question coming up in the 7 o'clock hour that I'm going to ask the Niner fans, and I want you to really think hard about it in the 7 o'clock hour. And that's a teaser. But there was a question out there because what the Rams did and what they have is something that we've wanted for a long, long time. We met a lot of kids yesterday at the Olympic Club who weren't even born in 98, 99. So they have no idea what it's like to win a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's all they want. So we'll get in the Rams week here because it's going to be a physical football game. They've got some players. They've got a better offensive line. These 2 wide receivers, these jokers, man, and Tutu Atwell, he's got speed.
There's a desperation for Warrior players to win a championship.
Yep.
It sure feels like, not that the fan base is fat and happy. They want more.
No.
But it sure feels like the Niner fan is so desperate for that one Super Bowl.
We want that one so bad.
I mean, we brought up the 49ers yesterday in the ring, and the place went crazy. I was like, Brock Purdy might be here. Just to see what the reaction was. People were going nuts.
And a lot of people there are like, Bonte, we like your take on Purdy being, reminding you of a young Tom Brady.
We're here. Anna was the one who said that Brock Purdy reminds her of Tom Brady.
Well, she said that last year, and she didn't know what she was talking about. That's the only quarterback she knew. I bet you Carol Annie can't name 5 quarterbacks. Maybe 10. I love you, babe. She's knocked out right now. But look.
She was not happy that you repurposed her take.
Oh, well.
That might be the first time in the history of this show that you have repurposed an Anna take and labeled it as your own.
Hey, dude, listen. I'm telling you, when I saw it in Pittsburgh and I'm watching it back, and I'm like, babe, look at this throw right here. Because I was watching it back. And she's
and her just breaking down tape like Baldy?
No, she comes in the living room. She goes, how many times are you going to watch this game back? How many times are you going to do it? I said, I can't get enough of, first of all, I can't get enough of Fred Warner. You know how I feel about Fred Warner.
Yeah.
He might be my favorite player in the league. Like, I can't get enough of Fred Warner and what he was doing. I can't believe the way he was decapitating people last night. By the way, we met Najee Harris's agent yesterday.
Oh, my goodness.
He was like, yeah, that was a rough one in Pittsburgh.
We did meet Najee's agent.
Yeah, dude.
What a great guy.
Great guy.
He knew you right away.
Yeah, I was surprised. The name is slipping me.
He was in the front row.
He was in the front row, keep your score. Yeah, he was a boss.
Yeah, he was
with the bosses of all bosses.
He was absolutely a boss.
He was a boss. Big chillin'.
Yeah. God, to be an agent.
So yeah. So where was I at? So Anna,
you were giving Anna
last
credit
year
for your Tom Brady
she was
take.
like, when she first saw Brock Purdy, she was like, I think we really got our Tom Brady. We got our Tom Brady. He's it. And I go back to the story of when she's talking about that. I'm like, all right, miss me with that. And then my mom said, Bonte, the Niners got a quarterback. I said, yeah, Trey Lance. She goes, no, this Brock Purdy kid. I'm like, Mom, you don't even watch football. So she was, and then the lady at Big Mouth Burger who was sipping her lemonade, and she goes, yeah, we got ourselves a quarterback. A quarterback's pretty good. And I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I'll tell you what's going on.
I gotta say, Anna was onto something.
Well, this is what
Anna was onto something.
I feel like sometimes when you're painting a Rembrandt, you get a little too close to the picture, and someone like steps back and they go, you missed a spot. We're sports nuts, and we love it. And I love that people that are casual sports fans can see that Brock Purdy is the one, and you and I couldn't see it.
We couldn't see it at all.
I'll wear it.
You have no idea.
I'll eat the crow.
My mom is so casual. She's so casual. She doesn't even watch the last 5 minutes of football games or basketball games if it's too close because she can't take the anxiety. She just turns it off. She literally turns it off. And I'm like, what's the whole point of watching 40 minutes, the first 40 minutes of a basketball game, and then cutting it off? But that's how she is. Anna, I bet she watched like 2 full Warrior games last year. She'll watch the pregame show to see the outfit to make sure it looks good on TV, and then she turns it off.
Really?
Now, she barely watches.
Well, this year you get to see Chris Paul and Draymond Green starting in the starting lineup.
Well, she is. Yeah, Doug Hendrickson. That's Big Doug. Big Doug, Executive Vice President, Washington. We gotta holler at him, man. Great guy. I'm gonna send him a DM during the break.
Sharp dresser.
Oh, he was sharp. There was a lot of sharp people in there.
One thing I realized, my wardrobe is not up to snub.
Hey, but look, Shasky, you said it yesterday. There is something about dressing up and wearing a suit.
Right?
I always love when colleges, like I see Colorado now, Prime Time's implemented this, when they travel and they got the suits and they're walking through.
Thank you.
There's something about a suit that makes you feel like $1 million.
Exactly.
It does. Like a good haircut. A good haircut 100%. Makes you feel like $100,000 man.
Well, I felt like you and I were reenacting two of America's most wanted video with Tupac and Snoop.
You kept saying mob figures.
Told you I'm Tupac.
You kept saying the mob. I'm like, yo, we're at the Olympic Club, dog. Well, but it's better that you say it to me.
Well, there were a lot of Italians in the building, and I felt like I was going to do a hit on someone.
Well, the spotlights on the table reminded me of the scene in Scarface. When they were in the club all the time, and this light would come on.
You're all a bunch of... You know why? Because you don't have the guts to be what you want to be.
Right.
Me, I don't have that problem.
Listen, man.
Me, I don't have that problem.
Listen, man.
It's one of my favorite scenes of all time.
But Anna looked back. She leaned back. She goes, you said what about Brock Purdy?
Oh, she was pissed.
Yeah, she was not happy with me on the way
home.
I
told her, I said, Bonte said that Brock Purdy reminds him of a young Tom Brady.
Well, he did.
She snapped her head and said, that's my take.
Yeah.
I'm the one who said that.
Yeah, she's been saying it for
a year. And I said, yeah, Bonte said that. And Bonte got all red and he leaned back. He's like, well, I just started talking.
Recycling material. Yeah. I learned from the best of them in Joe Shasky.
Pivot, don't panic.
But listen, I feel good where Brock is at. That whole room felt good where Brock is at. I think Niner fans right now feel good. We're going down to L.A. to take over SoFi Stadium again and improve it 2-0. Then we got the New York Giants, those jokers, to start the season off with the Steelers and pounding them, and then you get the Rams and Giants, two teams that we cannot stand back to back. We may be all smiles in the month of September.
I'll tell you this. Purdy wins one Super Bowl. I'm
my gosh.
Dead serious on this.
God.
I think he might elevate himself into top 5 Bay Area athletes immediately. I'm talking about current status.
Well,
it's Steph, Clay, Dre. Like those 3 are already like immortalized in the top 5.
Brock. Oh my God! Let's get into this on the other side because
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like, no, I do.
Right now, top 5. Like, yeah, and a lot of people feel a lot of ways about Draymond. I don't know. Is it Kittle? Is it Debo? Like it oscillates those last couple spots.
No, Brock's the dude. He's the captain of the team. He's one of the captains.
Does he? I think he jumps over Draymond. I think it's just Steph and Clay who.
Well, let's pause on this. Save that thought. I want to get back into this.
Brock. He's the quarterback of the Niners.
I want to get back into this, but we got Jack Kennedy, USF golf coach, coming up because USF is hosting Howard University in a golf tournament this week, and we know what Steph has done for the Howard University golf program. We're going to get Jack Kennedy, golf coach, so hang tight with us. We'll get him on. RJ and Fairfield, hang tight. We'll get you back on here, and then 888-957-9570 because there's a lot to get into with the 49ers here on the roast on a Thursday morning. And that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
You know, I see this text from the 650 Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte went from "I'll hang up on you if you call about Brock Purdy" to "he might be the next Tom Brady." Well, let me tell you, 650, my mind was playing tricks on me back then. It was playing tricks on me. Trey Lance is hurt. Jimmy got hurt. Who the hell expected Brock Purdy to be the last pick in the draft and help the Niners go to the NFC Championship and now look like a young Tom Brady? Nobody. Come on, man.
Bushwhack Bonte and I'll be Scarface.
I got shot in my eye. Remember that cover?
Such a great group.
The album cover?
Ghetto Boys were so sick.
They're so sick. Everybody in, what was this, second grade or third grade?
Yeah.
Everybody used to sing this one.
Oh, bro, it's one of the great videos of all time.
Great videos.
Although it ends on a very sad note.
Yeah,
but just a classic.
Yeah, it is a classic. It is a classic. Do we got time to get to RJ real quick at Fairfield? No, we got Jack Kennedy, USF golf coach Jack Kennedy on the morning roast. Now, this is special.
Yes.
We always love the Hilltop. The Hilltop deserves a lot of love. They're doing a lot of great things up there at USF, especially this weekend. They're hosting Howard University in a golf tournament. This is a second annual event. Last year, they were back at TPC Potomac, and I believe this year they're at Harding Park, right, Chasky?
Yes, they're at Harding.
Yep.
And, this event is to showcase HBSUs and to also raise awareness and money, as we were talking about last night, for underprivileged kids who want to get into golf. The First Tee program, which is one of the best programs that I can recommend out there. And Harding has a location there where you can bring your kids.
Yep.
It's affordable. They teach them not just about golf, but about life lessons and etiquette and things like that. And I just think this is a great opportunity to shine some light on something that, I think is a really cool thing that USF is putting together.
No doubt.
And with Howard University, Steph Curry. I mean, there's a clear connection here.
No doubt. Let's bring in Jack. Jack, good morning, man. How you doing, Coach?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, man. Now talk about this event, putting it together, the second annual event. You're bringing Howard University out to the West Coast. I think it's really special. I wanted to go to Howard University as a kid.
Really?
Yeah, for a second. Now I was like, you know what? I'm not smart enough to get in that school. Even you know what I'm saying? The standards are a little higher. And I was all about that C's get degrees path, Jack. But talk about this tournament, man, and coming together with Howard University.
No, obviously it's a big weekend for us at USF, and Howard just kind of showcasing what college golf is all about, and also, as you said, raising awareness for the First Tee and getting kids involved in golf. The idea kind of came about a couple years ago. We wanted to partner with Howard and invite teams from the Metro D.C. area back to D.C. last year with some HBCUs, and then this is the second annual where we got the West Coast teams combined with the HBCUs. But as I said, it's more than a golf tournament. We're trying to raise awareness, get more access to more kids in the game of golf. Get access to these college players that maybe don't have access to some of these elite college tournaments on these major championship courses. So kind of killing two birds with one stone and making sure that everybody's got access, but also putting on a championship event.
Yeah, that's really cool. And, I think I grew up with not a whole lot, and my dad was obsessed with golf, and I was lucky enough to have a sawed-off 7-iron, and I went out there and I played Harding way back in the day with daisies all over the field. I think golf gets a negative connotation for being an elitist sport, but why is the First Tee so special and so good to kind of get the grassroots thing going for people that don't have opportunities?
No, and you said it kind of briefly earlier. We're teaching life lessons through the game of golf, and we can teach etiquette, we can teach, accountability, we can teach math, little things that go a long way through a fun sport while guys are outside, guys and girls are outside, I should say, having fun. So the First Tee, what Dan and Jonathan do over there, bringing kids from all over the Bay Area and teaching them the game of golf is really important, because the earlier we get these kids started and, off the streets and on the course is better for everybody in the future.
USF golf coach Jack Kennedy here on the Morning Roast. It's a pleasure to have him on as they host Howard University, the golf tournament this week. And I got to ask you, because I'm just now getting in golf. I've been playing now for about 4 months. And
I've been seeing your videos online. We can talk.
Well, Jack, I need your help. I don't know if I have any college eligibility
Talk
left,
about charity.
But you know what? I can come around you. But anyway, I just want to know, how much does Steph help the game of golf? Having somebody like Steph be involved in the game of golf, because I find myself watching even more, like the Celebrity Classic up in Las Vegas, or in Lake Tahoe, and then having Steph help out Howard. How much does he help the overall game of golf? And are you seeing more diversity come out on the course here these days?
Oh, 100%. And Steph's obviously changed the game of basketball, and we all know that. But really what he's done for the game of golf is even bigger. Providing access for Howard to create a program, which has then bled into a lot of these other HBCU starting programs. and getting more, people of color, in the game of golf, and that's something that golf needs, and the sport needs, and we're seeing it grow day by day now.
All right,
and,
so Coach,
and Steph is a big part of that.
Yeah, no doubt he is. And Coach, I was actually out at Harding this week. There was a big tournament, another fundraiser
for
event.
Autism awareness.
Yeah, it was really cool. I saw Bill Lasky out there. It was really cool. So, okay, let's say I've got a kid who loves golf or, wants to check out this event, or maybe I just want to support and I can't make it out there. Explain to those who can maybe, get out to Harding, what are the days that they should show up, how they should come view this, because I think getting up close and personal and seeing some college athletes, it's really inspiring for a 10, 11, 12-year-old to see somebody. Sometimes the pros can be intimidating. Explain to people how they can, go to the event, and then if they can't make the event, how they can help support you guys.
100%. So, the event is open to the public. There's no tickets. It's all free. Sunday, we are hosting a clinic with the first tee. Unfortunately, for the public out there, it is sold out. We had a lot of great response in getting a lot of kids there, so we're sold out for Sunday. But Monday, we're playing 36 holes starting at 8:30 in the morning, playing until dark. Guys will just be playing continuous golf. So if you want to come out and watch and get right up and close, up on the greens, on the tee boxes, you support the game of golf, we'd love to have you. It's a nice way to watch golf after a Niners win on Sunday.
Oh, I love that. What about Tuesday? Because Monday we're booked. What about Tuesday? What about
Tuesday? The morning times start at 8 o'clock in the morning. The leading groups will go off right around 9 a.m. Off the first tee, and we'll be playing until about 2:30 when we have award ceremony around 3.
We gotta stop by Tuesday.
I know.
We gotta stop by
How
Tuesday.
many people are going to try to hit driver from 16 like Colin Morikawa did in the PGA Championship a few years ago?
Well, I'm going to give it away for the tournament, but we're playing the 16th hole as the exact same setup as Colin's shot on Tuesday.
Wow.
So we're playing from 300 yards to that pin right over there near the bunker.
Now, I got to ask you, Coach. You said you checked out my swing. Now, do you use those videos of my swing to your players to say, this is how you not?
No,
this is what you don't do. Look at the lack of movement. Look at the stiff hits. Look at the follow through. What is this guy doing? I mean,
I'll be honest with you. We don't even let those videos near the locker.
Well, I'm trying to slow it down. Let me tell you, San Bruno driving race last week, my guy John Sackey, I was hitting the 7 irons straight. That's an accomplishment for me right now.
We'll get that TrackMan out there and see what your numbers are.
I love that. The TrackMan. That told you, TrackMans are big.
They are
Coach,
big.
just as somebody who loves the game of golf, to make the college level, I mean, you're the elite of the elite. If you got a young kid, a daughter, a son who's, maybe into soccer or into baseball or whatever, how do you get them into golf? Like, what's your advice to a parent out there that's driving around that, they play golf or whatever, and they want to share that lifelong passion with their child so they can go play with grandpa or grandma or enjoy a family outing? What do you recommend to them?
Number one rule, make it fun. I've got a 7-year-old daughter myself, and my number one rule is make it fun. So if we go out to the golf course and she doesn't want to swing a club and she just wants to drive the golf cart and draw on the scorecard, great for day 1. We'll get her back for day 2, and maybe she'll want to swing the club. But yeah, just keep them out there having fun, different activities on the golf course. And my daughter just loves running down the fairway, for instance.
I love that.
So the sooner you can just get them out there and see what golf's all about and learn the etiquette of how to behave on the course, the better. And just keep them having fun and keep the ball moving forward.
Well, Coach, this is a great cause, man. Hosting Howard University starts on Sunday with the first tee event. And then, of course, Monday and Tuesday. We're coming out Tuesday. We're going to come out Tuesday after the show.
Yeah. I'm right down the street. We're coming.
We'll come out there Tuesday, support you guys, come meet you, talk some shop, and have some fun out there. Good luck this weekend, man. You're doing a hell of a job up there at USF.
One last question. Coach.
Oh, yeah.
I grew up playing Glen Eagles. I think it's one of the toughest 9-hole courses on the planet. There's not an even lie anywhere. Shout out Tom Shea. What's the toughest course in the Bay Area for you?
Ooh, toughest course in the Bay Area. Well, we haven't played the new one yet, but before it was the lake course at Olympic for sure.
Yeah,
like going
I know.
to the dentist every day.
Oh, boy.
I hate to do this. We're playing on Monday down there.
I don't know. People are talking about, hey, Bonte, I heard you playing Monday at the Olympic. I said, I will drive the cart around. What are you guys trying to do? Ruin my game before I start? Yeah, I'm your daughter, Jack. I'm taking score. I'm driving the cart, and I'm running sprints down the fairway.
Me and my dad are playing.
All right, Jack. Good stuff,
I
man.
love it.
Hey, love talking to you, man.
Luck,
Let's do it again
USF.
soon.
Let's keep in contact, man. I really love these kinds of good charitable events, man. Any way we can support you, we're going to retweet all the stuff. And anybody out there, go to Harding and go watch some great golfers.
And I just got to say one last thing. We wouldn't be doing this event PNC and AWS are our two huge sponsors.
Okay.
They're providing free access to all the college kids out here, so nobody's paying an entry fee.
That's awesome.
Which is a kind of unheard of in college golf. So really big shout out to PNC and AWS.
I love that.
Hell yeah.
I love
Thanks,
that.
Jack.
Have a great
We
event,
really
Jack. Good
appreciate it.
stuff, man.
Thanks, guys.
Anytime. Jack Kennedy,
great
USF
guy.
golf coach, USF hosting Howard University in the tournament this week at Harding Park. Of course, Steph Curry has worked closely with Howard University. That's really cool. Also, I think about J.R. Smith. Is he still golfing for East Carolina?
I don't know if he's still, but he bought everybody all kinds of swag and gear.
Oh, he took care
was
of them.
so generous.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I know we're going to get right back into the 49ers. I promise you. We're going to get right back into the Niners.
RJ, hang tight.
But there is something about, playing sports, I believe, teaches you life lessons. And golf, there's a misnomer about how stuffy it is. It does teach you how to treat others, how to be honorable, and because you have to keep your own score. And, they say it's a gentleman's game, even though I know women obviously play. I play with my wife all the time. But you learn a lot about someone over 9-18 holes. You learn a lot about how they view life.
Right.
Are they an angry club thrower? Do they scream and yell? Are they chill? Can they get out of a bad lie in a bad spot and recover? That's why I loved back in the day. I love Phil Mickelson.
Right.
He could recover from those things. So I don't know. I think you learn a lot about a person, and you can teach your child a lot about sports and life through the game of golf.
And we could teach our roasters something here with Big John. Just dawned on me. I forgot.
What?
The boy just got engaged.
Oh, yeah.
Big John.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Where was
I'm
that?
a
Angel
roaster.
Island? Angel Island? Get in here, Big John.
He's a romantic.
Yeah, it was top of Angel Island. We did a little hike and did it at the top. I actually got to give a shout out to my buddies that my buddy's fiance actually planned the hike because I don't really like hiking. So she was like, if you're going to plan a hike, your fiance is instantly going to know. So they planned the hike. They bailed out at the last minute. We hiked up to the top. Did it at the top.
And
she said
knew
yes.
You were going to drop to a knee and propose right there?
Yeah, I had all these things I wanted to say, but
it never comes out.
my hands started to go numb. I almost passed out, so I was like, let me just get down on a knee and make sure I say her full name.
You got nervous. You got really nervous.
Super nervous.
Did she? My favorite would be if she said, I've got to consult some of my friends before I give you an answer.
That would be great. That would be great. You kicked. Y'all kicked your coverage, y'all. Congratulations.
Congratulations,
we love it, man.
buddy.
It's
Seriously.
awesome. Tracy's a great girl. That last segment was sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Now the Niners may still get a read before Hannah. I'm only saying that because she's asleep right now. She's asleep right now. She doesn't care. You're listening to 95.7 again. KG&G FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Thanks to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the Xfinity mobile text line. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Let's go to our main man, RJ in Fairfield. RJ, what's happening, my man?
What's up? Good morning, guys. Good morning. Just want to talk about this matchup we got coming up, man.
Let's do it.
Sweet.
Set it up.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I think the Rams took the world by surprise by beating the Seahawks. I think we all wrote off the Rams, but their offense looks good. But I want to tell everybody to calm down because when offenses play us, they just look different. Let me give you an example. Remember last year when Miami went 5-0 and then they played us.
Yep.
Offense looked. They were a high-powered offense. When they played us, they look average. I mean, they had Tyreek Hill, they had Waddle, and them boys didn't do much on us. I mean, they scored first, but I mean, our defense got back at it, and we really took control of that game. Vontae Shackey, I want to ask you something real quick. There's a certain special guest that y'all have that comes on your show that always talks about Brock Purdy's arm strength. Now, to me, arm strength don't matter to me if that ball's getting there on time.
Yep.
And it's accurate. So there's a special guest that y'all had that he's been bashing the 49ers QBs all training camp.
Who?
Y'all probably know who I'm talking. Oh, I call him no contact. I call him Hot Take Cone.
Grant's a good guy. We don't have to agree on everybody's opinions. It's a part of I don't know.
RJ finished.
I like Grant.
Yeah.
No, okay, all right. Yeah, he's a good guy. He has a good set, but I just feel like he's never given Brock Purdy his due. I mean, the world sees it, and I feel like this is our QB, man. We got to roll behind him, and like I said, arm strength don't matter to me, man. So I appreciate you guys having me on, man. I'm eager to hear what you all got to say.
No doubt, RJ. Look, I didn't pay attention to many tweets after the game. I don't really care. I don't really care what people say about Brock Purdy or any quarterback. I have my own assessment. You have your assessments, everybody. Like Tyler Miller, he was right. I remember after the Broncos game last year, he goes, yo, just roll with Purdy. We laughed at him. I laughed at him. I was like, come on, man. Brock Purdy, seriously? Last pick of the NFL draft? You really think he's going to save our season? Well, he did. He did.
We're eating crow. There's no question about it. And
but
I
that's
will chew
okay.
it.
But you know what?
I know, but I'll chew it.
But seeing Brock in person against Tampa Bay, I said, oh, boy. So I don't know what Grant Cohn's talking about when it comes to Brock Purdy, but I'll say this, and RJ's on it. I don't care about arm strength. I've seen guys have – Jeff George had one of the best arms in the league. Best arms in the league. Very average quarterback. Very average. Josh Allen, we saw him on Monday night throw 3 interceptions to the same guy. He's got one of the best arms in the league. Can you get it there on time? Can you run the offense? Can you go through your reads? Can you process? Can you be precise and just get the ball to your playmakers? And that's what Brock does. I don't care if he can throw it. Again, I'll say this every single day. This ain't the county fair. You ain't trying to break a glass, a Coke bottle. You're not trying to win a big old teddy bear. You're just trying to get first downs and get touchdowns and score points. And when they have Brock Purdy at quarterback, the guy could have a noodle arm. He could have the 30th best arm in the league as a starting quarterback. I don't really give a damn because they average 33 points a game when Brock Purdy's playing quarterback. And that's what I care about. Can this offense hum and pick up the defense at times? This offense scored 30, and there were still 28 minutes of game action left. So I don't care about arm strength. You know, that whole, if people are complaining, well, he doesn't zip it in, and he needs this person to be open, and that person, all quarterbacks sometimes need guys to be open. But can you thread the needle? Can you improv when you need to? And Brock so far has done that.
Well, I think that there's this this sidebar conversation about, you know, what you're looking for when it comes to, you know, coverage or, you know, just in society in general. Now it does feel like to me, because everyone's like mad at Grant. I'm like, look, Grant's been really good to me. I really like Grant as a person. I don't have to agree with every single one of his opinions. I work with you every day. I agree with like 10% of the things you say. All right? And we argue all the time. I love you.
And I'm 90% right all the time.
You know, I look at our lineup, right? Right here at 95.7 The Game. There's not everyone that I agree with in lockstep on everything. But that, to me, is the beauty and the essence of sports.
No doubt.
Right? Like, whether you're putting together your Little League team's lineup and you think that guy should play shortstop and the other coach thinks that guy should play right field, like, isn't that what we do in sports? So, I don't know. I always appreciate anyone's alternate opinion. I don't dismiss anyone, but I will say this. I was way wrong on Brock Purdy, and I will eat all the crow on it, and I'm happy to do so because he's a joy to watch.
No, he is a joy to watch, and we're pulling for him. Here's the thing. There's certain people who root for certain quarterbacks. There's this big misnomer that we were just all in on Trey or we were hate watching all the other quarterbacks. No. We wanted to marry Trey because he was a high draft pick, and we just wanted a damn quarterback.
Well, and the coach
That's all we wanted.
handpicked him.
Right, and we wanted a franchise. That's all it's about at the end of the day.
Yeah.
RJ said it. I feel like we got our quarterback. I'm cool with that because I'm tired of talking quarterbacks every offseason. I want to just have our guy. And if it's that guy, fine. It's okay. But here's the thing about the opinion stuff. I know all these media beat writers. I've been in the press boxes with them, every last one of them.
Okay.
Giants, Warriors, Niners, Cam Emmons, Matt Mayokos, Tim Kawakami's. I get along with every last one of them. Matt Mayoko, I get along with Grant. I talk to everybody. Don't agree with all their opinions. We go out on Twitter sometimes. David Lombardi, we're going to have on today at 8 o'clock. I don't agree with everything David Lombardi says, but you know what? I know his hustle. I've noticed since 2012.
I agree.
I've seen him at Stafford. I've seen him grind and get to this point, kind of like we've grinded to get to this point. I got no problems with David Lombardi. See, here's the problem. If we're going to follow these beat writers and people are going to say bad things, and this is why I get on fans sometimes, because we're like, wait a minute. You could be wrong about things, but if we're wrong, we got to take the heat. Everybody's wrong all the time. If we were all shooting 100% of sports, we all be rich because we all be betting at the casino, right? I'll be rich. I'll be living in a freaking mansion in Pack Heights if I knew everything, but I don't. But everybody has an opinion. It's never personal, and personally, these people are good people. That's all. So I don't.
You know who one of my favorite broadcasters was of all time?
Who's that?
The Razor, Ralph Barbieri.
Yeah.
He loved Alex Smith more than I ever could have even thought of loving Alex Smith.
No doubt.
Right? Do you think I cared? No, I loved that person and wanted to be entertained by that person.
Right.
And I loved his insights and his opinions and his analysis of what was going on. and I would scream at the radio over his free Alex Smith stuff. Remember that back in the day?
Oh, absolutely.
And I was like, Alex is just not good.
No,
but
he's
that,
not.
To me, that's the beauty of sports talk radio.
And I guess that's my point. Whatever, if Grant Cohn says something you don't like, don't take it personal. Why are you taking it personal?
That's
Grant has admitted, when the 49ers are playing well, it's good for his business. And guess what? When the Niners are playing well, it's good for our business.
I think it's good for everyone.
It's good for everybody.
I think it's good for
When
everyone.
the Warriors are good, it's good for everybody.
Ask the Giants, people who cover the Giants, would you rather be in the Warriors position or the Niners position or the Giants position?
Right. You'd rather be in the Warriors and Niners position.
Exactly. Which brings me to another point.
So just don't take it personal, man. Just if Grant says something you disagree with, because I'm tired of, oh my God, Grant Cohn this, Grant Cohn that. Just, whatever, he got his thing.
He puts in the work, and he has his opinions, and I don't know. I appreciate the guy, and I like anybody who makes me think a little. Brock Purdy, though, we talk so much about like the core three, the big three: Draymond, Steph, and Klay Thompson. I don't feel like there's a guy on the Giants. I love Brandon Crawford.
Yeah.
Love Brandon Crawford. I don't know if he's as lovable as those three. Even though he's got the 2 rings, I don't know if he's as recognizable and beloved. I guess beloved is the way I would put it. I don't know. Maybe he's the one guy from the Giants. I don't think the Giants have a guy like that. Do you?
No.
Okay. Now I look at the Niners. CMC, I think he's pretty beloved, but he's been only here for like a short amount of time.
But he was here at Stafford, too.
Okay.
I think there's some deep-rooted interest in Christian McCaffrey.
I think talk to me in 10 weeks.
Right.
I think he's going to be really high on this list.
Yep.
Bosa, I don't know how many people were turned off over the financials. Right. I think he's pretty beloved. I think Fred Warner's pretty beloved. I think George Kittle's pretty beloved. Why do I feel like Brock Purdy is already number 4 at minimum in like the top 5
in
of
the
most
right
beloved
now?
Barry athletes, current athletes right now?
Because he's a quarterback. He's
And
the last pick of the
story.
draft. Last pick of the draft. And it's a hell of a story. I want to pick that up on the other side here. We got a break. Robin, hang on tight, sugar. We'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Freeman's Appliance.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 22nd through September 24th for their fall clearance sales event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind.
Morning Roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. It is Rams week. And we got a question coming up in just a second. Talking about Brock Purdy being one of the more beloved athletes right now. He's got a lot of weapons at his disposal. How likable is Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk? He's going up the ranks here. But let's get to Robin in the city. She's been on hold waiting a while.
I got some CMC stats that I want to blow your mind with.
You can't blow my mind with CMC. You know how I feel about him. Robin, what's happening?
Hey, Robin.
Hey, Sugar.
Hey, Sugar. Listen, my favorite Niner is Deebo. There's something about Deebo I just like. I think I like Deebo because he's short, he's stout, and he got that kind of like hood in him. When you hear him talk, his whole demeanor, and I like the way he plays. Like, come on, get at you. I just like, that's my favorite weapon. That's what I wanted to say to you guys.
Oh, yeah.
But here's what I want to say. I don't mean to be Debbie Downer. I want to say that Brock Purdy, I love watching him play. I think he's a lot of fun. And of course, the story, the Cinderella story and all that. But I'm going to push back a little bit with the fans. With people, I haven't heard, the Brady and Steve Young comparison. Well, if they say he's like Brady, well, Brady copied everything Montana did. So
there you go.
But hold on. But everybody on social media that I've talked to, the fan base, pump their brakes on comparing him and the similarity.
I agree.
To Joe Montana.
It's not fair.
Okay?
That's not fair. But I will say this, Robin. Watching them Sunday, I was just like, man, that's how young Brady, and to your point, a young Montana kind of played with the pocket command, the presence, moving his feet, sliding in the pocket left to right, knowing where to throw the ball on time. I don't want to compare to Tom Brady.
Brady went to 9 Super Bowls. He's played 9 games.
But a young Tom Brady, when he first came on the scene, that's what he looked like. Robin.
No, listen to me. He's only played 10 games. He hasn't even played a whole physical season. I call that basic fundamentals. Now, I could be wrong, okay? So don't get me wrong about that. I don't know if you guys heard the Joe Montana interview. You guys were on, I think, vacation.
We were off that day. They stole our interview.
Had him on, and they asked him about that, and he said he didn't like to compare quarterbacks because he said, like with Trey Lance, he said it depends on where you get drafted. A lot of times where you get drafted and who you get drafted to can really harm you or can make or break a quarterback. And for him, he was lucky. So I just wanted to say to the fan base, pump your brakes on the Joe Montana thing. He's only played 10 games. Now, here's the real test for me. The test for me is, can he, when Montana took over the team, that was 2-14. Okay?
Right.
2-14 in 1979. Okay? So can Brock Purdy, can he, we have to see certain things. Can he take a team that's down, 14 points and with 5 minutes to go or whatever it might be? Can he do that? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things we have not seen yet before we keep hyping this guy up. And that I can't help. I have to say it annoys me. Last thing I want to say is the Niner fans are not taking the Rams serious. And I've heard national media say that they are not good and don't have any talent.
No.
But I just heard you say, Vontae, that's not true. So I want you to educate people on that.
No doubt. Listen,
Robin,
thanks, Robin.
Robin, before you go, are you there?
She gone. What are you going to ask her?
Well, she had a post on Facebook about something, and I was going to ask her about it. But it's neither here nor there.
Look, divisional games are tougher. No matter what the records are, when you get a rivalry game and you get a divisional game, you throw the records out the window for a second.
Unless it's Cowboys-Giants.
Unless it's Cowboys. Yeah, it's all bad.
I'm teasing.
But no, seriously, 40-0. That was bad. LaShawn McCoy said, y'all gave the bank to Daniel Jones. He looks like a banker. You should have gave that money to Saquon Barkley. It's like, wow, okay. Anyway, look, the Rams, Matthew Stafford, much better than Kenny Pickett. Much better.
Do we really think that Shanahan is going to overlook McVay, though?
No, they're not. The 49ers are not going to look, because what did they said? We need to get off to a faster start. We need to be in line for home field advantage. We need to get that bye week in the NFC playoffs. So it is imperative to get off to a faster start. So The Rams, look, they have Aaron Donald still, a pillar on that defense. I still like the Fuller kid in the secondary. Fuller, he's really good. Jordan Fuller, that is, strong safety number 4. I like his game. Ernest Jones had a big game against Seattle. And their offensive line, as Kurt Warson broke it down yesterday, has been reshuffled and retooled, and they're a lot better. Stafford didn't get touched last week. He did not get touched. So this pass rush is going to have to apply pressure on the Rams, and maybe they could hit Stafford. Maybe they could get after him a little bit, but he's a lot better than Kenny Pickett. That's the main difference. And then McVay, don't you think the Rams are tired of losing to the 49ers?
Yeah.
8 straight games in the regular season. Now, they got that one, but the Niners are not going to overlook them. And I think the fans, when they go down there to L.A., they're going to want to kick the Rams' ass.
I just think that the Niners aren't going to overlook an opponent in week 2 who is the opponent that has the Super Bowl you don't have. And beat you in that NFC Championship. Like a lot of the guys, only CMC and Brock,
right?
And a couple of offensive linemen weren't on that team.
Right. Yeah.
I think there's going to be a lot of vitriol. I think they're looking at the LA Rams and they're saying, you have what we want. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. And so right. I don't think you're going to overlook them. The fans can overlook them, but I don't think the players
But that's what fans do. That's what fans, let's be honest. A lot of fans will say, we're going to kick their butt. We're going to win by 30. Like, we know what time it is. It's going to be a tough game. It's a game the Niners should win, but it will be a tough physical football game. Look, I'm with the, where's this at? 510, Xfinity Mobile text line. I agree with Robin. This is a trap game. Yeah, it's a trap game, but it's a divisional opponent, and you want to go up a leg up in the NFC West. You don't want to go down a game to the LA Rams while they have the tiebreaker early on in the season, because they don't see the Rams to the last game of the season.
Well, and I also think that they're looking at this like after that Rams team beat Seattle.
Yes.
How can you overlook that?
Yes. They raise their eyebrows. They was like, okay, we got to take them.
I think yes, exactly. And then you have obviously the New York Giants on a short rest. You have to stack victories.
No doubt. No doubt.
I don't know. I think this team is too mature and too serious to overlook anyone at this point. But I do think there are some interesting questions because, they moved a bunch of cap room, and they kind of shifted things around. And it's like you're looking at the Rams and where they're at right now. I don't think there's any remorse whatsoever that the Rams paid the piper to get that Super Bowl.
Yeah, no doubt. And I want to ask a question about that in just a second, but just looking at their personnel, Cam Akers, Kyron Williams, they ran hard last week. Mm-hmm. Tyler Higbee's a damn good tight end. Tyler Higbee's had some games. He's had some games against the Niners. Yeah. Puka Nacua, of course, the rookie, and Van Jefferson, and Tutu Atwell. I expect Van Jefferson to bounce back from last week. Yeah. He led his team down. He's not the greatest wide receiver in the world. He drops a lot of passes, but he is a deep threat. He can take the top off the defense.
He's the 4th best van, though, that I've seen this week.
Uh-oh. What's the top
the fan van, right, which is all over, the fan bus.
Yeah.
There's, Van Morrison.
Okay.
And then there's, obviously, Vans. They look like sneakers.
Can I include Van Dam?
Oh, RVD?
Does that work?
Or Rob Van Dam?
Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Oh, I thought you were going to go Van S.
No.
You got Van Wilder?
Van Wilder,
yeah. Van Wilder. Still in college.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
That's the way to go, though, for being real.
That is the way to go. Trust me. Yeah, I went through that plan. Worked out well for me. Question we had that we've been teasing. Think about what the Rams did. They went all in for that Super Bowl. I wonder if Niner fans would be okay going through what the Rams are going through right now. All in on one Super Bowl, followed by a couple bad years. Would Niner fans do what the Rams, if you had it your way, and the Niners did what the Rams did, going all in on these players, the Jalen Ramseys, all the running backs they had, all the receivers, Odell Beckham Jr., would the Niners be okay with that plan of going all in on a Super Bowl, knowing that, the next couple years, it's going to be a struggle? I bet you a lot of Niner fans would be all in on that Rams plan, because a lot of Niner fans, especially ones that listen to us, weren't even born the last time the Niners won a Super Bowl.
I'm getting so many Van Halen texts right now.
Van Halen?
I would absolutely go through 1 or 2 down years. And the reason why, B, is because they've been knocking on the door for so long, right? So long. I just want that one. I want that one. Once we get that one, I'll take a down year. I'll take it down 5 years, honestly. Like, B, I've sat through some bad 49er football.
Yeah.
I am so sick of knocking on the door and not finally plunging through. I think if the Niners were just like really bad for a long time, like I look at the Jaguars right now. I do not think the Jaguars should be sacrificing all of their future for the right now.
No.
I feel like they have a long runway, and I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Like, but that's just my view. I feel like the Niners, the Chiefs, because of where they're at, like they have a chance to be all-time great. Right? And rattle off as many as they possibly can. I think there are certain organizations that it's okay to be all in right now. And I look at the 49ers and I'm like, money is really not an option.
Right.
So let's say they blow all their money in their draft picks, just hypothetically, this year and next year to win one in the next 2 years.
Everybody would take that.
All day. I don't worry about the repercussions moving forward. I haven't even committed to paying Brock Purdy. We will let that just kind of play itself out.
Let it play out. No doubt.
I got a lot of guys like Christian McCaffrey. I don't know if I want to pay him 3 years from now. Right? So I'm paying him top dollar now, but I don't know. Debo, I don't know. George Kittle, I don't know. Trent Williams might not even be in the league 3 years from now.
Right.
I want to be all in for right now. Because think about this. If you're Sean Payton, right, and he looks back at his career, don't you think he wishes he went all in a little earlier in his career?
New Orleans, no doubt.
I felt like they went all in at the end, New Orleans.
And it was too late.
It was too little too late.
That window closed. Drew Brees wasn't the same guy. He didn't have the same zip on his deep ball. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That became a dink and dunk quarterback.
Right? How about the Patriots at the end with Tom Brady?
Right.
You don't think that, and then they maximize. They are as maximized as an organization could be. Don't you think they look back and go, man, maybe we should have got Tom some more weapons?
Should have just rided it out.
Yeah.
We should have just rode it out with Tom Brady.
What was the most bold trade they did in the final couple of years with Brady?
No idea. They didn't make a lot of bold trades.
That's what I'm saying.
They traded players away.
The Niners have been ridiculously bold.
And you know what? So this whole all-in conversation with the Rams and them going all in a way, the Niners have gone all in.
No, they're absolutely.
You think about all the position players are paying top dollar. All the guys are paying top dollar premium money. The money they're spending on guaranteed contracts. It's over $400 million now by Jay York on just like 13 players. You know what I'm saying? Trent, George, Kittle, McCaffrey, Debo. Ike's going to get his bag. So in a way, the Niners are all in, and yet they've done it in a way to where they haven't had to mortgage a bunch of picks outside of the Trey Lance trade, right? They've had premium players, and they've drafted well later in the rounds. I think that's one thing the Rams haven't done. So, yeah, sure, we would trade. I would love the Rams Super Bowl. I would love to be, struggle after a couple years. But in a way, the Niners are already all in, and they don't have to struggle because they have a good model in place. They have a good plan in place when it comes to restructuring contracts, when it comes to getting in players on the cheap. Think about all their 5th, 6th, 7th round picks that have hit. They've had a great success rate in the later rounds of the draft under John Lynch and Adam Peters.
And I think you owe it to the homegrown guys that have been here since day one. The Kittles, the Debos, the Ayuks, the Warners, right? Those are the guys that you owe it to, Nick Bosa. You know, if you're going to spend all that premium money, might as well cash it in with memories that last a lifetime.
No doubt. I'm with you there. 888-957-9570. In a way, asking that question, and I'm thinking about it, I'm like, wait a minute. The Niners are all in. They've been all in basically the last 4 years. Heck, they were all in 2019. They traded for Emmanuel Sanders at the trade deadline, citing, you know what, we need another weapon on the outside. We need a veteran presence here at the wide receiver spot. They made that trade. You know what I'm saying? What did they give up, a third-round pick for Emmanuel Sanders?
If you could make a trade right now, hypothetically, what is the position that you're bolstering?
Right tackle.
But it's probably not available.
Yeah, somebody just asked us on the text line.
I would take another edge rusher. I don't think you can have enough edge pressure.
Oh, well, I love edge pressure. I think, Drake look good. But 408, Xfinity Mobile text line. Should the Niners sign La'el Collins? Bring him in for a workout. See what he's got.
Why not?
It can't hurt.
Why not?
It cannot hurt.
I trust him more than Jalen Moore at this point.
Yeah, Jalen Moore, the walking turnstile. Jeez, Louise. So it can't hurt, but they don't have a lot of needs here. I would just bolster. You're right. Stack edge rushers, stack position players. Just stack your roster any way possible.
I would also try to find maybe a undervalued slot receiver, another one. Like I don't think you can have enough third down monsters. You know what I mean, as I call them, or a second tight end.
Right.
I mean that's how deep this team is.
Yeah,
we're talking about three things.
No doubt. Three things.
Think about 2018 heading into that year. You need a number one receiver.
Yeah.
You need a right tackle, a guard, a center. You need an edge rusher. Back in 2018, they needed everything.
Well, 49er all day, G King 49er all day. Bonte, are we not looking at Brian Burns from Carolina anymore? I believe that they can really help our pass rush. One thing we've learned about John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and Adam Peters, they're always working the phones. They're always looking for players.
That's why I think this.
They brought in Ian Book yesterday to work out. Everybody lost their minds, but he signed with the Patriots practice squad. But that's what the Niners do. They're looking at everything. They're working nonstop. How can you not respect that? They're going to make a ton of mistakes. A ton of mistakes. They've made mistakes, big blunders, and we've criticized them for that. We've held them accountable for that. But you know what? When he asks a question, hey, you think the Niners are all in on Brian Burns? The Niners are in on everybody. That's one thing I've learned during this regime.
Yeah.
We're in year 7. Look, we talked about Christian McCaffrey before it happened, 16 days out. Did I think it was going to happen? No. I was like, you know what? Take a flyer on it. That showed me that the Niners are always working the phones to get better.
Don't forget, even the small acquisitions, like they made a Charles Omenihu trade a couple years ago. It ended up being really big.
Yep.
They made a Jordan Willis acquisition in the middle of the year. Mm-hmm. It ended up paying dividends the following year when he blocked that field goal or punt in the Green Bay game. Like, even the small acquisitions really do matter.
It does. It does. Little deals here and there, man. They know how to flip. They know how to squeeze a lemon, man. So I think they've done a great job in that. And so if Brian Burns is available, I think the Niners are linked with everybody. And they become a destination where players want to come. They want to come to this organization.
Can I ask you about the Stafford trade? Looking back on it, knowing everything we know now, even though you have Brock right now, is there anybody out there that still thinks that we should have made the Stafford deal? Because I think if I asked that same question a year ago, it would almost be unanimous. We probably should have taken the Stafford deal. It was tough to watch that Super Bowl. It was tough to see them win that. And I felt like Stafford made a couple more plays than Jimmy, and it was hard to swallow whole offseason.
And does
anybody still want him?
That's a great question. 888-957-9570.
Or feel like have buyer's remorse for not getting him.
I never wanted Stafford. I think we were both in the same boat. We never really wanted Stafford. We had our eyes on somebody else. That somebody else got caught up in massage parlors or whatnot, so we had to move off of that.
Well, he was having them come to him.
Yeah. I mean, but that's the player we were on. It was hard watching Stafford.
Phrasing on that,
dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
5 hours of sleep.
I know, me too.
It wasn't hard watching the Super Bowl because I felt like
that one hurt. The stupid no-look throw to Cooper Kupp and Odell Beckham looking good till you got hurt. Watching Aaron Donald get all of his flowers.
Joe Burrow get
that
broken
really
in half.
hurt me. McVay becoming a stud.
Joe Burrow getting smacked left and right.
That one left a bitter taste in my mouth.
But at the same time, Stafford threw a couple up. He threw the red zone interception to Jimmy Ward.
I know.
He threw one straight to Jaquiski Tart. He tried to give the game away. So I never really wanted Stafford. But I wonder, any Niner fans out there wish they had Stafford right now? Or are you happy with Brock Purdy? I think a lot of people are happy with Brock. Let's go to Ryan in Oakland. Ryan, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hello?
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I was just listening to you guys. This is my first time calling, right? And I love your show.
Thank you.
But I was just confused. You guys said that you would absolutely be okay with going all in, and we have a couple of down years. But I'm just wondering, why wasn't the same consideration given to the Warriors, right, who just won 4 championships, right? And then the ownership paid Steph Curry 50+, Klay Thompson 40-something million, Andrew Wiggins 30-something million, and Draymond Green 30-something million. If I'm the ownership and they came to me with that BS about those youngsters, get out my office. I'm paying you. Win me a championship. And so, for me, being a longtime Warrior fan, I'm talking about 40-something plus years. When we had the Purvis Shorts and the Joe Barry Carrolls. Other year. I was so happy that we won that I was okay with rebuilding. I was okay because those guys got their money, and so you gotta So I just don't understand why we couldn't be patient because. When we just lose a few games because of the youngsters, you guys, as of all your announcers, were like just scrutinizing them hard, and I just didn't understand it. So what's the difference?
Well, Ryan, I got to say on this show,
interesting question.
It's a very interesting question. But let me pick up the last part first. On this show, I think we may be the only show in America who took the veterans to task. Who said, you know what? They were in the game the last 5 minutes on that 0-5 road trip. They were playing in the fourth quarter.
I was the one who was apologizing to Clay's buddy yesterday.
Yeah,
You're like,
Seth, you didn't even have to bring it up. He had no idea. I was like, you played yourself.
Sorry.
Less is more sometimes, Shasky.
I know.
Less is more.
In-mouth disease.
But we were disappointed that the youngsters didn't play. You and I were.
I thought they got a raw deal.
They got a raw deal, and we said that all season long.
Not that they were great.
No.
But they got a raw deal.
But you know what? I also understand on the flip side, veterans saying, dude, we're in win now mode. These veterans aren't helping us. So I get that side of things. I do get that from the veteran standpoint. Now, Joe Lacob telling the veterans, hey, I'm paying you guys money. That's not how it works in the NBA.
Can't we agree that the Warriors are almost uniquely similar to the Kansas City Chiefs, where every year that goes by, you don't get a championship? It's a complete and utter failure.
Because you got one of the best players in the league.
Which is an absurd thing to say out loud, which it feels almost impossible to achieve, but that's what it feels like.
Right.
Like Mahomes and Steph, it's the same thing with the Patriots.
Right.
If they didn't win a championship, it was a complete and utter failure.
No doubt. So I do think we hold the Warriors to accountability, and they are all in. They are all in. They wanted the youngsters to play well. But it just wasn't happening. Now, Kuminga and Moody are still here. We know why Jordan Poole's not here.
Well, I look at the Niners, and it's interesting because I think, in retrospect, as I'm thinking about the Stafford trade, right? The trade that never was for the Niners. At the time, my thought was like, well, why sacrifice for maybe one when you can have this runway of maybe more than one?
Right.
And maybe I was wrong on that. Maybe I overestimated, what they could be. But, I don't know.
Who knows if they win one?
I think if they had slightly better quarterback play, they would have won championship.
Here's the deal, though. With Stafford.
That feels unfair to Jimmy.
Yeah, but with Stafford, you're now taking on that contract.
Well, you'd be losing at least two players.
Right. You're losing baby Debo.
Well, think about this.
You're losing somebody.
He costs McCaffrey and Kittle. If you were to add them up, right? That's simplistic, but I'm just saying.
Javon Hargrave. You may not have him.
I don't know if I'm willing to do that. This is not the same team. Can he overcome not having those weapons?
Yeah, I don't know.
And still be productive enough to offset the loss? I don't know.
I don't know.
I would say this. With Purdy, it feels open. With Stafford, it feels very closed in terms of your opportunity to win. And you might not win in either scenario. There's no guarantee.
And look, there's no guarantee Purdy wins. There's no guarantee Purdy's the guy. And what we're not going to do is crown him. But we're saying what we see is what we like. And what I see is a guy who's composed beyond his years. Now, we felt like that with Jimmy, and then Jimmy tore the ACL. He was never the same. He became skittish, but he never had to improv like Brock Purdy.
No.
Never had that. Brock Purdy's taking this offense to another level. Now, does it help to have Christian McCaffrey deal with something? You bet your ass it does.
No, it hurts.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
does
it's
it
terrible.
You need weapons. Earth to everybody. You need weapons on offense. You need playmakers around a quarterback.
We made a lot of talk about, look at the Chiefs won a Super Bowl without Tyreek Hill. Wow, look at how great. And Mahomes is great. But then you watch that week one, he doesn't have Kelsey. And you tell me, one of the greatest players that the game has ever seen.
How did offense look?
I mean, he was dying for Juju Smith-Schuster, let alone Tyreek Hill in that game.
You need playmakers.
Absolutely.
You need playmakers.
I think one of the things we've underrated about Montana is Montana did it with anyone.
No,
Freddie Solomon was one of the most underrated Niners in wide receiver history in terms of the 49ers. Yeah. And then Dwight Clark, although the numbers don't look gaudy, in that era, they were gaudy.
And he became one of the best wide receivers in pro football during that era. Dwight Clark. And he had running
Charlie
backs.
Young.
He had running backs.
Yeah.
Wendell Tyler, Roger Craig.
Yes, absolutely.
Later on, Tom Rathman. Then you get John Taylor, Jerry Rice, Brent Jones. Those are iconic weapons.
Yeah.
Russ Francis was a very good tight end.
I know. They had very good players.
Very all-pro tight end who Bill Walsh coaxed out of retirement. It's like, come play for the Niners. We'll make a move for you. And Russ Francis was awesome. So everybody needs weapons.
Absolutely.
Everybody needs weapons. It's just like in basketball. Everybody says, oh, man, head coaches can't win without stars. Duh. It's a superstar-driven league. Phil Jackson couldn't win without Jordan. Well, I love to see everybody else try to win. You know what I'm saying? It
I
just
hate to
doesn't
be
make
this
sense.
guy. I lost 2 straight years. We didn't win a game, my boys' team. I'm not going to say who's on this team because I don't want to disrespect these young men. They're all in high school now. We didn't win a game for 2 years, okay? My girls' team, we didn't lose a game for 3 years. You think talent matters?
Yes.
I'm the same coach.
Talent matters.
I mean, a little better here, a little better there, a little worse here, a little worse there. But, pretty much the same coach. When I have good players, I win.
Dude,
when I have bad players,
right.
Sometimes we overachieve, but most of the time we don't win.
It was like our boys at Boston. They were like, we'd love to see Steve Kerr win without Steph. I said, well, I'd love to see Red Auerbach win without Bill Russell. And Dave Cowens.
How's Belichick?
And John Havlicek.
How's Belichick
JoJo
without
White.
Brady?
Yeah, how is he done without Brady?
I mean, I look at your boy. Come on, what's the guy called the prime rib guy?
Who?
He wears the Kango hat. Bruce Arians.
Oh, Bruce Arians.
I mean, Bruce Arians. I can't stand Bruce
I know you
Arians.
can't stand
but
him.
when he has a competent quarterback, the guy does win.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let's go to Tony and Hayward. Tony, what's happening? What up, Tony? Tony, you there?
E40 in the clip.
No, he's there. Tony, what's up, baby?
Oh.
Tony's not there. Call back, Tony. Jay Green, Oakland. Jay Green, what's happening?
Man, how's it going, fellas?
Oh, it's all right.
What's up?
All right. So I kind of want to kind of just pick up what one of the previous callers kind of touched on, and that's intertwining the different sports leagues. I have no issues with the 49ers going all in, but if they're going all in, they have to have something to show for it. I mean, if you think about it, and the same goes for the Warriors, like with the whole Chris Paul thing, symbolizing that they're going all in. If they fall short of their goal, then I think that's even a worse position to be in. Like the Houston Rockets and, even recently the Brooklyn Nets, when they went all in, they had nothing to show for it at the end of the day. And I think that, like I said, as a fan, that's even more depressing.
Hey, look.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you this right now. We've talked to a lot of people. Everywhere we go, this Chris Paul thing is a petri dish.
Oh, my God.
This is going to be examined with a microscope.
It is.
People either love it
build.
or hate it. I think honest to God, I thought Draymond was one of the most polarizing athletes ever. Jimmy G.
Chris Paul. They've got nothing on Chris Paul.
Chris Paul
is wearing a Warrior uniform.
Say CP3, people's heads either explode with hatred or they go, such a great move. I'm so glad they moved off Jordan Poole.
Somebody asked me at the Olympic Club Foundation yesterday, are you getting your Chris Paul jersey? I said, come on, man. Don't do that to me.
You coaching?
And look,
this is a petri dish.
The deal.
It will be examined for a long time.
They get off to a slow start the first couple months of the season. He'll probably be traded by January. When it's time to trade him. When his eligibility kicks in to be traded or whatnot, whatever they call it in the NBA. But I think once January hits, midway through January, they have the option to trade him.
That's like having a prenup, dude. Come on. You're setting up for the divorce. What are we doing?
You don't have a prenup?
I mean, just naming the starting lineup and closing lineup is going to create chaos.
They're already talking about
amongst the
Is
fingers.
Chris Paul really going to start? And I tell everybody, it's not about who starts.
Everyone asks.
It's about who finishes.
That has become the new QB1
conversation.
conversation.
Who's going to start? Who's coming off the bench? Like you guys drove me crazy last year with the whole Clay just come off the bench. I've never heard fans so fixated with this. It's about who's finishing the game. Who's in the game the last 5 minutes? That's where things are going to get interesting. Who's in the game in the last 5 minutes?
Could CP3 somehow jump Brock Purdy in Most Beloved? Because I could see a scenario where he empowers the young guys. Just hear me out.
Could you hold on?
No, if him and Kuminga have some cosmic connection and he becomes, baby Blake Griffin or whatever when it comes to the alley-oops, like I could see a scenario where CP3 just full turn into babyface, and we love him the way we love Sherman.
Yeah, and then people are going to, but then if he doesn't.
Contract extension.
If he doesn't, then the Jordan Poole stands will come out. Because they're waiting in the cut. They're not happy. There's a lot of Warrior fans not happy about what's going on. So we'll get to the Warriors in a second. By the way,
I love the Bay Area sports scene right now.
By the way, did you see Giannis?
No.
What he said the other day?
Bonte, I don't know if you know this. I was busy yesterday.
I mean, I was busy too.
I guess I missed. Well, I did a sauna and a steam, and then had to shave, and you were looking dapper right out the rip.
Well, yeah, I should have came maybe in a sweatsuit like you guys, but Giannis basically was talking about Milwaukee.
Okay,
and he was like, "Look, man, I'm a Milwaukee Buck, but most importantly, I'm a winner.
Oh,
if there's a better situation for me to win the Larry O'Brien, I have to take that better situation." He said that yesterday on 48 Minutes podcast.
What's the 48-minute podcast?
I have no idea.
What
it's
athlete is on
three
that?
white. It's no white athletes. It's three white dudes. They don't look athletic at all. Not that white people aren't athletic.
How did they book Giannis?
I mean, I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they did it. Look at these guys, man. I'll send it to the thread. These guys look hilarious. But Giannis said, I'm a Milwaukee Buck. But most importantly, I'm a winner. There's a better situation for me to win than Larry O'Brien. I have to take that better situation. So you already know Warrior fans are saying, okay, when they win the championship next offseason, will be the summer of Giannis.
Well, no, it'll be the summer of Clay needs to take a pay cut, CP3 needs to take a pay cut, and Giannis can come here on the max.
It'll be the summer of Trey, Clay, Dre, and attach CP3 for Giannis. That will happen. So, that's happening here. So just keep that in the back of your mind. The Giannis stuff is going nowhere. Nowhere. But in terms of all in, as a fan, if you did struggle after winning the Super Bowl by going all in, I want my organizations going all in. Yeah. And to say that the Warriors, because Ryan in Oakland made a good point about the youngsters, and they tried to bleed them in and blend them in on the championship team, and it didn't work out. But one thing we can't say about the Warriors over the last decade is that they are all in. They've been all in. You know why? When Joe Lake is paying luxury tax money, tax dollars just to win, yeah, that's all in. When you're paying Steph the $50+ million, and you're playing Draymond this contract, and you're giving Clay all that money, and you're bringing in Andrew Wiggins, taking on that contract, and you're re-signing Kevon Looney, yes, you're all in. And I think they were all in last year by trading for GP2, thinking that, hey, he could be the missing piece, and he could fix the vibe and the chemistry within that locker room, which, of course, didn't happen.
I think the one thing that the fans think they know, but maybe they don't truly understand, when it comes to winning championships for the front office and the players, to say that, these are accolades is an understatement. David Sampson's talking about winning that one championship with the Marlins. He would walk into every team meeting for all the owners meetings, and he'd have his ring on, and all the champions have their ring on. And he would look over at Brian Cashman, who only had the one ring, since the Marlins have won their one. And you look down on the other organizations and the other people in the room who don't have the ring. And if you don't think the athletes are the same exact way, I'm talking about the top tier, the Stephs, the Giannis's, okay? When they're comparing each other and they're measuring, I think we do underestimate how much the ego is baked into how many championships you have.
Yep.
If you don't think Mahomes is sitting there going, I need to get to 7, you're tripping.
Right. Or, get close. Think about it. He already has more rings than Aaron Rodgers.
You think Shanahan?
That's insane.
You think Shanahan likes to sit there and look at McVay and go, he's got one and I don't have any?
Well, you think about Week 18 in 2021 when McVay ran into the end zone and the Niners had to come back and win that win that game just to make the playoffs. And to see McVay win that Super Bowl in his own stadium, and then McVay's always been in the news, hey, I may retire, I'm burnt out, and there's all these little stories. And Shanahan sitting back saying, man, I've given my life to football. And this little young punk's already got a Super Bowl by the Rams just spending money, and making all these bold trades. And they beat us. The one big loss I had to McVay cost me a Super Bowl. There's no doubt Shanahan looks at McVay saying, I got to get that Super Bowl. Because there's people out there who still believes he's a better head coach than me, and it's not true. I taught him. It's not the other way around. So I know Shanahan takes this matchup personally.
Well, and every year that you don't win it, it feels like the weight on your shoulders gets heavier and heavier and heavier and heavier. And the narrative about not winning the big one is just tougher and tougher to overcome. You win the one, you become a made man. Sean Payton is still living off that one championship. Doc Rivers, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers.
Larry Brown. Think about the conversations around Larry Brown before he won that Super Bowl or NBA championship with the Pistons.
It's just, if Brock can cash one in early and Shanahan gets the one, think of the amount of checks they can write for the rest of their life.
Big John just mentioned Mike McCarthy. Does Mike McCarthy get the Cowboy job without that one Super Bowl?
No. And I actually think I think we over-criticize Mike McCarthy.
Right.
I am not here to say he's great, but he's not terrible. He wins everywhere he goes. You got to give him a little bit of credit.
Tom Coughlin was this guy's too strict. He's never going to win the big one. He failed all those years with the Jacksonville Jaguars. He got that one, got the monkey off his back. Then he got 2, and he matched Bill Parcells in that organization.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? It does wonders for you.
Ask Josh Allen right now. Every year that goes on, the weight on his shoulders goes heavier and heavier
Especially
and heavier.
in that city.
Yeah, absolutely.
That hasn't been to the Super Bowl since the 90s and hasn't won an NFL championship. You know, like Jared Goff, if he wins, can you imagine if he won one in Detroit?
Well, I think if he wins that one with the Rams, it was an ugly game. There's no way you get rid of him.
No.
Flacco stuck around, 5 years longer than he should have?
5 extra years because of that Super Bowl. It does wonders for you. John Harbaugh, he's got the one Super Bowl. And now we're looking at John Harbaugh saying, what's going to happen with Lamar in the future here?
It's true.
But he's got the one, so he gets the benefit of the doubt. McVay's gotten the benefit of the doubt, whereas here in the Bay Area, this training camp, a lot of people are mad at Kyle Shanahan.
Pete Carroll, too. I'm looking up at Pete Carroll.
He's been riding on that train for a long time.
Although the guy reinvents himself.
He does.
You have to admit, as much as we've hated him for a long time, gotta respect Pete.
If Shanahan had won that Super Bowl in Super Bowl 54.
Beating Mahomes? Well, Mahomes' entire arc looks different. And I think Andy Reid's arc looks different.
There's no question. Everybody is saying around here Shanahan's the best coach in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
But since they didn't win that Super Bowl, and since they did flop with Trey Lance, and a lot of people are out on him because of that, which I thought I actually gained a lot of respect for Shanahan for the way he explained that situation after the preseason game. And you could tell, I thought he was very contrite. I thought he was passionate about it. And I thought he was really hurt that it didn't work out.
Wait, hurt?
Hurt, like hurting, like
injury report hurt?
Like not quite that hurt because he knew he had Brock Purdy. He knew he had a good backup plan. But he was somber. He was a bit somber about Trey, because Trey's a good kid.
Well, it's injury report time.
Is it? Is there already an injury report? Wow, show's flying. Wow, we can go to sleep in 2 hours.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oh, man, I don't like seeing Dre Greenlaw on this list. He was absent for practice yesterday. Did not participate in practice due to a groin injury. Head coach Kyle Shanahan told the media that Greenlaw missed practice due to his Rams week. And your phone calls coming up. 888-957-9570. Go ahead, Ryan. Big John, let's go ahead and break.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental health initiative.
is happening on Thursday morning. Good morning to everybody out there on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Shout out to First NorCal Credit Union, Dave and Greg. Hopefully you guys are doing great. Xfinity Mobile text line. We love all your texts coming in. You guys keep the show going, no doubt about that. Everybody getting off their graveyard shifts. You guys getting off at 7:30 in the morning, 8 o'clock. Are you garbage men, Teamsters, Recology, everybody out there in the Bay Area, good morning to you. If you're at work, getting ready for work, what's up? All my students, all my teachers, golf coaches. Jack Kennedy was on this morning. He didn't like my golf swing, Shaska. I was disappointed.
That's okay. I want to give a special shout out to the women football teams. Flag football is now a thing for women, young women in high school right now. And my buddy Chuck Eggert, his daughter was, I don't know if she was the starting quarterback or one of the quarterbacks of the SI team. Well, and then we met another gentleman who said, he said his daughter was on the team as well. Now, I think they were in the car at 6:30 in the morning, but that's really cool that you got young women out there playing football. I know my two nieces would have loved to have been able to do something like that. One of them still playing basketball. The other one, Aaron, would have just died to play flag football.
So Sophie Stiefel, daughter of Jack. Hopefully I'm saying the last name correctly, but Jack is a good dude. She's a 14-year-old lacrosse player on steps from Tiburon. Huge fan. Jack, I met him at the Positive Coaches Alliance at Chase Center.
Great guy.
And he had the Gucci's on. He's like, hey, Bonte, look at my Gucci's. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're a P1. So anyway, he pops into the Olympic Club. I say, dude, you're everywhere. You are everywhere. Jack was running material. He was sauced up, no doubt about that.
Who
he
ran
had to dip
more
out
material? The people that were there or you and me?
Well, we did run some material. How about Dwayne Allen, former tight end of the Colts and Patriots, with that fat Super Bowl ring on? I'm like, how about you just donate that? We could cancel this event, and we get all these kids and we're traveling on. That thing was worth over $1 million. Anyway, shout out to Jack at SI Flag Football.
Yes.
That's a shameless shout out here on a Thursday. We're going to do it tomorrow, but he sent me videos and pictures.
A premature shout out.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So Jack, he was unbelievable. What an event last night. We got to get David Lombardi into the O Club. He's in great shape. Looks like David Lombardi could be a swimmer, could be a water polo player. Who the hell knows?
Let me ask him. Is he on right now? I want to ask
He's
him
on
what
right
I
now.
asked.
David Lombardi from The Athletic.
Yeah, all right. David, have you ever worn a tuxedo? And if so, are you a suspenders guy or a cummerbund guy?
The cummerbund is out of style. I feel that's old school, isn't it? I have worn a tuxedo, but I'd be more of a suspenders guy.
Yeah, I wore the suspenders last night, and it was a great look.
No, he was. Hey, I was proud of Shasky. Now he didn't know how to put the bow tie on, even though it was clip on. He had the suspenders on wrong, so that's why I came in, David, as the big bro to help him out there. And, he looked good. He actually outshined me in his tuxedo. I was a little jealous. Maybe I had to go the suspenders route, but let's talk some Niners and Rams. This is a big week.
Hell yeah.
LA versus the NorCal. They've had our number, whether it's the Lakers over the Warriors or the Dodgers over the Giants or the Rams winning that one big one in January, despite the 8 straight regular season wins the Niners have had over McVay and the LA Rams. Very surprising win from them. But let's start with Drake Greenlaw, who missed practice yesterday. Drake Greenlaw's a great player. Sideline to sideline, borderline reckless, but he does get nicked up at times. What's the plan if he can't go this Sunday against the LA Rams? Let's start there, David.
Well, they didn't have him when they beat the Rams down there last year in Week 8. He was hurt. Warren Burks was the second linebacker and played a nice game. So it's going to be big on the linebackers because the Rams have not been able to block the 49ers mano-a-mano up front for forever, right? I mean, 49ers defensive line has had the advantage over the Rams O-line for years now. So the Rams will go to a quick game. It's not going to be like the Seahawks game where Stafford was only pressured 5 times. The Seahawks just don't have a pass rush that's competent, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So the linebackers are going to have to play downhill. They're going to have to be ready for those short passes, and they're going to have to hit hard, tackle well in front of them. And last year, Warren Burks did a great job in Week 8, but I don't think that Drake Greenlaw is going to miss this game.
No, he'll be there?
He was running off on the side. Yesterday. He was dancing a little bit. He looked totally fine, and Shanahan said that was wear and tear. They didn't even really classify it as a acute injury. They just said that it seemed to me they're keeping him out of Wednesday's practice to just get a little bit more recovery in. But I do believe that Drake Greenlaw is going to play on Sunday.
This is a star-studded team, and you're a very analytical individual because I feel like you love data and algorithms and things like that. So I'm sure you're tracking these in terms of like engagements, interactions, clicks online. Kittle's a superstar. CMC's a superstar. Nick Bosa, Debo. I mean, it's star-studded. Is the most beloved guy by the fans Brock Purdy already on this team? Already?
Well, the quarterbacks always move the needle more than anyone else in the NFL. That's something I've learned since day one of covering the NFL.
Right.
We might love football. We might love talking about the second offensive lineman or something like that. But fourth string, fifth. I know there's not a fifth string quarterback, but if there were a fifth string quarterback, it would move the engagement needle more than Trent Williams. It would. It's just kind of how it works in the NFL. I just think that Brock Purdy's story is really compelling because he literally came from the last selection of the draft, number 262. So, people will see an underdog story just because of that. Now, I think that people hang on to the draft value or the draft pick selection a little too far past the actual event date, right? Brock Purdy, for all that we've seen now over the course of the past 2 seasons, has some physical characteristics of a first rounder. And it just so happened that he was drafted down at number 262, but he's got an elite burst, for example. We saw the scrambling ability against the Pittsburgh Steelers this past week. So, it's one of those situations where I think people are hanging on to the whole underdog thing for too long, and maybe that's making him even more popular right now amongst the fan base, amongst the casual fan, than it should. But yes, quarterbacks are always going to move the needle the most, and Brock Purdy is moving the needle at an exceptional level right now.
No doubt. One of the 6 captains on the football team, getting the ball on time. I don't care how hard he throws, David. I never care about velocity. I keep saying this. This ain't the state county fair. You're not trying to win big old teddy bears or prizes or whatnot. Just get the ball out on time, get it to the right spots, and that's what he did on Sunday. What was the most impressive aspect of that win Sunday in Pittsburgh? Because the game was over after the McCaffrey 65-yard touchdown run. What was more impressive? Was it the front seven? Was it the secondary? Was it Fred Warner blowing up Najee Harris on the Steelers' 4th offensive snap? What did you take away from Pittsburgh? Where did you come out and say, wow, that was impressive?
Well, the fact that all of that happened in one game in week 1 was really impressive to me. It's so important that this team gets off to a good start so that you two don't have to go back to Philadelphia in January. No, but seriously, it's the 1 seed is a big deal, and it's something that the 49ers are good enough to be talking about the 1 seed. Like, if this were any other team that put on a good performance besides maybe the Niners, Eagles, Cowboys, one of the top tier teams that hasn't really done it, and the 49ers have done it more than those other teams in the postseason in recent years. 3 out of 4 NFC championship games, they've been participants in them. So 1 week is enough for me to say, okay, this team's legit. They already have the track record behind them. They've already documented this over the past several years. I can say, I know that this team has a chance to go the whole way. I don't think anybody's disagreeing with me. They have a chance, right?
Right.
And for the 49ers to go the whole way this year, I think they need to have that leg up in the postseason because you have such a bigger shot at making it to the promised land, making it to the Super Bowl if you have that bye, especially coming off of this extended season now that you have 17 games. And to get there, the 49ers can't get out of the gate slowly. And they have over the past 2 years, and I think that really tripped them up in 2021 and 2022 when they started 2-4 and 3-4. So for that to happen, I think you need to be firing on all cylinders earlier on. You can't be talking about, the 49ers are finally rounding into form with their run game. They're finally playing complementary football. It's week 8. Well, yeah, great. It's week 8, but you're already 3-4, and now you have to dig yourself out of a hole. It's going to be really hard to get the 1 seed. So the fact that all cylinders were firing, complementary football, offense supplementing defense, defense supplementing offense, special teams not screwing it up. The fact that was happening in week 1 is a big deal to me.
Kicking game was great, Shasky.
I know. David Lombardi with us from The Athletic. David, you covered Stanford football back in the day, and I was actually going through some of our old tweets back and forth, me, you, and Bonte, regarding Christian McCaffrey. And this is going back to 2015, 2016, and into 2017. And all three of us were like, oh, this guy is a special, special player.
Yeah.
And I have tweets where you and I are saying Marshall Faulk 2.0.
Yep.
This guy's tougher than people are giving him credit for. He's an absolute beast. I really feel like there's a misrepresentation on who he was before he joined the Niners.
Right.
Since joining the Niners, though, 278 touches, 1,447 total yards, 14 touchdowns, 0 fumbles, and the Niners are 13-1. As someone who has covered him for close to a decade, it is wild how people thought he was some scat back when he might be the most complete back we've seen since Tomlinson, since Marshall Faulk, since Roger Craig.
I mean, he had a 3,864 all-purpose yards in one college season. So to rack up that many yards, obviously you have to be really good, generationally good, but you also have to be really tough to get that many touches, right? The previous NCAA record in 2015, before McCaffrey broke it, was 3,250 from Barry Sanders, and that record was like 30 years old at the time, right? So he shattered it by over 600 yards. He did it because he was a running back, a receiver, a kick returner, and a punt returner. And then he went to the NFL, and he went 1,000, and that's something that only Roger Craig and Marshall Faulk had done before him. And so now he has a chance to be the first person to ever go 1,000 twice, although it probably will be tough because the 49ers are so loaded with talent. Anyway, I think that the couple seasons in Carolina where those soft tissue injuries got McCaffrey might have, just hurt his reputation because it wasn't a lack of toughness. There were soft tissue injuries. It wasn't like he was getting beaten up on the field and he couldn't continue playing. He just had bad luck. I think one of them was a hamstring that kind of lingered, and it wasn't an issue back at Stanford. It wasn't an issue early in his career at Carolina. It was just an issue right before the 49ers traded for him. So I think that, it's just one of those things where people see it and are like, oh boy, they're using Christian McCaffrey too much. The same thing that happened in Carolina is going to happen, but that's not really what happened in Carolina. He just ran into the, all the fluke because injuries happen in football, but he ran into the toughest injury stretch of his career right before the 49ers acquired him. But if you look at the larger picture of work, this guy has been an absolute workhorse. He's been able to handle the load time and time again at every single level.
Nah, he was a stud. That's where I met you, David, at Stanford during those before McCaffrey. And then when McCaffrey came onto the scene, it was like, oh, this guy's a problem. This guy's a stud. He's everything I thought Reggie Bush would be in the NFL.
Yeah.
And, the 3-down back and the tough yards. Even when he gets those 10 to 12-yard gains, it just gasses the defense. It's like little paper cuts, David. And he's just going through the hole, and he never gets squared up. I think that's a mark of a great running back. You see Najee Harris get blown up by Fred Warner. You don't really see that with McCaffrey, man. He braces himself well for contact, which I think preserves him down the line. And look, 15, I know a lot of people are going crazy. Get about the game. But he's such a matchup problem that even when he's on the field as a decoy, he opens up everything for guys like Brandon Ayuk, David.
Yeah, he's a big Bruce Lee fan, right? And the whole flow like water thing that Christian McCaffrey's actually talked about, that he tries to flow like water through the hole and gets skinny at the right time, widens up the shoulders at the right time. It knows when to cut. Just he intrinsically understands the physics of the game, and that's so important. You could be the biggest, fastest, strongest guy out there, but if you don't understand the physics of the game, then you're going to get blown up because other guys are going to be close to as big, fast, and strong as you.
Right.
So Christian really, really just innately feels the game, and that's where so much of the talent comes from. The touchdown run, 65-yarder, which is a great example of everything firing on full cylinders for the 49ers. McCaffrey, they're still counting on him to beat at least one of the opponents mano a mano, and that was Levi Wallace, the cornerback coming in from the left side, and he beat him with a vicious spin move. He understood exactly what he needed to do to beat his one guy, and then the rest was history. And you could talk about feel down the sideline when McCaffrey slowed down. That was intentional so that Ray McCloud didn't clip Patrick Peterson. So just taking 2 or 3 miles mph off of the speedometer there is what made sure that wouldn't be a penalty. And so blockers block for the runner, but the runner also has to run for his blockers. And Christian McCaffrey understands that, and that's what makes him such a perfect back, not only for this system, but I think for any system.
David, real quick, before we let you go here, you wrote a great piece in The Athletic about Colton McKivitz and Burford blocking Aaron Donald. Obviously, Burford has been a topic of conversation around here, the right tackle spot, and Burford with a couple penalties on Sunday against the Pittsburgh Steelers. How can they hold up against Aaron Donald? And we know the Niners are always working the phones. A lot of fans asking about Lyle Collins, who just got cut from Cincinnati. How do you think they hold up this week as Aaron Donald will probably line up over Burford and McKivitz at times this Sunday?
Yeah, they're also going to have to look out for a rookie from the Rams named Byron Young.
Yeah.
Out of Tennessee, really, really fast edge rusher, 4.4 speed. Watching the game against Seattle, they gave Seattle so much trouble after Seattle lost its tackles. Only 12 total yards of offense for the Seahawks after halftime. So it's definitely something to watch. Just in general, great players on the defensive line are going to go seek out weaknesses. And the 49ers' two weaknesses were very clearly Spencer Burford and Colton McKivitz against the Steelers. I still remember back in 2019, very first possession, 49ers had Joe Staley and Mike McGlinchey hurt.
We talked about that yesterday.
They started Justin School and Daniel Brunskill in that game. And Justin School was the big question mark for the 49ers. So what did Aaron Donald do on the very first third down? He just walked out there to right tackle and lined up at edge rusher, and he just blew by Justin School. And the 49ers won that game. But that was week 6 in the Coliseum, by the way. They were wearing their red jerseys.
Oh, we know.
They were wearing their red jerseys again on Sunday. They won that game, but the way that Donald blew by School, Garoppolo had no chance. I mean, this was like snap of a finger. He was on him. It was a sack. The 49ers had to go to max protect the rest of the game. So it was one of those games where there was, George Kittle was standing back. He made a couple catches downfield, but they really had to put shackles around the offense to help out right tackle, and it limited the explosiveness. And the strip sack against the Steelers, that was a play where Colton McKivitz got beat by T.J. Watt. Spencer Burford committed a face mask penalty on the same play. They had something cooking downfield. Brock Purdy was waiting for something to develop downfield that would have been a big play, but it couldn't have been a big play because he got sacked. So it's so important for the explosiveness level of this offense for guys like McKivitz to hold up on these plays. And you don't want to have to dedicate extra help there too much, because then you're really, really just cutting the legs out from underneath the offense.
Yeah, no, that's a great point there, and that's something we'll be watching on Sunday when the Niners take on the Rams in those red jerseys. Should be a lot of Niner fans down there in L.A. and a fun game. And you're right, the sense of urgency here for the 49ers, not playing that extra week in the wild card round is going to help them down the road here. So should be a great game on Sunday. David, thanks for the time as always. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, David.
At The Athletic.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
You too. David Lombardi here on the Morning Roast. By the way, I got to do this right now because I want Baby Chess to have her father around. Niner Cartel. Listening to you on the radio right now. Give us a shout-out, pimp. This is back on December 5th. This morning, give Niner Cartel a shout-out, pimp. We all listen to you. Hey, Niner Cartel, we got you, baby. You keep representing Niner Cartel. I want you on my side. Whenever there's cartel attached to something, you don't mess around with those people. I apologize, Niner Cartel.
I mean, I've seen Sicario. I've seen Narcos. I don't want to mess with the cartels.
No, especially the Niner Cartel.
Yeah, I'm out.
Shout out to the Niner Cartel representing. I know they'll be down at SoFi Stadium.
I would like
this
their
week.
protection.
Yes, no doubt. And we do shout out the mailman. Shout out to the mailman.
What's the show that Guru told me to watch? It was a spinoff of Sons of Anarchy. I watched Sons of Anarchy.
The Mayans.
The Mayans. I think they're dealing with the cartel as well at the border. So shout out to the Mayans.
Shout out to the Mayans. Shout out to the mailmen in the Bay. You guys never shout out the U.S. Postal Service. We do. Well, we'll shout you out again. You guys work hard.
Mailmen and mail women.
No doubt. No doubt. You
people.
guys, mail people. The Post Office. U.S. Postal Service. All you guys out there.
They do have sweet gear.
I want that jacket. That blue jacket with the patch and the logo. I wanted that in the Muni jacket.
You always talk about that.
I know why. The Muni jacket's sick. It's brown. It's nice. It's got the logo. What? The little cursive. I do like that. Shout out to the Niner Cartel.
He said that Cumber buns are out of style.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought they looked pretty fashionable.
I never wore one.
I mean, Crow looked good last night.
Crow did look good.
He did. I told you he looked radiant.
Looks like dude, he was in great shape, too.
I know.
Great shape.
Well, that's what Montana will do to an individual.
So what was he up there in Montana for?
I don't know, but he played that golf course that Phil and all them played that match with Aaron Rodgers.
Up in Montana?
Yeah. He said it was very difficult. And Crow's an excellent golfer. I'm not like trying to... He's an excellent golfer. No one hits the ball higher in the air than him. He is an excellent golfer.
Big USC fan, right?
Oh.
He went to USC, right?
Crojans?
Yeah, Crojans.
His name's Crowley. We call him the Crojan for a reason. Man. It's a great nickname. Fight on.
Total. I'm going to throw this by you. You love nicknames.
Yeah,
so I'm
give it
throw
to
this
me.
By you. 520 Xfinity Bubble text line. Can you gentlemen influencers please get ahead of the nickname game?
Okay.
And dub this sitch Brocket Man and the Purdy Niners.
Brocket Man. Brocket Man.
And the Purdy Niners. I don't know Brocket Man the song.
Brocket Man, and I'll try to sing it to that tune.
The Purdy Niners. By the way, DeMarco Farr is going to join us in 8 minutes.
He was one of my faves.
Wow, for Richmond. DeMarco favorite. DeMarco favorite. You got to be saying faves. DeMarco Farr, Super Bowl 34
Was he
champ.
number 74?
75. Was he 74 or 75?
He was not a traditional...
Nah. Very good D tackle for a long time.
As a D-line number.
Rams radio color commentator, sideline reporter. Apparently he's a big Star Wars fan.
Is he? Ahsoka. Have you watched it?
Come on.
I don't want to give it away because they teased it last
Have I watched Star Wars?
Anakin makes an appearance.
I need to watch it, but I just don't have time.
I got
75.
I got through the first 3 episodes last night. I'm definitely enjoying it so far.
It's really good.
You're a Star Wars guy too, Lubman?
Rosario Dawson.
Have I made that clear?
I had major reservations.
I just know that you like to go on dates and watch Giants baseball.
Everyone likes Star Wars, but
and you run around with your head cut off.
Who doesn't like Star Wars?
I don't know. Sure
Bonte.
I mean, like,
I don't not like Star Wars. I just don't get the hype. I haven't had time to get into it, and I'm like, dude, you made the originals. Why you run all these spinoffs? Why? Well,
it's because everybody wants to be in a universe, in a franchise, And right. I'm just saying, like, look, as somebody who grew up loving Star Wars, right? There's been a lot of stuff that's not great, and I think Obi-Wan was good at times. I think Andor was excellent. Ahsoka's been very good, and I had major reservations about it. Right. Mandalorian clearly is the best thing that they've done. Baby Yoda is
Dave
amazing.
Johnson is saying that Disney is ruining Star Wars.
Well, Kathleen Kennedy, who's running Disney, the Lucasfilms portion of it, has absolutely ruined the Star Wars franchise from a cinematic point of view. I think the Rey character was good, but they didn't really,
You all in on Star Wars, Big John?
Yeah, I like Star Wars.
All right.
I do think there's a bit of an oversaturation when it comes to Star Wars of late, where there's just too much of it lately, too many shows.
I agree, but that's also the Marvel universe. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Thanos was excellent.
Yeah.
Everything since then has been meh.
Well, DeMarco Farr is going to join us in a second, and I got some great sound from the college football rinks that we have to play. And I'm going to tell you where your bet should be, and there's a lot of points.
Oh.
But there's some people out there they're still chirping. They shouldn't be chirping, and they're chirping. We'll get to that. But DeMarco Farr on the other side to talk 75. About the Rams. 75, yeah, that's what people are saying. 75. Told you. 75. He was in America's Game when they won the Super Bowl. He was one of the 3 guys being interviewed for that.
Deacon Jones wore 75 for the Rams.
I don't know what he wore. Deacon Jones is badass. But DeMarco Farr, he was also a badass, too.
One of my favorites.
He's going to join us on the other side here on the Morning Roast. That brought to you by Freedman's Appliance.
Coming to Freedman's Appliance.
text line. Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are completely free on the Odyssey app. Don't forget, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And also, if you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, hell, the best Giants talk in the state, the best Giants talk in the nation, check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman. What do they have to say about that win yesterday against the Cleveland Guardians as they go to Denver, Colorado for 4 against the Rockies? Giants just a half game out of the third wild card spot. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe they do make the playoffs.
Only God knows.
Only God knows. Are you going to be alive on Sunday? Only God knows. Are the Niners going to win on Sunday? Only God knows. Does God know if the Niners going to win? Do the football gods know? Do they predetermine who wins and who loses? Do they know? Do the gods really know who's going to win?
Who was it? The guy who used to play for the Tennessee Volunteers, Arian Foster?
Yeah.
Was he the one who said everything's scripted? The NFL scripted?
Yeah, he's out of his mind.
Did they script that Aaron Rodgers thing?
Come on.
I mean, the guy didn't complete a pass.
4 plays in. 4 plays in.
I would love to read the script of this year if that was truly how it went
script,
down.
The Trey Lance script, the Brock Purdy script. Hey, the NFL writers, we're going to find this guy at Iowa State who got benched against Iowa, who threw 4 touchdowns in the biggest game in the state of Iowa, and he's going to be the last pick of the draft, and he's going to become the new guy. He's going to become the guy, sir. Like, the script writers say that? Come on, man. Come on. I that does kind of bug me when people say sports are fixed. Now, point shaving could happen. There's a lot of money on the line. I do believe in that. Dwayne Fontana knows.
Look, hey,
you know,
if you've played ball at any level, coached at any level, every time you're out on a field, on a court, you see something you ain't never seen before.
Exactly.
Whether it's kids, high school players, adults, college, you name it.
Right.
You see something you ain't never seen before.
No doubt. And DeMarco Farr has seen a lot. He's got a Super Bowl. He's a pride of Richmond, California. John F. Kennedy High School, of course, then went to UW and won the national championship. Those UW teams were sick. Billy Joe Hobart, Mark Brunell. They had some ballers up there, man. Michigan could touch them in the Rose Bowl, but DeMarco Farr did become a Ram. We kind of did not like him when he was a Ram. Let's see those St. Louis days and the greatest show on turf. But anyway, DeMarco Farr is still doing great things with the LA Rams. Color commentator, sometimes on the sidelines as well. Super Bowl 34 champ, of course, and apparently he's a big Star Wars fan, which is going to make Joe Shasky happy. DeMarco, big Star Wars fan? A big
I'm a nerd. Oh, I'm a nerd, big time.
Oh, yeah. My gosh.
My mission in life is to build a lightsaber.
No way.
Absolutely. And an X-Wing fighter. Are you kidding me? Come on. Aren't you a child of the 70s?
Dude, Shasky's ready. We're childs of the 80s, but Shasky's ready to buy your Rams jersey. He's the biggest 49er fan I know. He's ready to buy your jersey right now. DeMarco just made its day.
We love Star Wars.
Who's the biggest 49er fan?
Joe Shasky.
Yeah, me.
Yeah. Well, sometimes.
Well, why does that make you happy? I am not a Niners fan.
Well, no, because you're a big Star Wars fan.
Yeah, because he gets on.
Okay,
I get on him for...
See, there's something that connects all of us. See? And Star Wars might be it.
Exactly.
Star Wars
but that's where we draw the line.
DeMarco, the force is strong with you, young man.
Thank you.
Thanks for the time today, man. We love you, man. You've done so many great things in television and broadcasting, and obviously Week 2 is a big game when the Niners play the Rams. The rivalry is back. Niners have won 8 straight regular season games against the Rams, but they've got that one win in January 2021, which led them to a Super Bowl, and you know what? To the shock of everybody, going up there to Lumen Field and beating the Seahawks the way they did, holding the ball for 39 minutes, Tutu Atwell, Nakuya, Matthew Stafford didn't get touched. You got our attention now, DeMarco. The Rams look like they're rejuvenated after having a lost season a year ago.
Yeah, look, I just got done watching the San Francisco-Pittsburgh tape, and, watching and seeing what the Rams did. I think it was far more significant going up there and beating Seattle the way they did. You changed the narrative. Most people had them tanking for Caleb Williams. And sure enough, here you go. You go up to Seattle, one of the toughest places to play, and you put a foot in them. Watching San Francisco just absolutely brutalize Pittsburgh, I think everyone had that. Everyone had San Francisco as being one of the best teams in the NFC, so no shock there. They kind of got it going. Brock Purdy coming back was huge, but we knew that team was going to be good. But no one had the Rams doing what they did up in Seattle. No one had Puka Nacua going off. No one had Tutu Atwell going off. Matthew Stafford was rumored to be on the trade block, and he played angry and played good football. So as long as they can sustain that, keep that going, keep that momentum going, you'll have a shot versus San Francisco coming this weekend.
This guy McVay, look, if he was my coach, I'd probably love him. I admit that on the front end, but he's not, and I can't stand him. And he got that victory. He's chest bumping in the end zone against the Niners one time. I mean, the guy was driving me completely insane. So you know how it is when someone's good at what they do, they really drive you crazy. I really thought he might tuck tail and turn and maybe walk away from the game, maybe go to the college ranks. It feels like he's reinvigorated. Now, I know it's only week 1, but you're around this guy much more than we are. What's his demeanor like over the last couple of years? Because I felt like losing last year really wore on him.
Okay, so this goes back a couple of years. This is right before they won the Super Bowl when they beat the Niners. And yes, we're going to hang on to that one victory. Sure, you got them in the regular season, but they got the Niners when it mattered most. Sorry if that hurts.
It does.
But this was right after that. And guys were asking me, what's it like, after you win a Super Bowl? I said, it's going to feel like you walked off the parade float right into training camp. Your off season is short. So that's exactly what it was like. The ring ceremony was delayed. So they got their rings, their Super Bowl rings, right before they went into camp. So you're still celebrating last season, getting ready for this season. That Super Bowl hangover is real. So at the end of the year, a 5-win campaign, we heard about that Sean McVay may step down. This is going into Seattle, the place we just came from. So there's the specter of McVay may retire. So there's this pall over the team. It was Bobby Wagner going back to Seattle, so they had a lift there. So they fought hard. They lost in overtime. So we're thinking this is it for Sean McVay. And we do the coaches show every Monday. I can tell you at the end of the year, that man was drained. So he never said that he was thinking about, retiring or taking a TV job. But if he did, I wouldn't have blamed him. I mean, he looked really shot at the end of the year. So it was one of those things. Why don't you go take a couple of days off, recharge, and see how you feel? So I'm sure after about 10 days, the guy missed bowl. He's a competitive dude. Like you said, if he was your coach, you'd love him. So he got recharged. He got rejuvenated. He was ready to go. So going back up to Seattle and getting a win there. When you were about to retire there, that same spot about 12 months before that, or 8 months, whatever it was, and you get a win there, you'd be a little more excited than the average victory, especially when people were counting you out in the way they played. So, yeah, he's a real competitive guy. If he would have taken the TV job, I wouldn't have blamed him, but I thought in my heart of hearts, this guy's going to come back. There's no way he's going to leave this football team on a 5-win season.
DeMarco, why do you think Shanahan has his number in the regular season?
You know what? It's funny. San Francisco does things backwards. And you mentioned the UW days when I was in the Pac-10. So I'd say 9 out of those 10 teams were all pro style or some style of throwing the football. Everybody did the same thing, except for one school, Oregon State, was wishbone. So you'd have to change everything you did that week facing them, and it was a pain. Everything you were getting ready to do or you were doing for 6 or 8 weeks, you had to switch up just for them. So it's kind of like that when you play San Fran. Most teams in the NFL, they run the football to set up the pass. San Francisco's the exact opposite. Their home runs are from the run, so you really have to be on your P's and Q's defensively to stop that stuff. But so if you want to ask me what gives them the most fits, it's that running game. So if you can keep Sean McVay and his quarterback on the bench watching his defense get drugged, that's going to change everything. So until the Rams fight back defensively, you won't have a chance offensively to score against the Niners.
DeMarco Farr here on the Morning Roast, former St. Louis and L.A. Ram, won a Super Bowl with the Rams, won a Super Bowl at UW. He's a pride of Richmond, California, of course, John F. Kennedy High School. So we love DeMarco. We rooted for him, even though he was a Ram. But look, you talk about Sean McVay and, taking some time off and then coming back saying, okay, I'm recharged, I'm ready to coach. What about Aaron Donald? Because there was rumors about him retiring. And all I saw on Sunday, DeMarco, was a dude who's gunning for another DPOY. He was as dominant as he's ever been before. And I'm like, retirement? This guy could play another 5 years.
Okay, did you see the highlight of Geno Smith?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
So I've never heard that before. Oh, my God. Derek,
like 9 times. It's hilarious. Okay, so here's Aaron. Aaron is one of the special people. There's good, there's great, and then there's special. He's part of that special group. He's going to go to Canton 5 years after he retires. So it was never a thought in my mind that this guy was going to stop playing because he's having too much fun. He really is. You don't get to do what he does anywhere else but the football field, so you better think long and hard about leaving this because you're going to miss it once you do. And you shouldn't leave until you can't play anymore. And obviously Aaron can still play, so it was never a doubt in my mind that he was going to line up for this football team next season. And look, no matter what you're paying him, there's no way he plays anywhere else other than here. So that's a great situation to be in as a football player.
You watch the Brock film, and to use your Star Wars analogy, I feel like the guy's just got the Force, right? No, I'm serious. Like, there's just something that's it's like impossible to really like quantify. But when you watch him, he just makes plays. What's your assessment of Brock?
Well, okay, going back to the old Matt Leinart days, it's easy to be good when you've got Reggie Bush standing behind you. It's easy to be good when McCaffrey's standing back there. No, I mean, watching Brock Purdy go through his progressions, the guy is definitely a credible pro. I think he might be the best quarterback you've had up there in a long time. And I think he's got more upside than anyone else that has lined up there in the last 10 years. He can only get better. So he's got great pocket awareness. He's got a great whip. He can move. He can throw for average. He can throw for distance. I thought when he beat Patrick Peterson in the end zone, I mean, that was kind of a 50-50 ball until you slow it down. Now, that was a dime, and Ayuk went up and got it. So, look, I think that guy can only get better. I think that guy's emergence kind of saved the whole ship up there when you think about it with the whole Trey Lance situation. If that doesn't happen, they've got problems. So, look, we found Kurt Warner bagging groceries. Good quarterbacks sometimes fall off trees, and you have one. So I think the 49ers have one in him. If they can keep that guy healthy, if they can play defense like they've been playing, getting after quarterbacks, and they can run the ball like they've been running it to take pressure off that quarterback, you've got something in Brock Purdy. But, yeah, look, the only question mark we had about San Francisco going into this year was, is Brock Purdy going to be healthy enough to play? And I think he proved that week one.
No doubt about that. He sure did. Go ahead, Shasta.
No, I was going to say, you referenced Kurt Warner, and that was so out of left field. And then I watched him, and I wanted to deny him for years. Eventually, I just tapped out as a Niner fan. I was like, this guy's awesome. When did you guys, the players, know? Because it feels like these players are all in on Brock. Yep. When did you guys know in that locker room that Warner was the dude? Was there a seminal moment, or was it a slow build?
Okay, so he was our scout team quarterback the year before, and he was an athlete. We'd play basketball. He was a backup quarterback, so nobody talked to him. But he was the guy that was always nailing stuff from the corner threes, and he was real competitive. He just didn't say much because he was the backup. So at the end of '98, we're playing in San Francisco, and we're getting steamrolled again. So we pulled our starters out. There are guys giving hugs on the sidelines because they're leaving. We know it. This is the end of the road for this era. And we keep watching this guy on the field, Kurt Warner, play against the Niners. And he keeps moving the football. And he keeps matriculating the ball down the field and puts us in scoring territory. So we're like, wow, this dude is fearless. He can play a little bit. He'll be a great backup. Jump to next year, we lose Trent Green. He steps in. And not only does he keep the offense afloat, he actually makes it better.
Yeah.
He's unafraid to make passes down the middle of the field, staring down a rush. Then the veterans start to get behind him. So we knew that this guy could play the year before. We didn't know how great he could be until he actually became a starter. So I think that's where you are with Brock Purdy right now.
Yeah, no, Fred Warner, Trent Williams was walking behind Brock and walking in front of Brock at training camp last year saying, we can't wait to watch Purdy practice. And you see that by the way they named him captain in just his second year with the 49ers. But I also got to ask you about this, DeMarco. You played a lot of football. When you're at UW, I believe you guys are playing on artificial turf, that concrete turf up there. When you moved to St. Louis, you played on turf. Now, in L.A., obviously, Anaheim Stadium was natural grass. We saw Aaron Rodgers' fourth play of the game tear his Achilles. We saw the Niners go up there in 2020 at MetLife Stadium. Nick Bosa, Solomon Thomas, Jordan Reed, Garoppolo, bro, they all got hurt up there. How do you feel about natural grass as opposed to turf? Shouldn't all fields be natural grass? You tell us.
Okay, when I was younger, I preferred turf because it was faster. And I remember having this discussion with Marshall Falk, the same thing. You don't have to work as hard for your cuts on AstroTurf. I mean, it is a fast surface, but you're going to pay for it. As you get older, you're going to start to hate turf. And Andrew Whitworth was a guy. When they signed him to a contract here, I said, man, how does Cincinnati ever let you go? But that's neither here nor there. Why did you pick L.A.? He said, guaranteed 10 games on grass. This is when they were playing in the Coliseum. So as you get older, that stuff becomes more and more, prevalent. So, yeah, Aaron Rodgers, look, getting hurt up there is no shock. Getting hurt at that age and blowing an Achilles really doesn't surprise me. But, turf, grass, you've been doing it your whole life. Football's dangerous.
Yeah.
One wrong turn, and it could be your career. So I don't want to blame it all on turf, but if you want to make it all grass, I'm not going to complain.
All right, I'm going to ask you the $1 million question, and I know you're going to be a homer on it. So let's hear it here. All right, you're starting a team from scratch. It's a new expansion team. You're placing it in the middle of wherever you want, Hawaii, for example. Who's the coach you're taking, McVay or Shanahan, to start your team from scratch?
Oh, I'm taking McVay, and that's not a homer pick. Well, you know what? Well, I've been around Shanahan a little bit, not a ton. I respect how he does it because it's so funny. The same stuff his dad did, he's doing.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Same concepts, the way they teach it. You know, look, they make the defense make the mistake, and then the running back cuts, and away we go. So that stuff, I'm impressed. You can tell he is a teacher of the game, but I got to go with my guy McVay, man. He's real competitive. He's a guy that can talk to a 14-year veteran and a rookie in the same breath and get something out of them. So it's not just about X's and O's. He's not just a boy genius. He has been brought up in this. This is what he was born to do. And he's fun to be around, so win or lose. So I would have to take McVay.
Does McVay take these matchups personally? Because I remember Matt LaFleur a couple of years ago was really psyched to beat Shanahan on a Sunday night after Shanahan kind of flirted with Aaron Rodgers or whatnot. Does McVay take these matchups personally, knowing that they're all in Washington together and they're all like, hey, trying to carve their own pathway?
Okay, these guys, it's funny when you hear coaches talk. These guys have competitions on who gets to the office first, on who goes to the bathroom first. Just these little quiet competitions. So, yes, of course, he takes it personally. He wants to win. Now, it's respectful. They're all good friends.
Right.
You know, they have respect for each other, but no one likes to lose, especially to your friends. They talk the most trash.
Man, you guys got a great broadcast team, man.
I mean,
Kurt
seriously.
Morrison. You got you down there, DeMarco.
My guy from Bellarmine.
Yeah, what's our guy's name?
JB Long.
Yeah,
JB Long. JB Long. We've had him on the show, of course. Maurice Jones-Drew, who's like a part-time coach, part-time announcer. He's on NFL Network. You guys got a good crew. Just on the wrong
We
team,
have a
DeMarco.
blast, man. It's game day is fun, but the week leading up is even more fun. I'm heading to those guys right now to do a show.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. We got to check that out. DeMarco, we always love you
I've
because you're
always
from the
been a
Bay
fan.
Area.
I mean that.
You represented us
Fox
very,
Sports
very well.
days. Yeah.
Fox Sports, best damn sports show.
Yeah.
UW, of course. We'll do it again next time the Niners and Rams play. We'll do it, hey, just talking football, man. DeMarco, you're a lot of fun.
Anytime, man. Give me a call.
Anytime. DeMarco Farr, Super Bowl champ, national champion, the pride of Richmond, California, here on The Roast.
Best Damn Sports Show, I think, was one of my favorite seminal shows that got me addicted to the sports talky stuff, the television stuff, and I always loved DeMarco Farr on that show.
Maybe it was before its time. Like,
Oh, it was
that
way
show
before its time.
If
John
that
Sally
show
was sick.
John Sally, who was it? Tom Arnold, Chris Rose, our guy, Chris
was
Rose.
excellent.
Who else did they have on there? DeMarco Farr.
Well, it was they rotated some of the guests because I know over time it changed. I'll look it up. You keep going.
Dude, but that show was good. It was ahead of its time. If that show was out today, I think it would thrive. It would thrive so much more than the debate shows that we see.
It was more
First
casual.
Take, Undisputed. It was fun.
Yes.
You talked about it. You got into some of the X's and O's, but you had fun talking about it. It's like just being at the bar.
Yeah.
You're at the bar with your buddies talking sports.
Oh,
so that
my
was really
goodness.
good.
All right, so the original cast, this is the original cast. It changed over time. The original cast, Chris Rose, Tom Arnold, Reggie Theus, Deacon Jones.
No way Deacon Jones is on
and
that
John
show.
Kruk.
John Kruk was on it. Deacon Jones is on that show?
Early on.
He's a walking soundbite.
Oh, early
Rest
on.
in peace, Deacon Jones.
Yes.
A walking soundbite.
And then eventually it started to evolve.
Yeah.
They brought in Michael Irvin. They had Stephen A. Smith. Adam
Stephen
Sandler
A.
came
Smith was
in.
on that show?
Yeah, they had a lot of different guys
I don't
come in
remember.
there.
I may have fallen
Brian
off by that
Cox,
point.
Ray Crockett.
See, that's the problem with shows.
Rocket Ishmael.
It's the problem with shows. I think the one thing that's helped 95.7 a game is we've had consistent lineups, right, for the most part. When you start rotating different hosts and different shows and all that's what made First Take, that's what made it thrive. Once they settled on Stephen A. and Skip Bayless, all right, cool, you're great. And then if, Skip Bayless got ridiculous, Stephen A. sometimes is a little much, but you start revolving this revolving door with hosts and stuff, and you lose me. You lose me with that. Best Damn Sports Show sounds like they had like 30 different guys on that show.
A zillion. But that was one of my early shows that I watched. It wasn't ESPN. It was something different. It was around the time that, pardon the interruption, and Around the Horn started to come around. I mean, those are the shows that I think have really shaped sports talk and content that you consume now on YouTube and whatnot. I don't know. I thought that was way ahead of its time.
It was a really good show. Really good show. We're going to replay some of that DeMarco Farr stuff about Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
The Kurt Warner stuff, how he said, because I don't remember that game. Kurt Warner came in late.
I don't at all.
Yeah, I don't. And they were like, they kind of knew he was one of the guys. He started moving the ball. Then Trent Green got hurt. He did take that offense to another level. Right. Trent Green got hurt. I mean, when they lit up the Niners 42-20, I remember that. That was their coming out party. To beat the Niners the way they did, I was like, I've never seen anything like this.
A lot of people are dismissing Brock Purdy currently, right? And just put yourself back to the Kurt Warner thing. I dismissed him at every single turn.
Did he win you over when he got to Arizona?
Oh, when he went to the New York Giants and he failed because he hurt his hand, he couldn't hold the ball. I thought he failed. And I was like, see, this. I told you it was fake. What?
I think that year they benched him for Eli.
They did.
Had a winning record, right?
He was
Weren't
good.
they like 7-1 or something like that?
He was good. He got hurt. He couldn't grip the ball.
But then they were like, we're going with Eli.
Yeah, and then he took Matt Leinert's job, and everybody who was a Niner fan was like, oh, I'd rather face Matt Leinart. Right? Than face Kurt Warner. He would hold on to the ball for the last second before you get hit, and then he'd sling it right across the middle. His toughness, his field vision, his ability to push the ball down the field. He was an unbelievable quarterback. All-time winner. Like, against my Niners in the NFC West, he dominated. Him and Russ are the two best quarterbacks I saw every single year after year.
If you could have won that if they could have held on and won that Super Bowl against Pittsburgh.
Go back and watch that game. That was one of the great Super Bowls.
Unbelievable in that Super Bowl. They threw the pick before halftime because James Harrison made an all-time play. One of the best plays I've ever seen on the football field, and returning that for a touchdown. But Kurt, when he got in there and they lit up the Niners, and they had Marshall Faulk and Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce and Az Hakeem, remember him?
Yeah.
In the slot.
Come on.
Ricky Prohl
on my all-time Madden at the end of a draft when you draft him in
just bring him in as a fourth wide receiver, and he's getting first downs left and right.
If you say Ricky Prohl, I say Tim Dwight. I don't know why.
Tim Dwight. Where's he from? Iowa? Tim Dwight, number 83. Falcons.
I'm telling you, man.
He's good. And the Chargers, I believe. But no, Kurt Warner, when they got there, and look, they lost to the Patriots. The Patriots had a great game plan against them or whatnot. Kurt was that dude. So knowing that, DeMarco saying that about Kurt Warner, saying, look, the veterans bought in, it was easy for these veterans to buy in on Brock Purdy. He won them over just like that. When you come into the Miami game and you get beat up like you did, that play where he threw it to George Kittle, he threw it to George Kittle over the middle when he got blown up.
Unbelievable.
And in the Tampa Bay game, the first play of the game, he gets rocked.
I know.
I'm like, oh, man, this is too much for Brock. All right.
Well, part of being a great quarterback is stepping up in the pocket when guys coming right into your face mask and still delivering the ball down the field. Absolutely.
When you display toughness like that, you win over everybody because quarterbacks are quote-unquote soft. You can't touch them in practice and blah, blah, blah. When you take punishment like that, guys notice. Trent Williams notices.
Oh,
boy. I see this call.
Oh, there's a call?
No, there is. We got a call. I see the caption.
Do you want to go to that? Because I have an uncomfortable conversation that I would like to have. You could sit back and let me have it, but it was regarding Christian McCaffrey and I think the perceived stigma around him.
Because he's a white running back?
It's absolutely what it is.
Yeah, I can see that.
No, let's just call it what it is. Like, there are certain positions we don't think white guys can play.
Well, I compared him to, I said, Christian McCaffrey's Marshall Faulk 2.0, and people were like, oh, it's like, no, forget the skin color.
Yes.
The guy's a baller.
Would you agree with me? Because he's a white dude, we just looked at him very different.
We don't see a lot of white running backs. Who's the last white running back we saw other than Peyton Hillis?
Danny Woodhead,
Rex Burkhead.
Yes.
Craig James.
Toby Gerhart.
Craig James and Toby Gerhart didn't work out.
No, but I think
touchdown Mike Allstott, but he was a fullback. Touchdown Tommy Vardell.
Well, that's the thing. I think we think you're a big lumbering fullback playing the running back position, or you're a tiny little scat back. You cannot be the alpha. Because if you look at it right now, he's a top 3 player. He's a top 3 player at the position. Whether he's 1, 2, or 3, take your pick. But I do think there's a huge stigma around the country because he's a white guy playing running back.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, let's just call it what it is. We do this.
But I don't know. Is that the stigma for him?
I don't think we think he could be a complete back.
See, I thought people saw him get hurt in Carolina, like David said. He's injury prone. He's injury prone. He's injury prone.
Okay.
They ran him into the ground. We played the highlights when he got drafted. And I remember all those games.
Yeah.
I went to a lot of Stanford games, working at the other stations, setting up their tents and stuff. So I watched a lot of Christian McCaffrey in college. I was like, this guy can go.
Yeah, but why
this guy can go.
But Bonte, the Niners didn't even think about picking him in that draft.
They didn't. They should have. But then again, running backs, that's the value position, right? No, you can't take running backs high, blah, blah, blah,
That's
blah, blah.
true.
Well, when Kansas City traded up, I thought, are they going to get Christian McCaffrey? Is Andy Reid going to get his next Brian Westbrook? Like, that's what I was thinking. I remember working, with football during that shows. Oh, my God. Are they going to get Christian McCaffrey, Andy Reid, or whatnot? So, maybe that is a stigma.
Well, because
I never had that, though. I never had that one. As a black guy, I never looked at Christian McCaffrey. It's like, oh, he's a white running back. It's not going to pan out. The guy was a baller at Stafford.
That's interesting.
The guy was lighting up everybody.
Well, then maybe it's my own, blindness. I feel like there's a bias against, all right, you're a good player, but you're not that good. You're not on Derrick Henry's level. You're not on Saquon's level.
Dude.
And maybe if this is a straw man argument, I will back down.
Yeah, I think it's a straw man argument because of this. Because, Todd Huzak's texting me right now.
What's he
Todd
saying?
Huzak used to call all those games.
Yeah.
He was like, dude, we were all in on CMC. And he's right. Pac-12 championships. I watched that game with Scott Reese, Todd Huzak, and Savino in the Stafford radio booth. And McCaffrey, what he did in that game, the game's getting hairy, right? USC's charging back. The band's going crazy. He runs the Texas route and changes the game. I said, this guy runs great routes.
Yes.
He's everything like what Reggie Bush was in college, and he had the flair. Christian McCaffrey just didn't do all the extra stuff. He was Reggie Bush in college, and he should have won the Heisman.
He runs between the tackles better than Reggie ever did.
No doubt.
I mean, his vision is unbelievable, and I think his toughness is so underrated.
Yeah.
I just look, maybe this is a straw man argument. We have these conversations about white guys in the NBA. We do, right? Austin Reeves, Adam Morrison. Go down through the list. What's the guy? Gordon Hayward. Excuse me. There are lots of guys. I look at the DB position. If you're a white guy playing DB, we look at you a certain way.
Well, there's no white guys playing.
Well, Jason Sehorn's the last guy I can even think of.
The Kelseys are actually making jokes about that in their latest podcast. They're like, a white guy playing cornerback.
Why are we afraid to say it out loud?
Right. About what?
Just this is kind of incredible that a white guy running back is dominating the league.
Yeah, I guess.
I know it shouldn't matter about race. I understand.
No,
I'm not saying
you.
it shouldn't. But I do think that a certain segment of the population underrated him because they're like, he's a white guy.
Yeah. But, when you play football.
I know. You're either good or you're not.
Yeah, and
you either got it or you don't.
So for the San Francisco Seahawks, for example, we played all these Marin teams. Sebastopol, Rancho Cotati, which is in Rohnert Park, San Marin, Novato, Southern Marin, which played at Tamalpais High School. They had none but white players. And they had white, and we would sit there and we tried to tackle some of these white running backs. We'd be like, white boy got speed, man. He's good. And it was just like, man, he's legit. And you want to see where they pan out. Like Napa had this guy, the Napa Oilers who played him. This guy wore number 21, just like Deion. And he was the truth. And he dominated the game, full of everybody. And it was just like, so when you grow up in the game and you play with white guys and black guys, and so I hear you though.
I think Gerhardt, and fair or not, and I think Gerhardt was misused, and I think
too.
Being behind Adrian Peterson did him no justice. But I think unfairly he was categorized like Toby Gerhardt. Right. It was like,
you think so?
I do. I think that some of the Toby Gerhardt thing, in the same way we look at certain colleges with quarterbacks, when was the last time an Ohio State quarterback was good? We do this. It's weird. I don't know why.
We do that with USC quarterbacks. That's why Caleb was going to be a good litmus test. But when it came to McCaffrey, and he got drafted by Carolina, we're like, boy, Christian McCaffrey, Cam Newton in the same backfield, that is deadly. And his game translated in the NFL right away. So I never thought, me personally, right, for example, and I don't remember seeing this online at all or talking to people.
Well, we're just talking. I'm trying to have a legitimate conversation. No. I'm not trying to say racism. I'm not saying any of those things.
But when we look at Toby Gerhardt, he was such a different player than Toby Gerhardt. He was such a different player. We looked at Christian McCaffrey, was like, this guy's going to be a human joystick. You can line him up in the slot. You can line him up in the backfield. Now, is it uncommon to see white running backs? Absolutely. At one point, it was uncommon to see black quarterbacks.
Yes.
Now half the league has black starting quarterbacks, right?
How many were there this week?
14 starting quarterbacks that were African-American. We've come a long way in the NFL.
Come a long way.
Look me up when we see a white corner. That's what I'm waiting for. Because we don't see white quarterbacks.
But there is a stigma with it. You would agree.
There is.
There's a stigma with it.
So Riley Moss out of Iowa was drafted in the second round by the Denver Broncos and is a nickel corner for the Broncos. White cornerback.
It's rare. Again, Adam Archuleta and Jason Sehorn are the last two guys I can think of that played DB that were white guys. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying, is there a stigma? I'm asking out loud.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a stigma.
I
never even thought about it.
I think this guy is an all-time player.
No, I never even thought about it. But listen. So we had one white corner drafted, and that's it. Jason Sehorn's the last guy. That really was like, maybe there are other white corners or white safeties.
Archuleta was a safety, though.
He was a safety at Arizona State.
Corner. Well, there was the guy also for the Falcons. He came out of Cal, Chris Conti. He was another white corner who was, I don't think he was like a Pro Bowler, but solid corner, though.
Solid corner.
Yeah, Chris Conti, that's right. He played for the Dolphins, too.
They get slept on. But boy, Christian McCaffrey, listen, man.
He's so unique.
Listen, the reason why he's undervalued is because he was in Carolina.
Okay.
And they were a lost cause. That franchise was lost, and people forgot about McCaffrey. I remember watching every one of those McCaffrey games like, this guy can go. He can go. In terms of, this guy can play at any level. He's a baller. And you remember all the highlight clips that we saw of him and being Ed McCaffrey. And this is a reason, too, why I think I love this, because Ed McCaffrey was a great Niner and a great Bronco. Good Niner, great Bronco. And it was like, oh, man, that's Ed McCaffrey's son.
I know.
Okay, he's got good genetics. He's got good genes.
Yeah.
And so it is... Yes, it is very uncommon to see a white running back in today's game.
It's extremely uncommon.
But I never watched him saying, oh, he can't get it done because he's white. Because I saw the same moves in college. I saw the same hands in college. I saw the same toughness in college. And Stafford were running. Tyler Gaffney once had a game where he ran 45 times against Oregon, #1 team in the nation, on a Thursday night. You know what I'm saying? Nate ran him to the ground.
But I never thought Gaffney was on the level of McCaffrey.
McCaffrey, I thought, this guy's a stud.
Yes, exactly.
He's going to translate to the NFL. And I think his peers respected him like that, too. Cam Newton was handing the ball off to him, throwing the ball to him, knowing like, yeah, this guy's a stud.
Yeah, he's
this guy's going to change our offense, which is why last year we were having a conversation with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley early on, and Elijah Mitchell was dealing with injuries.
I'm going to read you the numbers in a second.
Yeah, Jeff Wilson Jr. was sitting there struggling and plotting
through. And he's a solid player, but he's nowhere near the level of McCaffrey.
And we were 16 days out, and everybody's talking about quarterback. Could there be a way maybe Carolina trades Darnold to the Niners? I'm like, what about Christian McCaffrey? Let's go get that guy, because he could take the top off the defense. I don't care how many games he played in the previous 2 years. If he goes to a good situation, guess what? No soft tissue injuries are going to go away. And the fact that we were told by Tim Ryan, the color broadcaster for the 49ers radio network, he wasn't supposed to play in the NFC Championship game. He wasn't supposed to. They didn't even know he was going to play.
And his run in that game where he broke a zillion tackles is one of my favorite runs in Niner history.
So my thing is, white, black, I don't care what color you are. If you're him, you're him.
Oh, he is him.
Christian McCaffrey has always been him. Well, so I don't know online. I don't know if I've ever seen people question Christian McCaffrey because of his race.
This is an uncomfortable conversation. I was just bringing it up because I'm speculating as to why was this guy so devalued? Like, I remember...
Well, he was a top 10 pick.
I know, but the year he had at Stanford, he should have been a top 2 pick. Look, anybody who watched Stanford that year, Solomon Thomas, he was a good player. McCaffrey was that team. And he went 5 picks later. Now, I know there's positional value. We don't value running backs that way. Like, I understand all that.
Right.
Since coming to the Niners, he's been here for 14 starts, 278 touches, 1,447 total yards, 14 touchdowns. That's 1 touchdown per game, 0 fumbles lost. They're 13-1. He's been a big part of it.
Yeah. So he has been a big part of it. He's changed the offense. And that's why I scoff at people when they say running backs don't matter. You can get them at a drop of a... No, you can't. You need home run hitters. Go take Saquon Barkley off the New York Giants and see how well their offense functions. Hell, they could barely function with them in the lineup.
I mean, seriously.
Take them out of the lineup. You know what I'm saying? Now, I know there's a lot of white safeties. Eric Weddle. I see a lot of Eric Weddle, Pat Tillman. Obviously,
Eric
John
Weddle,
Lynch, who's in the Hall of Fame.
Beat the Niners.
Yeah, obviously, John Lynch, who's in the Hall of Fame. Harrison Smith, who's been a really good safety for a long time. We're talking about strictly corners. And the Kelseys were talking, we could pull the clip. Kelseys were talking about this. They were joking about it. It's like, cornerback ain't the business for white people.
Well, but it's a taboo topic, and to me, I don't find it is what it is. Like, I look around the league. Like, again, I use the Austin Reeves example. I think Austin Reeves is viewed a certain way because he's a white dude, like, whatever, and we can make our jokes and goof around about it. I'm just looking at McCaffrey, and I'm just asking the question out loud, is there a stigma to being a white running back?
I don't think so.
I think he has commanded the respect of everyone he goes up against, and I think the players in the league know how great he is.
Because we've seen a lot of white running backs. We've seen a lot of white running backs in the league, And a lot of white. Look, you talk about Woodhead and Burkhead. Dude, those guys were scat backs.
Yeah.
So obviously they had juice.
Danny Woodhead is
so obviously they had
solid
moves.
player.
Obviously they weren't just plotting running backs. So you know what I'm saying? So white guys can't play running back. That's why I think the stigma on or whatever it is.
Were you a Gerhardt fan?
I don't even think
Were you a Gerhardt fan?
A big Toby Gerhardt fan.
Dude, he was awesome.
He should have won the Heisman.
I totally agree with you.
Should have won the Heisman.
And he played left field for the Stanford Cardinal baseball team.
No doubt.
And I felt like in the NFL, he was a better player than they utilized him as such. I thought
he was in Minnesota, right behind Adrian
Minnesota,
Peterson.
And I think Jacksonville after, if memory serves. I think Jacksonville after. I just didn't think the timing was great. I didn't think the usage was great. He was a great college football player. Great college football player. McCaffrey was on a whole nother level.
Now, Bleacher Report 7 days ago had an article, Peyton Hillis and the 15 greatest white running backs of the Super Bowl era.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Paul Hornig and Jim Taylor. Daryl Moose Johnson, who was a fullback. John Cappelletti, former Ram Charger, who's a good player. Craig James, of course, Patriots. SMU with Eric Dickerson.
Oh, yeah.
You had Matt Suhey of the Chicago Bears, won the Super Bowl. Matt Nahegan would know all about him, our program director. Tom Matt, old Baltimore Colts. Peyton Hillis was number 9. I think it's high.
And he had 1 year.
Mike Allstott, number 8.
Mike Allstott was badass.
Ed Podolak, Kansas City Chiefs, back in 69, 77. Got a Super Bowl. Tom Rathman, fullback, of course, could catch the ball out of the backfield.
Yes.
Merrill Hodge.
Merrill Hodge
was good for a long
Steelers.
time. Mark Van Egan. All the OG
That's a
Raider
name I
fans
haven't
know
heard
about
of.
him, right?
Is Hugh McElhaney on the list?
Rocky Blyer. Larry Zonka.
Oh, Larry Zonka, Dolphins. I saw a video of him running in the mud the other day.
John Riggins.
John Riggins was badass.
So we have seen a lot of right running backs, which is, I think, why nobody's even. I've never heard anybody say Christian McCaffrey. Oh man, well, he is a right running back. I don't know about him. I swear to God,
okay.
I've never heard that in my life.
Look,
I did the drive show that year with Papa and Fortenbaugh, and when Andy Reid traded up, Papa was freaking out in the bathroom. Oh my God, they're going to take Christian McCaffrey, and I was like, damn, Christian McCaffrey with Andy Reid. I thought Westbrook immediately.
Well, he made Jerick McKinnon a really solid player for them. He's a weapon for them.
He did. By the way,
people are saying Paul Hofer's another one.
Yeah,
we've slept on.
I think that's why.
I'm telling you, number 39. Go back and look. Hugh McElhaney.
Yeah.
Watch some of those old highlights. It feels goofy because it's in black and white, but he was badass.
So I think the stigma, if it was maybe cornerback, okay, maybe we're talking about something.
Okay.
But I don't think there's ever been a stick. I've never heard anybody have a stick like say, "Oh man, I don't know, Christian McCaffrey, man. He ain't a brother. And I don't know if those moves are going to work in the NFL." No, it was like he's dominating dudes in college.
Yeah,
full of African Americans.
Yeah,
right. Christian McCaffrey can play with anybody. I don't care if he's white, black, Filipino, Asian. It does not matter. So I don't know. I've never heard the stigma, but it's an interesting conversation. Let's go to Sid in Oakland.
Yeah.
Sid, what's happening?
Hey, great segment. I just want to touch bases on what you guys just said. Going to college in the South, I went to college in Tennessee, and I remember when McCaffrey was doing this thing at Stafford, it was a certain type of stigma in the South where people thought it was just like Adam Morrison of football. Like, people were like, oh, he's not going to make it past, college or anything. But then once we start playing with this guy on Madden and actually see what he was doing in Carolina, it was like, oh, this guy is the real deal. And I think nobody hasn't looked at him since he proved what he did with Carolina. I'm calling because I want to touch bases on what I don't know if you guys watched the Cameron show. You guys were talking about shows.
I get it.
Cameron and Mace. Yeah. What's going on with them now?
O.J. Simpson is a guest on that show.
Yes. Did you guys see what he said? So I'm just going to say, basically, these guys were talking about the top 3 defenses, which are Cowboys, Jets, San Francisco. And OJ stated that what's the difference between these 3 teams is that the 49ers have Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy doesn't play hero ball. Brock Purdy will throw the ball, will not throw the ball away like Dak does or Zach. So he said, you guys have to play like Brock Purdy. So he was basically stating that, like, a lot of quarterbacks in the league need to play like Brock. And I just want to know what you guys think about that. Like, as far as, because I agree, being a Chicago Bears fan is like, we just talked about this other day, like me living in California now, and I'm just witnessing just a good organization. And I'm like, we've never had a quarterback as good as Brock Purdy in the last 15 years. So I just want to touch bases on that, and we'll just see what you guys think.
Look, I love Brock Purdy where he's at, and I don't want to be a Debbie Downer.
He's fearless.
He's really good. Really good. It's been 9 games. Kaepernick put together a great – he had a longer run. All right, Brock has the potential to be very better than Kaepernick, but we're putting him ahead of Kaepernick already.
Well, there's steps.
There's steps to this. There's levels to this. He's on the path to becoming – he goes through this year and gets the Niners back to the promised land. Yeah, no doubt. He's the best quarterback in the last 25 years.
I don't want to compare who and what. In terms of processing with what we're seeing in these 9-10 games, I mean, the guy he's checking all the boxes. Composure, moxie, pocket presence. Can you deliver on time? Can you anticipate throws? Can you evade a free rusher and make a freelance play out of structure? Can you hit a play in structure? Right. Can you move a safety with your eyes? Can you shuffle your feet a little to evade the rush but stay in the pocket but not break down containment for your other linemen? Like, boom, 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 boom. Do the guys respect you?
They respect
Do you throw a catchable ball?
You
know what I mean? Can you change arm angles when a guy's right in your face and still deliver the ball? Do you have great ball placement? Not only are you accurate, can you hit it to where the guy catches it and turns upfield and goes for more yak yards? Find me the weakness right now.
Yeah, there's not a weakness right now. That's why it reminds me of a young TB. King of the Hill tomorrow. What's coming up on the game is your phone calls. Pete and Danker will get to you on the other side. That'll be brought to you by Freedman's Appliance.
Coming to Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 20th.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
There's a lot of idiots out there. I'll just say that. Looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area.
I am.
Then check out the Garlic Fries of Bay. I am an idiot, too. Check out the Garlic Fries of Baseball guys.
I was looking for Giants talk.
Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman. Giants won yesterday. Uh-oh. Just when you thought they were dead. They come from the grave like the Undertaker, and they suck you back in.
Walking into the ring yesterday, I felt like the Undertaker when I go through the ropes. I underrated how difficult it is to squat down when you're super out of shape and in a suit, trying to get into a boxing ring or a wrestling ring with those ropes. That was pretty cool.
Right. Why?
What?
I thought you posed a great question about McCaffrey. Was there a stigma when McCaffrey came out? And I just basically said no. And I'm the black guy to show, right?
We're trying to have an honest conversation.
But there's been a lot of white running backs. I just don't get why everybody on YouTube is so triggered by the conversation. Was there a stigma with Chris McCaffrey? I said no. We broke it down why, and let's move on. McCaffrey's a damn baller. There's some people saying, one guy, hey, man, you're so mad the trade didn't work out and Brock's playing quarterback. No. I've told you guys over and over, I don't care who plays quarterback. My favorite quarterback of all time is a white guy in Dan Marino. White is a white. Had no mobility, no moves. It's my favorite quarterback of all time.
You can't love the Indianapolis Colts all-white uniforms like Bonte does and say that Dan Marino is your favorite quarterback of all time. I mean, it's just a damn add up.
It's just some people just get triggered over this. And I'm like, why? We're having Christian McCaffrey is a great running back.
Awesome.
I want to get to a point in life, in this world, in this society where we say, you know what, that's just a damn good quarterback. Not, hey, man, that's a good damn quarterback. It's a black guy, too. I don't want to do that no more. 14 African-Americans started a quarterback over the past weekend. That's an accomplishment. That's big time. But I want to get to the point where we don't, hey, black, white, doesn't matter to me. Does not matter. Dan Marino was my favorite quarterback. He's a white guy. Steve Young was my favorite quarterback.
Why was Marino your favorite?
Well, we shared the same birthday, and I just love growing up.
That makes sense.
But also growing up.
Because I like Jim Kelly because of the same reason.
Yeah, but also growing up, I love the quarterback who could just spin it. And Dan Marino could not move whatsoever, but he would slide a little left, slide a little right, and he would throw it to. He had Orlando Gatson. He made Orlando Gatson a household name. So I love the Marino. I love Young. I love good quarterbacks. I don't care what color you are.
I just don't know why everyone has to be offended by everything.
Nobody's race baiting. Nobody's doing anything, man. You got. That's why I get scared to talk about this stuff because of how people listen to it and interpret it, man. So anyway, it's a good conversation. A lot of people want to talk about it, including Pete in South City. Pete, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? Long time roaster. I just wanted to piggyback, man. Bonte, I agree with you. I got a nephew. He's half Latin. He's half white. He plays strong safety and cornerback for Aragon High School. In the past 2 games, he has a 50-yard punt return touchdown, a hit stick, forced fumble, and an interception with a couple pass breakups.
Wow.
Man, he is balling. And let me tell you something. I went over there to play with him and some of the kids from his team. Them kids are huge, the smallest one on the field. But to me, it's a mentality. That's what sets CMC apart, is that mentality. You ain't better than me. You ain't going to outwork me. We're going to get between these white lines and work it. Second thing I want to tell y'all, man. Second thing I want to tell y'all real quick, man. Shout out Glock. B-Rock Purdy, man, he is a baller. People got to stop sleeping on him. It really don't matter. That defense is vicious. And, next time you guys are playing softball or something like that at Orange Park, man, check out my boy Silva's Mexican food truck right there, man. Park there every day. That's one of my best friends, man. Grew up with him. Shout out him. He's balling right there in the food industry, Yeah,
is he a Burry South City Orange Park guy? ABC Street?
He parks at Orange Park, man. We're from the other side of town, man. Shout out East Side South City, man.
Oh yeah,
Linden Avenue, Grandin Linden.
Oh
man.
Yeah,
Grew up, so we just trying to make a way, man. If you guys have ever get a chance to go on that side of town, try our Mexican food, man. La Tapatilla. We call it Ponchos. Check out Celaya's right there on Linden. Man, they got the little Mexican bakery right there,
hey,
man.
Bro.
That's
Linden goes
right
off.
there, man.
Yeah, Linden goes off. I know all about that. I used to go to Bertolucci's all the time back in the day after a sad funeral or something like that. The thing about Brock Purdy right now is, man, it almost seems unreal in terms of the Disney-esque aspect of it. I didn't think we'd find something that was better than the Kurt Warner story, yet here we are.
Maybe. I'm telling you, during that Tampa Bay game, when the Niners were humming, they put up 35 on them. and they reviewed that Christian McCaffrey play where he threw it deep to McCaffrey down the left sideline, and the crowd started chanting Purdy. I said, oh, my God, we got something here.
It's crazy.
I had goosebumps. And Purdy was so good. Yeah, sure, I'm the quote-unquote Trey Lance guy. But I walked into Philadelphia completely confident that the Niners are going to beat the Eagles because I was like, Brock's fine. Right? And on the play, he got hurt. Ike's making a cut. Just block Hassan Reddick because that was going to be a big, big chunk play. I felt good about Purdy. If you are a Niners fan, wrap your arms around him. I don't care. You could label him a deke and dunk. You could say he's a game manager. I don't care how it gets done. But are you going to win the game? Are you in a position to win the game? And not only are they in positions to win games right now, the 49ers, they're in positions to blow teams out, which means the fourth quarter is going to be like the Warriors of 2017-18, where the fourth quarter is going to become garbage time like it was this past Sunday against Pittsburgh.
We've had a lot of underdog stories in San Francisco, Oakland, Bay Area history for sports, right? A lot of underdog stories.
Yep.
Like recent memory, Lincecum. Oh, he's undersized. I mean, he was a top 10 draft pick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He won the Golden Spikes in baseball for college baseball. Draymond Green, second rounder. He was the Big Ten Player of the Year.
He was.
Right?
He was a tweener. Nobody expected much from him.
I agree. But, I'm just saying, Brock Purdy, he didn't win any awards, you know?
Nah,
I mean, I know people are going to say Iowa State has not been the same since he played there, but it's not like he was rattling off double-digit victories every
They also
single
had
year.
Breece Hall and David Montgomery.
Right? So this is a very out-of-left-field story. It's very out of left field. And I can't even, even T.O., Tennessee Chattanooga.
Right.
He was a third-round pick.
Third-round pick. Nobody even heard of him.
Mississippi Valley State.
That's
Jerry
a great
Rice.
story.
He was a first-round pick.
So let me ask this question before we get back out to the lines.
I just can't think of anything that comes close.
He's the last pick of the draft.
I mean, Sean
Mr.
Livingston.
Irrelevant. How many times does Mr. Irrelevant even make the roster?
George Kittle being a fifth-rounder feels like a crazy outlier.
Fred Warner.
Yeah. I mean, this is, but...
you heard for Kirk Morrison. Kirk Morrison was in college. This guy's playing on the outside, on the line of scrimmage. He wasn't playing no middle linebacker.
6th and 7th round quarterbacks off the top of my head that the Niners have drafted over the years. Scott Tolzien, you know what I mean?
Stuck.
Nate Davis.
Right.
It's a small list of crap.
Right.
And I'm not being disrespectful to those guys. Not very good players.
Take 7th round quarterbacks in the history of the NFL. In the history of the NFL.
It's insane.
You know what I'm saying? So this is a great story. The rise of Brock Purdy is the best story since when?
I don't know. Sean Livingston's comeback story from his knee was as feel good as it gets.
What about Klay Thompson?
Klay Thompson's, you know what? Klay probably supersedes Sean Livingston's, which was incredible. Yeah. How could I even forget that?
Kevin Durant coming back from the Achilles is still being Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
You know, so there's a lot of great stories, but the rise of Brock Purdy is the best story in the Bay since when? Miley, Walnut Creek, what's happening?
Hey, guys, just want to let you know, to your thing about the stigmas, it's not universal, but there's definitely a stigma. I used to take my son as a DB to a lot of the football camps, the college football camps, as well as high-level 7-on-7.
Mm-hmm.
And he plays DB, and the amount of trash talking is one thing, but the way the coaches and the evaluators look, I mean, if you're a white dude playing DB, they don't even look your way.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, not universal, but it's out there.
Miley, do quarterbacks look their way because they think they're barbecue chicken? You know, maybe the quarterbacks are looking their way saying, oh, we can complete passes on this guy all day, right?
My kid played corner and safety, and they can try, you know.
Yeah.
But I wanted to also say about the evaluation, like for Purdy specifically. I think he's going to change or start to change the way they evaluate some of these quarterbacks, because you get these guys with the prototypical bodies that come out of like Ohio State and they can do nothing. But then you go to that test that Purdy took about processing,
the cognition test.
And I think that is going to become an important tool for people evaluating quarterbacks moving forward, because
Miley, you're breaking up a little bit, but that's a hell of a call. Call us back. Good call, Miley.
You know what, B? It's an interesting point about how we view things.
Yep.
Last night we were watching two boxers. There was a guy in the red shorts and the red shirt who was not in shape, I would say, in comparison to the guy in the blue who was chiseled and jacked. But I watched the guy in the red. Okay, this is just a boxing match. And I was like, oh, that guy feels. He has the feel of a boxer.
Yep.
The movements, the way he was landing punches, the way he was ducking them and evading them. And just, again, I am not a sophisticated boxing fan by any means. I don't know the technicalities of anything. But I looked at one guy and go, oh, just watching him in the ring as he's going up against an opponent, that guy's a boxer.
No.
And then I watched the other guy. He looked the part walking into the ring.
But he wasn't the part.
No.
Even though he got the decision, but he got bloodied up.
I thought he got beat.
Yeah, I did
but
too.
my point being is that I do think, and I'm guilty of this, because I fall in love with the big, strong, fast athletes who throw the ball through the wall, because that's the coach in me loves the prospects, right? High-end prospects. But, boy, I think I'm coming around to where he's at. I think it's going to, like Stetson Bennett was a guy that I think a lot of people were putting in the Purdy category. I don't think he's as good as Purdy.
No.
I don't think he's as good. But I think the thing that Purdy did that Stetson Bennett didn't do is at Georgia, you do have the best of the best of the best at every single position. And Purdy at Iowa State, yes, he had some really good running backs.
But he didn't have the best of the best.
No, he was running for his life.
Was it Matt Campbell, the head coach, or was it Matt Campbell, I believe, the coach up there at Iowa State, has had to reinvigorate. The best player to come out of Iowa State, in my opinion, before that.
Marcus Pfizer in basketball?
No. The only reason why I know about Iowa State football is Seneca Wallace.
Oh, yes.
From Sacramento.
I forgot. I
Seneca
liked
Wallace. Seneca was sick.
I liked him. Seattle Steelers.
Yeah, Seneca Wallace was sick. And then, obviously the basketball teams with Marcus Pfizer, Kelvin Cato. They hadn't. No, that was somebody else.
Marcus Pfizer.
Marcus Pfizer. But Kelvin Cato, I remember because they beat Cal in the first round. Sharif Abdul-Rahim. But
Sharif Abdul-Rahim.
See, 510.
Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Right, 510. I'm going to old school. 510. Xfinity Mobile Text line. I'm going to old school. It's the best story since Dave Dravecki.
Oh, I mean,
925.
How do you even that? When I see guys wearing number 43 to this day, I'm like, I feel like we should keep that for Dave Dravecki.
Yeah, 925. One of the best Bay Area stories is GP2 going from the Warriors caravan to a key role in bringing the championship to the Bay.
I mean, but again,
G League.
They're not the quarterback of the 49ers.
He was beloved, though. GP2
no doubt
was very beloved. But no, he's not the quarterback. We're talking about the quarterback.
The quarterback.
And he's already a captain of this team.
What about that? Sorry, what about the rise of Stephen Curry, though? Which when you think about kind of how
he was the seventh pick in the draft.
Yeah, but I mean, just when he dealt with the ankle injuries early on in his career, there was a time where it's just like, is he going to pan out and be something? Like, I mean, think about it. And was it the 2011 season where he missed the end of the season with those ankle surgeries? If you're just like, damn, did they blow that pick? You would not be crazy to say that.
Well, what about? And there was a lot of vitriol when Monte Ellis got traded.
But he was the seventh pick in the draft.
But he wasn't deemed to be athletic.
What?
He was just deemed as a shooter. There was a stigma that he was just a shooter.
Okay, Monte.
Because of Del Curry. Just saying.
6 guys went ahead of him. All the NBA draft.
But there was a stigma. Steph Curry's just a shooter.
Of course there is.
He's going to be able to put on weight.
Of course there
He's going to be able to hang with point guards in the NBA.
That's a great point on the stigma with him, because I do think a lot. Is he athletic enough?
Right.
Is he tough enough? Right. We categorized him without knowing what's inside the guy's heart.
No doubt. Let's go to Danker and Robert in second. Danker, what's happening?
What up, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
Good, man. Good.
Man, I just see a little. Some people are still a little upset about the Lance thing, and I think we all just got to realize. This is something that always stood out to me with the Jimmy years, especially, was Shanahan, even after wins, especially, would slip in like, we left points on the board. Like, you don't hear that with Brock, And the one thing that really stood out to me when I was like, dang, Brock really he's in control. He's mastering this offense. Was how quickly he'd throw the ball away and just deaden the play, knowing that's it. Like, this isn't happening. He wasn't going to put our team in a bad situation. He wasn't going to test anything. But then you also see him go to Ayuk last week and hit him with the back shoulder. Perfect 50-50 situation, but also put in a place where the DB would almost have to create a penalty to get the ball. Like, this kid just knows how to go for the throat. And it elevates even McCaffrey,
right?
Which, you can't cheat in the lane because Brock will see it. You can't cheat, on Brock because McCaffrey will check to him. Like, it's so symbiotic, and it's great. It's just people need to realize, not everything is going to be the way we planned it, but we have a great coach who's really keeping everyone on schedule, and it's a special time. And when you have Trent Williams wishing the defense would, the offense would get a stop, get another first down on the other side, it's pretty crazy. So, roll.
Thanks, Daker. And look, man, if people are still mad about Trey Lance, it's time to move on.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go.
It was obvious in the Las Vegas Raider game. I came on the station. I said, this guy's not ready to play NFL quarterback. He's just not. He needs to go somewhere. He's got to play. And he's not going to play here because Brock's here. Brock's the leader of the clubhouse, and you see why. So if you are mad about Trey, you're mad at... Move on. We hope for the best for Trey Lance. Shanahan explained it. I thought Shanahan showed a lot of compassion, a lot of it when he explained the Trey situation. Felt bad. He has to wear that. Shanahan has to wear that more than anybody. All the national naysayers are saying, oh, man, Shanahan blew it. How many guys can blow it and still have their jobs? Well, Shanahan and Lynch can because they built the championship roster around the quarterback spot. So it's time to move on from Trey.
Well, the evaluation of quarterbacking moving forward is an interesting conversation for me. We talked a lot when Drew Brees, a smaller quarterback, okay, still 6'1", got into the league. It was like, oh, you could draft a smaller quarterback. They're rarer, but you can draft one.
Second round pick.
And then you look at Russell Wilson and his success. Okay, you could be a mobile guy who's short and run around. And then it felt like, oh, Baker Mayfield doesn't go number 1 overall if you don't have Russ and Drew Brees, right?
Right.
Okay. I look at Bryce Young, and I find Bryce to be a very interesting. He went number 1 overall. There is no question in my mind 12 years ago he does not go number 1 overall.
Yeah. You know what? And also, it's not just a small stature of a quarterback. Think about where Drew Brees played. He played at Purdue in a wide open spread offense.
Yeah, that's true.
Under the coach he was from Wyoming.
Yeah.
I want to say his name was Tiller, Coach Tiller, I want to say.
Him and Kyle Orton back to back. Yeah.
So you're playing in a spread system, and there was a stigma on the wide open offenses.
True. There was. Graham Harrell, I wanted Texas Tech. I wanted us to draft him.
Graham Harrell, Tim Rattay, Cliff Kingsbury. You go on and on. La Tech had a lot of guys in the air raid system. Jared Goff, Sonny Dykes. So you're thinking, okay, that's not going to work.
Yeah, it's not real football.
It's not real football. But Drew Brees came in, played.
That's true.
He came into the NFL, transitioned very well.
Yeah,
and made a name for himself. And so now the stigma with the spread, which is why Baker Mayfield, I think, went number 1 because it's like, oh, he's small, but he played the spread system, and that's all we're doing. And NFL's wide open now, so boom. Kyler Murray, same thing, right?
Kyler Murray, even to a higher degree.
Right.
And I find it interesting, like how we're doing these evaluations now. The question is like, all right, so how far are we taking that?
Right.
Right.
Where are we going?
I mean, you're looking at all these quarterbacks that are coming out right now. If you look at the kid Caleb Williams from USC. I'm seeing 6'1". He looks thicker than that. I mean, in terms of his weight, they say 210.
Right.
I don't know. Is there any question he's not going number 1 right now, as of right now?
Yeah, I mean, probably. Timmy Chang.
Are we gonna evaluate Sanders a certain way?
Right. I hope not. And Sanders is a pocket quarterback.
I know.
He's showing that he could be a pocket quarterback.
He's got some
who
wiggle.
Can spin it.
Yeah.
He can spin it. Really good. Let's go to Robert in Highway 24. Highway 24, Robert, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
I don't know if you can hear me or not. Hey, good morning. Real quick, man. Hey, I was just talking to my dad this weekend, and we're both diehard Niner fans. I'm trying to keep this quick. And I said, Dad, you know the one thing that we did not say this whole entire game, and I haven't said it yet with this guy at the quarterback. Oh, no. Who are you throwing to? We haven't said that at all with Brock. He's not a statue. He can move around. It's a breath of fresh air to finally have that little bit of anxiety gone about where are you going with the ball. We don't have to worry about that really with this guy. This guy's got a brain. He's smart, composed, confident, and it's just showing throughout the whole team. The whole team backs him. I just love it. I'm ready to go. I'm going to the home opener Thursday night. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. And apparently there's going to be 64% of Niner fans at SoFi Stadium. So the home opener really is this Sunday, and then we get the official home opener on Thursday. So back-to-back home games coming up for the 49ers. That'd be a lot of fun. Look, man, we wrapped our arms around Jimmy Garoppolo, and he wasn't the same after the torn ACL. I think Niner fans are just desperate to have one guy move on from the quarterback.
Is this the most unanimous love for the quarterback position since
Jimmy Garoppolo.
I was going to go 2011 Alex Smith.
You forgot how much we love Jimmy Garoppolo
That's
in
true.
2017.
No, you're right. You're right.
And we're expecting playoffs next season.
I mean, after that New Orleans game, I remember coming into the studio.
2019.
I mean, that was. I mean, we do like
think about 2017.
I know, but I'm talking about 2019 when we outdueled Sean Payton in New Orleans. That was like one of those all-time. Like that comeback was unreal.
But, however, Shannon Sharp said something earlier this week on First Take, and I found this clip. He talked about the Shanahans. And he's like, look, man, I played for Mike. I've known Kyle since he was 12. The Shanahans are not patient.
Oh, so they're like the
So
Shaskies.
as much as we're wrapping our arms around Brock Purdy, don't you think for a second, if he goes through a stretch and struggles.
Don't say the name. I don't want to hear it.
I'm just saying, Shanahan's not married to any quarterback long term. He's a year-to-year guy when it comes to quarterback. You know it. Mike and Kyle the same way. Now, Mike had John Elway. Then he had Brian Greasy. How quickly did they move off of Brian Greasy? Honestly, how quickly they move off of Brian Greasy?
Very quickly.
And then he went to Jake Plummer.
And don't forget Bubby Brister was in there somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Kyle and Mike will move off a quarterback in a heartbeat. So as much as we love Brock Purdy, in the back of my mind, I've got Shannon Sharp talking, saying the Shanahans are patient.
So yesterday, he's a young Tom Brady.
He reminds me of a young Tom Brady. I'm not saying he's Tom Brady.
Okay.
You guys think I'm saying he's better than Tom Brady? He reminds me, the feel of the game reminds me of a young Tom Brady in New England when he first came on the scene.
And then today, you're saying to me.
Today, I'm not saying anything. I'm saying in the back of my mind that Shannon Sharp, who played for the Shanahans. Listen what I'm saying. Seriously, man.
I'm
You
listening.
guys do this stuff and twist words, and it ticks me off when you do this. The Shanahans are not patient.
Okay.
So, as much as I'm loving Purdy right now, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about Shannon Sharp saying, well, the Shanahans aren't patient guys. And if you don't do what he says, and if you struggle at one point, they will be looking for the next best guy in a heartbeat.
Here's what I would say to you.
So all this stuff about Shanahan saying, yeah, we got our guy. We made Jimmy Garoppolo highest paid quarterback. He soured on Jimmy so damn fast. And we just saw how quickly he soured on Trey Lance.
He better not
you
do that
don't
with
think
Purdy.
He won't do that with Purdy if he
No.
struggles at one point? I don't think Purdy will struggle.
Jazzy Faye, Tupac, he's a changed man.
I don't know, man.
Changed man,
in the
but
back
he's
of my
still the
mind,
same old Niner.
and you're now 2 years from now could be completely different because the Shanahans just aren't patient.
2 years from now, none of us might be even alive. You know what I mean?
I mean, only God knows, right?
Only God knows. But
All right.
like honestly, like I'm not ready to go there. Let's have Brock lose a game before we, start talking about the demise of the relationship.
I'm not talking about the demise.
I know.
I'm talking about
I'm
what
sorry.
Shannon
I don't mean
Sharp
to put
said.
that in. I don't mean to put that out
What
there.
Shannon Sharp said is lingering with me. The Shanahans aren't patient. They're not patient. And you know what? They treat the quarterback position like any other position on the field. They're not married to anything. And I kind of like the way he's operating now. I can roll with that because the NFL is a year-to-year league.
What about being loyal?
Shanahan, has anything with Kyle Shanahan scream loyalty at the quarterback spot?
I mean, we all change.
You think Kyle Shanahan's a change, man?
If Sugar Free can get married, okay?
I mean,
then anyone can change their stripes.
I guess.
I never thought Sugar Free would get married. And for rap fans out there,
Well, let's see how long he stays married.
we found God.
Oh.
What?
So the Bishop Don Magic Wad, he's still pimping.
Do you guys know who Sugar Free is? Does anyone know who Sugar Free is?
I think Big John knows who Sugar Free is. Listen, Bishop Don Magic Wand goes to church all the time.
Da-da-da-da.
And Monday through Saturday, he was still pimping. I mean,
by the way, my guy in your show, what was the show we liked? Snowfall?
Oh, yeah.
He reminded me of Sugar Free.
Oh, he was in the wood.
He's so good.
Scully.
Yeah, there you go.
What was that, Scully? I think it was
Sugar Free could get married, Shanahan can marry himself a quarterback.
Come on, man. I'm just saying, man. So I know in the back of my mind, look, man.
When I saw him jump on one knee, when I saw him do that, I said, oh, boy, the world's in trouble.
So maybe Shanahan is a change man. But Shannon Sharp knows the Shanahans very, very well. We saw Mike in Washington.
Like, honestly.
They took RG3 number. They took RG3 and said, you know what? We're going to take another quarterback in the same draft.
Can I be honest, though?
What's that?
If that happens with Shanahan, at that point, it's like, come on, man. That's all. Like, I'm not even saying that he's done or it's like, really? Really?
We've gone through 6 years of this. We can go through another 6 years of this.
Well, what I would say to you is like, well, you better keep winning because at the first side of not winning, at some point, everyone's going to be like, all right, what are we doing?
And let's be real. You always say this, Shasky, over and over and over again.
Like, if I was owning the team, I'd be exhausted with all those
but you know what? You said this. You say it all the time, and it's true with 49er fans. The minute some struggles happen,
I know.
The minute, if quote unquote the league figures him out, which I don't see happening with this team because I think this offense is going to be clicking on all cylinders. But there's people laying in the cut. Time for Darnold.
Well, those people are always there.
Nick Mullins led up the New York Giants, who were sorry as hell in 2020, and I knew, there's going to be a controversy.
You know what they call them in the video game world?
What's that?
Campers. They hang off. No, I'm serious. In like Modern Warfare and all those online games that people play, like these like sniper dudes, they like wait in the bush. I can't play video games that way, but they like wait in the bush the entire time, and then you come running across and boom, you get taken out. You know what you gamers out there know what I'm talking about.
Now, I think the Kirk Cousins thing. I'm seeing Kirk Cousins. Hey, Captain Kirk ain't coming here. They're not paying him that money. Captain Kirk. Oh my God. Everybody still love him from the quarterback, Doc?
How's Justin?
How'd they do on Sunday? How's Justin Jefferson feeling? Did you see him on the sideline after the game? Missed me with the, oh my God, Kirk Cousins stole America's heart. He's so tough. Yeah, the best thing about the quarterback, Doc, was Patrick Mahomes. And episode 7 was all about Patrick Mahomes, okay? That's the takeaway. I don't want to hear Kirk Cousins' name the rest of the season and the rest of my life.
And Greg Smith is letting us know on YouTube, it's called camping the spawn point, where your character respawns, and then they sit there and they just take him out. John, do you know what I'm talking about? I'm not a Modern Warfare video gamer. Are you?
I am, yeah. And it's the most brutal thing when you just keep spawning, and then you're like, why did I die in 2 seconds?
Those people are losers, right?
The worst.
Like, play the game. It's like the guy in Madden who doesn't play the outside linebacker when it's you one-on-one and they let the computer make the tackle.
Yeah, that is
I
weak.
hate you.
Yeah, that is
Play
weak.
the game.
That is weak. That is
I'll
very,
just play the
very
computer.
Weak. That is very weak. All right. Kirk Cousins. We get to watch Kirk Cousins tomorrow on Thursday Night Football against Philadelphia.
Today's Thursday.
Oh, that's today. Oh, my God.
See, this is why you're not a good fantasy football player.
No.
From what Mike Williams says.
Mike Williams sucks, okay? Mike Williams, you stink. You complain about everything. You're one annoying fantasy football player.
He came over
We've
with a
been
cocktail.
trying to kick you out of the league for 15 years.
He came over with a cocktail. Was like, yeah, I kicked Bonte's ass in playoffs a couple years ago. And he was live tweeting
He's like making things up. He's like making things up in his own head. It's like, bro, I don't think I've ever played. I played him one time in the playoffs, and he got lucky.
I'm
1-1.
I capped
my team.
Friends and family, 1-1 in either league.
All right.
What about you?
I'm 2-2. 4 leagues, 2-2.
Okay.
Joe Burrow in 2 leagues killed me. Anyway, real quick, this is why you bet all your money on Colorado this Saturday.
Okay.
I know they're giving 22.5. Mike Norvell, coach of Colorado State, said this.
And I sat down with ESPN today, and I don't care if they hear it in Boulder. I told them I took my hat off and I took my glasses off, and I said, when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and my glasses off. That's what my mother taught me.
So now we're throwing shade at Deion Sanders for wearing the stunning shades and the hats. One more time.
And I sat down with ESPN today, and I don't care if they hear it in Boulder. I told them I took my hat off and I took my glasses off, and I said, when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and my glasses off. That's what my mother taught me.
Well, you just gave Colorado everything they needed for this rivalry game on Saturday night. Yeah. Now you're going to get your ass kicked at 7 o'clock at night, West Coast time. You're going to get drubbed in Boulder, Colorado.
Do you know what the best salesmen are? If you really want to like win people over, you're a chameleon.
Right.
In some settings, you act a certain way. And in others, you act a different way. Like kids these days, I'm sorry, newsflash, America. They like putting their stickers on their hats. They like flat-brimmed hats to the side. That's what they like. And if you want to recruit those kids, you better get down to their level or you're going to be on the outside looking in. Yeah. Clearly, Dion resonates with people.
And Mike Norvell doesn't. And now everybody's rooting for you in America. They're rooting for Dion now. You have to go into Folsom. First of all, they're not playing at the neutral site.
Who was clapping, by the way, in the background?
Well, is it Mike Norvell or Jay Norvell?
Jay Norvell, excuse me. Mike Norvell's in Florida State. Jay Norvell used to coach Nevada.
You know what that
all
is.
the Colorado State Ram fans, yeah, woo! You're just jealous you don't have Deion Sanders. And you better be lucky that game. See, they should be, I don't know why he said that, because usually they play that game at Invesco Field in Denver. Now they're going on campus to play in Colorado, and that's going to be all over their Jumbotron. Wait till the Colorado-Buffalo concert today. Deion Sanders Jr. is working right now.
Are the Norvells related?
I don't think so.
The only Norvell I recognize is Norvell Turner.
What about this? You sent this to the thread last night.
What?
And I want to get to this before we get to Fast
great.
Five. Oh, we got a hot mic in Buffalo. Team reporter talking about Stephon Diggs.
I think they're trying for Steph. Steph and Micah is who they're trying for. Hey, there's no control over Stephon Diggs. Dude's gonna do what he wants to do.
Coming over there, Steph, get your ass.
Nope. He'll look at my face and say, F you. How he treats everybody.
Not the best audio, but you get the point. Reporters up there in Buffalo not feeling Stephon Diggs, and they got caught on a hot mic. And now you're slandering one of the best wide receivers in Buffalo Bills history.
Well, he's also probably being mean, and you know, it's like, come on, man. Like,
I don't know what he's doing. I don't. He's a captain of the football team. Players hold him captain up there in Buffalo.
Well, he's a winning football player. That doesn't mean he's a great person.
But is he? What has he done? What has Diggs
clearly
ever done
this person feels like he, you know, the reporter says F you to them.
Well, I can't wait for Stephon Diggs to address this, because Stephon Diggs has never done anything off the field, right? Has he gotten into anything? Has anything happened with him? Maybe I'm missing something.
Well, no. I mean, you kind of get the real deal from people when the mics are off and the cameras aren't on. But in this particular case, we caught a mic. You're really upset?
Some of these reporters get on my damn nerves.
Why is
I think
that?
it's about them and not the players. Without the players, we don't have jobs.
Oh, so
Without
you think
the players, we can't talk.
There's
Without
a sense of
players,
entitlement?
yeah, absolutely.
Gotcha.
Maybe he's in a bad mood up there, lost, and he doesn't want to talk.
I
wouldn't want to talk. Why would you do that? Some of these reporters think they're holier. Like when Shanahan didn't talk after the Trey Lance thing, and he's a coward, he's a coward, he's a coward. And then Shanahan clapped back, and all of a sudden, oh man, Shanahan, he doesn't need to get snarky and blah, 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 blah. I actually defend Shanahan on that one. On that one, I do defend him. Some of these reporters think they're the greatest thing since sliced bread. No, the players make our jobs easier. We talk about the players in the games. Without the players in the games, we have no jobs. So I don't know who these reporters are coming at Diggs like that. I would take Stephon Diggs in a heartbeat. Now, is he a diva at the wide receiver position? Absolutely. We've seen plenty of divas at the wide receiver position. We had one in Terrell Owens, for crying out loud. But the minute the Niners lost T. Owens, they sunk. So I don't know who these, oh man, he told me F you. Come on, man. If Stephon Diggs told a reporter F you, they would have tweeted that out months ago. If Stephon Diggs really told a reporter F you, get out my face, you don't think that would have been tweeted by now? Come on, man.
Well, I look at it.
That's weak sauce.
I think there's a happy medium. Where, you know, you can, like, for example, like, you can understand the moment of, like, someone either being hot, aggravated, whatever. When you're around them enough, you get a feel for, like, hey, now's not the right time to approach that person. And then also, like, sometimes things are said in the heat of the moment that people don't necessarily mean. I don't know enough about the relationship to be able to make an accurate assessment.
Right. I just don't. I want to hear no. If you know, I want to know. If he really did say F you, because imagine. If a player here in the Bay Area said F you to, say, Tim Kawakami, Matt Mayoka, we would have heard about that within moments.
Well, no, I think that they all have enough tact and class to probably keep that bottled up until they leave.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't?
I think they would have been out there like, yo, this player told me F you on my face. I just tried to talk to him.
I think they would have said, hey, let's go to Fast Five.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that's my
Maybe
final.
I'm wrong. No, maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know.
You have a better feel for this. Let's go Fast Five.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what's going on in Buffalo, but it ain't good. It's not good right now. Even though Diggs balled out for me on my fantasy football team.
Kind of told you.
He balled out for me on my fantasy football team.
Did you see the Bernie Sanders video of him throwing to his grandkids?
No.
catching that comebacker.
No.
Looking like Greg Maddux. No, I am not a Bernie guy. I'm not here to say that. Like, Bernie, love you, bud. Not really, but you've wasted a lot of public dollars over the years. Yeah. But I got to say, for one moment in time, I loved him catching that comebacker. There's something about old guys playing catch. I'm here for it. I want to be the old guy on the Alameda block playing catch with my brother or with my dad. Hopefully he's still alive. With somebody playing ball till I'm old. There is something about old guys playing catch. It's just, that's America.
My final thought is, did somebody in Buffalo know the mics are hot? Did they do that on purpose? Did they doctor that? What's going on in Buffalo, New York? A little strange. All of a sudden, the mic's hot, picking up everything. Makes you wonder. Big John, what you got?
So I'm looking at this 49ers defense as it could be one of the best defenses we've ever seen in the National Football League. Last year, they had over 6 games where they shut out the second half. Last week against Pittsburgh, scored right before the half, shut them out again. So I'm really looking forward to this game against the Rams, see what the defense can do. And keep in mind, we still have a streak going. Teams that played the 49ers the following week, they were 0-16 last year. So I'm looking to see if Pittsburgh can break that streak this week.
They play Cleveland on Monday Night Football. Lutman.
So the phrase legacy game gets tossed around this station a lot.
It's a legacy game.
Yeah, exactly. That is not what we have tonight when Miami hosts Bethune-Cookman. So I will be pretty locked in on Giants-Rockies tonight.
What channel's that on?
Being wasted on ACC Network.
The ACC
I do get that
network.
channel.
By the way, we run into, what's the guy's name? Dwayne Allen?
Yeah.
And I said to him, because Clemson, I go, dude, can't wait for Clemson to, and I start laughing. Come to Cal and Stanford in a couple of years.
Oh, man.
No way in hell Florida State and Clemson ever visit the Bay Area.
Yeah, no doubt. And oh, wow. I guess the lady from Buffalo already apologized, apparently. But Buffalo's got a lot of things going on. Terry Pagula apparently in Jim Trotter's lawsuit said if the black players don't like it here, they should go back to Africa and see how bad it is.
Jesus.
You also had Jerry Jones saying something. Maybe all these black people, if they don't want to own a team, they should go create another. This lawsuit is nasty. Nasty.
Wow.
So I don't know what the hell's going on in Buffalo, man. And by the way, this is a fun 9 o'clock hour. I don't get, we have heated discussions or we say things or we're passionate about something. People, you know how we say ramp up and culture? The word trigger gets used way too much. Oh my God, he's triggered. Nobody's triggered.
You know what we do in the Shasky household and in the Porter family and Bonte? We have discussions. And I listen to different viewpoints. And then we come together and maybe I look at something different than how I came into the conversation thinking. That's all. That's what the roast is.
Right.
And anybody can get it at any time. We can make fun of everybody.
And that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network. Only from Xfinity, the future starts now with Steiny and Goo.
Every business deserves a great...
both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Yeah. What is going on, my man?
Turn the mic on. Yeah.
That's it?
No, I was trying to come up with Terrific Tuesday, Taco Tuesday. It's Thursday, but what's Thursday?
Thirsty
Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah, you want to get something after? I'm free.
Are you?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I just need some chicken.
Maybe. Well, payday tomorrow. Payday tomorrow.
Oh, you're right.
What's going on, everybody? How you doing? I'm looking forward to today's show. You know, hopefully Mike Martz likes to have some fun. Mike Martz is joining us at 10:30. Offensive coordinator of the 99 Super Bowl Rams.
And he's an offensive mind.
He definitely is.
All right.
And obviously we're going to bring him on to talk about Brock Purdy and the 49ers quarterback situation, talk about Aaron Rodgers. But we're also going to have to talk a little bit about Trey Lance.
Yeah. Lance will make him dance.
Because he was tasked last year with watching Trey Lance play against Chicago. And he had some things to say about
and caught
Trey
some
Lance.
heat, Steiny, because people thought it was
a lot of heat.
Was it racially motivated? It's just our world and society.
I'm going to ask him if he wants to take a victory lap.
Yeah.
Or if he thinks it's too premature.
Are there any people in our world who wouldn't take a victory lap, that are so humble? You know what? Just keep the lights.
I often don't.
You got a closet full of sneakers.
If I took a victory lap for all my wins, I'd be a marathon runner.
I was going to say you'd be in a wheelchair because you ain't got too many.
I'd be Fidipides.
Look at my boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, by the way, I tell you what. I figured out. I put a piece of. I got a piece to the Brock Purdy puzzle. I figured something out. That
when will we hear about that? Before we get out of here?
Oh yeah, right now.
Oh, all right,
right now. And I'm going to play that Mike Martz what he said about Trey Lance. In a couple minutes, but all right. Here's what I was thinking. All right, nobody is saying that Brock Purdy hasn't been terrific, right? Brock Purdy's been terrific. He's been terrific.
Yeah.
But there's others that say, he's got some, he's got to show more, but he's shown a lot. The one thing we always hear, though, we talk about the weapons. The 49ers' weapons.
It's out of control.
Listen, he just has to be John Stockton. Makes the right decisions. And I think that's what the conversation is really about. It's really about what if he doesn't have all the weapons? What if he's missing a weapon or two? Can he win you that game? It's if he's got all his weapons and he's a great distributor, just like in basketball. If you're missing a big score, then you might have to do a little more.
Magic in the game 6 against the Sixers.
Exactly. So I think what we're really...
But what if we don't get the answer to that, Steiny? What if that never really shows its head?
What do you mean?
If that's all you're holding on to about Brock Purdy, okay, let's say Debo's out. But I don't think everybody's going to be out at one time to where you get that answer. Well, that's why I think it's not hating at all. It's a legit, something you want to see. But I think you're like, it's like not you.
Well, how is the
that
offense?
Person's almost in denial because that's not reality.
Well, of course it is. They lost 3 quarterbacks last year. And here's the question: is if you're playing. What the real question is, if you're playing a really good team and you're missing one of your weapons,
you have to become that.
You're going to feel that in a game against a really good team. And the question is, when Brock Purdy is asked to do a little more, if he ever is. How much can he do? How much can he do if he has to? And we don't know the answer to that. And I kept thinking about Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick.
My goodness,
played 7 games in the NFL, regular season. And then in his first playoff game against the Packers, he has that unbelievable game. Don't forget, in the second game against the Falcons, they were down 17-0 to the Falcons.
I'll never forget.
And they came back and won behind Kaepernick. And then they got to the Super Bowl. They were down 28-6, and they almost came back and won that. All I'm saying, and as it relates to Brock Purdy is, man, we have so much more to learn about Brock Purdy. That's all I'm saying. So far, so good. But how good is he going to need to be at times for this team to win a Super Bowl? Is he good enough right now for them to win a Super Bowl if he doesn't get any better?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
Fair enough.
That's why I'm still stuck on the past from afar, Steiny, about what transpired in Philly. My question to you is, that's legit what you're posing, but I know you're not there telling anybody that's drunk off of what they're seeing now and what is Brock Purdy mania, Steiny. Those people still can sip that Kool-Aid, right?
I don't care.
Right.
I don't care if they sip the
You ain't
Kool-Aid.
like, put that down, because it looks great.
Yeah. I'm just saying, is there going to be a time when all it takes is one? You know what I mean? Let's just take, for example, the Rams game this weekend. And Evan said this.
They're favored by 9.5.
I mean, the Rams need Matt Stafford to win that game for him.
Oh, my gosh.
He's got to throw for 300
Kurt
yards,
Warner.
right? The 49ers, on the other hand, they got about 15 ways they can win that game on Sunday. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So, again, if this is what Brock Purdy needs to be for this team to win a Super Bowl, then they can absolutely win a Super Bowl.
No doubt about it. I mean, I need to slow my, what do they call it, jets or skis, Steiny, but we could almost start talking about an S, Super Bowls.
What do you mean?
You know, if this team, if he is what he is right now and can somehow continue to get better, we're not just talking about Super Bowl under Kyle, we're talking about Super Bowls. But, we were talking yesterday real quick here about McVay and Kyle. I can't wait to talk to just about his offensive genius and his, what's the difference between the two? Well, one has a Super Bowl, the other hasn't.
Yeah. Exactly.
You got me thinking about Cap, Steiny. He was a phenom. If I'll put the right on the table early, brought to you by Echo. What happened to him? Just real quick, did the league, I think I asked Evan this, I feel like off the field hurt him on the field, or do you feel like zone defenses, they figured him out? He was a phenom.
I think it was a combination of both. I thought he was coming down to earth a little bit before all the stuff happened. But he was certainly an NFL caliber quarterback. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Oh, man. Steiny, I'm juiced. Ask me why.
Why?
Austin in San Jose is back in the chat.
Okay.
Ernie Chavez, I can't find him, but go ahead.
So I'm just saying Matt Stafford's going to have to do a lot to win that game for the LA Rams this weekend. Mike Martz coming up in 15 minutes. So Mike Martz is the former head coach of the St. Louis Rams. He's a Super Bowl champion as their offensive coordinator. And you can catch him on the 33rd team. They produce NFL content every week. He scouted the Trey Lance game last year against the Chicago Bears. And this is what he had to say about Trey Lance. This is why I'm looking forward to talking to him, because this guy kind of tells it like it is. Take a listen.
I've never seen anything about this kid that was encouraging at all. He really has to plan himself to make a good throw. He's not a quick decision guy. Everybody's shot in the rear about him being a mobile guy making plays with his feet. He looked like a fullback stumbling around trying to run the ball to me. I mean, he's not Lamar, so I don't know what he is. He's not particularly a good guy running with the football. And based on what I saw today, I mean, he missed two guys completely by themselves. I know it was in the rain, but your quarterbacks do that. You make those throws. I know this, he can only go up. He can only get better because you can't get any worse than what he did today. I've never liked him. I still don't like him. I'd like to know what he does so well, because he's not a great passer, doesn't have good skills, takes him a long time to set himself and throw the football, misses easy throws, and he's not particularly a good runner. Other than that, he's a hell of a player.
Lay off. Oh, my. But yeah, he caught hell for that. There was a lot I never liked him. What do you think he would ask Kai? I can't wait to. Hey, let's do this. He looks right now, right?
Yeah.
Scoreboard's 100-0, Mike Martz on his assessment of one Trey Lance.
Yeah, I wouldn't take a victory lap quite yet. You never know what's going to happen. But
man.
The fun part is now we can ask him about Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Because he's seen Brock Purdy play.
No doubt about it.
And I'm sure he'll give it to us. He'll give it to us straight. So looking forward to talking to Mike Martz in
you think he's going to say there's nothing he likes about Brock Purdy?
No, he'll say there's stuff he likes about Brock
No doubt,
Purdy.
Evan.
So, no, he'll say that.
And we got a game tonight, too.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah? It's Vikings-Eagles, your boy Cousins, and you just come in here and condemn the whole NFL Thursday night. You're changing on
Eagles
me,
missing 3 guys already. Vikings missing 2 guys already. Week 1 of the NFL season. This is like how many 49er guys are going to miss next Thursday's game?
Probably maybe 1 or 2. Huh? Next Thursday.
I hope that's all it is.
Sunday.
I hope that's all it is.
Next man up, Steiny.
Well, that's fine, but that doesn't mean you're as good when the next man comes up. Let's be honest about that. I'm just saying I hate these Thursday night games. I don't hate the teams or the
And you
players.
hate how you got to find them, right? Because it's on Amazon Prime.
I'll find Amazon.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that at all.
There was a tutorial you talked about where they educated the viewer on what they need to do to find the game.
Well, you guys are trying to say, wow, national television, so Cousins is going to falter and national audience. It's not. It can't be on Amazon and it be a big game.
It's the NFL, Steiny. It's king.
Yeah, it's like
Elvis.
Yeah, I don't. I saw.
I can't wait to get the ratings for this. The viewership.
I saw a story on what was it, Yahoo Sports. It's a tutorial on how to find the game tonight through Amazon. Yeah, that's a big game.
The real ones already know, though. Those are for like Norm and the older people, you know.
Well, good luck with that. Good luck with, and I'm talking about myself too. You know, if you're streaming, good luck. I mean, good luck to it. Good luck to you. So, no, but as I was thinking about Purdy, I was just. You think about all that Jimmy Garoppolo went through. So Jimmy Garoppolo, how long did it take for some 49ers to say, yeah, I don't think he's ever going to be the guy, the quarterback of a Super Bowl champion? Was it right after that first Super Bowl?
Interesting. Because
he got hurt the following year early in the season, right?
Yeah.
So Garoppolo comes to the Niners. Okay, then he gets hurt the second year. Then he goes to the Super Bowl. They lose to the Chiefs. Then he gets hurt again. So that year he's hurt for the second time right after the Super Bowl. We weren't saying, oh, he'll never win a Super Bowl. At that point, were we? After one Super Bowl.
When I realized there was Jimmy no throws, that's when I was like, this thing might be hard. He might be the reason. And again, I gave him an A- for his tenure here, Steiny, because I flipped. I changed. Shocker, but when I found out he had the trait of the Jay Schrader throws or the Vinny Testaverde's, what were you doing? The Cheech and Chong throws, the high throws. That's when I was like, you know what? It may be difficult, and he almost shut me up because he got close as you can get, baby.
So when did you thought that after the first loss to the Chiefs?
Yeah.
See, I seem to remember there. How is there not optimism?
Well, he was 5-0 and they paid him.
Right.
Yeah, and I thought that 5-0 was nothing really to me, but the Niners were down so bad at the position, and then you come in, you're like, okay, he's good looking, but he ain't Montana or Young. That was early on, but then when you found out he was mistake prone or he had the lemon booty or the yips, which he would display, that's when I was like, I never put it past to where they couldn't get it done, but I was like, he ain't that guy.
But so he won 5 games. I'm just trying to remember.
And got paid. He got paid after the 5.
But I seem to remember after they went to the Super Bowl, there's enthusiasm, a lot of enthusiasm
and you
about
might
Jimmy
be right.
Garoppolo.
Yeah.
I mean, and so all I'm saying is, Jimmy Garoppolo, everybody made, not everybody, certain people didn't respect or they diminished Jimmy Garoppolo's record as a 49er quarterback, which was pretty darn good.
I'm going to even ask Mike about Jimmy because he seems like he's playing without a cloak over him, Stoney.
One game. Let's see.
No, but I got you. It's going to be 2 games this week. They got Josh Allen.
Yeah. Cap was a gimmick with his new running style. Purdy doesn't have a new... No, I'm not. Purdy is using proven quarterback play, no gimmicks. Brock can win it all. Go Niners. Yeah, I would never say Brock can't win it all, but I would say that, he's got a lot, we've got a lot left to see from him. You start thinking about all the games that great quarterbacks have played and all the big, like, if the 49ers win the Super Bowl, think of how much Purdy's will have gone through to win it.
The movie is the script's it's getting ready, Stoney.
Yeah, and I'm just talking mostly about this year.
Yeah,
like this year.
I thought he would start on the pup. Let me read something to you guys. 465. I was listening to Willard and Dibbs, and I'm a huge Iowa State fan who has seen Purdy play every game and would love to shed some light on Brock's history and why he's successful. We'll give you the invite. You know the number, 888-957-9570.
Well,
could be AI.
I mean, I got to believe that everything we've seen in 10 games in the pros is who he was in college, but he was playing for a team that wasn't great, right? I mean, there's no way.
I don't know what to say to that.
There's no way Brock Purdy didn't resemble this at Iowa State. It's just that they probably didn't have a lot of success. And even though he was playing the same way, he probably had far less success because they were overmatched all the time. So he was a guy who maybe he was one of those guys who was the best player on a mediocre team, and then now he's got all kinds of weapons around him. And
I'll tell you what, he seems like a guy that, like Draymond could name every guy that went above him, that got picked before him. Brock has some of that, y'all slept on me, to his game, and I love it.
Let's go to Mike in San Jose. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Mike.
Thank you for the call, man. I just want to say I really enjoy the show every morning, man. You guys just bring it.
Thank you.
I love it.
Appreciate it.
No, but I mean, all these guys that, they talk so much about Brock, man. Who is this guy? Who is not this guy? It's like, who's a lot of quarterbacks without their guys? Without Patrick Mahomes? I mean, who is Patrick Mahomes without Tyreek Hill and Kelsey? Who is he? He's not a Super Bowl winning quarterback. The same year as the Rams with Stafford, who was Stafford without, when they added Odell Beckham? I mean, who are these guys?
Right.
Brock Purdy, he's a superstar when he's surrounded by superstars. I mean, every quarterback could be great, but, what I'm saying, when you're surrounded by a greatness with great players, great team, great vibe, you got nothing but to succeed, man. So all these guys, they just got to lay back and let Brock do his thing. They never hated on anybody else coming into the league young. He's healthy. He's hungry. Let's just go win a bowl.
Yeah, and I wasn't talking about what I didn't mean there was like talking about Brock Purdy as an overview. What I was talking about, like, I get it. Other teams have weapons, and if the 49ers lose weapons, he'll be like any other quarterback. I meant more this season, if you're going to make a run at the Super Bowl. There may be a game, or I'm just talking about a game or two you may have to play. There may be a game or two along the way where the 49ers defense, stumbles and they got to score 31. Can they score 30?
What if Trent Williams is out, Stoney, and he's running for his life?
Can they score 30 in a game that they have to score, the one game that they have to score 30? I'm not saying they can't do it, but that's all the fun stuff we're going to have to learn about Brock Purdy. Maybe they don't get down. Maybe they never get behind. I know they got behind last year to the Raiders, and that game was
that was a wild one.
24. They were down 10 early in the third quarter of that game. So I know he's done it before, but we can't wait to see how he does it when the games get more important, which they do week by week by week.
Like, do you expect a competitive game this Sunday? I know it's the NFL, Stoney. I don't know what to expect. I'm betting a blowout. Like, I know the Rams shocked the world and beat Seattle, but does your gut tell you that the Rams have I know it's a division game, a chance?
Well, we're in the Bay. It feels like the Niner fans think this one's kind of an automatic. It feels like
they're
that.
2-0.
If but I know there's a lot of cautious 49er fans too. But I haven't heard a lot of worry about this Rams game.
Well, I'll tell you what. When you're an NFL team on the road against a division foe, and I'm just going gambling here, and the number's minus -9.5, you're a damn good football team.
Well, people think you are. That's
right.
That's for
they
damn
were you
sure.
an NFC champion, Final Four the last 2 years in the NFC.
But here's the other thing that I think of. So, okay, 49ers blowout. Give me the blowout score.
42-17.
Okay.
Damn.
So this is where I say, wow. So you're really telling me the Niners opened up with 2 road games and blew out the Pittsburgh Steelers in Pittsburgh, came back to L.A. and blew out their division rival Rams. It's like, wow. Okay, like that's a hell of a start.
Coming into a Thursday home opener.
And again, I'm not saying they can't, but I got to believe this game will be closer than maybe we think.
I thought of you last night, Nevin. I don't know if we have enough time, but I want you to because I got some trivia for you. You know how you're high on Philly in the sense that, not even high. Goudet won it last year. Can you and Evan, if you could give me, I'll save it because I got some trivia for you I want to ask. Because if I do it and then you go to the break, I'd never forget.
Well, Mike Martz is on.
I know, that's why I was trying to get it out now. I could just do it now. Last NFC team to win the conference back-to-back. I got the answer. I'll let you and Evan take a crack at it. Last NFC team to win the conference.
Rams.
Nope. Evan?
49ers.
Nope. Evan?
Saints?
Nope. 13-14. Pete
Seahawks.
Carroll, Seattle Seahawks. So it's hard, I was thinking about that with Philly, like, it ain't easy, Steiny.
Oh, no, it's not.
Wow.
It's probably going to be harder this year for them, especially because they're going to be teams gunning for them.
I felt like Steve Harvey. And the correct answer is, put it on the board.
Now, what would you do with that, Evan? How do you respond?
We're going to break.
Yeah, I would say we have 45 seconds left.
I know. That's the problem. That's a tough fill after that.
You can just let him keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, he can just leave me hanging at any point, and then
You're the point guard.
I don't know what to say to that.
You just keep driving.
Should I say, that's good? That's really good.
You can tease our guest coming up in 5 minutes.
I'm going to tease Mike Martz. I don't know if you know this. He's not a big Trey Lance fan. Not a big Trey Lance fan. We're going to see, though, on the other side if he's a Brock Purdy fan. But I'll admit, it's hard not to be a Brock Purdy fan as you watch the San Francisco 49ers play with him under center. Mike Martz, former head coach of the St. Louis Rams, coming up on the other side. And it's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle.
Cal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's welcome in Mike Martz, former head coach of the St. Louis Rams. He was a Super Bowl champion as an offensive coordinator for St. Louis in '99, and you can catch him on the 33rd team, and they produce NFL content every week. Mike, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me. Enjoy it.
Absolutely. So we have on our show something called the Victory Lap. And it's when somebody has an opinion and it turns out to be correct. You're allowed to take a victory lap. We just listened to the sound of you assessing Trey Lance after last year's Chicago game. You remember what you said?
Not really. I know he didn't play very well. He just did not look good to me.
Yeah, so we wondered if you wanted to take a victory lap because it looks like everything you said came true.
Well, you always hope for the best for these guys, and I think part of his issue is he's very, very young. A lot was expected out of him, and sometimes they just need to change their scenery for a while, and they can come out of it. Hopefully, you don't want to see anybody fail. Obviously, I feel bad for him that it hasn't worked out in San Francisco.
Is part of being a coach trying to figure out when a young quarterback is improving, as opposed to when he's hit a ceiling and he might not be good enough? How do you make that determination?
The best thing you do with young quarterbacks is block out all the distractions. The pressure on him, you try and take that away. You try, the outside pressure on him. You look at the things that he's got to develop to be a good player, and you highlight that and you work on it the best you can. The stuff that he does really well, you obviously want to make a big deal out of that, but it's all about confidence. I'm just not sure whether Trey has the cognitive skills, to, at this level anyway, to play, see things and react quickly enough. Brock Purdy, obviously, he excels at that. God gave him that. And I don't know whether there's just outside things with him. He just has kept him from being that way, Trey, or I don't know if he can ever have that. But sometimes, like I said, you just need to change.
Yeah, Mike, you know what's incredible? When I found out we were going to talk to you, there's so many opinions of Brock Purdy, and so many are true. I need to see more. Why was he mystery relevant? But you're an offensive guru. To you, what is it about Brock Purdy, and does he have staying power? Why is he running this team so well?
He's got ice in his veins. Nothing phases the guy. And the other thing, he has such a great grasp of what they want to do in offense. And the cognitive part of it that I just talked about, Patrick Mahomes does it at the highest level I've ever seen. Obviously, there's a bunch of quarterbacks that play at the highest level that have those kinds of skills. Brock, you'd have to give him the highest grade for what he can see and respond to. Plus the fact that he's very accurate. The only thing about that game when I watched it towards the end, he got a little sloppy. He lost his composure just a little bit. He tried to make some plays, and the head coach, Shanny pulled him aside. I saw him on the sideline and got him to lock in again, and I thought that was really good.
How do you determine how good? Is it harder to determine just how good Brock Purdy may be because he's got so many weapons on offense and because Shanahan's offense is so diverse?
Well, certainly that's part of it, and plus they're so good on defense, so they can be patient. You put Brock Purdy at say a Houston or something like that, where they're growing, it's going to be difficult for him. But those skills that he has are still going to come out and shine. He's just not going to quite have the success probably, and get beat up a little bit. And that's the problem with those young guys is if they're not surrounded by a good offensive line and they don't have a guy who can kind of bring them along in the way they call plays, it's hard. But Shanny's the best there is at developing and calling plays. Their offense is so methodical. The big plays that they have happen just in the course of a regular play because of the athletes they have. And when you have that and then you get the ball back right away from the defense, that's a hard team to stop. They're a Super Bowl team. They just are.
Yeah, Mike, I've told my partner and the listeners I feel like Kyle should already have, that hardware. But with that said, this Sunday he's going up against McVay, who's 36, Kyle's 43. Are they from the same cloth? How do you look at that battle just, with their offensive genius? Who do you give the nod to, or is there anybody to give the nod to?
They're both brilliant coaches, and I love McVay, his enthusiasm, his ability to motivate his guys. But the step that Shanahan has on him is Shanahan can change completely, morph into something completely different from week to week to beat you. So he's really has a grasp on, how to attack somebody better than anybody else in the league, and their Achilles heel, so to speak. And he's always gone in there and beaten LA because he did the unexpected. Go in there and against Aaron Donald, and they put the ball, they rushed the ball for whatever it was, and 6, 7, 8 minute drives, and that was smart. He knows how to game plan better than anybody in the league, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was gonna kind of ask you that because it seems like Shanahan. I mean, no matter who you ever talk to, whether it's a young person, an old person, if they've been in the league forever, everybody really respects his football mind. And you just said one of the reasons was because he's able to change style week to week. Is that a luxury that some coaches don't have because they don't have the personnel the Niners have, or is that something that he puts together?
He puts it together. He can go into a 2 or 3 tight end set at any time and then come back in nickel. And the hard thing about Shanahan, what we thought we did fairly well was defensively, you never know what you're going to get. You can take all the tendencies on set recognition and personnel recognition and throw it out the window. You just don't know what's going to happen. Right when you think you're going to get in a passing game with him, he's going to put the ball, in the back's hands and grind it out. So, he can win rushing the ball or throwing the football. Those are great teams that can do that.
Yeah.
Mike, have you seen? I got a million questions for you. I can't ask them all, but I got to go back to this. We've talked and we've acknowledged the brilliance of Kyle Shanahan, but Mike, I talk about it all day. I don't know what Trey Lance did in that workout for the Niners to do what they did to go up and get him. Some regimes are fired, they're done, but then on the back end, you got Mr. Irrelevant and you got Brock Purdy, who may be your next franchise quarterback. Have you seen anything remotely close to this?
No, but you got to remember now, he picked both of them. So whether he got him at the end or in the beginning, he picked them both. So you can blame him for both. For the greatness of Brock Purdy, and so but that happens. Here's the thing about those kinds of guys. I understand why they fell in love with Trey Lance in those workouts, because he's going to, the games that he played, he looked terrific. The workout is going to be phenomenal. The thing you can't test, you just don't know, is his cognitive abilities under pressure with the speed of the NFL game and how well he can look and respond. If anything breaks that ability, like outside distractions or he's worried about stuff, then it really does tarnish it. So sometimes he's a young kid that floundered, and hopefully he'll get rejuvenated and what he really is. I think he's better. And I saw him; he was better in preseason this year than he's been. But he's still a ways away in terms of being able to see things get it out quickly, like Kyle wants.
Right. Hey, Mike, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it, and really appreciate your candor.
May go Niners, buddy.
All right, that's Mike Martz, former offensive coordinator for St. Louis in '99, and I like him. I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's perfect.
And Kyle, you're right, Stoney. We kind of kicked it around before, all off season. He gets credit for Brock Purdy. You tried to forget where you got him. You got him. So you're 1 for 2. That's 500 in MLB.
Let me tell you what Mike Martz did and said that I appreciate. He gave a detail on why Kyle Shanahan is considered a great coach or a great play caller. And he said he can change his style from week to week.
I heard that.
That's an interesting point. And then he started to explain. It's true. And this always gets me, well, okay, so he can beat you running. He can beat you, let's say, passing. He can beat you with the intermediate game. He can beat you out of the backfield. Like, how much of that, though, Goo, is Shanahan can be as diverse as he is because of the personnel they have? Like, what if George Kittle wasn't George Kittle and he was the 20th best tight end? Would Shanahan make him into somebody like George Kittle? Or, well, guess what? We can't utilize our tight end like we would had we had a player like Kyle.
Phenomenal
George
question,
Kittle.
but I believe it's the first statement, Steiny. He identifies the guys that he wants to run their system. And if I can just go back, through Kyle's resume, what did Matt Ryan? Hayden had a good year like he had under Kyle Shanahan, RG3 before the injury, but I just think Kyle knows he has a certain type of player and guys that meet his criteria, and then when he gets them, he's just a Swiss Army knife, and he can cut you. And I don't know about you, Steiny, when I watch Brock Purdy drop back to pass or the Niners are at the line of scrimmage, I don't know what play is coming. I don't know who's going to get it. And I know you're going to say, well, Guru, it's easy because they got a plethora of weapons, but he's responsible for getting those weapons. He saw something in Brandon Ayuk. They saw something in Deebo Samuel. And you got to block. You got to be tough. And that's my answer to that, Steiny. I'm giving, like, he didn't fluke up on these guys. You have to identify, can Steiny fit what I'm trying to do? And right now, 2019, they're in the Super Bowl. Injuries the next year. Last 2 years, NFC Championship game. Like, that's just speaks to his brilliance.
Mike Martz also the coordinator of the 49ers. Remember JT O'Sullivan?
Oh, God.
And Sean Hill?
Oh, boy.
Tell you one thing I remember about Mike Martz is he didn't mind when his quarterback held the ball.
Sean Hill.
But he is, I really enjoy talking to him. 888-957-9570 is the number. We've been talking a lot of football. We're going to keep talking football. And as long as Mike Martz had all that to say about Brock Purdy, I kind of want to keep talking about him and whether, somebody said, I said, can he score 30 points? And the 510 says the Niners average 30 points per game when Purdy starts. I don't think scoring will be an issue. Well, all I'm saying is you have in the NFL, once the playoffs come, you have to do it 3 straight games or 4 straight games. And if the 49ers average 30 points a game, well, if the other team gets 28 one game, then they better get 30 that particular game. They can't get 24, obviously. And that's all. Like, it may just come down to a game or two with Brock Purdy. I think there's a scenario in which he's pretty solid all year. They go to the playoffs. They're either the 1 or 2 seed. They get back, and they get back, and something's going to happen in a playoff game. Yeah. Either he's going to execute and they're going to win. He's going to make a big play and he'll be solidified. Or maybe something will happen where the 49ers, notice I said the 49ers, not Brock Purdy, the 49ers come up a little short, and now we wonder again.
You know what? It sounds like you're describing, Steiny, sports and the nature of football. And you're right. I mean, you play 17 games. Hopefully you got 3 more after that, 2 or 3, and the Super Bowl. But you can't hide. Somebody is going to go down. Somebody's going to step up. But it's just amazing that we had this conversation in the green room, you, Evan, and I, in regard to Brock Purdy and Micah Parsons' comments about the Niners being down. And all we truly could come up with was the 10-point lead in Vegas, and then also the playoff game against Seattle because they were losing at halftime. But those are things that, we're not used to seeing. And as we keep going and this season grows, we'll see more of him in different. The game has a way of just playing itself out so we can see just how clutch he is.
We always use this phrase.
He's off to a great start.
We always use this phrase, and I'll ask you to define it, or 49er fans to define it. But I'll throw the question out at 888-957-9570. Can Brock Purdy win you a game if he has to? And then what does that mean? Can he win you a game if he has to? Or would your answer to that be he's already done that? He's already won us games. He clearly hasn't lost him a game. He certainly has not cost the 49ers a game. But when we say, oh, can Brock Purdy win you a game by himself? Obviously, by himself's a long shot, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Can he win a game for you?
See, I feel like he did that Sunday. He threw the ball to Ayuk.
Come on, Goo, that's not what I'm talking about. They won 30-7.
Right, but
talking about a big game where
you're going fantasy land a little bit though. It's a fantasy land in regard to Steiny. He may not have to face that scenario that you're giving him.
He's already faced it twice. He's been down to Seattle. He came through. He was down to the Raiders. He came through.
No,
he came through.
Yeah, I'm just talking about this season. They're dominant though. And he drove the team down, got him to the line of scrimmage, pre-reads, all that, got 2 touchdowns to Ayuk. His other teammates did what they did. Like, I guess what I'm asking you, what are you waiting for?
Well, what I'm talking about is a big game. Like, if guys go down, it's like, I mean, if the kind of game I'm talking about is where he would have been the offensive player of the week, not his receiver. And like, this isn't good or bad. I'm just saying, what does it mean when a guy has to, can he go out and win you a game?
So if he comes in here and throw for 400, I'm asking you.
No, I'm talking about a playoff game, a big game down the road. When things aren't going great and things start breaking down, can he do that?
So Dallas in the playoffs last year wouldn't qualify because again, that was a battle.
No, it was a hell of a game he played. And I thought that was a team win.
It was.
I thought he was
didn't
solid.
Mess up.
Right. But that wasn't good enough the next week. Or it might not have been. Let's just say it might not have been.
I hear you.
Exactly. So I'm just, 628, you just answered your own question. No, I didn't. I'm talking about big games. And that's all I'm saying to the people who, love Brock Purdy. And there's a lot to love about it.
No doubt. That's where I'm at.
But God, I mean, he's got so much further to go than whether we like it or not. I just don't understand why it feels like some people won't acknowledge that there's still
Kaepernick.
There's still I wouldn't say Cap, but there's
Linsanity, Stoney, things where you hit the scene and you look like you got it, and then they catch up with you a little bit.
Exactly. So just throwing that out there. I'm not saying he can't do all these things at all. He may not have to win him a game. He may not have to win him a game because their defense is so good and their offense is so diverse. Did Jimmy Garoppolo ever win the Niners a game?
They came back Saturday night. They were down at home against the Rams years back. I felt like he got through some passes. I felt like he won them that game.
Here's my question. Did Colin Kaepernick ever win the Niners some playoff games?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
That Green Bay game you talk about.
Okay.
The one up in the frozen tundra.
Did Jimmy Garoppolo ever have a game like that? The answer is probably no. Jimmy Garoppolo adhered to the script, and it wasn't good enough. Can Brock Purdy adhere to the script and the 49ers win a Super Bowl? Maybe.
Well, we're going to find out.
Jason's in Oakland. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation about Brock Purdy and all the miles he's going to have to go this year, and it's going to be a fun ride. Let's go to Jason in Oakland. What's up, Jace? How you doing?
Just fine. Thank you very much for taking my call, boys.
Sure.
I just wanted to say that in terms of what's left to see out of Purdy before we fully anoint him as our guy, well, first of all, I mean, he is our guy no matter what because he's QB1.
Right.
But at the same time, I do believe that a little bit more adversity is needed to fully convince everyone as a whole, such as, him coming back from some sort, maybe coming back from 2 or 3 scores down late in the game, maybe in the second half, forcing him to throw passes rather than having the guys on the ground get some yak yards or something like that to win the game. But I don't think, though, but it's very unlikely that we get into a situation where Brock is the guy that wins the game. Either the defense is going to continue to keep points on the board, or it's going to be, one of our yak guys, like keep in the game by scoring points. But I do feel like Purdy, is a guy that's gotten the blessing from the fans as a whole, but there is definitely still some skepticism left because we haven't been able to see him do what we feel like he's capable of doing in a big playoff game. So thanks for taking my call, guys. That's all I got. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
No, that was well said. Well said. Grunge 91, and I got a question for him. He said Steiny's nitpicking. No, I'm not. I'm not nitpicking. Brock Purdy's been great.
Undefeated.
He's been great for 10 games or whatever it is. He's been phenomenal. There is nothing to nitpick about his performance so far. There's nothing to nitpick about his success and what he's shown. All I'm saying is there's a vast journey in front of him of situations that he hasn't seen yet, and we'll see how he reacts to them. That's all. I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm just saying let's wait and see a little more. And that's the other thing. When I say, well, let's wait and see more, that doesn't matter. He's the quarterback right now. He's the 49ers starting quarterback. That's all that matters. Can he be the quarterback of a team that goes all the way? I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying if somebody says absolutely positively right now, oh, yeah, he can do that. He's all those things. He's already proven everything. I'm going to push back on that. But I'm not going to fight you on all signs are good. All signs are great, Goo. No doubt.
And I got to say this about every other quarterback in the league. We could talk about the more seasoned ones, the Daks. Can they get over the hump? The Josh Allens. So everybody, to a degree, Stoney, I know those quarterbacks I just mentioned are more established, but they're always facing the test. Can they answer the bell? There's always a question. And right now, Brock is new. He's undefeated in the regular season. He's off to a great start. I'm not mad at you for saying, you know what, that will play itself out. But damn, I just appreciate you not saying to the people that are already 10 steps further than you down the road, I've seen enough. We're watching. It doesn't stop. But right now, you got to give the dude his just due.
Right.
Because he looks like the Niners look like they got their franchise guy. They just do. And we're going to see those tests that you talk about just naturally.
And here's what, and I'll just say it. And this is where you guys are, some of you are delusional. Oh, the Raiders game last year he showed. Okay, he came back from 10 points down in a game that didn't mean anything, essentially, because they were 12-3 at the time. And yes, I'll give him credit for that. But I'm talking about playoff games. I'm talking about games that you have to win to get into the playoffs. And for the 8 millionth time, I'm not saying he can't do that. But that's what remains to be seen. He's played 2 playoff games. He was good in both of them. He got hurt in the third one. How's he going to play in his first playoff game this season, assuming they get to the playoffs? I mean, I get it. He looks terrific. Terrific. But, he's playing, I was thinking about this. So if he were a baseball player, theoretically, he would have joined the team halfway through the year, right? And the team he joined was 50-30.
Right.
They were good, but then he came and he had a great second half of the year, and then they lost in the playoffs.
And their run production went up per game.
Right.
All right.
Okay, so now he comes out this year, this baseball player who's Brock Purdy, and first week or two of the season, he hits 3 or 4 homers.
Looks the same.
Okay, would you say that guy is going to be... at that point, you're like,
it would be the same principles. He's off to it. He looks like he's got it.
Thank you. So it's not personal. It's not personal.
Well, nobody's saying
Purdy.
You're saying that.
But no, what I'm saying is these people who say, oh, Brock Purdy he's him. Right. He's the man. He can do it all. Just maybe he can. Maybe he can. I'm just saying if he were a baseball player or even an NBA player, we'd be like, he hasn't even played a full season. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we up against it. I'll tell you on the other side, because on the crossover, real quick, we talked about he's already afforded himself a bad game. If he does ever have a bad game, it doesn't mean, everything we saw is bad. So that's already something he's got in his piggy bank that he's earned Because it's been more than just a couple games.
I don't think he can play poorly enough to be removed from the starting lineup.
Okay.
Or from the start as a starting quarterback. I don't think. 888-957-9570 if you want to join the conversation. It's all sponsored by Friedman's Appliance.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental health initiative, I'm Listening.
and Guru will get you through.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you. Just had a good interview with Mike Martz.
Man.
Former offensive coordinator of the Rams, 49ers. Offensive mind.
And Kyle has a style, Steiny, not just a style.
He does.
Man.
He does. We're talking about Brock Purdy. And how good is this guy? How good is this guy? He's been good enough so far. We know that. Been good enough so far. And the only thing I'm saying about Brock Purdy, we haven't seen everything yet. Have we seen him? Okay, how about this? It might be a joke.
Yeah.
How does he play in the snow? We don't know that.
I'm going to give you
okay, how about a 2-minute drive to win a must-win game?
Yeah. But those are situations.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah, those aren't seasons. Like, he's not going to play 17 in the snow.
Whoa. No, this is about Brock Purdy.
The first time. Because he's relatively new. That's what you're saying, like the snow.
What I'm saying is, if the 49ers get to the NFC Championship and they have an 80-yard drive and Brock Purdy throws an interception, you think the same people who love him now are going to be, oh, now he can't win the big one. We're cursed.
Oh, no.
Of course they will.
But that comes with the territory.
Well, exactly.
Like Jimmy and cold weather always scared me.
Can we wait to see Purdy deliver a Super Bowl or deliver more?
Steiny,
how about this? Finish a season.
Right. But as he collects dubs, as we get to that plateau, we can't ignore. You're not saying
nobody
don't
is
enjoy
ignoring it. Okay. Nobody's ignoring it.
That will what you want, and others, it will play. We're watching it.
Thank you.
It may rear its head this Sunday at SoFi. Who knows?
David's in Denver. What's up, David?
What's up, fellas? Hey, Steiny, a couple of the questions that you were asking, they're fair about Purdy and, can he win you a game, things like that. In my opinion, they've all been answered. Whether it was doing it with, coming behind from the Raiders, defense let it down, he came through, they won. Whether it was coming from behind in Seattle, I know that was, whatever, or whether it was a slugfest in Dallas where he did come through. They've all been answered for me. I think the interesting thing is, I would wonder if there was another quarterback who was a first-round pick, who was in the same position as Brock, if the same type of questions would even be put out there. That's the interesting thing. And I know yesterday they were talking, one of the hosts was talking about draftism. Because of where he was drafted,
right,
there's this extra questions, extra scrutiny. I just think it's interesting because it's like, I think no matter what, people are going to still find things and ways to scrutinize and question and be a little bit skeptical, even on here, on this radio station, even some of the fans, just because in people's minds, I think it's like, is this dude for real? I need to see a little more. I need to see more. And I just think it's interesting. I would wonder if that would be the case for another quarterback, again, who was drafted higher than him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can just tell you how I view Brock Purdy now and Trey Lance. I mean, I don't.
Now, back to Stein.
No, back to Steiny Goo. I just, like, Brock Purdy's better than Trey Lance.
Okay.
Like, that's all that matters now. I don't care that Brock Purdy was the last pick in the draft. Like, that doesn't matter. Who's a better pro quarterback? Well, it's Brock Purdy.
Well, he's off to a better start.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But for anybody and I appreciate the call, but I'm sorry, the miss on Trey Lance or any quarterback drafted in top 5, top 10, that's part of the story. And Brock Purdy's part of the story, and this is a compliment, is a lot of teams probably didn't think he could do this. And that's why he was the last pick in the draft. No shade. That's just a fact.
There's another thing going on with Brock Purdy that maybe some people aren't aware of. When Brock Purdy came in last year as the third-string quarterback during a really good season.
I had no idea who the hell he was.
And he kept this thing afloat, and they ended up winning 2 playoff games because of him. He was a third-stringer last year. This year, he's the starter. So the expectations have changed a little bit for Brock Purdy. People may want to expect him to get better. Will he?
Probably. I mean, if you were to counter now, placing a bet, what would your gut tell you? Because
that's
I'm take all my money.
Let's say I got $1,000.
That's just how I feel.
Let's say I got $1,000, and somebody said, Steiny, you willing to bet that $1,000 on Brock Purdy? Okay, Brock Purdy what? That Brock Purdy will win 2 Super Bowls. Okay, I would not bet $1,000. I would bet 300 maybe of the 1,000. But I wouldn't bet. I wouldn't bet at all.
Because he can't do it also, Stoney. That bet is not just about how much belief you have in him. It's coaching. It's everything. So I wouldn't make that bet because 2 is too many. Now, if you say 1, I'm going to say, okay, it's not just him. It's everything around him. And you need luck. But, again, when I hear this kid's name, I just think of Kurt Warner, who I know didn't play, was bagging groceries, but it was a story. He stayed. He had staying power, made it to the Hall of Fame. I'm not sitting here telling anybody on this station that's listening that that's where this kid is headed. But what I can do as a grown-ass man is say right now the facts. This kid is undefeated in any game he started and finished, and he's 2-0, 2-1 in the playoffs. It looks great, and he's got great athletes and a system around him.
Mojo, San Francisco, you wouldn't make that bet with any of the starting any quarter. That's right. I wouldn't. That's correct. I would not, because I would not bet at all on any quarterback because of the mercurial nature of the game. That's what I'm saying. It's hard. Leslie's in Elk Grove. Hey, Leslie, how you doing?
How you doing, you guys? Steiny Guru. I appreciate your show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add something. You guys were talking about Brock Purdy. That Steiny, I agree with what you said about not experiencing yet a lot of things ahead. That's coming. But the only thing that nobody can take away from Brock Purdy is the actual natural ability to actually see the whole field,
right,
and his poise and able to see the whole field. And that's the only thing I wanted to add to you, to your conversation this morning.
Appreciate the call. And he does. I mean, he processes. So, okay, let me ask you that. Like, is Brock Purdy the third best quarterback in 49er history right now?
I need to see more. We'd be a fool to say yes.
Thank you.
Right.
But would you bet on that he ends up considered the third best quarterback in 49er history? Would you make that bet?
Right now, today.
Yeah, right now. He's going to be better than Garcia ever was. He's going to be better than Kaepernick was.
I wouldn't make that bet.
I know.
Right. And yeah, I wouldn't make that bet.
That's out of respect for those other guys, too.
And to the game. Because I feel like you're not doing it on purpose, Donnie, but you're talking to a bright 14-year-old that's getting straight A's in school, just a good kid, but you're like, come see me when you're 18 or come see me when you're 17. Well, that 14-year-old I can't control that. All I can control is what I'm doing in my everyday life, which are my games, up until there's enough that satisfies, the masses. Like, Brock can do nothing. Steiny, we're going to find out what he is when they're down, because there's going to be a game, and it may be a playoff game. You were right. Those scenarios are coming, but I can't hold or not give this dude some flowers because he hasn't gotten to that juncture or been in that position. And if we want to get technical, he was in that position against the Raiders. How'd that turn out? They won. He was in that position at halftime in the playoff game against Seattle. How did that turn out? He won. So I'm not going to hammer any athlete for not doing something that naturally hasn't presented itself for us to see what he's got. If that, like, we're going to get those answers, but I'm focused on the now. And the now is this kid's passing with flying colors. And his ability to read and process, that we'll see if that takes him to another level. You know what? I love my analogy. You didn't like it, but like we can't.
Okay, I won't.
So you're not holding points from Brock that he hasn't.
Well, let's stop talking about.
Tell me
how he'll do. Forget it. He's the man.
We're talking about how he's done.
No, but he's been people have already acknowledged or assumed he's a Super Bowl winning. He can be a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Well, I didn't take that bet.
That's
How many
what
people
those
would
10
take that
games have shown a lot of 49er fans. And I'm not, you know what? He might be, and you'll be able to say, I saw Brock Purdy's greatness after 5 games. And you'll be right. Me?
But
I'm just staying out of the prediction business. I'm not hating on the kid. I said he's been terrific. He's had a great start.
You understand the scoreboard.
I'm just not going to predict he's the next great quarterback because I don't know enough about it.
You don't have to.
He's damn good right now for the Niners.
And I think that's all the people want to hear, is that you're not ignoring the fact that this kid's off to a fantastic start.
Right, but that doesn't mean we compare him to Joe Montana.
No, you'd be a fool.
That doesn't mean we compare him to Tom Brady.
He ain't played enough games for that.
Tell some people.
Well, fan is short for fanatic.
JD, what's going on?
Hey, guys, how you doing today?
Doing well, man.
Hey, I'm not a Niner fan, but I don't want to sound like a hater. Mike Martz interview said a lot about what a lot of people are thinking. He made the statement, you put Purdy on a team that's not as talented as the 49ers, he's going to struggle. He's on.
JD, we're losing you. Yeah, I don't think that was specific to Brock Purdy. I think that was specific to any young quarterback and if Brock Purdy would have been drafted into a bad situation.
Okay, let me throw this at you.
Which he wasn't.
The Niners are trying to win their 6th Super Bowl. Why are we acting like it's all on Brock Purdy? I'm talking to everybody. It's a team game. He's on a good team. He's bringing something to the table. Why are we not focused about can the Niners win it? And the reason I think they can is pre-Brock Purdy with Jimmy Garoppolo. They were in the NFC Championship game twice in the Super Bowl.
That's why it's on Brock Purdy.
But it seems like
he's the difference. They have the same team that's been knocking on the door, essentially, and now they have Brock Purdy
and they got
Christian
McCaffrey, too.
Okay, well, they did it last year. They did it last year with McCaffrey. But the one thing Purdy. That's all it comes down to.
Yeah,
Sorry.
He's part of the story.
It's a quarterback. You're the big story. You're always going to be the big story if you're the quarterback.
Well, Trent Dilfer and Brad Johnson were the story. They were bus drivers.
So he's a bus driver.
No, I'm just telling you, you can win a Super Bowl and not be the story.
So 2 out of 60 Super Bowls have been won by non-Hall of Fame quarterbacks. And I'm not saying maybe Purdy's a Hall of Fame quarterback, but don't sit there and say, why is it all on Purdy? It's football, and he's the difference. They went 8-0, then he got hurt, so he's not Jimmy Garoppolo. We've moved on from Trey Lance. I get he's the 7th round pick, but he's the one glaring difference on this team. He's expected to be the guy who can get him over the hump.
Right.
Yeah, that's why
they gave him the job.
All about him.
Well, it's not all about him.
Well, I mean, it's all about him like it's all about every other quarterback in the NFL.
I'm not going to argue that, but my point is, Donnie, and I think you would agree with this, the Niners were badass before he even came here. The Niners were in the Super Bowl.
Right, so get him over the hump. Yeah, if he's as good as people think, he'll be the difference. He has to be, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Justin in San Jose. What's up, Just?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I just wanted to point out that the fact that Lance had, if not all, but very close to all the weapons that Brock Purdy currently has. And yeah, you can make the argument that he didn't have CMC, which we all know, but I mean, your average quarterback can hand the ball off. I'm talking pound for pound quarterback. Lance with his legs and his running ability. I mean, you have the same weapons as Purdy, and you still couldn't quite get the job done.
Right. I don't think anybody's arguing that anymore, Justin.
Nope.
I'm.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out. Love the show. I'm a new listener.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome, man.
Appreciate the call. Thank you very much, Justin. Don't be a stranger.
And here I go, Stoney. I'm going to say what, as a black man, I'm going to say it. When I first heard Mike Martz comments about Trey Lance, and I felt like it was over the top and might have, had some racial undertones to it, that was unfair. But we still got people in our world, even on the YouTube chat, still saying his words had that, we're going that direction. But now that we saw Trey Lance play, Mike Martz, to me, didn't say anything offensive because Trey Lance backed up what Mike didn't see. And then we see this young kid come out of nowhere, Brock Purdy, read it, get rid of it, like Trey Lance didn't have those attributes. So it's just amazing how, one critique or critiques from certain individuals, people can go down different avenues. And
I think you're absolutely right. But
Brock Purdy can process it better than Trey Lance, and there's no racism in that at all.
But what if Trey Lance gets better? And what if he becomes a starting quarterback? And what if he becomes a pretty good starting quarterback? Is Mike Martz back to being was it a racial statement then?
No.
Because now he sounded like you. Yeah. But Lance is good.
Yeah. Well, I would bet you on that Lance ain't going to be good. And I'm rooting for the kid. I'm just I hear you. Sometimes you got to admit when you're wrong, and it's fine. It's life. But, Steiny, if you had to bet on Trey Lance right now, I mean, who would do that?
What's the bet?
That he would be a starting quarterback to take a team to the playoffs.
We'll see.
That scoreboard is broke right now. It's looking bleak.
Yeah, well, not off to a good start.
Yeah.
I'm
checking myself. I'm proud of myself for going in on Mike. Oh, those undertones. That doesn't. And then I saw Trey play. And then I'm like, hey, Steiny, you might be right. He might go be the next Kaepernick. It don't look good, dog. That's all I'm saying. And shame on me for taking those comments that Martz made way back when I had my pitchfork out. But then I see Trey play and what he can't do. And then I see Brock Purdy come in like like a computer. Oh, let me get rid of it. Let me get out of it. Skedaddle. Bam. Playoff win. Bam. I'm going to ignore it. That ain't got nothing to do with race.
But what if Mike Martz would have been wrong? Just wrong. Not racial. Just wrong. Like Kyle Shanahan was thinking Trey Lance was going to be good.
We would have asked him about it like, hey, you had this. You came over the top. Look at the kid now. He probably was, I got it wrong. But he's looking
right. So he might have just gotten it wrong to get it wrong. Not it had anything to do with being racial.
Right. And he'll probably tell you it had nothing to do with it being racial.
Well,
yeah.
Dr. Hustle. Yeah. What's up, Dr. Hustle? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on?
Hey.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I know you guys got it in the archives, the 95.7 The Game archives. So I'm telling you today, September 14th, 11:26. My wife told me from now on, remember the time and the date so you guys can fact check it. I called in after the second preseason game.
Uh-oh.
Dr. Hustle called in and said Brock Purdy would be the starting quarterback by week 6. That was not worried about Trey Lance, not worried about Jimmy Garoppolo. It took a little longer, and I told you once he became the quarterback, he'd be the quarterback for the next decade. You can book it. He will be the third best quarterback in the history of the 49ers, and if the great Steve Young ain't worried, he better be, because he might be on his coattails. He processes, he's a winner, he's a leader, he's got the it factor, the team loves him, he's got everything you want in a quarterback. He's got that alpha male confidence. 49ers, Super Bowl or bust, and you better watch out, because by the time Brock's done, it might be 2 or 3, and those are the doctor's notes.
Not a doctor.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm talking about.
And go ahead, because I know we'll get to
it's fun, but I love Dr. Hustle because he's fun.
Yeah.
He doesn't take himself too seriously. So is it seriously?
Not a doctor.
Thank you, Evan.
Let me just ask you a serious question. Is Brock Purdy going to win 2 Super Bowls or 3? Like Dr. Hustle said, which is it?
I don't like that. I would be lying to you. I
don't see why he can't be better than Steve Young. How many would Steve Young win? Just that one, but he was on the team for.
Don't forget the LA Express, Steve Young.
Yeah.
The SFL. This is where I'm at, man. I come in here and I tell you guys what's in my heart, and I'm honest. And I say Super Bowl or bust. But what we can all understand is nothing's going to happen to Kyle nor John Lynch if they don't get it done this year. But the fact that Brock Purdy looks like he's the guy, let me tell you what, Steiny, if they go out first round or NFC Championship again, it's going to be Super Bowl or bust next year. with the same people, barring any moves. Because if Brock Purdy is not the reason you lose, you got something, and you ain't paying them nothing. So you're already ahead of the game. ROI, return on investment, the Niners are that's 1,000% right now. So it's good in the hood for everything 49ers, to me, until we see Brock Purdy turn into a pumpkin. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, I don't think he's going to turn into a pumpkin.
His coach is too
either.
smart. His team is too talented. And he's also bringing something to the table. That's lethal. Tell me where I'm wrong, Stoney, or I'm just.
Well, you're.
Am I giving too many benefits of the doubt? No.
I mean, like, I can't sit here and say that Brock Purdy's not off to a good start. People want to take that and run with it and say, this guy's going to want to get a Super Bowl. And I'm just like, the goal for the 49ers should be getting the number one seed right now.
No.
That should be the number one issue, not Super Bowl. Because I'll tell you how you get the Super Bowl is being the number one seed.
Well,
how about this? You can't go into Philly and win.
The players talked about it, though, as Monte pointed out.
That's my point. Why are we talking about the Super Bowl when...
Because they've been so close.
Well,
and they've been the one.
They ain't winning it if they ain't the number one seed.
That's
been proven.
Well, but it ain't fact.
But these are the way you got to look at. That's right. Of course,
I would take that bet from you.
My point is, the goal should be the best team in the NFC. Get that, and now we got a ball game with the Super Bowl.
But I still think we got a ball game if somehow they were the third seed.
Oh, I think we would too. But you know what? They wouldn't be the favorites. They would not be the favorites.
But nobody would want to play them.
Well, nobody wanted to play him last year, and then they knocked Brock Purdy out of the game.
That happened.
So, I'm here for it all. I'm here for it all. And I think he can do it, particularly because he's on this team. They got a great team around him.
Mm-hmm.
Can they stay healthy around him?
But they were great before he came. And I felt like that point you kind of rebuked it because you just said it was Jimmy was the reason they didn't lose.
They were great. You're saying they were great before he came.
They were a problem.
But Jimmy Garoppolo never got it done. So Brock Purdy, if they're still great, they should get it. Like, I don't understand.
Well,
you can't blame Jimmy Garoppolo for not getting over me. Well, he missed the pass against Emmanuel Sanders.
Well, okay, but the play calling in that was on Kyle. That's why I blew your wig when I gave Jimmy an A- for his tenure here.
Well, I think that's kind of revisionist history. A little bit. I mean, why? Like, it sounds to me like you don't want Brock Purdy to have pressure on him to win a Super Bowl.
No, that came with the decision for him to be the starter. It's a natural pressure.
Okay.
Now we're talking about, can this kid be a star?
No, I'm not going to star.
They can win the Super Bowl and him still with him doing just what he's doing now.
Right. But he's better than Trent Dilfer now.
What this is people want the baby born on the second trimester. You got to wait. We're pregnant. The Niners are pregnant with greatness.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching...
Niners are pregnant with greatness.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I guess my question would be, what have they been the last 4 years?
Parents
Niners
are pregnant with greatness because they've delivered greatness before.
So they're never going to win it.
No, they got some. They're coming. Then we got some sick people out here, Steiny. Austin and San Jose. I want to see a fight. You guys have been too positive. Dude. I mean, like, that's real. He's somewhere anyway.
I saw the funniest headline I've ever seen earlier today.
We'll decide. Tell us.
You ready?
Yeah.
Houston Rockets looking to trade Kevin Porter Jr.
No.
I dare any NBA team to trade for Kevin Porter Jr. right now.
He broke a vertebrae in her.
You cannot trade for Kevin Porter
That would be
Jr.
suicide. Good gosh.
I'm sure they are looking to trade him, I guess. Oh, my God.
This is just, that was sickening.
Yeah. Let's go to Drop of the Hat, Matt. What's up, Drop of the Hat, Matt? How you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing today, man?
Hey.
Out of Mike. Man, look, to answer your question, Steiny, I would bet 5,000, right, that Brock Purdy will win 2 Super Bowls in the next 2 years. With that defense they got, I mean, it feeds onto everything. Like, whoever makes plays, the other guys make plays. The defense stop them, they score 7 points. Like, they can go out and score 30 points a game, and defense allow only like 10 points a game. Who's going to stop this team? I mean, number one defense, Brock, as long as Brock is healthy, I mean, this guy is only going to get better with weapons. This guy is really, really good. And I got another thing to say, right?
Yeah.
Watch out for the Raiders with Jimmy G. Because that's one of my picks that's going to go to the Super Bowl. That'd be a great Super Bowl. Jimmy G the Raiders versus the Niners in the Super Bowl. That's my pick.
Niners, Raiders.
We should ask Martz about Jimmy G.
Could you imagine Jimmy G in the Super Bowl against the Niners?
I'm rooting for it.
Now that seems far-fetched.
What if he got Kyle? Could you imagine?
I did see a pretty cool Jimmy Garoppolo stat the other day. Because Lamar Jackson this weekend's an underdog against Cincinnati, and he has a really good record as an underdog, a winning record. Jimmy Garoppolo's 8-4 in his career as an underdog.
That's because he's Lonnie Walker. That's because he stays ready. He's Lonnie. He doesn't take anything for granted. Jimmy.
Well, he's also been on a badass team, Jimmy. He's got a winning record against a lot of damn teams.
They held him back, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's start looking at things different perspective. Maybe the Niners held Jimmy back.
Well, no. Like
I
when
just
he's
told
an
you
underdog,
that.
Goo. Like as a betting underdog.
Gotcha. I mean, what's his record? How many times has that been? Kansas City came in here and slapped him up. And the Super Bowl.
Well, they didn't have McCaffrey.
Yeah.
He was limited. Joel in Berkeley. What's up, Joel? How you doing?
Hey, man, I just had to comment on the pregnant with greatness thing. First of all, I agree. They are pregnant with greatness. But it just reminds me of, like, when Loki said he was burdened with glorious purpose. That was an awesome line, Guru. Pregnant with greatness. I'm glad they already made it drop. Yeah. Anyway, I agree. We are pregnant with greatness. And I agree, Brock's got to show us a few more things. But I think he's fully capable of showing us those things. And I think the word can is weird when you say it like that, Steiny. Can he win a Super Bowl? Of course he can.
Right.
But, I mean, there's a lot of variables. Will he is the question.
Oh,
That's
man.
the big question. Can he? Sure he can. We got all the tools. But will he? There's a lot of variables between here and the end of the season. So we'll see. But pregnant with greatness, that was awesome.
Appreciate it, Joel.
Yeah. How did the Eagles beat the Niners last year? Took them out. No, and I know nobody, we don't hear that. But Steiny, again, we don't know what it's going to be like when they tango or go into the playoffs. We saw with Aaron Rodgers, but I know some people that think, okay, Philly took them out, and that was why they got the result, the trip to the Super Bowl. So as much as, Niner fans want to cry or some be like, we didn't put our best foot forward. Well, you could have blocked better. Kyle could have called a play with better protection. Not leave it up to the backup tight end who's no longer with the team.
Well, is that really, like, what do you attribute last year's loss to the Eagles to? Brock Purdy?
Oh, that's 98% in the non-throwing of the flag.
See,
of the challenge flag.
One of the things I'm thinking is if you, like, here's the only, and it doesn't really matter, but if you think that the only reason that Philly beat the 49ers last year was because of Brock Purdy, to me, it makes you a little complacent.
In what regard?
I mean? Because you're saying once the quarterback gets healthy, we have the better team. And are we sure it was just the quarterback?
Well, that's what makes it so, like, what else is on your sheet that you would, that I feel like it was
offensive line, defensive line.
Oh no! And give point to Philly's defensive line for taking them out. But
that's what I'm saying. Like, if you think it's all Brock Purdy, then you think you're better at every other position, or better overall. But special teams, defense, and offense.
But what I think you're missing, Steiny, is functionally the offense. The day was over when Brock Purdy went out because they had nothing else behind him.
Right. So who's got a better offensive line or defensive line?
Well, I thought Philly did last year, but now I would say the 49ers.
49ers offensive line?
Now, if you want to argue depth, okay, we can do that, but I would give it to the Niners defensive line right now with Bosa and Hargrave.
But what about the Eagles D-line against the 49ers O-line?
I would give them the nod.
The Eagles.
Yes.
Right. All I'm saying is
because of questions with McKivitz.
If you don't, like, you might not be better than Philly in other areas, categories,
right?
But you think it's just the quarterback?
But because you just said this hour ago, Stoney, and we know this, it's a quarterback league,
right?
Like that's the most that, you know what? We were just robbed. Philly wasn't, because they went on to the Super Bowl, but we were robbed. It was like Magic or Bird going down in a Game 7 with Lakers Celtics in their heyday. We watched the game. But we can't ignore.
See,
you know what I mean?
I guess that's
the power of what was taken away, and the Niners had three. Not no shade at anybody else. It was a circus at quarterback after that.
And I guess
that's facts.
It's not facts, because you just compared Brock Purdy getting hurt to the Celtics or Lakers losing Magic Johnson or Larry Bird. But all season long, we talked about how Brock Purdy's got so many weapons that he doesn't have to be a great quarterback.
No, it was proof that Brock is bringing something to the table as well that the other guys behind him couldn't do. Philly won, Stoney. They won, and they took him out. But just as a student of the game, we were all robbed of that. Everything you're talking about, Brock didn't. Everything you're talking about, Brock hasn't faced. That would have been the litmus. That was it.
Well, maybe
that's what I'm robbed of.
No, you're not.
We all were.
Like, okay, you want to get into semantics? Yeah. You weren't robbed of it. The Eagles knocked him out of the game. He
they did.
You know what, like, if I want to be an Eagles fan, yeah, that was his big test. You're right. Brock Purdy had his big test last year.
We can't say he failed.
Yes, he did. He got hurt. You want me to be like it's easy
hurt
to be a jerk.
And play bad is, come on now.
Yeah. Couldn't say.
He went Aaron Rodgers.
Couldn't. But that's not what I'm saying, is my point. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I wouldn't assume from last year's game, if I'm the Niners, I would assume we got outplayed more than just the quarterback position. I'm just saying, if you think it's just Brock Purdy, well, what if it's more than that?
Yeah. Hey, that was well said, but Steiny, it started there. You know what I mean? It started there. You were at a major disadvantage once he went down. And how many times have teams won games to where they're getting taken advantage of in certain areas, but they overcome it, limited at times, and they escape with a victory?
Sometimes. Coach in Vallejo. What's up, Coach? How you doing?
Hey, good, guys. Good morning. Long time no talk.
Yeah. Hey.
Warriors is on, you know. But I just want to say something. It's kind of heavy, but I don't want to leave it that way. Guru, your take on Mike Martz, may not entirely be correct. It still could have come from a racial point of view of what
I'm getting
said.
a lot of that too.
Okay.
Please explain, because I'm getting a lot of that too.
Yeah, so but I don't want to leave it there at all. But I do want to say is about your and my Dallas Cowboys, okay? And I think the Dallas Cowboys is every bit as good a team as the 49ers, but I don't know how you feel, but as long as they have Dak as quarterback guru, I don't think the Cowboys will
And
ever win anything.
that's everything. I want to take my shirt off, but that's not just a little thing. That's everything. In last year's playoff game, the defense kept this Niner juggernaut of an offense at bay, and Dak threw the game away. So guess what? Dak's still the quarterback. And the last 2 years, the Cowboys season, guess who ended it? The Niners. So you are right. So how can anybody expect, as great as Dallas's defense was, anything to be different? Because insanity is trying the same thing over, expecting different results. Dak cannot beat this Niner team. He can't.
He can't. And I tell you what would make my year if somehow Trey actually became Dallas quarterback and lead up to
boy.
That would be it.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, Snarty. I'm like, Dallas ain't a player to beat this Niner team. I'm keeping it real.
Well, let me keep it
Philly
real.
is different.
Let me keep it real.
And they've done it.
Let me keep it real. When did you come to the conclusion that Dak Prescott could not win a Super Bowl?
4 years ago.
So in 2016, I assume that's his rookie year.
They lost to the Rams.
They went 13-3.
They lost to the Rams in L.A. at the Coliseum. I still was on board.
Are we ready to kick him to the curb?
Dak?
No, at that point you're loving life.
I'm still invested. Yeah, loving life. Yeah, loving life.
Now, then the next year they didn't go.
Hold on, they didn't go because they had a game in Philadelphia, win the division, and he had one of his worst games ever.
So is that when?
That was part of win. Keep going if you keep going.
No, I want to know when you said
that was it to me.
We'll never win it with Dak Prescott.
That was it to me.
In 2017.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I know I didn't know Evan then, but since Evan's met me, I just keep, and that's why me and Spadoni connect. We are realer than Evander Holyfield.
Go ahead, I love hypotheticals. You know I love them. So if Brock Purdy and the 49ers go to the playoffs and he gets picked off in the NFC Championship game, big play, just threw it to the wrong team, you may deem that he'll never be the quarterback to win a Super Bowl. What's the difference? What's the difference between a great start from Dak, 13-3, then screwed up, to Brock Purdy? Great start from Brock, but then he screwed up.
There's more episodes of just non-playoff games in moments, Donnie.
No, but this is his second year you said you gave up on him.
Right. I'm just telling you, I know what it looks like. I have expectations. But I would not give up on Brock if that happened.
Why?
Because I would have to see
not give up on Brock,
if he's back in that position again and the same thing happens.
I'm saying the exact same thing
There's
happens.
a word, we use it in sports, in reputation. And got Kirk Cousins. Like, I know he can put up stats, but Steiny, you know there's a reason he has his reputation.
Okay.
And he won't win the big one.
Okay.
And
I guess what I'm saying is if you've decided players over time, like, they can't win the big one. Like, why? Why?
Are you the reason they don't win the big one?
Why should I believe that just because you say Brock Purdy can, that it will happen?
His record has no, and I know you could do this, and some can. You put that loss in the NFC Championship. He didn't even play. That was a wash to me. Okay, so Steiny, his record is clean. Now, it's like Kirk Cousins, because Dak is the black Kirk Cousins. Are you the reason that your team loses in high leverage situations? And Dak has that. I could give you 10
I don't care about the reputation. What do you think?
I just told you.
What about Kirk? Kirk Cousins is the reason?
He's a good quarterback. He's got a strong arm.
So we're assuming. We're just, like, this is exactly what I'm saying. You've already made an assumption about Brock Purdy that he's going to be more clutch than Kirk Cousins, that he's going to be more clutch than Dak Prescott.
Not at all.
Well, sure.
No, he hadn't even been put in there. Well, he's 2-0 when he was put in there. I was waiting for him to falter against Dallas. He didn't mess it up. Oh, he didn't throw a touchdown. He didn't mess it up.
So
the jury is still out on Brock Purdy,
right,
Steiny.
but one interception can change it all.
You proposed that to me, and I'm telling you no. I'm telling you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. You brought up that scenario with the one interception. I'm on record as telling you right now how I answered that is no, Stoney. That would not be fair. Do things keep continuously happening to the quarterback? Is he the reason that the team can't get over the hump? And Dak and Kirk Cousins have enough examples to where, there's something happening here. Buffalo, Springfield. I'll just leave. Are they good quarterbacks? Yes. But have they gotten
Jimmy
in their
Garoppolo
own way?
in that category? Do you think Kirk Cousins could win us? If Kirk Cousins were the quarterback of the 49ers, would they be any less or any more the favorite than they are now?
I'm going to be so real, and this is, you gave me a question, forget the explanation. I'm going to say, I think Kirk could get it done because of Kyle Shanahan.
Thank you. Exactly.
That's a compliment to Kyle, Steiny. I don't know what you wanted my answer. You didn't want my answer.
Just FYI,
okay.
You went from saying Kirk Cousins will never win a Super Bowl to yes, he could win one under Kyle. I'm just saying.
If that's what it is, yeah. And look, I'm going to blow your wig. I think Dak could do it under the tutelage of Kyle.
Well, then they can win Super Bowls.
But they're not that's not who their coaching staff is.
Okay, well then
the era is coming to an end.
So in other words, no, I'm saying of course coaching comes into play.
No doubt.
But after 2 years, why didn't the Cowboys if they knew after 2 years
a Week 17 game where it was winner take all for the division just to get it was terrible. He looked nothing remotely close to like Cool Hand Luke when he first hit the scene. I was like, okay, wow, okay, we'll get back. But Stoney is year 7. And this guy can't even beat Garoppolo in a home playoff game. He can't even beat Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, on the road. Like, damn, it's Forrest Gump at the bus stop. When is it going to happen?
I feel like you're blaming Dak and Cousins for losses, but when we're talking about the Niners, it's kind of about the team.
Wow. I hate that that's how it's coming across to you.
Well, just to me.
Well, I'll tell you this. We could have Evan crack the mic. Anybody think differently of me about Kirk Cousins than you? Because you're rare.
No, I don't.
A lot of people think let's put it on the table, that he's a choker or he won't win you the big one.
I don't think so.
But that's why I'm saying you're rare, but you understand that's his reputation. Right or wrong. You got to give us that, Stoney. A lot of people think Kirk Cousins can't get it done. Not that he don't possess the skill set.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, he can't get it done in Minnesota the way things are right now. He gets traded to the 49ers at the end of the year.
Now that's different.
But that's the point. So it's not about Kirk Cousins. It's about what is around Kirk Cousins.
But when you talk about being the guy, it's about who's around you. Because I'm here. I'm Billy Badass.
That's right. And guess what? There aren't a lot of good coaches like Kyle Shanahan.
No, well, that we know.
But I'm glad you finally came around and realized.
Like Matt Stafford is a badass. He's in a good way. He's a badass. I knew he was a badass in Detroit. And look, he's got a Super Bowl ring.
I bet you said he'll never win a Super Bowl when he was in Detroit.
Oh, my gosh. Him and Megatron, he can make Matt Stafford's a badass.
They never made the playoffs.
But they beat Dallas. They should have beat Dallas in the playoffs. They lost in the wild card. They reversed the flag. Steiny, I want to hug you, but
no.
I want to wrestle you because you think I would go. Matt Stafford is a badass,
right?
And he solidified just how bad of an ass he is by winning that Super Bowl.
But
I was happy
Kirk
for
Cousins
him.
is a choker. But if he got under Kyle Shanahan, he could win a Super Bowl.
Possibly.
Then it's not all about Kirk Cousins. Dave in El Cerrito. What's up, Dave?
Stoney, you're really giving it to him for no reason today.
Give it to who?
I'm not.
Oh, wow. I'm holding my own.
You're giving it to him because, look, we all know that there's an eye test.
Right.
And there's also an opportunity. We also know there's an opportunity in all games where a quarterback has to make plays. I've never believed in Dak personally, but we all know that whether it's Kirk Cousins here or Dak here or anyone anywhere,
that there's an opportunity to make a play when you have to make a play repeatedly to take your team the next step.
Preach.
And those guys just don't make those plays when they have to, whether it's to win a game or to extend a play in a crucial moment. And we can see who those guys are and who those guys aren't. That's proven that he's just not the guy.
Regardless of coaching.
Regardless of coaching.
I mean, okay, so you don't believe Kirk Cousins would be any different of a quarterback here in San Francisco? Like you would feel if Kirk Cousins came to San Francisco, you would feel as optimistic about them winning a Super Bowl as the Vikings.
I don't think that's fair because it gets back to the Trent Dilfer thing. It gets back to the Trent Dilfer thing. We're not saying that every quarterback is in the league in a great, perfect situation isn't capable of winning a Super Bowl. Almost all of them probably are in the best case scenario, and we're arguing that in the best case scenario that Cousins could probably come here and do just enough to win a Super Bowl because it's consistently in that situation. But when we're talking all things being equal, he's just not the kind of guy that makes the play, and neither is Dak.
And Steiny, you're a wizard.
But does Brock Purdy make the plays?
So far, he has.
No, it seems strangely like he might be, which I'm kind of surprised on this day. But in the end, again, he's in a phenomenal situation. If he was in Minnesota, do I think he'd make the plays? Probably not.
I mean, I don't know how we can say guys will never win a Super Bowl when then we acknowledge if they were in a different situation, they could win a Super Bowl.
I'm going to give you the point. Because that's a great Steiny. Nobody has any. I can't wait for the guys to come in on the crowd. If you put it that way, I mean, then we're done. There's no sports talk. Right? Nobody can say anything to that. But the bottom line is with Brock Purdy, you ask, could he do it? So far, he has.
Right.
And so far, he's been a part of what you deem a great situation.
Right.
Because it's been a seamless fit. He's bringing something to the table. Undefeated when I finish games. 2-0 in the playoff. 2-1.
Right. All those things are true.
But what you're doing with Kirk Cousins is the whole what we talked about a couple weeks ago. Would Phil Jackson have 6 rings if he was coach of the Kings? Would Coach Kerr, had he took the New York Knicks job, would he have 4 rings? I would tend to think
if Kirk Cousins got traded to the Niners at the end of the year, would you say they have no chance of winning the Super Bowl?
No, I would not.
Why? He's a choker.
But
so just
you got a Jedi.
Situations are important. That's all. What do you want to do on the other side?
Talk about the Gigantes. You said something about we believe. We got to get into that. You asked me.
I don't know if I want to do it at 12. Do you mind if we do it?
Oh, hey.
888-957-9570. Jump into the conversation on 95.7 The Game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 22nd through September 24th for their fall clearance sales event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities.
Guru, man. Love them waves, man. Good night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
People want to know why you cover up those waves with a hat that hideous.
It's a Stanford Cardinal hat.
It's a visor.
It's a visor. Monte didn't like it. What is it? I just wanted to.
I can't see your waves.
Yeah, I wanted to change it up.
Well, that's your best characteristic among them.
Well, I think it's my smile, but
I think your waves are better. Well, let me see.
They're
both A's. Hey, I don't give A pluses.
Boy, you something else, Steiny. Only you could come up with failures if they got with the Jedi. They're not failures, and you think about it. But Evan and I had some going back. Boy, it was 15-round bout. About what constitutes a Hall of Famer in the NFL. Okay. Matt Ryan's a Hall of Famer, people.
Okay.
Philip Rivers
I don't have a strong opinion.
Well,
give me another name.
Joe Flacco.
No.
Yeah. If he didn't get in, I get it.
Who else? Just
Tony Romo.
No.
But the stats are there.
Okay, you asked me.
Where's the cutoff? Is it playoff success?
I determine the cutoff. Give me another name.
Eli Manning. Well, Willard did that. Eli Manning he beat the best quarterback to ever do it twice. You're in just on that.
Manning's in. If you get 2, you're in.
Against
Automatic.
the GOAT.
I said he's in.
All right.
Who else?
Who do we have?
Purdy? He's getting there.
Just stop.
Oh, he's getting there.
Russell Wilson is a surefire Hall of Famer.
Absolutely.
But he's a laughingstock right now.
But I'm the authority.
All right,
right
okay.
Now. You're asking me.
Evan, who else was the other guy we were going back and forth? It was
Stafford.
Oh, Matthew
Stafford's going to be a Hall of Famer, I think.
No, I can't believe you thought I put him out to pasture. He's a damn good quarterback.
His numbers are going to be
right.
Like he's going to ascend.
Let's start appreciating these guys, man. Everybody's not going to win. Philip Rivers, surefire Hall of Famer. Yeah, didn't get it done. Was he perfect all the time?
Last segment, you wanted to kill every quarterback who was a choke artist. Now you want to say, can we please give Philip Rivers his flowers?
Philip was a badass, Donnie. It was Brady, Manning.
Evan doesn't think he was that great.
He said
Rivers, a little overrated.
No, he said Hall of Fame.
Barely.
Yeah, he's not a first ballot guy. But
oh, you guys.
What?
Now, what constitutes a first ballot? T.O. wasn't first ballot. That was personal.
No, I personally think Matt Ryan's Boomer Esiason.
Wow.
Matt Ryan's.
Went to
Boomer
a Super Bowl.
Esison's pretty good.
Yeah, and he's not in the Hall of Fame.
I don't. Yeah.
See,
that doesn't trigger
Boomer Esiason and who?
Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan.
I'd rather have Boomer Esiason.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
so.
Boomer was never MVP. Matt Ryan was.
Yes, he was 88.
Oh, help me out. Hey, MVP, Steiny.
Who?
Matt Ryan, 28-3 in the Super Bowl.
Good knowledge of history. The Boomer Esiason was a bad boy. He's good. He's really good at Maryland. All right. I think sports basically 24/7.
Can rip people apart.
What?
Sports, subject matters. It's like gang mentality. I'm not on that.
Not me.
I always look at the
Not
big
me.
picture. Steph Curry is. Yeah. If he was a gang, I'd join.
But we're objective.
Dude, I felt that.
Yeah, but we're objective.
Yeah.
We joined Steph Curry's gang.
No,
no. So you basically,
if your daughter said, "I'm getting married," and the guy had the principles of Steph,
no doubt,
you're like, "Let's go get the touchdown."
He's just a man.
But he's a good man.
See here,
he's going to be your son-in-law. Steiny.
One of your great lines is you're telling on yourself, and you just did. So basically, you said, if Steph Curry were a gang, I would join him. Okay, what's a gang? Well, I know one phrase that gang, ride or die.
Right, but
so that tells me you're going to ride with Steph Curry even if he's not the player he was. So that tells me because you're in Curry's gang.
I'll tell you he's slowing up or slowing down.
You're in Curry's gang.
Yeah.
You ride or die with him.
Yeah.
So you're not going to stick it to him.
Oh, Steiny, stop.
No, that's fine.
We can never lie to ourselves.
You're Steph Curry's personal Raymond Ritter.
No, please.
What?
Raymond's been around the greats before Steph and the ones that'll come after him. The caller said it the best, and I think it's what you don't give enough credence to.
Give it to me.
The eye test is it's more than numbers. My dude Hawk is on the phone texting me about the Brock Purdy thing and the Eagle. Numbers lie. I was in sales. You can make them say whatever you want. Okay. The eye test is everything.
Sure.
And that's why Kirk Cousins doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. Guys like Kirk and Dak, because they've had ample opportunity to be the guy. And then you get lemon booty.
And you know what? And you said John Elway would never win a Super Bowl. And Peyton Manning lost his first 3 playoff
Elway didn't have to win one for me.
Not done.
Yeah.
And Andy Reid could never get it done. And we just say that to say that without even really thinking about it. They just say it.
Now I'm going to be careful here.
Give it to me. Now get into trouble.
Yeah, okay. Well, you got the green on.
See if we can get fired.
What do you think, boy? What do you think Eagle fans give a cahoot about the 2 rings Andy has in red and yellow? They don't care. They look at the Andy Reid, who's a good coach, a great coach in Philly, is a failure.
No,
Why?
Don't.
Because they had ample opportunity to get it done multiple times, and they couldn't get past a Warren Sapp Tampa Bay team. And when they did, they couldn't beat the hoodie.
You're missing the most significant aspect of your story.
Tell me.
And that is, after Andy Reid left, they won a Super Bowl. So that made the Philadelphia Eagle fans more open to Andy Reid. Like, you're right. They don't care about Andy Reid.
If they had not,
Philadelphia fans don't care that Andy Reid won 2 Super Bowls in Kansas City. Why? Because they got one with Peterson. If the Eagles had never gotten a Super Bowl,
I think it would be worse. They would be more mad at that era.
They're not mad at him. They love Andy Reid now.
But the era would be like, we had a chance to get one, and we were 4 NFC champions. We couldn't get one. Like, that would hurt more if the Eagle fans hadn't got the one under Foles, under Peterson.
That's my point. Because they got the one after Reid, they don't have to look back at Reid as a failure.
But
because he wasn't.
So you understand. Had they not got the one with Foles,
of course,
they would be.
That's what
I don't want to hear nothing about it later. That would be like
that.
Kyle going somewhere else and not getting one in 49erville. That would hurt if I'm a 49er fan.
Well, it depends. Did the next guy win it after Kyle?
Well, it shouldn't matter, Steiny. You want to cash in when you got something good.
If Kyle Shanahan is here 4 more years, doesn't get it done, he gets fired.
Okay.
Kyle goes to
Indianapolis.
Denver. Denver. Meanwhile, the 49ers hire me coach. He's a pretty good coach. Anybody.
Martz.
Mike Martz. They hire Mike Martz. And 3 years after Shanahan left, Mike Martz won a title. Then Shanahan won in Denver. 49er fans wouldn't really care. As long as they get the Super Bowl.
I forgot the component of the Foles chip, but I was acting like it doesn't exist. Eagle fans ain't like, that's like Danny White, the 3 NFC championships and all losses.
But what it does, if I'm an Eagles fan and Andy Reid goes to Kansas City, first of all, if you were saying Andy Reid's a lousy coach, it's in your face at that point.
Yeah. And that's what triggered you. We could never say lousy. It was just a
who
failure.
Would ever say something like that.
It wasn't, and the lousy was not the adjective.
Gutless, choke artist.
Well, we could now we can talk.
I want to throw this out to Bay Area fans. I threw it out to Evan last night. By the way, I throw my ideas out to Evan, and then if they're good, I'll bring them to you. I don't want to waste your time.
I was just like, nothing came on the vine last night.
That's right.
Hypotheticals.
Because I can't bog you down with my bad ideas because I have a lot of them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what the vine is. That's what we're here for.
But Evan, that's what a producer does. Hey, here's what I'm thinking.
So now
Evan.
anything that I see I'm involved in is Evan approved.
I wouldn't say everything.
All right. I ain't mad at you, Evan.
Definitely our content and whether we're going to the ship or not.
All right, go ahead. Yeah,
primarily the ship.
Right.
So, one of the greatest sporting spectacles in my lifetime out here in the Bay was the We Believe Warriors. Do you all remember that? Evan even remembers that.
It's the most incredible thing I've been a part of.
Right.
In the Bay.
So it was 15, 16 years ago, and what happened was the Warriors stunk for a long period of time, and they were on their way to stinking again, and they got hot.
Gosh.
I could give you the details with their players, but That's not the point. The Warriors got hot. They won 16 of their last 21 games. And when they got to their last 10 games of the season, they ended up winning 9 of 10. As they started to get hot, more and more people came to the games. More and more people got wound up. More and more people got excited. Then they go to the playoffs and it just takes off, right? It becomes something absolutely out of control. So I'm thinking to myself, the San Francisco Giants, they're 75-71. They're a half game out of the last wild card. They're on a 10-game road trip right now.
Starting Denver.
Then they come back for the final 6. Wait, could the Giants put together a we believe scenario? What would that look like? To me, Goo, I'll tell you what it would look like.
Give it to me.
You go 8-2 on this road trip. I know people are going to be like, well, nobody thought the Warriors were
you got 4 with the Rockies. You could go 8-2.
So what happens
be better.
If the Giants go 8-2 on this road trip and they come back, then they play the Padres and Dodgers. Do they come back to a packed stadium?
Wow. You just hit me.
8-2. They go 8-2 on this trip and they seize control of a wild card spot. Is Oracle Park packed for the last 6 games of the season as we watch the Giants head to the postseason?
I've never been Daryl Steinmetz on the fence. But when I heard this initially, man, they don't believe now. The fans are telling Giants, we don't believe in your product.
That's right.
But 10, 12, and 14, that place was packed. It was a party on 3rd and King. So if you're telling me that they're the 3rd spot and it's 6 games to go, that place will be packed. There's no doubt about it, Matt. And it ain't front running, but it's a mixture of a lot of stuff. But you ain't saying because they didn't believe yesterday. That place was empty again, and it was empty the last 2 nights. But if they come back in the scenario that you just set out, Giant fans know what it's like to ride. I'm sorry, Snotty, it's packed. And you're playing the Dodgers to end the season.
But doesn't that fly in the face of it's not enough to just win? You have to have a star.
Well, who was the Warrior star? Barron.
No, but what I'm getting at is, so they
would put that to the side. They would. When we got playoffs,
they would sell out Oracle Park despite this team being so boring.
Yes,
okay.
Let's be honest. Well,
what do you guys think at 888-957?
I'm all over
9570.
Did they have us? Yeah, they did have
I don't think they would.
Posey.
I actually don't think they would sell out. I've changed my mind on that a little bit.
So what would be the message? Because you don't have a star, it goes to a fan.
We don't even know who they are.
Well, you're a team that's about to be in the playoffs.
But who are they?
That supersedes. We could find out. This would be a good test if we get in the playoffs. Steiny, it would be packed.
Evan?
Giant fans would pack that place, man.
They're coming back from an 8-2 trip.
Oh, my gosh.
Let me put it this way. The ballpark should be packed if they're in playoff contention.
I'll tell you what.
Because that would be a bad omen if it were that and there were empty seats.
If the Giants go to the playoffs and they're not selling out, it's over.
Well, that's not. See, I don't think they're not on the mat like that. That was just
925 saying it'll be sold out.
Yeah,
I want to see it.
Yeah, you got to give Giant fans their credit, man. 10, 12, and 14.
They've been checked out all year long.
But this would check them in. You got something now.
Oh, now you have something.
Well, they got to do it this next 10 games because right now we can all admit.
I don't think they would. I mean, they'd have a nice crowd, but great fan bases. They'd meet that team playing at the airport after an 8-2 trip.
Man, look at you going old school.
Mike in San Jose. What's going on, Mike? What do you think?
What's up, guys? Nice to talk to you. I've been on a little break.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Mike? Yeah.
So I am 66. I've been a Giants fan since I was 5. I got my first Willie Mae baseball card signed at Candlestick when I was a kid. And I do not think the fans will come back. I know they won't get 5 cents of mine. Wow. And we have been to probably 300, 400 games and at least 8 spring trainings when the kids were younger. Cannot stand the brand of baseball. Cannot stand the leadership. I would prefer they go 0-19. As a diehard 50-year fan, I'm saying that.
Really?
Just because there's no other way they won't be back for another year. It's not they're going to bring the two of them back. It's the brand for me. It's not the city. The ballpark would be the only reason to go.
Right.
Can't stand that you can't hit left-hander, right-handers, who's a star. It's just, for a person that's 66, it's not Major League Baseball. It's a computer show. They won't get 5 cents. Like the Red Sox fired their guy today.
Yeah.
It's the same plan, right? They're good 1 out of every 5 years. And it just doesn't work. So for me personally, to answer your question,
Sure.
I love the question. They will get more fans in, yes. I mean, I hang out with a lot. I play a lot of golf. A lot of guys on the golf course, sports fans.
Yeah.
I can't find 5 people that like them.
Wow.
And it's not the players. I want to be clear there. Not the players. It's the brand of baseball.
I got you.
I would not go to answer your question.
Appreciate the call, Mike. Always thoughtful.
Man.
Always thoughtful.
But how many Mikes are there out there?
I think a lot.
You know what? What's that bus in the front? Oh, it's the front runner bus. There is that part of this. So if they do 8-2, 9-1, whatever, they're in it. Come on. I believe Giant fans will be out there, man.
I think there are some people like Mike who, look, if they go 8-2 on this road trip, and I know I'm picking.
Mike called them boring.
I'm picking a pie in the sky number, obviously, but that's kind of the point. If they go 8-2, they're going to go 8-2 by playing the same brand of baseball that they've played for the first 140 games.
But what if you get hot?
Well, they would if they won 8 of 10.
Then we're talking home runs from a little bit of everybody. Then it looks like the 107 year.
You're so idealistic.
No, I'm just telling you it's real, Stoney. Things can change. Like, what if they get hot?
They don't have a star.
Next...
They don't have a star.
What if one is okay? What if one is born in the offs?
I'm coming around to your way of thinking. Yeah. They're not going to sell out. They don't have a star. The most boring team in baseball. I don't care if they go to the playoffs. I finally agree with you, Goo. They need a star. They ain't selling out. They ain't selling out if they get hot.
You know, stars can be made. Guys can get hot. If we saw Patrick Bailey or some giant just get hot, well, you know what I mean.
Oh, my God.
Well, you want to bet?
Patrick Bailey.
No, I get it. I'm not saying he's Johnny Bench. He's a damn good defensive catcher.
Who's our most explosive player?
J.D. Davis.
It's our defensive catcher.
Conforto coming back.
He's great.
Steiny.
We have less pass balls than any other team in the league.
So what are you saying about Giant fans if that was to present itself and there were empty seats?
I'm going to say if
I'm Mr. Johnson or the powers to be, it's time to make a change at the top.
I think there's a lot of people like Mike. He said
he did not like the brand.
I'm surprised people, I'm not saying know that much about it, but if that's the reason, let's go to Gene in Oakland. Yeah, what's up, Gene? How you doing, man?
Doing great. Hey, I don't know, just trying to noodle this out. I mean, if they're on a run, win 8 out of 10. By definition, they're no longer boring as far as I can see. Especially, so whether they're going to sell out or not is another question. But certainly, I would say, for example, that LA series, that's definitely going to sell out if there's a playoff position in the in the offing. So, anyways, I would see a lot more people coming out. Whether they're going to sell out the rest of the season if they go on such a run. Yeah, it's a big question mark. Like you say, they don't have a star, and that's a big problem. So, anyways, my thoughts.
Yeah, I appreciate him. Appreciate it, Gene. My bad.
And go ahead.
No, go.
Because I'm scared of that last series if I'm a Giant fan. Yes, Donnie, it could sell out. What if it's 70, 60, 40 Dodger fans? We've seen that.
Definitely.
That would be a black eye.
415. We'll be out there if they make the playoffs, but how is our pitching staff going to survive a long series?
It ain't about that. It's about supporting the team to see if they can do that.
I don't even want to think about the offense. Here's a 408. Mike is right. I've been a Giants fan for 55 years. I despise this brand of baseball.
Dude, that's heck. What will we all admit?
How many
Willard and
like
Dibbs
that?
mentioned that.
Then they got to get rid of Farhan and Kapler.
I think you're right.
Because if they're not winning and they're not drawing.
and Bonte don't like it.
Don't like what?
The brand, the style.
Well, then it's official.
Well, but no, Willard when have you seen him so despondent? He never said
like they had their biggest win of the year
He's almost
yesterday.
The Rocky throwing the towel. That's where they're at. Not with the math and the numbers, but the feeling.
Are there a lot of fans out there that don't want to see this team make the playoffs so as to ensure possibly Kapler and Farhan won't be back?
Oh, you going there? Because I always would take playoffs. Even if I'm scorned or mad, I'm taking the offs.
Well, if you're taking the playoffs, you're taking another couple years of Farhan and Cap.
Guru, would you like a new head coach for the Dallas Cowboys?
In a millisecond, and I know which man.
And would you be willing to sacrifice a season?
I would
for
go
that?
6-11, knowing there'd be a change at the helm. So, thank you, Evan. That's real, Steiny.
What about you, Steiny?
Give it to me again.
Well, I'm trying to find a head coach and equivalent that you liked, but
Steve Kerr would be gone if the Warriors missed the playoffs. Would you have so much disdain for Steve?
No. Mark Jackson.
Oh, Mark Jackson.
What happens?
The Warriors have to sacrifice a season for Mark Jackson
to be out of here. As a fan, would you rather endure that knowing he's out?
I don't want to endure Mark Jackson.
So you want to lose it? You would be okay with a losing season?
No, I'm stopping right there.
No, you can't. Only you.
I actually am struggling to hear what you're saying.
So he asked me if I hated the Cowboys coaching staff so much.
So they get rid of McCarthy.
Would I be willing to endure a 6-11 football season that would guarantee the removal of that head coach?
Okay, so let's say
fans
I'm a fan,
are like that.
I'm a fan of the.
We said Mark Jackson Warriors.
Well, that would be
like in order for Brandon Staley to not be head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers, I would be okay with them not making the playoffs this year.
I think everybody goes for that, don't they?
That is, but wow.
Especially if you insure a title.
Not everybody.
But what if it would ensure a coaching
Well, that's what we're talking about.
I thought you meant I'm sorry. I thought you meant a title on the back end.
No, it's a coaching change.
Oh, okay.
You know how many people would say, there's Giant fans, Mike, I don't want no playoffs. Willard, they're down. They just are dibs. It's boring.
But who's the guy coming in?
Well, see, now only you would ask that.
Not Gabe Kapler or Farhan Saidi.
They're
for a
gone,
lot of fans.
Stoney. You don't care. They're gone. And hopefully the new guy coming in has a different style and it ain't analytic driven.
Well, if they have a different style and it's not analytics driven, you can bet it's going to be a bad year next year.
Well, I'm going to say this about Giant fans, the ones I think I know. 10, 12, and 14, they came out and they showed out.
And hey, you know what?
They come back.
They won the World Series in each of those years.
Ding, ding.
Yeah,
and they weren't first place.
How were they the last 5 years?
Well, 107 ended in Heartbreak Hotel, but that place was full.
Was it?
Oh my God, the Dodger game.
I thought the Giants have their attendance has decreased 3-4 years in a row.
Yeah, but we're talking about seasons that didn't culminate in playoff berths.
Well, that one did. It was the best team in baseball.
And that game against that was phenomenal. But it was incredible.
How was September?
Shasky was running down in Barcadero with the flag, and Bonte was doing the play-by-play. Don't sleep on great moments at the game.
I'm not sleeping on great moments at the game.
You and I, not too long ago.
I'm going to go back and look at the attendance that year. That's all. I'm not sure how it was in September.
But I feel like you're ignoring 10, 12, and 14.
Well,
it was a party. It was a college atmosphere.
No, what I'm saying is, it's not hard to be a big fan when you win a World Series. So hit the pike on now. Hey, guess
that was the beginning.
Hey, Warrior fans have been coming out.
That world beginning. But that was
the only thing that matters is Warrior fans came out when they stunk.
But those series against the Cardinals, all the Nationals before that.
Easy. Those are easy games to come to. Anybody can sell out in the playoffs. Come on, Goo.
Oh, boy.
Fair weather cities sell out in the playoffs. 888-957.
Jim Plunkett, Hall of Fame, too. Dib sent that in.
About what does that have to do with anything?
He should be in.
Who are we talking about who should? Yes, Jim Plunkett should absolutely be in. He won the Heisman, too, I believe. What are you laughing at, Evan?
He's not.
No, he's not. I know he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
He's saying he should be.
Yeah.
He's got 2 Super Bowls.
Dib sent that.
Look it up.
And
888-957-9570. Guru's afraid to call Giants fans fair weather. I get it. I wouldn't either. I got to work in this town. 95.7. Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. Nissan has a car for every driver who wants more. More action.
process.
This is Matt Steinmetz, Oakland, California, in the hizzle.
I made it up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You guys have a good discussion in here?
Don't get sensitive.
Just...
See, let me just pull the curtain back. I'm Steiny and Guru when I'm off the mic, when I'm in the streets. I think about us, you, Evan, Spadoni, and myself. We got a show meeting today, and I'm not happy about it because it's a rat that needs to be put on the table. Boss came in here almost got a little trouble. He's come up with this brilliant, and he walked out with this brilliant idea. Every morning from the corner office, he talks about what's going on with his station. His station is kicking ass.
Been doing that for
and
2
I've been
months.
doing some analytics.
Oh.
And now he's grown into video clips of things that have happened on the station and different shows. And I don't know if you know this because I'm in the lab while you're texting Evan, keeping me off the thread. We ain't getting a lot of run, partner. You and I.
So?
And I don't like any of it.
Why?
Throw us a bone. Everything. Now he's got cameos with Bonte Champion. Well, that don't bother you?
No.
The midday 10 to 2.
No. I don't like any of it.
I'm going to bring it up in the meeting.
Can I tell
I'm ready today.
Can I tell you what's starting to bother me, though?
What's up?
Can you do me a favor?
I'm laughing. I hope it ain't just me. Because I'm going to try to help you out.
Can you and Bonte tape that thing outside of the studio
What
after
thing?
the show?
The soda weight loss.
Just because
it actually gets me going.
Well, can you do it outside the studio? That's all.
And it does bring back up BS&G vibes. We went to Vegas.
I can't get to my spot.
Yeah, right. He throws you in there, though. He wanted you in there today. Bonte said, Steiny, come on. Jump in. But just watch me today so I don't say nothing. You know, I want my job, Steiny, but you don't even care. You're oblivious to it.
925. AT&T Park broke the sellout record in those years, and that record started years before the World Series title, Steiny. You're a hater. No, you misunderstood 925, but I understand why. The San Francisco Giants, this is what I'm
They're in it.
They're in it, but nobody cares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The Giants have had this is what I'm talking about, 925. Yeah. They had 9 straight years where they drew over 3,100,000 people. In the last 4 years, they have not done that. They've not come close to breaking the 3 million mark.
What's your answer to that?
Including the 107 year. So that's my question.
That's concerning.
Why? And I get COVID's a big factor, but they went down before COVID.
But I think you know why. And it's what we've all, Dibbs, Willard, Bonte, they don't have what you just said, a star. They're not the Padres. And I'm not saying you have to be, but this is a franchise that had Barry Bonds, Willie Mays, Jack Clark, Hackman Leonard, Buster Posey.
Yeah, there you go.
The last outfielder. Well, no, I do like Montel Steiny. I like a lot of the. It's not enough.
The Giants don't have one young player. How about this? They don't have one young player on their roster who's as encouraging as Brock Purdy is on the Niners roster.
Well,
they don't have anything
that's
close
a hard
to a
sell because I want to say they got a few, Steiny.
Easy sell.
Bailey behind the plate
that's
defensively.
Great. 262, and he's a good arm. I'm talking about Brock, Super Bowl champion Purdy. Mm-hmm.
They do need an infusion, man. I just don't know if they got the guy that can go close. Coffee's for closers. Glenn Ross, can he close, Steiny? Oh, and let's put the rat on the table again. Brought to you by Atco. We don't know what's going on with Ohtani. He may be having a procedure. You still go all in on him?
I'm not sure.
No, those are the decisions you got. You get paid.
I actually have an opinion that I think is people would disagree with, but I actually believe it. Man, I'm starting to believe it.
Sure.
I think even if the Giants got Ohtani, I don't think they would sell out 6 straight years.
Now, give us the analytics behind that. There's no way.
Because
what? In the Bay?
Even if they don't win? They'll sell out even if they don't win? Well, they didn't win in
But you're
California.
coming because you're starting a relationship with a player that's a unicorn. The
Right,
Asian community here in the Bay Area.
How's that unicorn done for the Angels? They haven't gone to the postseason, is what I'm saying. I think they'd have to Ohtani and the postseason.
But you're taking...
If they bring Ohtani up here and they're still the Angels, they're not selling out every game.
But if I own a restaurant and I change chefs and I got the top chef in my restaurant, you can't tell me that there's no impact and more people coming to the restaurant before we do the grand opening.
That's right, but it's no guarantee that the food's going to be better just because the chef's different.
But at the end of the day, the message to the fan base is we're trying, and we delivered. Okay. We'll see how it plays out.
I just don't think they're getting 40,000+ even with Ohtani.
God. Evan, do you think if they got Ohtani, that place wouldn't be packed, honestly?
500 team, just like the Angels. Actually, under 500.
No, attendance would certainly increase, but they wouldn't be selling out every game. I don't even know if they won the World Series, if they'd continue to sell out if they didn't continue to keep winning. I think also the price barrier is just so ridiculous now. To go to see one game, it's a lot for a lot of people.
Yeah. Mark's in Vegas. Hey, Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
My thing is that we're people now that we're a bandwagon. If your team is winning and you're in the playoffs, you're going to have people get into that are going to fill the seats. The Sharks have done it. The Giants have done it. Even the 2000-something Oakland A's did it when they won 20 games back in the day. So as far as a person as a name player, it's just Gary Radnitz used to have a saying.
Give it to me.
When people were in the playoffs, you got to pull up the bandwagon because that's all we are bandwagon fans in the Bay Area.
Now
he was gutsy. Gary was gutsy. But he didn't.
That ain't true.
Guru, he didn't just say what he knew people wanted to hear.
Right.
Just think about that.
I was on the mic with Gary. You ever were on the mic with him? I was in the studio.
Co-hosted with him many times.
Look at I've never seen you get big head like that.
I'm not big headed. Back in the day, dude, I'm a fossil, man.
Radnitz.
I've been around since the Paleozoic era, bro.
Well, don't ages.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. But anyway, Gary was wrong on that one. It's some diehards. Come on now. I've been here my whole life. I know them. I work with them. It's diehard. Stop.
What's diehard?
There are diehards in this market.
Well, there are diehards everywhere.
Well, yeah. Gary said the Bay Area is just a bandwagon market.
Well, it is for the most part.
We Believe had people when it was bad.
That's bandwagon. Oh, no. The words are different.
Okay, gotcha. Right.
But what he's saying, the Giants are boring this year.
So there can't be a we believe because the fans are showing you they don't believe before the possible playoffs. Does that mean there's no we believe?
I don't know.
I just hate seeing those green seats.
Why? Why do you hate it?
Because it's bad for business. It's telling you something. Business. It's a signal.
Yeah.
We need a star. See, last stud we had in the outfield was Chili Davis.
I'm pressing you here. Who do you feel bad for?
Oh, the Bay. 49er Frankie, Shasky, Bonte, Willard, Dibbs.
You know, you can't win 90% of your games every year.
I watch every inning, Steiny. I want to watch. I want to watch somebody with Arthur Fonzarelli. Has always been my aim. Give me somebody with swag. Give me Cespedes, Ricky Henderson. Give me something to look forward to. And I watch dead men walking. And right now, I'm tired of J.D. Davis chasing. I'm tired of.
He just hit a game-winning homer.
That was a big one too. But you know what I mean? A cast of misfits. That's what it feels like. Give me the Padres. Even with them imploding, they got style.
And you just said it. And that's where I'm confounded at times. Because sometimes winning it all is all that matters. And then sometimes you'd rather have a team that's 8 games under 500 because they got names. I never know which it's going to be.
Names of those caliber that the Padres have equal hope. That's all. You don't want it to be the experience that Melvin's fired. I hope he's not. I love him. I think he's done. He'll be the scapegoat. But Steiny, when you got that firepower, one, your organization is trying. Two,
Giants are trying.
You're not boring. They're boring.
Yeah, but they're better than the Padres. They're better. It's like San Antonio Spurs. So what if they're boring? If they win,
Oh, no. I never thought the Spurs
you
would.
did.
Stop.
Not enough
They had
swag.
that brand of basketball.
You
Stop
said
it,
you
Steiny.
hated Tim Duncan because he didn't have a personality.
No, I went to Stanford when he was a senior, and they had all the seniors, and I didn't think he was going to do anything with the likes of Karl Malone. It was at Stanford. All the seniors came out, and they had like this workout. I was there at the little what do you call it?
I have no idea.
On the hill.
On the hill?
Their gym. What do you call the gym?
Well, that's USF.
No, I said Stanford.
Maples.
Yeah. And
But you said on the hill, that's usually USF.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I meant it because it had spring, that floor I played on.
Yeah.
But I saw Tim Duncan like he ain't going to do nothing with the likes of Karl Malone.
That's about right.
Yeah. I admit it. You were wrong on Steph?
No, I wasn't. Absolutely not.
Now I'm
He was wrong about AC Law.
Right, boy, yeah.
I never said, like, you.
He knows you because
I never said he was a
you
bust.
fueled him.
You thought Duncan was going to be no good. I never said Steph Curry's not an NBA player.
I didn't think Duncan would be Duncan, one of the greats.
Well, I knew Steph was going to be a good combo guard.
I'm being honest. It's random.
No, sure.
Speaking of which, hashtag random. Is Duncan your number one power forward?
Gotta say something.
You know what? I want to piss the boss off. I want a little dead air.
It's not Garnett, I'll tell you that.
You know what? Every once in a while, I know it's crazy for sports talk radio, but every once in a while, it does pay off to think before you talk.
Oh,
so I was actually thinking before I responded. It's very unusual. Who else is up there?
Karl Malone, McHale.
No, Duncan to me is the most underrated great player of all time. The guy won 5 titles. To me, he's well above Kobe, for example.
I didn't ask you that,
list.
damn it. Kobe don't play his position.
I have him above Bird, Tim Duncan.
Well, how good? I'm getting kind of in my feelings.
Sorry.
Karl Malone doesn't come to mind for you?
I'd rather have Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan was like Defensive Player of the Year. He's great.
No, he was a badass.
I know it's defense, Goo.
Stop, please.
You almost. Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you penalize guys who play defense?
That if you knew who I was and why I know NBA players and I'm friends with Handy, that was my staple, was D.
Oh, really?
I put you on your ass. I was the enforcer. So, of course, I love defense, Donnie.
I just don't pay it short shrift. Defense is important half the game.
And Duncan didn't win those chips by himself, just like Kobe. He had a great team and other Hall of Famers in different locales.
He was the best player on his championship team. And Shaq was the best player on the Lakers championship. The city, CJ in the city. I'm just messing now. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Starney? What's up, Goo?
What's up, baby?
It's nice to hear you guys once again.
Thanks.
Man, hearing you guys talk about the Giants has got me thinking, because I feel like, honestly, there's a bit of a disconnect between Gabe Kapler, the fan base, and his own team. I feel like Gabe Kapler doesn't take questioning his decision-making too well. I mean, he does it all the time when reporters ask him, and he kind of makes them questions their intelligence when they ask about his decisions. And I remember a couple of seasons ago, I can't remember who was on the bump, but he was pulling out a relief pitcher, and he just gave him like a fit, and Gabe just kind of stared him down. So I don't know if Gabe has like the right attitude with the players. I don't know if the players entirely respect Gabe. I mean, they respect Gabe because he's a specimen, but I don't know if they respect Gabe because, like, you know, of like the way he carries himself around the clubhouse.
Right.
As far as Farhan goes, I think Farhan has done a tremendous job with the organization. Just look at the prospects that we have. Just look at our farm system. He's completely turned that around.
What about the free agents, though?
Man, that's the thing. I think that the San Francisco fan base has this big, like, fantasy with big name stars, and I feel like as an organization, we've produced those big name stars. I mean, Tim Lincecum, you know, Cy Young Award winner, the Freak, 55, Matt Cain, perfect game. You know, like, we just produce these kind of homegrown talents, and that's what we've gotten accustomed to. Sure, we've acquired some throughout the deadlines, but for the most part, it's been homegrown talent. Mad Bum, you know, I can go on. And when we have acquired talent, it hasn't been big name stars. It's been guys like Marco Scudero and other guys who just get it.
Do you think maybe it's time to change that mindset and go get an Ohtani? And maybe that's why there's not a lot of people in the bleachers?
I think the last time they went out and tried to get a big name superstar, look at Carlos Correa, right? They were cautious, and they were right. He's not producing this season. Ohtani has gotten injured, so I don't know if they were to get Ohtani, what kind of deal they would give him, but they are smart when it comes to handing out big-name contracts, and as a fan, I can appreciate that. We're not out here throwing out money. I mean, the last time we did that, I think it was with, what was that?
Zito?
Can't remember. No, Zito ended up working out. He pitched a great game. I can respect Zito. I can't remember whether it was an outfielder or Molina or something like that, but it doesn't always work out. So Farhan has the right mindset. He's getting the right players. One thing that I do have to question is, why did they send back Marco Luciano? He seemed like he was on a hot streak. He was getting it. So that's my only thing.
You know what? No, I appreciate it. Good stuff.
He was rolling. He'll be at the game.
I have no idea why they call guys up and put them down. You know what I mean?
Man.
And they do it. There's obviously a lot of reasons. Listen, let me play devil's advocate. I don't like to do that.
Al Pacino.
But why don't you give the Giants credit for having an organizational philosophy? And the organizational philosophy under Farhan is to build up their farm system. Look at the Oklahoma City Thunder. Do they rely on signing free agents?
No.
Right, because they can't. So they have to develop from within.
They get the top pick every year, though, Stoney. Okay. But I don't know if there's a Chet Holmgren on the Giants. I don't, come on now.
Well, that's my point. Their organizational philosophy.
And the Thunder are fun to watch. You were front row. Dort.
He's
come on, Stoney. Come on, man. Oklahoma,
you don't get what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the Giants, they are not the team that goes out and gets free agents.
All right, but we're 7 years of building up a farm. How long are you going to take? And it's not built up to where these youngsters are going to compete in the NL West next year if you give it to them. So I'm asking you, how long do you need? How long do you need for your vision to manifest? Because let me tell you something, Farhan.
Oklahoma City's.
Let me let you use my glasses. Right. Because in my lenses, asses are not in the seats. Asses are not, it's not coinciding. Nobody's going to the park to say, let's watch these youngsters. That would be different. No, Steiny, people ain't coming.
I know.
Why?
Because they don't
this
have
ain't
any
year one.
But quit. Look, nobody wants to play here. Nobody wants to play here.
I hate that.
It's true, though.
Don't give me... Do you really believe that?
Yes, I do.
Correa was coming.
Okay.
They did good on that. I can't stand watching them play now. Like, thank God they didn't
They're going to end
him.
up overpaying for a guy.
Sometimes you might have to do... Okay. I'm being so...
I'm so sick of this idea that, if the Giants sign a free agent, they're going to win it all.
No, hey, I'm not saying that it's baseball.
Stop
if Mike Trout is available, do you, as Farhan, if you're here, do you take a flyer?
What does that mean, take a flyer?
Try to get him in a Giant uniform.
Sure. Why not?
I mean, yeah, I'm with you. Why not?
Because he probably doesn't want to play here. I'm just guessing, but a lot of players don't for whatever reason.
Man, we'll see. I had your back. Yeah, OKC, they got a mixture. I like what they got going. Where you going? Whoa, going to the Thunder game. Yeah. Giants.
This is fine. This is Steiny philosophy is correct, but Farhan had 5 years to implement that philosophy, and he's failed. Has he failed? Has he? Has he failed? Let's take a look. Year one, Bochy's last year. What do you expect? Year two, 29-31.
Okay.
Year three, they won 107 games. Yeah. Does that not count for anything?
29-31, you had a series against the Rockies, the last series in which you could have got in.
You almost made it. So they're knocking on the door.
Okay, 107.
They're in contention. Then they win 107.
Was 107.
Then they win 81, and now they're in the playoff hunt again. 107 wins by any major league team is a fluke.
But what? Okay, you know what? I like that. What are you moving forward, though? Do we know who the Giants are and what they're trying to do, Stoney?
Yes, I do think we know that.
So 2020.
I really do.
Let's just say the season's over tonight. Giant fans going to look forward to next year outside of
probably not
feeling like you're in Sacramento watching AAA. I don't know, but I know they need a big boy or boys.
I don't know.
Rodon said night-night, so you're right.
Did they have a big boy when they won 107 games?
But no.
Okay.
But they lost to a team that had big boys. They lost to the Dodgers.
Let me tell you.
Who've owned the division for the last decade.
And let me tell you what really chaps me. Is and I know, I'm not a Kapler fan, but people are just glossing over a 107-win season. Please.
Was it an anomaly, Steiny?
Of course it was an anomaly, but they're in the playoff hunt this year. And they were in the playoff hunt that first COVID year, as bad as they were. I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying, not one thing. But I can make a case that Farhan and Kapler have done pretty good here. And if they get into the playoffs this year, what more do you want?
So,
and I know it was more excitement. I get it.
I don't want to. I know Wood's not having the best year in Stripling, but the barking that we're starting to hear from players in regard to their role, Minaya joined Willard and Dibbs. I don't know what my role is. That's starting to get a little volume to that. And I'm asking, do you think that's good for Kapler?
Well, I don't think it has any. I mean, they might be mad at Kapler, but they should be mad at Farhan. Kapler's he's just following orders. He's been told to manage this way. He manages this way. So when Kapler makes a decision to take out a pitcher early, they know he's just a messenger from a guy who's higher up. Now, they might not like Kapler anyway.
Man.
They might not like Kapler anyway.
And I think there's something to that.
Rocky's in San Francisco. What's up, Rock?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Hey.
Oh, Dynamite.
Hey, on what you guys were just talking about, remember Dutch Holland, I think it was a pitcher for us, reliever or something, a few years back, came out and, spoke out about it being sent down, and said, my finger's not even hurt. Like, this is the way these guys manage it, and he was gone.
Right. Well, yeah, and the other guy we're talking about was Littell, right? Who slammed the ball to Kapler. And he was gone the next day. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so, I mean, my uncle Steve and I have been going to Giants games together since I switched from being an A's fan back in, '89. And, he's had season tickets to the phone booth, as we used to call it, now Oracle, right, since it opened. And we usually go to probably 5 to 25 games a season together. But I haven't been to a single game with him this season. It's not because he hasn't asked me to go with him. It's just because, I told him and our seat rep, actually, who I have a relationship with before the season started, that I'm actively boycotting the Giants. So far on a Kapler are gone. I'm not going to spend $16 a beer on a team that's half guys on one-year contracts trying to resurrect their careers so that they can help year next year.
Rocky, how many fans do you think you represent? Either a percentage, maybe.
Probably, the majority of us. That's why numbers are down like 10,000 a game from what they should be. And it's not just because, people aren't coming to the city for work as much. I just think it's people like me who live in the city who are like, I'm not going to drop $100 on food and booze and whatever else, at a game, to watch this team that's really mediocre. It took Dalton and Crawford having career years for us to win 107 games.
Hey, Rock, I appreciate it, and as long as we're honoring Gary Radnich, hey, how you feel is how you feel.
I love you. Hey, what I heard from Rocky Steiny, I want to come to see Will Clark. I want to come see Kevin Mitchell. I want to see Buster Posey.
Okay, those are three. Are those three Hall of Famers?
Yeah. Well, Kevin Mitchell, not Hall of Famer, I don't believe.
All right.
But I'm just saying that's what it's about. There's a connection between the fan base and stars or good players. That matters. And I'm not right now. They just got a cast of we're okay. And the analytics said if we get Haniger here, he won't be hurt. Guess what? Steiny?
Wait, analytics can tell if he got hurt or not?
No, they're thinking they're going to have a career year because they're putting on the orange and black.
Let me tell you something. If analytics can predict when guys get hurt, then everybody should do analytics.
Well, let me tell you about my analytics. We ain't hitting the corner office. We ain't making that. Yeah, I'll find out today. I'm going to bring that up in
What do you mean?
The corner office, the boss's thing, we don't get it there. We're never on it. You don't care. See, that's the stuff
Do me a favor.
He's speaking.
Do me a favor. Can you wait till the meeting's over to take up your issues with the boss individually? 888-957-9570. Let me tell you what I like. Friedman's Appliance.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental health initiative, I'm Listening. As a dedicated mental health advocate, it is my great honor to again be hosting.
Odyssey FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Are you on him, or do you want to ride him? I don't know!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. Steiny and Guru. Go ahead and flip that switch. And put the headset.
I thought we still were at break. Damn you.
No, we usually come back around 103.
No, I'm looking at YouTube.
Hey,
Chris
by the way,
M. Oh, go ahead.
Did you change? You had to change your plans today?
In regard, we got a meeting.
Well, I thought you. No, usually Thursday's your day off.
Well, that's what I was about to read, smart ass. Chris M on YouTube. Guru needs the new NBA load management. Dude, I'm only out when I have COVID or I'm sick. So let's put that to, or I'm out on a vacate. What are you laughing at?
There's a couple other ors.
Wow.
Hey, let me ask you a couple questions for you. Kirk Cousins, should I play him tonight against that Eagles vaunted defense?
You would be idiotic to do it. Why would you do that?
Because my other guy's Daniel Jones.
Oh, you're in. And you beat me. Oh, my
I hammered
gosh.
you.
I lost my quarterback and running back Dobbins and Rodgers.
That's a loss.
You're done, Steiny.
Who's done?
Daniel Jones.
I have Kirk Cousins. I have Kirk Cousins.
That's about 3 picks tonight. Prime time.
And let me tell you who else I have. Rashid Shaheed.
Oh, boy.
Take a look at his week one.
Yeah, but can he do it in week 2?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Hey, Brock Purdy, doesn't matter. He can do it all.
I actually
he can win a
drafted
Super
Brock in a
Bowl.
couple of
Rashid Shaheed, he's great.
Well, play
so
who you
want to
play. You beat me. Don't ask me for any advice.
Hammered you.
Did you? Oh, my God.
It's a blowout.
With the Cowboy defense, I was up 40 points.
Yeah, you know what? And I used that defense over another team's defense. I mean,
that was good
I was
drafting.
pushing all the right buttons in week one.
Well, you probably were locked out and the computer did it.
No, I took Kelsey out.
Look at how giddy you are.
Let me tell you who I got an eye on, DJ Chark. I got an eye on DJ Chark.
This guy.
You're basically Sean McVay, right?
Essentially.
Wow.
Overachieving in week 1 and going to come back down to earth week 2.
I also have a bully. I've built a bully.
It's one game.
Oh, Vince in San Jose. What's up, Vince? Yee.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Oh, doing well. Yeah.
All righty. Yeah. I like to hear it.
Sure.
You know, my whole thing with the Giants, it seems like there's a big lack of attendance, a big lack of trust in the ball club. And I just think that, a lot of the fans are so used to success, so used to winning, and not only just winning, but winning deep in the playoffs. All the Giants fans today who want to defend Kapler go, he won 107 games, and what a cool guy. Look at his Instagram. How cool is that, guys? Great.
Wow.
But what happened directly after that 100-game season? They got knocked out, man. So if the Giants want to fill up that stadium again like they used to do back in the day all the freaking time, they need a big guy. They need a big name. They need maybe more help with the starting pitchers. And also, get rid of Kapler. Get a real manager in there. That'll help. All right, fellas.
Thanks, Vince. Okay, now you know what? He brought something up that I want to elaborate on, and it's this. Talked about trust issues with Farhan and Kapler, and it got me to thinking.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what he's saying is the fans don't really trust him. Why not? You know why I think? Look who they followed up. Brian Sabian and Bruce Bochy.
Yep.
Two of the straightest shooters that you can find in a front office and in a manager. I do think there's some, like Bruce Bochy, you asked him a question, and maybe it's after he won a title and he got more confident, but Bochy, I don't know, he's just more straightforward, more likable. Ditto for Sabian. And they told it like it was. And I think everybody loves that.
You can relate?
Like when Brian Sabian says lunatic fringe, everybody loved it, except the lunatic fringe. Remember that back in the day? Were you on that?
No.
Yeah, you wanted Who's the guy? Oh, Vlad Guerrero.
Well, look at him.
You wanted
one
Vladimir
of the best
Guerrero.
bad ball hitters to ever do it.
There's I don't even have to have known you back then. You definitely wanted
right,
Vlad.
but I'm not. There's no shame in that.
Well, they won it without him.
But okay, I got you.
Yeah, Sabes.
But when you talk about trust, I don't know how. And I'm gonna say this about Kapler, Gabe. If you're you're
yeah,
out
Bobby
of town.
Evans. Good point.
Yeah, Gabe. His microphone game is where he loses a lot of people. The mic gymnastics that you play, where you think you're being cute or the smartest dude in the room, I think your code's been cracked. But the trust is not Gabe closing these deals with these possible free agents. That's the failure on Farhan. Like, and I know you're going to laugh at me.
And now we got to lump Buster Posey in there. Because Buster Posey's a part of the front office.
I'm going to say something about that I told you during
Posey
the break.
Can't land him either.
If Bonte Hill, his thing about Posey being this next manager.
I didn't hear this. Can you
A
got
couple weeks ago, Bonte went viral by saying, you know what? Could you see Buster Posey moving back to the Bay, being the next manager? I laughed, scoffed at it. But my goodness, if that comes to fruition like you're Chris Paul, I'll call in sick or quit. Because you said it went viral. Hey,
that's what my mom used to
that's
say.
a three.
My mom used to say that
but
to
she
me.
would be mad if we broke up. Because I've been talking to her. But listen on Facebook. She said, Bonte said if he's the manager, that would be as big as you saying Chris Paul when it was announced he was a free agent is coming to the Warriors, and we're still sick on that victory lap you took. But that would go a long way with the fan base if the Giants got that done.
Okay.
We don't know if he wants to do it, but Steiny, why did he come back? Is he embarrassed at where this team is? Bonte's head couldn't fit through this studio if that happened. But I want it to happen.
Sometimes people say I just disagree with you to disagree with you. I do disagree with you that if they hired Buster Posey, that would go along. Like, I don't think.
Go ahead.
I don't think Posey's not going to be a draw. And if
wow,
well, he's a manager. No, he's a manager. Who cares? And all I'm saying
is your Captain Kirk.
Magic Johnson couldn't all I'm saying is, okay, Buster Posey's the manager. He's the manager.
Guys are going to want to play for him.
We'll see.
Oh, okay. I'm giving them that, though.
But what my point is Buster Posey, a lot of players are bad managers.
Well,
now catchers tend to be better.
I remember as a young kid, Steiny, going to Oakland A's with my dad, dragging me to the game because he was a Billy Martin fan. Tommy Lasorda was coming
because he had Billy Ball.
Well,
and they played a certain
I hear
style.
you, but I'm just saying I think a manager goes a long way because if you got a good one, and we're assuming Buster would be that, and he's seen it all, guys would follow, and then we would see if free agents don't want to come play with Gerald Buster Posey as a manager. Because I hate when you bring that up, and I'm like, is he right about people don't want to come here?
Has Posey ever talked about managing? Has anybody ever asked him? I'm serious. I'm curious.
I don't have it on right. Not that I know of.
All I'm getting at is if the season ends, Giants don't make the playoffs, they hire Buster Posey, and then the next All-Star break, they're 30 and 38. Nobody's going to care about Buster Posey, that he's the manager.
But that would be a quick sample size too, Steiny.
What does that mean?
To even think they would be 38. It could go, what if there were 20 games over 5? Like, baseball's tough to turn it.
I don't think a manager can turn around a team, but he's not going to. I don't think. Is there any manager that is a drawing card?
I'll tell you what, Buster wouldn't be taking orders. Because I hate when you say that about or anybody else about Kapler, where you're like, he's ordered to you. I'm like, that's cold.
Of course he would. He'll be the manager, and there'll be a general manager.
I think he would be the kind of the old school Bochy type. Like, hey, we'll talk, but I'm gonna put Evan in right field if I want to put Evan in right field. And Evan had a good night last night. Right. I'm gonna reward him. Evan,
and
go out there.
Actually, you know what, Buster? We're not gonna hire you because you're clearly going to be a rogue manager. Pac in San Francisco.
Oh,
what's up, Pac? How you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing, man?
Hey.
Doing well.
Oh. Good. So, since Cap was, that 107 win season, that was a fluke.
I got to call back.
Oh, man. Oh,
got to call back.
He was fighting.
We're losing. We're losing you. Yes, of course it was a fluke.
No, well, you followed it up with 500, and that was a bad year. Then,
okay, baseball's been.
Well, you ain't 107. That we know. The Dodgers, they were right on your ass, and they're here. They go. They're back. I don't want to say it's. Yeah, I just love that I work with guys, gals all across the Bay that I know. They want star power, Steiny. They want to go see Elvis sing or perform. They want to go see Michael Jackson. They want to go see Prince or Beyonce.
I would say that's every fan of any team in any sport. We all want that. But sometimes, as Mick Jagger says, you can't always get what you want.
Well, I'll say this.
Just because you want a Super Bowl
I got you.
doesn't mean you get a Super Bowl.
I'm going back to Baron
Life
Davis
is
and the
hard.
We Believe.
Okay.
At that time, outside of Baron Davis, they didn't have a Steph Curry. It wasn't, you know what I mean?
Baron Davis was a star.
Well, yeah.
Baron Davis was a star. Come on, Goo. He was exciting as all get out.
No doubt. And he was coming off.
Come on now.
Showed the injury was in the past. But I'm saying it wasn't star power.
Steven Jackson was
the
a
leader.
character.
He was a gangster.
Right.
And he was good. But he found a home. Othello, Harrington out here. I mean, they were all like getting the best out of their career at the same time.
Yeah, so they had charisma. They had a lot of charisma. We Believe.
Yeah. But I think a big part of why people were attracted to what they were doing, Steiny, was grit. It wasn't just they were, Beyonce and Rihanna's. They were, hard workers. Steven Jackson, everybody had counted that we thought they were done. Monte, Matt Barnes.
I'm just waiting to disagree with him right now.
You can do that, Gay.
I'm just waiting. What's up, Evan?
Well, it's just ironic to me that Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones made a song called "You Can't Always Get What You Want." And they sold over 100 million records, made over $200 million. I mean, what do they want? $1 billion?
I mean,
it sucks to suck, I guess. Yeah.
Did they ever win a Super Bowl? No. So we can criticize them. Did they ever sell 200 million records? They could have been better.
Can't always get what you want.
They could have been better.
Yeah.
Sticky Fingers.
Yeah.
Needed three better songs on it.
How was your night last night? I thought of that Van Halen.
What happened?
You got crushed. I think it messed up my Twitter too. I was defending you, and now I can't even send out a tweet. They load, but it won't let me fire.
Good.
I feel like
Why
I'm
don't
on
you take
the
a
side.
lower profile,
dude. I
quick.
feel like I'm Westbrook. I just
you
the
are.
tweets ain't posted. Dude, it's 24 hours.
You know who you are right now? You're Pete Maravich at LSU.
He was a baller. I'll take that.
Oh, he averaged 50 a game.
Okay.
Shots.
Yeah. I always told you. You know how good a shape you got to be to hoist up the many shots.
What's in your drafts right now, Goo? Like, what are you trying to fire off that Twitter won't let you?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, that.
How about that? Yeah.
The Kevin Porter Jr. from Houston. That he shouldn't be on another team, but people
what I said an hour ago?
Yeah, but it was last night.
You just take my stuff and
it was last night. It was before we talked about it. But people remind me Bridges had something like that, and he was out the 2 years and came back. Right. Not that he's trying. Steiner, he should be done if this is. It is true. He broke a vertebrae.
Allegedly. I'm just saying. Here's where we got to be careful. Well, but yes, you're right.
Wouldn't that be a PR nightmare for you to trade for? Who had the report?
Nobody's trading for him. Although, you know what?
Hey.
We'll see if Dunleavy's got any guts.
Oh, please. Warriors don't
play
that mess.
The Golden State Warriors have acquired Kevin Porter Jr. from the Houston Rockets for, I forget his first name, Pajemski.
Oh, who was working out with Steph.
And
Trae Young.
I think he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
But no, he's taking him under his wing.
You know what? This is what rookie from Santa Clara would ever come into the NBA and not work out with Steph Curry if he has an opportunity?
Pajitsky's his perspective. It's about the chef didn't leave him behind. The chef didn't say you were in Santa Clara with Little D.
Steiny, you've just been drafted by the Warriors. You know what? I don't even want to meet Steph.
No, see, you got it.
And Steph likes to work out around 1 o'clock. You can come join him if you want. Nah.
They had the 2 basketball drill. I'm like, Steph's a leader.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, watch out, baby. I want to see the uniforms they're wearing this year. Roll that out.
I want to see the style of play they roll out. And that's the difference between you and I.
You look good, you play good.
Now, Steph's going to make threes.
No, Clay too.
There you go.
Yep.
Clay too. Clay's going to make a lot of threes. There's no doubt about it.
We want to end strong. We got a meeting.
Well, it's only 1:20.
Well, no, I'm just saying we want to end strong. So
about a meeting.
when we see him, he could be like, guys. Yeah.
So does that mean 2:00 we're out?
You got? We got our guy. Hey, it's up in the air. You make the call.
The meeting.
Or are you going to quibble them if you see Dibs and Willard?
The meeting is at 2 p.m.
You all right?
Period.
You all
End
right,
of story.
Bobby. Evan, you hear?
And you know what? I got an appointment at 3:30, so I got to get out of here too.
God, you're a terrible liar.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
What happened to him?
Who?
The Warrior. He reached out to me. Said he changed his name. I told him to call.
So in other words, you asked what happened to him, but you knew.
Yeah, I was holding on to it.
Right. What Norm say about your performance yesterday on the radio?
Oh, he less is more. He liked the whole thing where you like goo when I was trying to like a dope fiend, a radio fiend. Just slow down, son.
No doubt.
Yeah, he liked it.
Goo. Should I do it during the regular show?
No, you wouldn't have to. I need to do it to you.
Okay. We could keep track of who does it more, don't you think?
Well, I can help you at the 26 break when you break early, and then Evan gets mad.
Well, how come you leave me out to hanging out the drive?
I open my yapper, and then what are you doing now?
I wasn't finished my thought. I was going to say, sometimes I feel like you leave me out to dry when you know I'm in no man's land.
It's your land. You should not.
Now it's my land.
Yes, because I'm thinking you got it down. And you're looking at the dude. That's when that look you give him.
Dude, one of the strongest things you can do as a human is ask for help. And I'm not afraid to ask for help from you sometimes.
Well, I'm the guy that'll give you the subliminal help. You don't got to ask or put you on blast. Look at me. You don't know. You've never signaled with your buddies. Hey, there she goes. Without saying, pointing. There's a look, and you just are blank. When I talk at 25, I'm telling you, you're early. Don't cut. And you look at me like, there goes Big Mouth again. He's got something to say. You got to know Goose helping me. Yeah, we'll work.
But what about the times when you do hang me out? Can I assume you're mad at me then?
Well, you hang me out more than I
my God.
Steiny, if we did the analytical breakdown on this show.
888-957-957.
Don't ask Evan.
Because what's the question?
Come on. It ain't even close. And I love you.
It's what's not close?
Who steps on who more? Right, come on. Somebody
Let's
said
go.
they love us.
Happened again. B in San Jose. What's going on, B? How you doing, buddy?
Steinmetz and Guru, you're doing a great job.
Right on, baby.
Goo?
Thank you.
You bet, guys. Steinmetz, you got to be tickled pink again because you went into your Wojnarowski with the Warriors have traded for Kevin Posey. So I wasn't even about to call about that, but right as you did that, I was already in stitches. But I was going to sound off on the Buster Posey potential managerial opportunity. I mean, Goo, I'm with you. I've been thinking about how these guys both maybe at least Kapler's on the hot seat, potentially far on. But the fact that Posey moved back to the Bay Area got me thinking maybe he's in line to be the skipper. But then I got to thinking, when you're talking about a draw, did we ever give Buster Posey a standing ovation when he went out to go talk to the pitcher or when he went, into the dugout? Well, no, but really, is that going to be a draw for fans when he's coming to grab the ball from the starting pitcher to give it to the reliever? I mean, really, the draw's got to come from the players because outside of my lifetime watching baseball, Lou Piniella or Ozzie Guillen, there really hasn't been a manager that would make me want to, go to the box office and pick up a ticket.
Wow.
Buster's the ethereal type. He's very inward even when he was a player. He was just much more reserved. Heck, he didn't even have too many much characteristics in the Toyota car commercials. So,
well, Brock will.
Way more the name of the draw, but they got to have players that are going to excite the fan base, that are going to
there it is.
Hit home runs. It's got to be something that will light up the joint.
Gotcha. Good stuff.
Yeah,
that was good. Ethereal. Threw a word out there.
Gotcha.
Hey, you know what? I think I'm getting for Giant season tickets this year. I want to watch Buster Posey on one knee at the top of the dugout steps for 81 home games.
The one knee, you got me. People pointing out how I needed your help with Mia and nobody was home.
Yeah, next time
you enjoyed
next
that.
time you do something like that, just clue me in beforehand.
Mia,
it's like getting a call. No, it's like getting a call in the middle of the night, and it's like, hey, Matt, is Guru with you? No, I'm sleeping. No, oh, wait. Yeah, we've been together all night. Come on, just a heads up.
I was great at that, but my single days, they help my guys out there, girls.
He said I did my Woj.
Yeah. Is it about that time? Steiny?
Why do you, I feel like you want to take my Woj impression from me.
After my great Steve Harvey, I don't want to do the Woj. Come on, Steiny.
Do you want Woj? You can do him.
No,
I'll stop doing him.
You're messing up our timing.
Who?
You're doing it on purpose. Because you're slow when you talk. Then I have to. I don't know when to jump in. I get it out like a rapper. Nah.
Yeah. So you just jump in whenever. Yeah. I mean, no.
Yeah. Hey, so we off at 2?
You can stay.
1, 2, 2. Remember, that's a rule. You go, I go.
Greeny, the NBA has implemented what they're calling the PPP. It's the Player Participation Program. And what they're looking to do here, Greeny, is handle how the NBA deals with these stars who are load managing.
I would play, Evan, if I were you, I'd have played defense. What's going on here? That was great.
Don't talk about that.
NBA fighting back on load management. I'm excited. Paul George and somebody had a meme yesterday with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, them breaking up because of this load management. I mean, they abuse it the most.
Be better at your job.
So
we need him this year.
You're excited. A press release got you excited.
Well, no, they're about to implement it.
Yeah.
Hey, what you doing, Evan? Let's go watch Clippers Blazers. Okay. It ain't going to be everybody Dame out and Leonard and George. Ain't a middle finger to the fans. Let's watch. Let's ball.
We'll see. We don't know how it's going to be utilized yet. Just like Brock Purdy. How's Brock Purdy going to be utilized the rest of the season?
So my hair is immaculate every day. I come in with a Stanford visor, and there's got to be an issue with my dome.
I
can't take a day off, huh?
No, you do. Thursdays usually. You're sick, dude. What? I think people just can't. People aren't used to you being here today. That's all it is.
That's a 6.
Things are a little.
I ran into that one, boy.
Things are a little out of whack. All right, on the other side, you know what's on the other side? The other side is on the other side. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I need a guru in my life.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity, my little sister and her friends can easily stream all their favorite stuff.
We'll start with 2 episodes of Top Chef, then Chopped.
When I was a kid, we'd worry about buffering. Now they just worry about what's on the...
I got thug tears.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Please explain.
This is Woody Guthrie.
Okay.
This land is your land. You guys are talking about Steiny's land versus Goo's land.
We were?
Evan, elaborate.
Yeah. What land were we talking about?
About how you keep stepping on each other's land. You step on each other's mic.
My guy. Gotcha.
Boy, that was a Willie McCovey.
I was just playing too.
That
Evan.
was a stretch.
Yeah, boy. I used Brandon Bell.
Well, you guys hit on so many things in the last segment. It's hard to keep track, I'm sure.
Wow. I was a boss man. Let me guess.
No. I'm saying there's so much content that you guys were spewing from those two microphones.
I got you.
Look at Evan dry capping on us, Donnie.
Here's the one piece of content I do want to share. We had Mike Martz on in the first hour, and he was talking about Kyle Shanahan, and I asked Kyle Shanahan that obviously he's got an incredible reputation. Everybody thinks he's a great mind. What specifically is one thing that makes him a great mind? I was fascinated by his answer.
He puts it together. He can go into a 2 or 3 tight end set at any time, and then come back in nickel. And the hard thing about Channing, it's what we thought we did fairly well was defensively. You never know what you're going to get. You can take all the tendencies on set recognition and personnel recognition and throw it out the window. You just don't know what's going to happen. Right when you think you're going to get in a passing game with him, he's going to put the ball, in the back's hands and grind it out. So, he can win rushing the ball or throwing the football. Those are great teams that can do that.
Damn, man. And that is something that I don't think we have talked about enough, Steiny. He ain't just a one-trick pony, Kyle. He can give it to you many different ways. And now you talk about this plethora of offensive weapons. I mean, he's thinking about it. He ain't just, ground and pound like Chuck Noll. He'll put it in the air too, Steiny. Dude's creative, man.
Well, the one thing that also hit me there is, I've always thought, like, if let's say, what would the greatest play caller of all time look like? Wouldn't it be every time the defense thinks you're going to pass, you run, and every time the defense thinks you're going to run, you pass? Like, if you could guess right on that every time.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, well, it sounds to me like Kyle guesses right on that most of the time. Like, let's put it this way, the defense guesses wrong on what Kyle's going to do. And so what I was thinking about is when that's what you rely on, maybe sometimes you do, okay, what do they think we're going to do now? We'll try to do the opposite. I don't know. I just thought it was pretty interesting on what he said there. He also said this.
He's got ice in his veins. It just nothing phases the guy. And the other thing, he has such a great grasp of what they want to do in offense. And the cognitive part of it that I just talked about, Patrick Mahomes does it at the highest level I've ever seen. Obviously, there's a bunch of quarterbacks that play at the highest level that have those kinds of skills. Brock, you'd have to give him the highest grade for what he can see and respond to, plus the fact that he's very accurate.
That was Mike Martz. We had him on at 10:30, former offensive coordinator of the Rams and the 49ers. He was a part of the Rams 99 Super Bowl team. And he's a guy who also said he wasn't very impressed with Trey Lance. He said that last year after the Chicago Bears game. And I think it's fair to say Mike Martz likes Brock Purdy a little more than he liked Trey Lance.
I mean, man, and I know you haven't personally given up on Lance, but Steiny, when's he going to see the field for Dallas, right? Barring injury. Or we could have said the same thing if you were the parents of Brock Purdy, right? Son, it don't look like we're going to see a quarterback a game for a while. And look what happened, and look what it's transformed into.
Yeah, it's
life.
You can't predict injuries. That's for sure. L.A. Rams, 1 o'clock. That's a 1 o'clock start on Sunday, right? It's perfect time.
Now, 1 or 1:25?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, but it is 1. You're
1
right.
or 1:25 is the best time for football. Yeah. I'll take that game over a 10 a.m. game. I'll take that game over a 5 p.m. game.
No. It's 5:15, Steiny.
How can you look?
It's 1:05. Thanks, E.
If you're any type of human being, Goo, by Sunday at 5 p.m. you're depressed because the weekend's over. Who wants to watch a game depressed? Don't you see?
But why would you? Our world revolves.
Because we're coming into work Monday.
And our work revolves around talking about games. Oh, my God. I'm laughing. I'm grinning. Don't you get it? We're winning.
But it's not a game.
We don't got a dead-end job.
But it's a profession.
Yeah, no doubt. And we got a game at 5.
Let's start treating it like a profession.
Please.
Notice I said let's.
We would have to change our attire. Well, you would, not me.
Into a radial?
Right.
We got to change a tire?
Nah, shirt and tie.
I know how to change a tire, by the way. Do you? Have you ever changed a tire?
Norm's son would. Come on, man. Please. I've done it in the rain.
Oof.
Yep.
See, now, have you?
It's not like my body is Pee Wee Herman. Come on, Steiny.
No, it's just.
I know how to change a. Come on, man.
No, it's like, hey, did you play, it's the difference between, hey, did you play basketball when you were a kid? Yeah, I played basketball. Did you change a tire? Yeah, I changed a tire. But now you're going with the old, I had to walk a mile to the playground and I had to shovel snow.
I've owned 4 Cadillacs, old ones, so your boys changed a few tires in this day. Let's just talk about that.
So, all right, please explain. Do Cadillacs experience more flat
the older
tires
Cadillacs break down. Yeah, flats, what have you. Run out of gas. I've done it all.
Do you rotate your tires?
No, I take that. I ain't doing that.
No. But I mean, you have them rotated.
Yeah, no doubt.
At Big O or something like that. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm mad at Evan. He took a shot at our last segment. I'm playing.
What are you doing? What do you got today? Anything?
No, getting ready for the game. Well, I told you my pockets is light. If you got me, scholarship, we can go down there.
All right. We won't.
Dude, what's happening? You used to have
what?
a plethora of chicken. Like, ooh, I got you.
It's payday tomorrow.
Oh, well, tonight for
some of the bills keep coming.
Shout out,
Buffalo. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I got chicken.
We got the. Well, you got 100 of mine.
But I gave that to you and Evan and slapped it on the thing and treated Evan and John while you were out. It was Alan and John.
Willard and Dibbs. Willard and Dibbs are on the other side with the crossover. You know what's funny is I walked by their conversation, and Willard was saying something, and I want to know what he was talking about, but I had to come back in here. I heard him say something that he said, well, that would kill their morale. He said that would kill their morale.
Don't ruin their show.
Well, who do you think he was talking about? He said something like, well, if they lose, they'll ruin their morale.
I don't know.
Think he was talking about the Giants?
2-6. Well, that might be it.
I don't think he could have been talking about the Niners, right?
Well, I'm hearing Dibbs, and I hate that I can hear what they're talking about. Nothing. That close. Yeah.
He's not talking about the Warriors.
No, it's got to be the Giants. Morale.
Well,
because morale with the Niners, you lose. Okay.
Well,
come on.
Draymond Green can kill morale. He might have been talking about the Warriors.
Well,
I mean, that guy is a human morale killer at times.
You can't get enough
of what
with Draymond. We didn't even bring him up today, and you had to get that. Willard stuck it in me.
No, I'm just trying to figure out.
Steiny stuck it in me.
Okay, 888-957-9570. Willard, what team is the most likely to lose morale?
Ooh,
yeah. See,
tomorrow we set up for tomorrow. Put it in the pipe.
Yeah, maybe let me finish a sentence. I can make you go.
Dude, we've been the dead air. Come on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've been in the corner. Just watching you dribble.
Now that pisses me off.
Because then you look up like, are you going to cut? I'm like, dude, you just told me to stay in the corner.
You do stand in the corner a lot. You do. No,
no.
All right. We're out of here at 2 today because we have a meeting. It's nothing personal. When we leave at 2 other times, it's personal. Yeah, but on a Thursday, it's not personal. Hey, we're all sponsored by Friedman's Appliance.
Coming to Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September.
Niners are pregnant with greatness.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're joined by Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. It's the crossover. We got show meeting today, so just giving you a heads up on that.
Whatever. He's going to be here. He can wait. He's fine.
No, he said 2 because he's going to call with corporate at 2:15.
Guys, I need you at 2.
Yeah.
Not
then,
2:02.
Well, then you should stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, push it.
Exactly.
What's he going to do?
Push that show meeting.
What's he going to do?
Salt and pepper. Push it real
Well,
good.
we did. We pushed it up. We had to push it up to 2.
Yeah.
Push it back.
I mean, exactly.
But then it's going to bump into the...
That's the point.
Thank you.
Yeah, you follow me here, Steiny.
I
can get out of this. You can do it.
Quarter after 2.
Guru likes meetings.
This
He's
is
on the
new me
record.
on the crossover.
Hey,
I'm jumping late.
You got me.
Stanford Visor, look
That
at
was
you.
straight
What's up?
peer pressure,
Yeah.
Steiny. Wow.
You got me curious. I walked by. You guys were talking on the couch, and I heard you say something like
the couch.
Something about if they'd lose their morale, or their morale would. You said their morale would.
He came and
drop.
said it on our show.
And I wonder who he was talking about.
Oh, I remember
I said somebody's morale.
He's saving it for the shows.
Oh,
Steiny.
boy. No. Give me a second.
There was a lot flying around.
This is the show. Yeah.
Oh, we were talking about the Chargers.
Okay.
We were talking about the Chargers. Okay, here's how this
That
goes.
coat. I'm sorry.
Well, here's how this goes.
Man.
We're talking obviously about the fans, and is it Vivid Seats? What's the name of the deal?
I think so.
That predicted that the building will be 64% 49er fans this weekend.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Now, if it is 64%, that will feel like 80 because red, loud. We get it. We know what Niner road games have been looking like. So we were talking about that, and then Matt, look, he brings up last week's Chargers-Miami game, and he had put out a video on Twitter, I think, of one of Tyreek Hill's touchdowns, and he's like, listen to what this sounds like. It was a home game for the Chargers.
Gotcha. I was watching.
Home game for the Chargers. But it sounded like a home game for Miami, and we're like, and that's Miami. That's not like some great traveling. It's not the Packers, the Cowboys. So we got to talking about Charger home games, and the statement you overheard me say was, I think this is rare. Ownership makes good decisions, bad decisions for sports teams, but I think it's rare that ownership sort of bleeds into the actual on-field product, even when you have good players. In my opinion, why do the Chargers underachieve? Ownership. Ownership bleeds into the actual locker room with a team like that because, A, they don't play home games. They never get to play in front of a crowd that is rooting for them.
That's terrible.
And the decisions, the contracts, the way – I know that they're paying people now. That's still relatively new for the Spanos family. The surroundings, the facilities for years, I think, has killed the morale of Chargers players.
Well, you were up 27-3 or 28-3 and lost that. Did that have anything to do with ownership? I know it's one specific incident.
Yeah, that's one
but
half
I would
of
say,
football.
hell no. They got a coach that should have been jettisoned out of there.
But it's just a curse. They're just cursed.
Wow.
So there's no real reason. Can't fire
Outside
a
of the
coach.
holy roller.
You can't
Shout out
fire
Bill
a coach when it's just a curse.
Does every fan base feel like their team is cursed on some level until you go on a run?
I dare a Warrior fan to say it.
I know. Well, you can't now, but you could have 15 years ago.
You could have. No doubt.
You
Because my
absolutely
partner
could have.
came in here today and said if this Giants, as they embark on this 10-game road trip, let's just say go 8-2.
I heard that,
the third wild card.
Yeah.
Would it be sold out? Dibs, hell yes, it would be sold out.
No, absolutely not is the answer.
bandwagon?
Wait,
No,
what
okay,
would-
here to talk.
hold on.
Yeah, let me
the
set it up.
regular
wagon
season
is
game?
not-
Set it up.
Yeah.
Or
The wagon
playoff
is
game?
not
Yeah.
built to be
16
full.
16
Victim
games
of
left.
All
They
right.
have a 10-game road trip. They come back with 6 home games, 3 against the Padres, 3 against the Dodgers to end the season. My thought was, I just remembered We Believe. You know, they caught fire late and something magic happened. And I just thought, did the Giants have a We Believe? Is it even possible to have a We Believe? What would that look like? Well, what if they went on this road trip and go 8-2? And they take this wild card kind of by the neck, and now they're coming home versus San Diego and versus LA.
Oh.
Is it packed? Are those games packed? Are they
10,
mostly
12, and
full?
14
Do
on
they-
line one.
Do they capture the imagination of in those 10 games when you realize, well, they're probably going to make the playoffs now?
Okay, so you're asking if Monday night, September 25th.
Yes.
Monday night.
Speak on it. Yep.
San Diego's in town.
But
and
you're
the
holding
Giants,
on to
and
that
the Giants,
last
and the
spot.
Giants,
Or
Giants have
half game
opened up.
Yeah,
they're
for
opened
the
up
third wild
a
card.
game and a half lead.
Yes, sir.
Is that game sold out?
Come on.
No. Monday night?
Well, what about 107? The people were coming out. That Dodger game, I still vividly remember to where, I mean, you could, well, some Dodger fans.
They won
in there.
107 games, and playoffs were a foregone conclusion, even if they lost the division.
Well, I'll say this because you just read the Susan Slusser report about it looks like the boys are safe. Dibs, so you got major issues if that's the case, and you're the third wild card, and let's say you're a game up, and it's not packed. That would be, I don't think the Giants have been there at that juncture before.
No, they haven't, and there's a reason why they are there, and it's because your favorite player is going to start and then get pinch hit for in the fifth because it's a righty and he's a righty and he's coming out, and we got an opener, and then we've got two more guys coming in, and our starter is going to come in the fifth, and you don't know these guys, and your favorite player is now back in AAA, or is he? He's actually on his way back because he's got options, and he's pre-arb too, and this entire team is filled with guys who go up and down. There aren't any players with any real star power. You've got Logan Webb, and maybe that's about it.
Doval.
Oh, yeah. He's great.
Right?
He's great.
And people are interested in Harrison. I think that's a little too far to say that there are no players, but the collective is not. The collective is boring. The collective is
unknown.
Yeah.
What would you say to this? Okay, so every fan base is comprised of casuals and hardcore.
Sure.
This play the Giants have. Okay, so they're not good enough to get the casuals, right? They're boring,
right?
But what I'm getting a sense today, because we got a few calls on it, is even the hardcores are looking at this style of play.
I heard the one hardcore,
and they're out on the style. So even if you're a hardcore fan who you think's going to be there every night, I think they've lost some of those because they don't like the philosophy.
Can you put that into philosophy? I get. Put that into words for me. The style of play,
the openers, the guys getting pinch hit for,
right?
The
fact that you don't have nine guys.
Position.
Like,
I still think
we think about our youth, and we can look at the Dodgers in the 70s, and it's like...
No, I get that.
You know what I mean? You had their lineup was their lineup, and when you went to the game, you knew that you were going to get to see your lineup, your team.
So I still believe, and this is not an excuse, it's not okay, it has not worked. I don't think the Giants are doing that as philosophically as people think they are.
That.
They're doing it based on need. It's not as if they were going to pinch hit for Carlos Correa.
Sure.
If he had been on the team.
But I don't think that addresses the real problem. Whether it's need or philosophy, the problem is you don't have players that you believe that you can play for 9 innings.
No, I agree with that.
So, I mean, that to me is the issue. So you're right. I don't think that Farhan's saying or Gabe is saying we don't believe that any player should play 9 innings. They look at their roster and they say, if I have a lefty up, pitching, I can't have Jock Peterson hit.
They're trying to win. They're trying to win, to win with the people who are in the dugout. And the people who are in the dugout aren't good enough at baseball as compared to the Dodgers and the Braves.
I was about to tell Steiny the ultimate test was going to be when they host, if they made the wild card, the first game here. They don't. That is the stupidest. You're going to have a playoff series, and the Giants wouldn't get a home game if they're the third wild card.
You think that's stupid?
How is that? That's not natural.
Well,
you need to go on the road. Everybody gets a home game.
It's the epitome of baseball.
It's like the World Baseball Class. I mean, are we playing in the same venue for every game?
How are you giving an advantage to a team that has won 95 games and won its division versus a team
I'll say this
that is trying to flick off the Reds?
It's been that way forever.
But it hasn't.
Okay.
This is only, the second or third year where they've had 7 playoff teams.
So the Giants are going to be on the road for every game if they make it.
I know my partner right here.
I don't like that.
My partner right here thinks that that's not natural. The fact that there are this many playoff teams.
Stupid.
Right?
It's stupid.
It's got to be somewhere in between, and I dig it. You could put me right in the middle of both of you, which is I have no problem with extra playoff teams. But also no problem with you got to get you, dude.
But imagine an NBA series to where all three back in the day 3-game series all at the same spot.
Great.
You got to go on the road.
No, you have 75 wins and there's 2 weeks left. Get your butts on the road.
Yeah.
You didn't earn anything.
Oh, man.
You didn't earn anything.
Just real quick on your We Believe comp, the attendance, and I'm looking at the numbers right now. In the We Believe year, the attendance actually was lower than the previous year in terms of average number of people who showed up. The Warriors averaged 18.2 in 06, and then it went down to 18.1 the next year. And then after We Believe, it went up from there. So people didn't actually show up more often for the We Believe games as they did the next year.
Well, and the Warrior fans have a reputation of showing up even when the team wasn't great.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
no doubt. And I don't think the Giants fans would suddenly off an 8-2 trip.
Yeah.
You're not getting 40,000 at Oracle.
I'll tell you, as long as we're throwing stuff out we like and we don't like. I'll tell you, do you like the one that there's just the number one team in each NFL conference gets home field throughout?
Or you mean the bye? They get the bye.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the bye, yes. Is that too much of an advantage for the number one team in each conference? Because I kind of like it.
The reason I dig it is it tends to, the division winners, especially if you are, let's say you're in, I mean, this could happen with the Niners this year. Let's say they're up by 4 games going into the final 2 weeks of the season. Well, you still got something to play for.
It's true.
Yeah.
It keeps their season alive, right?
And in the 2 years that they've done that, only half the teams who've had the number one seed have made it to the Super Bowl.
Damn.
So it's not a guarantee.
Did the Chiefs have it last year?
The Chiefs
Didn't they have that
yes.
weird
They did. So it was
situation
one
of
versus
Hamlin?
one last year.
Yeah,
But the
good
year
call.
before was not.
Neither.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
But last year, yes.
Oh, well, because the Niners defeated the Packers. It was the
Yes.
Packers, right?
Yeah, and it was also
Hufanga?
I think the Chiefs were I have to check it.
See, I think half's a lot.
Yeah, Cincinnati. Cincinnati beat beat Kansas City.
Small sample.
Yeah.
But in terms of, where we are, if you look back to the 2 teams getting a bye, the majority of those teams actually make it to that final weekend. It's like 75% of the top 2 seeds make it to that conference championship.
Gotcha.
Tell you what, we could sell that building out right now, Steiny.
Which one?
Oracle.
With what?
Reds have lost. Marlins have lost.
Oh, let's go.
Diamondbacks are down 2-0.
In the third.
Oh my gosh, Logan, come on.
If there's something,
JD
I know.
LFG. Come on, Logan.
See, I let things play out. Let things play out.
Well, so this is what I think would calm every Giants fan. And this is where I'm at. You can completely root your stupid nacho-loving face off to make the playoffs and also still want change next year. Oh. And I don't mean firing people. Right. I mean a different way of roster construction.
Mike Trout comes available. I asked Donnie, you take a flyer?
Go kill him. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. That's you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You guys have a great show, and we got a show meeting.
Bye.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, you said something to me when we walked in today, and it gave me the feels. But I don't know if it gave everybody here in the office the feels.
Okay.
Because not everybody in the office was around in the 80s. You're like, dude, Rams week.
It's Rams week, kid. Let's go. I mean, this used to be a thing as recently as, a couple of years ago when you lost to the Rams in the NFC Championship game. Why is it not a thing? Is it because we don't think about it? Is it because we don't really ponder it in week 2? Is it because young people don't understand the history? But this is a big deal. And I love the young people, and I'm on the record as saying that I love the young people. But, Mark, this is a thing. It's the Rams, man.
I said this to you right away. I'm like, the Giants-Dodgers rivalry, it stays and it plays. There's sustainability there. If you put on a Dodger uniform, I hate you. Unless you're Mookie Betts. That's my one set aside.
Wow.
Well, you have your list, right?
You done changed.
Husbands and wives have their list, right? It's the stupidest thing ever. But
my God.
Do you have a list? Do you
I have a
Supper
list.
share a list?
Supper's list is hilarious. I won't share it.
Should you come in contact with Angelina Jolie? Are you allowed? I don't know.
She used to be on the list, but I don't want to have to give her a vial of my blood.
Yeah,
so
those lists are so stupid.
Scarlett Johansson's on my list for sure.
And I'm sure she'd be so into you. But anyway.
Dude, all I need is whatever. I'm not going to
Wasn't
time
she in
frame
that?
it, but
She was in that movie. He's just not that into you?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
She was also in that movie with Bill Murray when he was overseas. The name is escaping me.
Oh, I don't know what you're
and
talking about.
I love that movie. I'll come up with it.
I used to nail stuff like that, and then kids and COVID happened, and I've never been to a movie again. But anyway, point being is you look at this whole thing, Rams week, the Giants-Dodger thing plays. The other two teams we talk about a lot, I feel like their rival is sort of up for hire every few years. I know the particulars, but you say Rams week, I get it. They're definitely on the list every year. I got my brother-in-law and my nephew who are draped.
Lost in translation.
Lost in translation. There
really
you go.
Good.
Sensation.
Yeah, thank
They're draped in blue and yellow every single Sunday. And so for that reason, it's a rivalry for me because we're going to all get after each other. And there'll be texts flying through the family chain all over the place Sunday night, depending on how this football game goes on Sunday. But for me, it's the Cowboys. That's always going to be the team that ticks me off the most. But I'll acknowledge that it changes. Seahawks for a few years, Rams for a few years, Cowboys for a few years, Packers. Feels like the Eagles and Niners might go through a few years of having a thing. The Warriors a little bit same deal. Lakers are there, sure, but Grizzlies and then the Rockets. And so it moves. And I think why you don't feel that blood boil deal that maybe you're thinking should be there is because of what we started the crossover off talking about. If you can't even put half of your building's seats and pair them with a butt of your own fan, if you can't even do that, what's the rivalry? Who's yelling at the 49er fan at the other end of this rivalry? They don't care. So if they don't care, why are we supposed to care?
Because they live down there.
Okay.
And we live up here. And that, to me, is where it all starts. And that's where it will never end because Southern California, and you lived there a lot longer than I did. I was there for 4.5 glorious junior years at Cal State Northridge. God, what a run. 4 years and about 30 credits earned, about 14 of which were PE. The only thing that kept me afloat.
Tell me you're exaggerating right now. How many credits did you get in 4 years?
In 4.5 years, I probably, credits earned?
Yes.
Probably about 45.
Damn.
There were some Fs. There were some W's, some U's, and some I's.
There were a lot of letters in the language.
A lot of A's. Softball was an A. Volleyball. I took basketball a couple of times. Those were A's.
Did you ever take bowling?
No,
I got myself to the end of my 4 years, and I only needed like one credit. And I'm like, we're taking bowling. We did it. We bowled. Got to the point where it could, challenge for 200 every single time I bowled.
If they had classes in drinking, joblessness, moped accidents, those all would have been A's.
Damn.
Yeah, I laid that moped down a few times. 1990.
Let's go to dibs, half in the bag.
Dude, more than half in the bag. I was working for the Census Bureau, going door to door on a moped in Studio City, and that thing got laid down a number of times. Sorry, Troy Best.
Is that in your contract, or like Jeff Kent style?
There was no contract, but I borrowed Troy Best's moped, and that thing barely made it back alive. Anyway, Rams, Niners, SoCal, NoCal, based on their geography, I hate them. And that's where, I'm a NoCal native. I've lived here for 51. I lived there for 4 and change. And so being down there made me appreciate part of being down there, the beach, the weather, the beautiful people. But also, when you're up here, you are raised to hate them.
Sure.
And the Rams are them.
Well, it's funny because Lucas is sitting next to us having this conversation. And Lucas, how are you? 17? How old are you?
He was born in 2017.
19? What do you got? Well, how old are you?
32.
32.
Thank
All
you.
right. And
born in 91.
Didn't you get the sense that Lucas is looking at us like the Niners and Rams is a thing? It's a rivalry? And so
I only know the Niners and the Rams as a rival because of the McVay-Shanahan stuff, the fact that they won it, and we're in the NFC West, all of us together, and they play in L.A.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's 1995, Lucas was 4 years old.
Okay.
The Rams were in St. Louis. So
exactly,
I'll forgive him for that. And it wasn't until, and I'm looking at the official football database head-to-head, it wasn't until 2016, that the Rams came back. So you're talking about a long swath of time when all the little Lucases out there didn't realize that the Rams were an LA team.
Well, and that's when the Rams had their run, too. Like, I never felt like Kurt Warner was a rival of the San Francisco 49ers. They left. And here's the problem.
Did he ever play in LA? No, he didn't.
No,
never.
No, the greatest show on turf.
Yeah.
They were out there in St. Louis at the Edward Jones Dome or whatever the hell they called that thing.
Yep.
So I look at it this way, though. The rivalry that you and I remember from the 80s and early 90s is not back. It's not the same. It is Lucas's rivalry, which is, McVay and Shanahan are both about the same height and the same age, and they're offensive gurus, and let's put them head-to-head. There was that. There was obviously the NFC title game. There was the fact that the Niners seemingly right the ship every year when they get the Rams in the middle of the season in a primetime game, and they'll pick Matt Stafford off 3 times, and off they go to the playoffs. There's that whole story, and so that's more recent. But I'll go back to what I said at the beginning. Rivalries are not always this way. They're much more about the fans than they are the players.
Sure.
Like, do you think that when the Niners beat the Cowboys in the playoffs last year, you see any beef on the field? Or does Brock Purdy and Dak Prescott get together?
Right.
Dap it up, brother. Go get him next week. Hey, Dak, thank you. Good luck to you next year. There's nothing there.
No.
But between Niner fans and Cowboys fans, bleep you.
It's on.
It is on.
All you have to do is look at last week. And I don't know if you saw this. NBC Sports Bay Area posted a video of Brock Purdy going up after the game to Patrick Peterson and dapping him up and saying, Peterson's like, man, you got me on the throw to Ayuk. And Purdy's like, you were my favorite growing up. And it's like, oh, yeah, you grew up in Arizona.
Yep.
Peterson was in Arizona. Forget the fact that you're a Niner and he was a Cardinal. Now he's a Steeler and you're a Niner and all the rest of it. It's like, dude, I loved you growing up. And that speaks to exactly what you're saying in terms of the players. There's no rivalry unless you cheap shot me. And then it doesn't matter what uniform you wear and what uniform I wear. It becomes personal man-to-man. Rivalries are a fan-generated thing. And that's why I think that more fans should be fired up for this Sunday.
Well, except for, here's the problem. If they're generated by fans, as a Niner fan, I got a search party. Where are the Rams fans that I can get after on this one? Dibs, they don't exist. They don't exist.
Marty Fisher, my fraternity brother, big-time Rams fan.
Listen,
I could show you his texts from last year when they won the NFC Championship game.
Okay. And what was he doing for the 20 years while they were gone?
He was a St. Louis fan.
Was he?
Oh, yeah. He's one of those dudes.
See, then good for him.
He's a weirdo.
Well, but then then he counts. I don't know any of those people. I just mentioned my brother-in-law and now his son, my nephew. They're draped in Rams gear every single Sunday. 10 years ago, he was a Charger fan. So I can't take you seriously.
Sure.
Dennis, I love you. I can't take this seriously. You can't hop jersey to jersey and act like you care that much. 10 years ago, you didn't even like them. And now you're losing your mind because they won the Super Bowl? The whole thing, that's actually what made me dislike them more. I'm like, this is nauseating. You can't care that much when 5 years before you were wearing another team's jersey. So, and I watch this in L.A. There's a thing in L.A., right? Just like in the big city, You graduate college, you get a job, you live on your own in the big city, and you're a Dodger fan. And then you grow in the business, and you make money. And then what do? You have a family. And where do you move? You move to Orange County. Oh, what's easier to get to? What's a friendlier environment for the kids to show them the game? Oh, look, it's the Angels. And now all of a sudden you're 45 years old and you're an Angel fan. No. Sorry, I can't take you seriously. All you did was move and have kids. That's not your love. That's not your fire. That's not what a rivalry is going to be built from. So I think that's actually the problem with the modern-day 49er-Ram rivalry. There aren't any fans.
Well, don't worry about their fans. Worry about your fans. And all you have to do is look back at the year of 2022. You realize these teams played 4 times last year. In the year 2022, they played 4 times. Mm-hmm. The Niners win in overtime. The Niners won 24-9. The Niners won 31-14. But the Rams won the one game that really, really mattered, 20-17. They played 4 times in 2022. So if you're a Niner fan and you want to look at the Rams and just dismiss them or, wipe off your shoulder and swat them like a fly, they're 1-0. They had a more impressive week 1 win than you did.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
They went to Seattle and won. The Niners don't do that very often.
They did just last year.
Right. I said very often.
Well,
historically.
Right, but
the Rams are supposed
Niners.
to stink. And the Rams, we're tanking for Caleb and all the rest of that nonsense. Yeah. The Rams lost Cooper Kupp, we know, but Cooper Kupp. The Rams lost Cooper Kupp. They're going to tank for Caleb. No, they're undefeated. They're in first place in the West.
I'll buy what you're saying from this perspective. In fact, as we were sitting there earlier talking this out, you're like, maybe the rivalry's not going real hot this week because the Rams stink. And I was like, right, except we don't actually have any evidence that that's true.
Right.
We have in our brain the idea that they're supposed to. We have our memory from them stinking at the end of last year. That was when Matt Stafford wasn't playing football. Cooper Kupp and Stafford were both out. This year's team, if you buy into the idea of, and it does, everything starts over and we reboot, I actually don't know that the Rams stink. In fact, I don't really think that they do. I don't think that they're good. I don't think that they're great. I don't think they're going to challenge the 49ers for the division or anything like that. But we've had one opportunity to look at them, and they had arguably, and actually I don't even think arguably, factually, they had one of the top 5 performances of the week.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd say that. So maybe they're good. Maybe they're good. I don't know. They might be really good.
Maybe their coach is actually better than your coach.
You take it easy over there.
Who's got more Super Bowls?
They're the Rams coach.
Yeah. Say it. Say his name.
Sean McVay.
Put your name on it.
That's his name, not mine. But
whatever.
Yeah, Sean
the
McVay.
Niners have won 8 of the last 9 in this matchup, and the only one they didn't win was the most important one in the series. So if you're a Niner fan and you're already thinking about Thursday night and the home opener and what am I going to barbecue, you're doing it wrong because the Rams, they're obviously not a pushover. And I'm not just going to Puka Nacua into submission because I know you're a huge fan.
Puka Nacua.
But they are, they're good enough to go to Seattle and win handily in the opener over everybody's boutique. Well, Seattle's going to be a wild card, and Seattle might actually challenge for the divisional title.
But they might stink. So that's the thing.
Sure.
Like week 1, usually, I think there are some things that we know. We're going to get a really good view tonight if Philadelphia is exactly what they're cracked up to be. Because people looked at last week and went, well, that was kind of wobbly.
Yeah.
What the hell were you doing? And I'm like, dude, this is the road in New England playing Belichick.
And they won.
And they have a good defense, and they won. Yes,
right.
they coughed up a lead, but they won the football game. I think Philadelphia is fantastic. And I think that they're going to show the Vikings a thing or two tonight. But week 2 is always so fascinating because you kind of get my favorite Law and Order word, and it works well with Tim Roy as well. You get a corroboration sensation is what you get. You get corroboration because right now the Rams are really good and Seattle is really bad, or something was amiss just in that game. It's kind of like the Bengals. Do you think the Bengals just stink this year? Or was something off in that game? Are the Browns way better than we realized?
Right.
or was something just off in that game? Week 2, we're going to get a good view as we see everybody play for the second time.
Yeah.
The Rams might be, here's what I will guess. I don't think they're good. I think that they're a more viable team than we were giving them credit for.
Right. They're probably better than a team that was going to tank for Caleb. And, that was one of the prevailing notions. You and I talked about this, and you actually said, the Rams, they're going to tank for Caleb.
Well, I thought Matt Stafford was going to find his way to the sideline. And,
right.
He still might. I
don't think that he's going to find his way there. He might get hurt. But I kind of agreed with you when you said it, like, Matt Stafford might come up with one of these, like, ooh, ouch. This is, this is really, it's really a problem. But if you start out the year 1-5, that's where one of these nagging injuries might flare up. But he's a competitor, and they're 1-0.
He's a
Thank
horse.
you, he's a horse.
Yeah, I'll say this about the Stafford thing. You heard his name come up a lot behind the scenes, teams that were looking for a quarterback. You even heard it when Rodgers goes down the other night. People are like, ooh, call the Rams about Stafford. And so you ask yourself, why? Why does his name keep coming up? Why would the Rams do that? And so there's this underlying rumor that the Rams weren't really trying to do anything this year. And then what happens leading up to first week? Cooper Kupp is seeing specialists, and we're talking about lingering hamstrings. There wasn't anything we saw. It's not like he tore anything. What's going on? Maybe they're not motivated. Well, it was not discussed much. But right before week 1, there was a story that said the Rams took everybody's calls on Matt Stafford, and they told them all the exact same thing. He is unequivocally, flatly unavailable. Get off my phone.
Man.
So maybe there is a philosophy that we didn't realize with the Rams, because if you go back to prior to Matt Stafford getting hurt, they were Matt Stafford's Rams. They're not that bad of a team. They're 2 years removed from winning the whole thing.
Yeah.
So, I will grant you, this is a more dangerous game than I feel the vibe suggests.
Which is why I'm trying to get people to really dial in on the rivalry aspect of it, because, yes, Shanahan has owned McVay, except in the biggest game where he actually didn't own McVay, and McVay won that game, and then they moved on, and they went to the Super Bowl and all the rest of it. So I just think that Niner fans are sleeping on the Rams, not only as a team, but as a rivalry, because whenever the Lakers come to town, and forget LeBron, the LeBron-Steph thing actually makes it bigger than it normally otherwise would be. But to me, Lakers-Warriors will always get my blood boiling, because I grew up going to Oracle back when it was the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum Arena, and Laker fans would take it over, and I hated it, and the Lakers would win by 17. The Warriors would cut it to 3 halfway through the third, and, we'd all get excited, and then the Lakers would, hey, Magic, go ahead and get back in here. Lakers would win, and all that purple and gold nausea would wave over. Shout out Joe Spadoni as a newborn, and I hated it.
Yeah.
And Giants-Dodgers, similarly, but to me, the blood doesn't boil the same way, because the Giants have 3, and the Dodgers have
a half.
I was going to say 0.5. I don't know how you want to decimalize their title. They've got a title, air quotes, for the YouTube people.
It's actually a third.
Whatever, based on your hatred of the blue. Yeah. But as a Giants fan, you can at least feel like no matter what, you still have the upper hand. Niners-Rams, you don't have the upper hand of late, because Sir Flex-a-Lot, let me run in the end zone and celebrate. He got you. He got you, Niner fans. So if you're not fired up for this game based on the rivalry, I think you're doing it wrong.
Okay, well, I'm fired up for the game because it's a game.
Of course,
I'm fired
Mark,
up because
of course.
the 49ers are freaking awesome. They're
But to
a
me, if
traveling
this was
roadshow.
week 2 against Carolina, it would not be. If Carolina was 1-0, and it was, we're going to Carolina, I wouldn't be as pumped up as I am, because it is the Rams.
Okay, that's fair, and it's a division game and all that. But let me ask you this, because you mentioned the Laker thing, and I don't disagree.
The Laker thing.
But the Lakers, as you said, there's LeBron and Steph, and there's the fact that they were the team that eliminated you. They ended this thing last year.
Don't remind me.
And they did it from the play-in tournament. So that was difficult to swallow. But if I asked you this, go to all 3 teams, 49ers, Warriors, Giants. Just give me the last 5 years. And what was the moment you'd point to as the most rivalry-activated moment for you as a fan? Last 5 years, all three teams.
Rivalry-activated moment.
The most rivalry-activated moment. In other words, right? That game or that series where you're like, okay, this is not just I'm rooting for my team. It's also like, the embarrassment if they lose, the nausea if they lose. My friends, my family are going to be on me about this. What was that moment over the last 5 years for each team? Because I would argue for the Warriors, it was not anything to do with the Lakers.
Oh, you're talking about rivalry-activated moment outside of just these rivals.
Yes, any moment. Like for me, for the Warriors, I would either choose the series against the Rockets and all the missed three-pointers. Was that within the last 5 years? I think we're close. Was that 6? But if not
5.
I'll take Memphis. I'll take Memphis during the championship year.
When they took out Gary Payton.
A year and a half ago, yes. Dylan Brooks, Gary Payton, and Warriors in 6. That was it for me. It's not Lakers related.
I guess I was thinking about your question in a different way, but in terms of like what got me the most agitated or angered, and I guess Giants-Dodgers would be the Cody Bellinger flare to right center.
For sure.
But even that was, it was a 1-1 ball game, and a good hitter fisted a ball over the second baseman's head, and it's like, that sucked.
Well, but it wasn't like that whole series, you could even call it that.
But it wasn't like Max Muncy, get this out of the bay. It wasn't that infuriating.
Oh.
That game came down to one game, two teams who were amazing in a one-run game, and you lost.
Yeah, that makes it worse because it was the Dodgers. I mean,
I guess what makes it worse to me is if it's 12-0 and they're bat flipping and they're dancing and they're doing all the rest. That to me would be way worse.
People are still upset that Wilmer Flores didn't swing. There should be, and no, it does not mean the Giants would have won. He probably would have struck out on the very next pitch. But that kind of stuff.
And for the Niners, it's got to be the Brock Purdy elbow injury. And then if you're talking about
I don't think of that
rivalry activating, because they threw hot dogs at our coworkers, and they were throwing racial slurs at our coworkers, and they were pouring beer on our guys. And then they went out there, they knocked our quarterbacks, plural, out.
I get it.
And they dominated the Niners. That to me is, I hate Philadelphia. I'm out for the Eagles this year. I cannot wait until that game.
I get it, but again, that's sort of circumstantial and in the moment. That's not lasting. The Eagles have not been a rival for the 49ers. That's the thing that's happening right now.
Sure, but they're a rival now.
They are, but it's going to be momentary, and then it's going to be over. 5 years from now, they won't be. They'll just be the Eagles, right? Like the Seahawks, quite frankly, I feel now they're just the Seahawks. That's not Russell Wilson's Seahawks.
Yeah.
Richard Sherman's not involved here, LOB. There's nothing going on here.
But there was a time that was the number one rivalry.
There absolutely was. But if you're asking what lasts the test of time, for me, it's clearly the 2 years in a row that they've played the Cowboys in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That was like, if they lose this game, I can't deal with it.
And that one's lasted more than 50 years.
Yes.
If you go back to the 70s when the Cowboys would beat the Niners every single year in the playoffs.
Let's take some calls on this, okay? Yeah. Niners-Rams, plus, are the Niners underappreciated? And I mean that collectively. We'll talk about it. We'll explain what we mean. Larry's going to jump on with us a little bit later on in the show. But absolutely each and every one of you, welcome to dive into the conversation. Xfinity Mobile text line, hey, Twitch and YouTube, good afternoon. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, 888-957-9570, the number. We're sponsored by Lucky California. It's Willard and Dibs.
Monopoly Kick Off the Savings Game is now at Lucky.
All right, 888-957-9570. Some rain in the forecast in Denver, Dan Dibley.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
The Giants maybe would just put their feet up and end up in the wild card spot by not playing.
Right, but eventually they will have to play that game.
They will have to play,
I'm sure.
yeah.
Although Colorado has been eliminated from postseason consideration.
Yes, they have.
They are
out.
out.
Yes, they have. Yeah, so that's good. But the rivalry week of the Rams, and then what about this? You said this a few minutes ago. You're like, you get up for this game. What if it was Carolina? What if it was Tampa? Would it feel the same? I've sort of gotten myself to this point with the 49ers. And look at it this way. The San Francisco Giants, for example, right now in this city are the team that's trying to get there. They're trying to become cool. The Warriors are the team that has been cool. And not that it's over by any stretch, but we know they're trying to hang on to that as long as they possibly can. The 49ers are the team that's here. They are here right freaking now. They are in the midst of this. They are taking over stadiums all over the country. Does that mean that they're the number one draw in the NFL? Debatable. I don't know if it means that fans around the country all want to watch the Niners, or if there's just a lot of Niner fans around the country, or if we've all got plane tickets. I don't know exactly what it means. I do know that the 49er fan base has become maybe the best traveling group out of the entire league. The 49ers, whether this ends up in a Super Bowl or not, I am as amped as I possibly could be to sit down every weekend or Monday or Thursday night and watch them, whoever the hell they play, because they are the show. They are the show. They've got the names, they've got the stars, they've got the results. They are, as far as I'm concerned, they are the show in the NFL. I understand they don't have Mahomes and Allen. I don't know. You watched them last week. Did either of them look like a show?
Right.
49ers look like a show.
They're a show on both sides of the ball. And I think in terms of the show, you look first at the brand. And the brand is probably not the preeminent brand, but you'd put them up there like Dallas and New England and Green Bay.
Top 7.
Sure.
Top
even
7
top
for
5,
sure. Probably
I think,
top 5.
In terms of brand. And then you look at star power. Do they have star power? Well, they've got probably 4 or 5 stars who are near the top of their game. The quarterback's not one of them, which makes it even more interesting.
Yet.
Well, he's not. And I'm looking at the top-selling jerseys right now. And I was mentioning earlier off the air that I was substitute teaching today at an elementary school in my community.
I wondered why you had a collared shirt on. Look at you.
And pants.
Get to YouTube. Dibs got dressed today. It's amazing. It's incredible.
I thought it was picture day.
Looking, feeling fantastic.
So I'm out there as a sub, and I do a half day because I have to get here. So I sub from 8:15 till 11:30, and I'm walking across the yard at recess. And there are maybe 8 young boys, 3rd, 4th graders playing football.
Be careful with this story. I'm already uncomfortable. But anyway, go ahead.
You have a kid this age, so you can understand what happens at recess. Kids play games.
Yes.
These kids are playing football. And I looked up to watch them play, and there's a kid playing quarterback, and he's rocking a Philadelphia Eagles #1 jersey.
Oh, for crying out loud.
He's rocking a Jalen Hurts, and he's trying to find Debo, who is open. Throw it, Jalen.
Oh, my gosh.
Debo's
Did he
running
hold on
around.
to the ball too long?
Well, they had no rusher.
Oh, man.
There was nobody counting
I hope
alligators.
JT O'Sullivan was there with the video so that we could break this
There's
down.
nobody counting alligators. And so it was Jalen looking for Debo. And I just looked at this and I was smiling, thinking, of course, these kids, 9-year-olds, and, one of them's in Jalen, one of them's in Debo. But to your point about the Niners being a show, you've got Bosa and Debo and McCaffrey. Those are legitimate, big-time stars to where if you're 9 or 10 years old, you want that jersey. And then Fred and Ayuk, I get that, and maybe Brock Purdy after that.
Yeah, I wonder how far away quick aside, I wonder how far away we are from that.
From Brock Purdy jerseys?
From Brock, yeah. Brock being somebody that the kids, whisper to themselves as they're dropping back at the playground. Purdy looks deep. Ayuk, touchdown.
I'd say we're a year away.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A Super Bowl away or a conference championship game away. Because if you're a grammar school kid, if you're 3rd, 4th, 5th grade right now, and you want to get a quarterback jersey, you're getting Mahomes.
Sure,
you're getting Hurts. Maybe you're getting Josh Allen. And then
you might still have a tray in your closet from last year.
Yeah, the Jimmy G doesn't fit anymore, but you might throw it on anyway.
You could send that one to my sister, by the way. She's still obsessed. But
really?
Anyway, oh, God.
Yeah.
Her fantasy team name in our family league is Doing It for Jimmy. I'm like, damn.
That's aggressive.
Lord.
That's aggressive.
Yeah. We couldn't even get her to agree to be in the league. And then we twisted her arm, and she's like, fine, I'll do it for Jimmy.
Is she married?
Very much so.
Well, it's better than
She's
having
married to the Rams fan.
It's better than having her team name being Doing It with Jimmy. That would be more awkward in a family league.
It would be more awkward, but still funny. It would still be funny.
I don't know if the hubby would appreciate it.
He's got a good sense of humor about it. But all right, Redwood Dave in Redwood City, appropriately. What's up, Dave? What are you doing, man?
Oh, I'm getting ready for the Redwood City Rumble tomorrow. Woodside versus Sequoia.
Oh, man. Throw the records out, Dave.
And we're going to take it to them.
Yeah, boy.
But going for the hate for the Rams, I remember when, my dad and I would go to Candlestick. You would watch Steve DeBerg play the Rams. And even if the 49ers weren't very good, that would be the game we would always go to, because you always got the best game out of both teams. My hatred for them started then, much like the Giants and the Dodgers. I think the hate is there because that's the team we always play in the division every year. And along with that goes the Seahawks. And like you were saying, the hate is also there for the Cowboys, because that was the team we had to beat to get into the Super Bowl. And now it's turned to the Eagles, because what they did to us last year. So they're on a collision course for the NFC Championship at Levi Stadium.
Yeah, I get that, Dave. Thank you very much. And again, to me, I guess there are circumstantial rivals that arise, maybe with all the teams. It feels less so in baseball. I don't know. Giants got anything circumstantial going on? As far as...
Well, there was the Cardinal rivalry way back.
Yeah,
circumstantially.
That's a good one.
Will Clark with the famous fight at second base.
Jose Oquendo.
And just kind of the back and forth with that circumstantial rival. But in baseball, it's hard because you don't often face the same team year after year. Even think about the Giants' 3 World Series runs. They didn't really face the same team very often, if at all. I mean, there was a Reds in there was a Cardinals... And there was the Tigers. There were the Rangers. There were the Royals.
Yeah, I can think more of rivalries.
Of all the 3 teams, by the way, to face in the World Series, you faced 3 of the most faceless.
Random.
They didn't face the Yankees, the Red Sox, and, I don't even know who the third team would be. Right.
Rangers, the Royals. People would be like, we didn't know that they made the World Series.
Ever.
Right.
Well, the Royals eventually got one.
Yeah.
The Rangers, I don't think, have gotten one.
Nope.
And the Tigers' last one was 19-4 or something.
Man, and you look at that Tiger pitching staff that they beat that year. Just ridiculous.
Filthy. Anibal Sanchez, Verlander.
Scherzer.
Yeah.
All of them. Swept them.
All of them. They faced all of them.
Swept him.
Dude, Jack Morris.
Yeah, Jack Morris. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was totally random. And you're right. I think faceless to a degree. So, yeah, there's that's what I would call Philadelphia. This is a circumstantial, fly-by-night rival. Maybe not for Ponte and Joe. That might stick forever, and that's fine. But Philadelphia and the 49ers are not going to be a thing 5 to 7 years from now. Might not even be a thing 2 years from now. Hell, for all we know, it might not be a thing this year. One of the teams might end up not doing what we think they're going to do.
Right.
Wouldn't you bet against right now the NFC title game being the Niners and Eagles? I would totally take the field.
If you gave me that matchup or the field, I would take that matchup.
You would?
Yes, I would. Yeah, I would. I would.
I'll take the field.
Well, it's an easier bet to take the field, and I would probably get like 6-1 odds based on calling a matchup after week 1. Now, if I said Niners or Eagles versus the field, like, are the Niners or the Eagles going to be in the game, or you can have any other matchup?
No, then I would take Niners or Eagles.
See, that to me is more of a 50-50 proposition. If I get the Niners and or the Eagles, So you get every other matchup. You get Seahawks and Bucks. You get Packers.
Listen to you. I think that's
you get Packers and
Cowboys.
Commanders.
You get the Cowboys and the Lions.
You get all of it. You get the Cardinals and the Panthers.
I disagree
you get them
with
all,
you.
Mark.
I don't think it's a 50-50 prop. I think it's way more than 50-50 that one of those two teams is going to make it to the last game.
Leaning my way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I get both of the best teams, and either one of them just has to get to the NFC title game.
You get the other 14, bud.
Yeah, right. 12 of which stink.
Whatever.
They stink.
It's early. The Rams are undefeated.
Who's the
when
best?
are you going to put some respect on their name?
Take Jalen Hurts and Brock Purdy away. Who's the best quarterback in the NFC?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Kirk Cousins. Yeah, Dak.
Enjoy that tonight. Enjoy that.
Speaking
prime
of
time coming up here in about 2.5 hours.
Is it really prime time if it's on a paid Amazon service?
Yes, it's literally on Prime.
Good point. I didn't think about that.
But even still, yes.
Eagles Niners have only faced each other 7 times since 2010. So to your point about frequency, I think breeds contempt, and they played obviously last year in the NFC Championship game. They played in 21, in 20, in 17, in 14, in 11, and in 2010. That's it. So it's hard to have a rivalry when you actually don't play each other.
Right. That was the good thing about the Seahawks deal, or the bad thing, depending on how you look at it. But for me, I've sort of realized that was not just circumstantial because of when the two teams were good. It is circumstantial because of one player. I am nowhere near as bothered by the Seahawks when they don't have Russell Wilson. I am nowhere near as triggered by them when Russell Wilson, even with Pete, running up and down, all up and down the sideline, throwing red hankies and talking to refs and high-fiving special teams players because they got in there and got a block. Whatever the hell, I hate all of it. Doesn't bother me as much as Russell Wilson on third down converting 3rd and 9 with his legs. That's what I couldn't stand. Could not stand it. Could not stand it. And he's on the Broncos now. So who cares?
Right.
Geno Smith doesn't bother me at all. Not even a little bit.
And almost nobody's left in Seattle from the old rivalry day in terms of, players. And I know Pete Carroll's still there, but even last year when they faced each other in the playoffs, it didn't feel like that same rivalry. It wasn't Legion of Boom. It was Legion of Whom, and it was Geno Smith. And so it didn't really feel like that same level of it. But I do think that the LA one still carries weight, for me anyway, in terms of in-state. And our state is so weird, and you lived down there for, 10 years or so, right?
20.
You lived down there for 20 years?
20 years.
20 years.
Almost. Wait, from, let's see, 01 to 19.
18 years.
Yeah.
So you know it. I mean, you lived it.
Oh, yeah.
And you were behind enemy lines. And you know how it is down there. When their teams aren't absolutely phenomenal, they don't care. And when they're really, really good, all of a sudden, out comes the blue and yellow. Let's go, Rams.
But
it is the Rams, right?
Exactly. Half the LA fans went to the Rams parade and went, "Yay, Chargers!"
Yay, LA team!
I mean, that's actually the one adjustment I'd make to the way you just described it. And it's why this rivalry, though I'm old enough to remember when it was.
Yeah, you are.
Okay? It does not hold the same weight anymore for me. And we'll take your calls on that. What does Rams Week mean to you? 888-957-9570. But here's the deal. You just said when they're not good, nobody cares. When they are good, they show up. I disagree. Not for football. Not for NFL football. When USC is good, they show up. When they stink, they don't care. When the Dodgers are good, they show up. When they stink, they don't care. When the Lakers are good, they show up. When the Lakers aren't good, they still show up. But when it comes to these two football teams, and I know it's only been a certain number of years since the Rams came back and the Chargers arrived there. It's only been a few years, but there are not that many people who really, actually care. And I watched it. I lived there when those teams arrived. And I can't tell you how many families I've watched. You get Rams tickets, and they'll bring the kids out there, and you'll see they'll buy a hat, and they'll put it on Instagram. Oh, look, here we are. We're at SoFi Stadium. It's beautiful. And then they go home, and by an hour after the game, if I ask them, oh, did you have a good time? They'll be like, yeah. And then I'll say, what was the final score?
Oh, tough question.
Oh,
boy,
Mark.
that's a good question.
Mark, calm down with these probing questions. What are you, an interviewer or something? They have no freaking idea. So a lot of Rams fans, through my eyes, are acting like Rams fans. They want to be Rams fans. But you know this. When you grow up in a city, you live in a city, and you really love a team, it's in here. And I am pointing to my belly. I'm pointing inside the heart, your gut. It's in there. LA does not have that for these NFL teams. Some of the older fans might, and some of the young Rams fans may someday. Chargers, I'd say never.
Yeah.
Rams someday. But right now, you just don't have it, and the proof's in the pudding. Turn on the game this weekend. Whole damn stands are going to be red.
A lot of red.
It's all going to be red.
Yeah, and the fact that the Niners are going to wear their home jerseys makes it even more hilarious because it is basically a home game. So Niner fans are going to show up, and I wonder if the Rams being from Orange County plays into it at all because, as you know, being down there for, 18 years, I didn't realize it was that long, but Orange County and LA are almost as different as Sacramento and the Bay Area. It's pretty different in terms of
completely.
And especially the Rams were always Orange County and the Angels Orange County, so it was more of a thing out there in their heyday than it is now.
Yeah, like sports for me at least, it's all about that fire, and it's not really explainable. You know what I mean? Like you've either got the passion for this or you don't. And it's part of the point I was getting at with regard to the 49ers to a degree, I think right now being underappreciated. They are, in my opinion, the show in the NFL, maybe in sports. They're certainly top 5 or 6 shows in sports. I know they haven't gotten over the top and won a ring for you. I get it. But by the same token, can you give them a nod for when they take the field and the boom box is bouncing? Can you give them a nod for this is pretty freaking great? These are great players. They are a very good football team, and they're a ton of fun to watch. So I'm going week by week. I don't care who they're playing. I don't care. I'm not worried about the playoffs yet. I want to watch this group play. I got a fire in my belly for this team. And it's true for the Giants, and it's true for the Warriors. And yes, it bobs and weaves depending on what's going on with those teams, and that's what's really hard for Giants fans right now.
They're not a show.
No, they're not. They're boring as all get out, right? In fact, tonight, they're going to be incredibly boring because they are not playing. More on that in just a second.
Oh.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is you can't fake it. Orange County you're talking about, and no fire. Go to an Angels game. Oh, Shohei. Okay, and the Ducks got a half full building. You know, okay.
I almost got thrown out of a Ducks game.
Well, why'd you fall short?
Because I actually was in the right. I got whipped in the face by a Sharks fan on the towel giveaway during the playoffs.
Okay.
And I told him, I said, whip me again. And
dang, you went Pulp Fiction on him?
I was about to headbutt this guy in the face, but
you better be careful.
Security grabbed me, grabbed the other guy, and the security guy's like, oh, yeah, we've apprehended the whipper. And so they
called you the whipper?
No, I didn't. I got whipped.
Okay.
They interviewed the whipper and they interviewed me.
The whipper and the dibbers.
They ejected the whipper, and the dibber got a 32-ounce beer from his buddy Dion, a.k.a. the Fijian, and back I go to my seats.
Okay. Beautiful.
But Orange County, very docile.
Yeah.
Other than the one fan who dared to whip me in the face with a towel.
But you're a Sharks fan too, aren't you?
I was that day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why did he whip you?
Because I was over-celebrating a goal. Sharks go up 1-0 in the playoffs, and I was, down the aisle pumping my fists. And
But so a fan of the Sharks got mad?
No, he was a Ducks fan.
Oh,
this
you
was
said
in
a
Orange
Sharks
County.
fan. You said a Sharks fan.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Now it
I'm a
makes
Sharks
sense.
fan. Sure.
Yeah, you're the Sharks fan.
Die hard.
Ducks fan whipped you.
Yeah.
And then got ejected.
He sure did.
Beautiful.
Orange County, bro. So weak.
Yeah, it's just not built that way. There's not a lot of sports fire. There are sports fans, but not really the Orange County games.
Right.
It's just not built that way.
Yeah, they get more passionate about Botox and chin lifts. And fake racks, Mark.
Angels games feel like they're not owned by Disney anymore, but it feels very Disney. You get the rock pile out there in center field, and people are dancing in between innings, and it's just kind of, they're lollygag. It's just like, whatever. It's not about, like, we must win this game.
Right.
Except for in 2002 when they all gave him thunder sticks.
Oh, jeez.
Crying out loud.
Too soon. Rally monkey.
All right, more on this Giants situation, which is developing because, A, the game has been rained out tonight. B, J.D. Davis is joining us in 50 minutes. And C, I learned something today about Giants ownership. It was a question that I had, and it got answered today, and it is not good news for Farhan Zaidi. Okay? We'll get to that, plus your phone calls at 888-957-9570. Coming up next, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, Willard and Dibbs.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Life, man. Life. If it ain't one thing, it's a mother, father, another.
One thing I've learned about you is you will set up a camera. You will set up a camera. I had to set up a camera.
Yeah.
And it's great now because now we do our show when the kids come home from school. So I during commercial breaks, I make sure that they're home safe. They don't necessarily love it so much, but you know, yeah.
I love it. And I mean,
I'll text them. I'll be like, "Hey, welcome home." They're like, "Stop looking at me, weirdo."
Totally.
Yeah, that kind
Technology is wonderful. And, you know, we've got cameras on our computer. You've got cameras on your phone. There are cameras everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yes.
Everywhere.
And I always tell people, you know, who they want to complain about my privacy. When I leave work today, between here and my house, which is about 20 miles away, I will be captured on camera probably 65 times.
At least.
Minimum. I actually have a website that a friend of mine shared that I can't share with the people, but I have access because it's proprietary. And I probably am not even supposed to have the link, but I can look at a number of the cameras that are on the roadways. So if you want to know, like now, what's going on at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza, I could let you know. Or what's going on 880 at Hagenberger.
Do you do that? You're just like,
are you really asking me?
Are you sitting around your house at night like, I'm going to see what's going on 880 right now?
Dude, I'm curious about the Nimitz. Yes, Mark, I do that. I'm a traffic nerd. You like to fish. I like to look at traffic cameras.
I like to fish. I like to fish with my son.
Right.
Yeah.
I like to look at traffic cameras with my daughter. My, come over here and sit with Daddy. Let's see about the toll plaza.
I love that you just made those two things like equal in terms of normalcy. Equal. You like to fish. I like to stare at people in their cars late at night when I don't even know them.
You like
that's weird.
You like
that's weirder than what I do.
Innocent waterfowl for sport.
No joke. I did used to say when he first started liking fishing, I'm like, can we just leave him alone? Leave the fish.
Totally.
They're in there, and we're out here.
They're there.
Right. Just leave them alone. You know what I mean? Leave them alone. But I think the bass too fine being thrown back.
Sure, you keep telling yourself that.
I haven't talked to them. I'm sure it hurts like hell in the moment. You know, like they're like, there's a metal hook in my mouth. This sucks. And
then I got to take a selfie with some random 16-year-old. Hey, Dad, look what I got. You're holding him up by the gill. This fish is like, oh, Jesus. Do me a favor. Either cook me or put me back, dude.
Nobody cooks a bass. That's gross.
Whatever. Dude, and he doesn't ask consent before he puts it on Instagram.
We call them all. Even though they're bass, we do we call the bass Kevin and we call the trout Mike. All of them. That's their name.
It works for me.
Sorry, Kevin. We're going to throw you back in a second, but take a selfie first.
Kevin, like your kid even knows who Kevin Bass is.
I told him. Come on.
And Tim, if it's
Former
a salmon,
giant.
I get that.
We haven't gone salmon
Marty,
fishing
if it's just a random fish that you can't identify.
I didn't know what to name the ray that we caught in Sausalito. We had a number of options.
Right.
Obviously.
Call him Sugar.
Yeah, Lewis.
Move on.
Whatever. Anything. But anyway, we digress. The Giants game is rained out. There's a doubleheader on Saturday. And instead of going back to his hotel room, J.D. Davis, owner of a 3-run homer yesterday to save the season, was like, you know what I'd like to do, Giants? I don't want to go back to the hotel. I want to call Willard and Dibs. How about that? So in 40 minutes, J.D. Davis is going to hop on the show with us and tell us about what baseball players do on the road when the game gets rained out. Where will he be going to dinner in Colorado? There's only one place to find out, and it's right here on 95.7 The Game. I do have to tell J.D. I have twice written off the Giants season in the last week. Twice. Both times. I have looked at television screens, and I said, hey, you do something, and you do it right now, or else I am out of here. And both times I've done that, J.D. Davis has hit a home run. They were down 4-0 to Colorado last week at home on Friday night. and I waved a white flag, and they hit 3 consecutive homers 2 minutes later, and the game was tied. And you heard me yesterday, 5-2, 8th inning, and I looked at you in a commercial break, and I said, you hit a 3-run homer right now, or I'm done with this team.
And you said it with a little bit of a quiver in your voice. There was quiet desperation. You were fed up for the 7th time with this team. You've waved the white flag and put it away.
Here, Gibbs.
You've given up, and then you've gotten back in. And I'm not saying this to make fun of you because you're a real one. You're a real fan, and even you, as positive a human being as I've ever met, you have actually reached a point where you're like, enough!
Yeah.
I can't take it anymore!
No, this team is super frustrating to watch.
You've actually texted that to me a number of different times.
Like, super
this team is frustrating.
Yeah.
You haven't said anything like, I hate this team, or
I don't say stuff like
no,
that.
but you for you to say this team frustrates me, and like even walking out of here a couple of times where the game would be on East Coast or whatever, and bases loaded, nobody out, and they're down 4-1, and it's like pop fly, punchy, ground out, and you're like, this team is so frustrating.
Yeah.
It's like, look at you using the F word.
They load the bases with nobody out, and I'm like already running through my head. I'm like, let's figure out which way they find to not score here. And then they do it. And it's super frustrating. I have no idea how they've won more games than they've lost, but here we are. And by the way, with this rain out and the fact that the Mets are up on the D-backs right now 7-0, we're all going to bed tonight with the Giants in a playoff spot. How about that?
Is that factoring in the tiebreakers and all the rest of that nonsense?
No, I think it's factoring in win percentage. They will be percentage points ahead of both
of the D-backs.
Of both the
tied
Diamondbacks.
with the Reds.
Yeah, well, no, percentage points ahead, right?
They're both at 514, according to ESPN.com.
Right, but you have to go past the 3 decimals. Like, what's the Reds' record? What's the Reds'
They're
record?
76 and 72.
And what's the Giants' record?
75 and 71.
So if the Reds go 1-1, that's a 500 winning percentage, which is less
than 514.
Then so who's ahead?
Sure, I guess.
You're going to bed with the Giants in a playoff spot, and you're going to have to deal with it, Dibs.
No, you can feel good about that because I wonder about Giants fans and how they would feel. Would you rather have them limp into the playoffs and run it back next year, or miss the playoffs and actually make some profound changes?
I actually think that would be a landslide of an answer. Everybody would rather they miss and make changes,
which is wild.
But I would. But I'm going to give. Can I give you door number 3?
Of course.
Yeah, do both.
Right.
Make the playoffs and then make some changes.
How about door number 4, which is neither?
What's that? Miss the playoffs and then bring everybody back?
Door number 4 is it doesn't matter and you won't make changes because this is what we do. We're going to Rule 5 you into submission.
I don't think that's going to happen. And it's because of something that I learned today. And I want to credit the reporters who did the work. Tim Kawakami did the work. Susan Slusser did the work. There are a number of, our guy, Alex Pavlovich, did the work. And you could see it. Based on what they've tweeted, what they've written in the last 24 hours. And I will just sort of give you a synopsis of what we've learned. And it starts with this. It starts with all of them had the exact same tone about Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler. And it's this. They're probably going to be back next year. Probably. Nobody pulled out a Sharpie and put it in ink.
I heard pretty likely.
Pretty likely.
Yeah.
So, since those reports have come out, Greg Johnson has made a public statement to the San Francisco Chronicle that Farhan and Gabe are, quote, not going anywhere. That largely just means, though, that they're under contract for next year, and so they are not expecting to fire those 2 guys, at least not based on now. Now, if they lose every game for the rest of the season, well, then that may change. But in this moment, they have the vote of confidence. But what I've learned is twofold. A, they're not going anywhere this year, but they are officially on the seat for next year. Like beyond.
What kind of seat?
It's hot. Hot.
Hot.
It is heated. Okay? They've got beef. So the seat is officially warm for Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler. There is frustration at the ownership level. Here's the intricate part that I learned, though. I've had questions, Dibs, the whole time. You know I'm a fan of Farhan and his intelligence.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of what he was trying to do. The problem is he hasn't done it. He has failed to this point to do what he set out to do. But I've had questions the whole time in terms of when you don't land the big free agent. Farhan, is that you or is that your bosses?
It's not you, it's me.
I don't know. I didn't.
Right.
I didn't know. Like, are you being told, no, you can't go to the next level financially for Aaron Judge or Bryce Harper? Bryce is the one that to me still hurts. Phillies outbid him. Could you have bid more? I learned a few things. Here's what I learned. Not once in the entire Farhan Zaidi regime has he gone to the bosses and asked for something financially and had them say no. Not once.
Right.
It's never happened. He has been given all of the leeway that he needs in order to do whatever he needs to do financially. It is actually Farhan, not the owners,
right,
who philosophically hesitates to spend big on long-term deals.
And for the most part, he's been right. In terms of
that's true.
Deals yay or deals nay, he's done better on the nay than he would have if he had said yay.
Is the time now, or is it what it looks like the Giants are going to do, which is wait at least one more year? We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. J.D. Davis in a half hour. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
amazing rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to do this Giants thing in a little bit, and JD Davis is going to join us in 25 minutes. What's the poll at? And is it on Matt's feed, or is it on 95.7?
At my feed, you should look.
Okay, I see it. Here it is. You're starting a team. Who are you taking to coach it? Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay? I'm going to go ahead and now there's only a couple hundred votes here. I'll vote, and this will surprise everybody. I'll vote for Kyle Shanahan.
There's an upset. I was waiting for it.
86.7% of the responses.
It's that one-sided?
86.7% of the respondents.
That is virtually 7 of 8 are saying
Kyle Shanahan.
And I know it's skewed because, it's Niner fan base and all that.
Sure.
And also, McVay is not only is he not beloved, but he's a little bit reviled among the fan base and most people.
Yeah. I mean,
he rubs a lot of people the wrong way.
Well, gosh, don't we hear that about both guys? And at a certain point, can we turn that around on people? Can we stop being rubbed the wrong way? Do you know who would rub me the wrong way if I were a fan of their teams? Bill Belichick, Nick Saban. They rub me the wrong way.
Oh, not me.
Because they look like jerks.
But all they do is win, win, win no matter what.
Right. So, I guess what I'm getting at is who cares if the coach rubs you the wrong way? They're not here to rub you the right way.
Johnny Gill.
Thank
you.
That's not what they're here to do. They're here to coach the football team and be really good at it. Now, McVay has a Super Bowl. A few years ago, this conversation we're having right now was actually a pretty hot convo. There were a lot of comparisons between McVay and Kyle Shanahan. They were both the young hotshot coaches, offensive minds, NFC West. Kyle has owned his behind, except for, as you pointed out, the really, really big game. But how would you vote on that? How has it become so Kyle-centric, even though McVay's the one with the ring?
Because Kyle has built a more sustainable team. Kyle's built a better team. And McVay won the one big game that ultimately mattered. But other than that, it has been all Shanahan all the time. He's won 8 of the last 9 between the Niners and the Rams. Shanahan and McVay. The only loss was in the NFC Championship game. So in terms of sustainability, building a winner, and all the rest of it, and even if you look at neutrally who is less annoying, Shanahan's not that annoying. The most annoying thing about Kyle, I think, would be the notion that maybe he comes across as knowing more than you. But to me, that doesn't bother me because he does know more than me and you. And 99.99% of the people...
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Thank you, Kyle.
And that's just him coming across as annoyed, and I don't blame him for that.
I don't think he was coming across as annoyed. I think he was annoyed.
Yeah, which is why he came across as annoyed.
Right. I think it's an accurate portrayal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's totally okay. Look, I know where fans are going to go with that kind of a comment. At all times, the coach knows more than the fans. They have achieved being a coach in the National Football League.
Right.
It does not mean they're automatically doing a good job. That's not what it means. But here we are in this conversation, and whether it's because you don't like that Sean McVay jumped around with his team in the end zone once upon a time, he does sort of come off as this little kid who's just wide-eyed and running around and overly energetic. Maybe Kyle comes off as dismissive, standoffish. I find the comments about both guys to be a little bit further along than they actually are. A little over the top. In other words, I don't think Kyle is the most arrogant person I've ever seen. I don't find him to be even the most arrogant person who's a head coach in the NFL. I don't find McVay to be the biggest cheerleader on the sidelines in the NFL. I think Pete Carroll and Robert Saleh both do more of it than Sean McVay does. So these reputations...
Saleh wound up in the end zone Monday night.
Exactly. He's in a dog pile.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever.
It's funny to me that so many people picked Shanahan because if you look at the resume, they were hired in the same year. And McVay has a better winning percentage. He's got a better playoff winning percentage. He's got a Super Bowl. They have the same number of AP Coach of the Year awards, and McVay has won more division titles than Shanahan. He's won more NFC championships. Or he's won 2.
Yeah, he's taken 2 different quarterbacks to the Super Bowl.
Kyle's won 1. Yep. So, yet the poll comes in that it's 86% Kyle Shanahan. Yep. That to me feels a little bit personal because McVay, as a head coach, has had a better career than Shanahan.
Well,
fact.
What about this, though? Kyle Shanahan is a fantastic coach. The conversations we had a lot during the offseason are the vocal minority. There's no question. There's no question that way more than half of this fan base is big into Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a very vocal minority. And you also know that these conversations go week to week. This is a good week for Kyle Shanahan. Like, the Kyle Shanahan opinion a week ago was different than it is today. And that is solely because of what happened last Sunday. They looked good on every side of the ball. They looked prepared. They looked dominant. They did it on the road. His hand-selected, if you will, quarterback. Oh, trade Trey Lance for Brock Purdy. Comes out and looks fantastic. So there's no doubting that just last week alone, you've heard it. You've heard people's opinions adjust. The people who were like, Brock Purdy, I'm not totally sure. This week, they're like, dude, Brock Purdy, he can play. He can play. Kyle Shanahan can coach. It's all based on last Sunday. If he goes out and loses this weekend, do the poll again next week.
Yeah.
Watch what happens.
No, that's funny that you say that because I think you're spot on, but I'm just surprised at how one-sided it is, and maybe it's just because of the way we perceive Sean McVay as a rah-rah guy and super buff, and I'm the first guy down there, and I'm going to slap you on the back, and he's a bit of a front runner and all the rest of it. But if you look at what he inherited, and I'm a big proponent of talking about Kyle Shanahan and what he's done with the Niners. Well, McVay took over a team that was 4-12, and Shanahan took over a team that was 2-14.
Yep.
And if you look at the Rams that McVay took over, you find names like Tavon Austin, Kenny Britt, and Lance Kendricks as your most prolific receivers, along with Brian Quick. Jared Goff was 0-7 that year, and you had Case Keenum as your other quarterback.
Is that when you told him to hang in there, big guy? Brighter days ahead?
No, that was subsequent to that.
Okay.
It was before the Super Bowl.
Oh, good.
But it was definitely after that 0-7. I'd have to go back to the film and see. We were at a Warriors game, and JT the Brick, who was doing middays at the time.
Right.
JT, we were there. I was doing Jolo and Dibs, and JT had the credit card out in the BMW club.
Oh.
And so your boy was vodka soda after vodka soda after vodka soda. I had taken Uber that night from my nearby home in Oakland. So we got into the third quarter, and I made an ill-fated run at Roz Gold on Woo Day as a guest. I said, hey, Roz, we'd love to have you on as a guest. And she said, all right, take my number. And so I took her number, and I put it in my phone, and I called her. And
it was some guy named Bob?
No, it was Roz.
Oh,
and after like 4 rings, she looks at me, she goes, I got it. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Like, you can hang up. Sorry, Roz.
Okay, Roz.
She was talking to Baron Davis, and I said something about Kirilenko, and then I stumbled away, and I saw Jared Goff, and that's when I delivered that now historic.
Wow.
It was an MLK Day Junior game at Oracle. I'll get the date for you.
That's not only a great story, there's a lot of name dropping that happened in the middle of it, too.
I saw some other people that I may or may not recall. Right. But, yeah, didn't see a dribble of the game in person.
Oh, gosh. Yeah,
let's go
listen,
to dibs, half in the bag.
I'll say I don't know, but then again, I do, and I take my cues from others on this. Like, well established, I'm a big fan of Kyle Shanahan, but I would say this: if you go to the industry, okay, if you talk to people inside the league, I don't think that the poll results would be any different. If we put that poll out and only allowed industry people, players, other coaches, executives, longtime NFL writers, voices, what have you, if you gave that poll to them, I think almost all of them would say Kyle Shanahan over Sean McVay as well.
At the same rate, you think?
Pretty close.
Man.
Sean McVay's a good coach. There's no two ways about that. He's a good coach.
Well, I ran down their plaudits, and he's got more Super Bowls, as many Coach of the Years, and a better record in the playoffs and the regular year.
But see, that's what, in my opinion, that is where we fans go wrong with our opinion. We make it way too much about the fine print on the resume. Oh, McVay has a Super Bowl and Kyle doesn't. Conversation over. Life is deeper than that, man.
More wins, more divisional titles.
Totally different scenarios,
better
though.
playoff record, all of it.
Different scenarios, different realities, different players, different situations, different everything. If you're asking a player or a coach or an executive the question, they're more going to come from a standpoint of like, well, I've gone against that offense. Or I've got a friend who played for them, or I used to coach with his dad, or whatever. They're both from football families, okay? Those opinions are not going to be based on, well, I looked at their resume and Sean's got more wins than Kyle, so Sean's better. It's more like their experience directly with going against them or playing for them and what that's like and who draws up the best plays and who gets his team all on the same page at a higher level or whatever. And I'm just telling you what I gather from others. I think there is a higher respect level for Kyle Shanahan in the league than there is for Sean McVay. And that's not to say that there's any disrespect for Sean McVay.
Yeah, I wonder if it would be at that same rate that our boss Matt Nahigian's poll is indicating, which is 7 of every 8 are saying Shanahan. I think it would be closer to 50-50. It would still favor Shanahan. I think it might be more of a 60-40 because people will look at what McVay did in taking over a 4-win Ram team, and two of their the only 2 wins that year by the Niners were against the Rams.
Yep.
So the Niners were 2-14 with 2 wins over the Rams. The Rams were 4-12. Both teams fired their head coaches, and McVay got to L.A., Shanahan got here. They started their career at the same time, and here we are. McVay's got the Lombardi, and Kyle doesn't.
I get it, but coaching is not about the last game only.
I know, I get
you know
that.
what I mean? Like
Yeah.
with people, in fact, and right here, we got T on YouTube. McVay has gotten the job done, and Kyle hasn't. I disagree because we have a different definition of what the job is. The job for both of these guys is not show up, win Super Bowl, go home. That's not the job. The job was to build a culture. The job was to build a roster. The job was to be sustainable. The job was to compete at a high level every year. Kyle, I would argue, as we sit here today, who's built a better roster? Whose team is more sustainable? I would argue Kyle has done a better job of that than Sean has. Now, Sean, they both went after the same quarterback, and Sean got him. So Sean gets that check mark. Sean gets the check mark for the NFC title game. Kyle gets the check mark for 9 times we've played, and I beat you 8 of them.
Yeah,
I think when you watch the Rams and Niners play, you can actually see the game plan in action, and it's almost always favoring Kyle, even the game that they lost. Because it should have probably gone a different way if this play and that play were made differently.
But it didn't.
But that's not the coach.
Yeah.
Kyle didn't drop the ball. You know what I mean? And I know that's not the only play.
If you ask the 2 coaches, would you rather have the 8 or the 1?
Oh, they'd rather have the 1.
They'd rather have the 1.
But the job is bigger than just they won the last game.
It is.
The job's bigger than that.
And I think and that's why I'm really trying to highlight this matchup even more and hype it up, because it's more than just Rams and Niners. It's McVay and Shanahan.
Yep.
Because Kyle has owned him in the regular season, and McVay won the biggest game the two have ever played. I don't think those two teams have ever played in the NFC Championship game before. I'd have to look at the 170. They've played 148 times these two teams have played each other. And, if you want to look at all the games they've played, that might have been the biggest one they've ever played.
Probably.
And the Rams won it. So that definitely is points in McVay's column.
I'm scrolling through these right now. The history of the NFC Championship game. Good Lord, the Rams, Cowboys, and 49ers are in that game a lot.
Yeah.
Wow, just going through the board, it really jumps off the page. These three teams are in this thing a lot. 1989 NFC Championship game. San Francisco 49ers over the Rams 30-3. So there was that one. And the Niners and Rams, only other one is the one you are referencing, 2021 Rams.
Yeah, two matchups in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I'm seeing
two
that.
of them.
Yeah. So,
hey, real quick, let's go to John in Oakland on this topic. Hey, John, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, guys, I'm sitting here listening to this, man. I'm kind of laughing because what you're saying is I just disagree, man. Harbaugh and Carroll did the same thing. They both built organizations. They both had great teams. The difference is one dude won a ring, the other dude didn't. There's a reason why the dude with the ring is still in the NFL and the dude without a ring is not. I mean, when you build a championship caliber team, you better win a championship, man, because I don't recall any Hall of Fame coaches without rings. So as great as you want Shanahan to be, he will be Harbaugh Jr. if he doesn't win a ring, man, period, point blank. And as long as McVay has a ring, he will only be forced out of L.A. when he decides he wants to leave, unless the team super bottoms out. But, man, they're both good coaches. The difference is one has a ring and one doesn't. And the only reason why you want to defend the guy who doesn't have a ring, because he doesn't have a ring, man.
No, see, John, I see it very differently, and I totally understand your point. And I know a lot of people are nodding their heads agreeing with you right now. Kyle Shanahan's 43 years old, so I firmly believe he is going to win a ring at a certain point. But you're right. He's got to go out there and do that. I get that. But, for instance, let me go back to your statement. You said the only difference between Jim Harbaugh and Pete Carroll is that one has a ring and one doesn't. I disagree. Here's another difference. Pete Carroll doesn't wear people the bleep out. Jim Harbaugh does. So Jim Harbaugh got let go and moved on because there's more to it than the final game. I completely acknowledge what you're saying, and I know as a fan standpoint, why would you care about anything else? But in a way, you do without having to really sit and think about it and realize it. You can't win a ring unless you go build a great culture, build a great roster, then be a good game manager, play caller, all of those things. Both of these guys are that. They're both very, very good coaches. But it is way bigger than black and white. Who has ring, who does not have ring? Okay? And yes, you can win a ring and then wear out your welcome and get fired. Okay? I know Steeler fans who are done with Mike Tomlin. You talked about it the other day. They're starting to get a little worn out. He's won 2 rings. But so it's not this like red carpet ride to enshrinement just because you have a ring. And when you don't have one, that does not mean you're some sort of second-class citizen. Just my opinion.
Yeah. Tomlin's got the one.
Just one?
Yeah, the Bill Cowher had the other one. I guess Big Ben has 2, but Tomlin has 1. And I just did the quick math. 35 coaches have won at least one Super Bowl. So the number is 35. And Sean McVay is among them.
He's one of them.
And if you look at some coaches in history, some of the one-offs like Barry Switzer, he's got one. Mike Holmgren, he's got the one. Holmgren, a better coach than McVay, but he's just got the one. Bruce Arians, Gary Kubiak, they are coaches with just one. Bill Cowher's got the one. Tony Dungy has the one. So it becomes a curious thing because only 35 have ever done it. Does that mean those 35 are the top 35 coaches of all time?
I'd argue
Of course
no.
not.
Yeah, I'd argue
but
no.
I do think that Sean McVay gets a little bit of the short stick when it comes to the Kyle comparison, even though so far his resume is better. 4 playoff appearances to 3, and a better winning percentage and a better playoff winning percentage. And, they both took over very bad teams. I agree with you in terms of this team right now, and also if you project it out from now until the end of 2025, which team is going to win more games? I don't think it's close. I think this team, the Niners, is way more set up for long-term success than the Rams are.
And that's part of the conversation, in my opinion.
Sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
They're both good coaches. All right, J.D. Davis is going to join us in a little bit. Let's go to Scott in Fremont real quick because we want to establish this conversation also. Hey, Scott, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. We were talking about Farhan earlier in that the news has come out that ownership has never turned down any financial request. They would like more long-term contracts than the Giants have. So this sort of shifts to Farhan's philosophy now, and we'll get into this after JD as well. But Scott, thanks for calling. What do you want to say?
Hey guys, I just wanted to say I think that Farhan might be the classic case of a guy who was a really good number 2 guy. I have no doubt that he's very smart. Everything he did in LA with player evaluations, all that. But I think he's in a little bit over his head as far as being the guy where the buck stops with him. Ownership now, of course, the attendance is dipping. Vaughn hasn't landed the big fish. This team is really boring. I love the Giants, and they're a hard watch for me sometimes. But the biggest thing for me is that he doesn't recognize kind of what needs to be done at the trade deadlines. Not trading Bumgarner at the deadline, knowing you weren't going to re-sign him. Not trading Rodon, knowing you weren't going to re-sign him. And then this year, if you're not going to be a buyer and you're going to be a seller, you get A.J. Pollock. I mean, this whole, there's no transaction too small, and he'll keep finding the diamonds in the rough. And he has. Tyro Estrada is a really solid player, Wilmer Flores. But those guys need to be like your 5th and 6th guys. He keeps finding these diamond in the rough guys, and those guys work, but you can't have 9 of those guys. You got to have some dudes. And I think he's in a little bit over his head as far as pulling the trigger and making the final overall roster construction.
Well, Scott, I think you've got a lot of backing for what you're saying based on the actual reality with the Giants right now. Even if you support the philosophy of Farhan, which I think the Giants ownership does, the results aren't there. And bottom line business, blah, blah, blah. We all know that. And it has not gotten done, and it has to, and that's why the temperature is getting ratcheted up. More on that, along with yesterday's hero, J.D. Davis, joining us. Coming up next, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
fly ball. Quan back at the wall. Out of here! And this game is tied.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Kipe on NBC Sports Bay Area. That was the perfect home run for the moment. Not just a home run, but a home run that barely cleared the wall.
Barely.
It was a skyrocket, and it was just barely over the glove of the defender and into the first row. Perfect for the drama. Ties the game up. Giants go on to win it 6-5, and it feels a little bit like a season saver, but this is such the ultimate yin-yang, yes-no, back-forth type of a situation of a season for the Giants. Yes, they are, one more out away from technically being in a playoff spot, yet no one feels good about it. And I get it. J.D. Davis is going to join us here in about 5 minutes, and so we look forward to this conversation, but to sort of reset what we were talking about earlier, great work, I thought, by Tim Kawakami, Susan Slusser, Alex Pavlovich, and more. There have been conversations clearly behind the scenes that have gone all the way up to the ownership level to check in on Farhan and Gabe's job status. And the current word is they will be back next year. That's the vote of confidence for now because they're under contract. But what you can tell when you read between the lines is ownership is frustrated. And they have a right to be. And what I found eye-opening, and this was mainly from Kawakami, his article in The Athletic was really good. I found it eye-opening that Farhan has a number of times gone to ownership to say, hey, we would like this expenditure. We'd like that expenditure. We want to go with a big contract offer over here. He has been told every single time, yes. Yes. You go right ahead.
Are you going 100 pence on me right now? Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, we can.
Totally.
Yes, you can. Si se puede. Okay? Yes, you can. So this changes things, not changes things. It helps me understand something that I didn't know. I did not know if the frustration in going for long-term contracts, big money deals. We know the Giants have been involved, but I did not know where's the hesitation. Where's the hesitation to go bigger, even bigger? Is it at the ownership level?
Right.
Is it at the Farhan level? It's at the Farhan level. He is the one who philosophically is uncomfortable with the long-term deal, not ownership.
Right.
That's fascinating to me.
Well, and I do want to defend Farhan to the extent of what I said earlier, which is so far, for the most part, if you want to look at players on whom they were in or should have been in, he's batting about 800 in terms of right or wrong. Gosman, I think, was a miss. Bryce Harper was a miss. And could they have invested more money into a possible contract and gotten him? I think they might have, but they didn't. Aaron Judge, I don't think that they were going to get him. Carlos Correa, they had him on the hook like your kid catching a bass up at Bon Tempe, and he threw him back. And that so far has worked out. Carlos Rodon, you should have given him a long-term extension based on what he did. Farhan said no thank you, right, and that's worked out. And we could go through the other ones that he hasn't been in on that have worked out. For the most part, his financial prudency has been good. His gut has been right on many of these deals. However, the bottom line for me is the product you're putting out there is not that attractive.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. If you just avoid every long-term deal, you're going to be right more than half the time.
Correct. Yeah.
So if you just avoid them all, you're going to have a high batting average, and that's not fair. It's flat out not fair. Now,
it's bad business is what it is.
The backing for what Farhan has done philosophically, which there's no two ways about it, I have supported from the jump with fervor. We all know this because I think conceptually it makes sense. However, you have to, and this sometimes is out of your hands, but you have to execute. You have to not just try. You have to do. This is very Yoda, okay? There is no try. There is do or do not. So you can be at the party with Judge and Harper and Stanton and Ohtani, but if you don't bring any of them home, it doesn't matter. Now, it also doesn't matter if your team is then exciting and good. It's not. And so that's where the bottom line comes in, where Farhan, for me, he can sit in a room and say, here's the philosophy. We have to build the farm system. They did. That has to bear fruit. It has. Starting to.
Yeah.
It's starting to. And then you pounce on the big fish. You have to be there with the finances at that time. And they've tried, but they have not been able to succeed. And when you can't succeed, you have to be able to pivot and put together a good product that both wins and is interesting. And they haven't. So it's not all bad for me. But in the end, it's almost like the conversation we're just having about McVay and Shanahan. For a lot of people, they're like, Shanahan can be the better coach all you want. McVay's got the ring. Well, Farhan can have a good idea all he wants, but if the final piece is making the team interesting to a crowd and you don't do that, the rest of the stuff doesn't matter.
Right. Unless you win 107 games and go on and win the World Series, which they didn't do. And I think that this conversation is even more appropriate now based on the last offseason, and put the Aaron Judge and the Carlos Correa signings or non-signings aside. What they did do, I don't think has really worked out, because you look at Michael Conforto, 2 years and $36 million. That's been okay. Mitch Haniger has been a miss, and you've got him for next year. And if you go back to the previous year, DeSclafani has been a disaster. Sean Manaea hasn't been great. And Ross Stripling has been okay, but not quite good enough. So even the moves that he did make, which are middling moves, these are players who are making 10 to 15 to 18 million a year. These are not high-priced mega free agents, but instead of going and getting those guys, you chose to get 5 or 6 middling veteran pieces, and none of them has really popped like our next guest has popped.
Well,
and he was in a trade.
He's done pretty good, and he was in a trade. And actually, that would be sort of one of my questions for Farhan. Like, you know this. I think this is true for everybody at every level, no matter what it is you do in life. For me, the way I relate to it often is parenting. If you're a parent, you know darn well that you have a plan for the day, and it never goes that way. And so what does that mean? You have to be prepared to pivot.
Pivot, don't panic, as the roast will tell you.
I'm right. I am not going to get on Farhan for the fact that Aaron Judge wanted to stay a Yankee. That's not Farhan's fault. But what's plan B? And then Farhan would say, well, Carlos Correa. Okay. And then when you back out of that, what's plan C? Well, plan C apparently was Mitch Haniger.
And Michael Conforto.
And injuries and boredom. And so that's not good enough. That's not good enough.
Yeah, it's not. And it's unfortunate that you had injuries. Conforto's been better than Haniger. Conforto coming off an entire missed season, and he's been better than it looked early on, and Mitch Haniger has been unable to really be healthy. And then you add in, Mark, the mix of players in and players out, and that is a turnoff in and of itself. And not only for older fans like myself, but for younger fans, if you want to really latch on to a team and you want to watch them every day, you want to know that your guy is going to be in there. If you're a Braves fan and you like Acuna Jr., you're pretty certain that he's going to be in the lineup, no matter what.
Well, listen, he has said it out loud before. We want more everyday players. They haven't been able to land them. Well, and it's like you can go person by person and say, well, this is why we didn't get this guy, and this is why we didn't get that guy, and this is why we didn't get this guy over here. And you're like, totally, I get it, and I get why it's difficult and all of those things. But ownership is sitting there going, bottom line, our attendance is not doing what it needs to do. And so it's a problem. So the heat is starting to get turned up a little bit, and oddly, it comes while the Giants are right in the thick of potentially ending up in the playoffs in a couple of weeks.
This guy single-handedly kept you in it.
He absolutely did. He's going to join us right now. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This is Willard and Dibbs, and joining us live from Colorado is none other than J.D. Davis. J.D., thank you for coming on, and J.D., nice swing yesterday, man.
Hey, appreciate you guys for having me on there. It's a blessing to hear you guys and to be a part of this. But, yeah, thank you very much. Just ecstatic and blessed and, just surreal in the moment just to come through with the boys and keep this thing going.
Well, keeping it going is actually a good way to say it. JD, I'll confess something to you. And I know you guys feel it too. The frustration of the summer, for me, has twice boiled over just in the last week. Both times, I'm like, you know what? It doesn't look like it's going to happen. I'm not feeling it, and I'm ready to go for a walk. And both times, you've come up to the plate next and homered. And it was yesterday, and it was last Friday, down 4-0 against Colorado. What on earth? What did those moments not just feel like for you, but for the whole dugout?
I mean, it probably just as much as you felt it, just a breath of fresh air, like a monkey off your back in a sense, where the frustration building up of waiting for that big hit. I know Wilmer got the first big hit on Friday night. We all went back to back to back, but it just seems like over the course of this last month, it's been really tough to get that big hit and to come across or to come in that moment and to have a couple of those big hits and to help out the ball club and help out the guys in this playoff race. It's pretty surreal, and just to have kind of that energy back into the dugout, energy back into the clubhouse. Because, like I said before, in the first half, the team was pretty resilient. We had so many comeback wins, but then we got a little bit of the injury bug where guys went on the injury list for a little bit, and then now they're fighting timing-wise, fighting their bodies a little bit more of that particular injury. So, and then we had a lot of rookies that had to go through their first licking or first adjustment through the big leagues. So, man, just to kind of put that all into perspective and to summarize it and to kind of, come around that corner and come up huge and to keep this thing going and keep the positivity going is absolutely, it was a breath of fresh air in that dugout and that clubhouse.
Well, let's talk about the clubhouse, and it's J.D. Davis here on 95.7 The Game. You hit the 3-run homer to tie it. You guys win it, and we see on TV you're going in the clubhouse, and there's a smoke machine, multicolored lights. Is there a cover charge? Are there cocktails? What's going on in there, J.D.?
Yeah, I can't give out all the secrets, but it's one of those things that culture-wise, they did it last year. They've been doing it for a couple of years now. I don't know exactly what year that they started turning the clubhouse into a club for post-game, especially after a win. And I think the whole summary of it or the whole ideal of it is to enjoy every win just because, you guys have seen it. The season can be a roller coaster where, heck, we can rattle off 6 wins, 10 wins in a row, and then all of a sudden be in the bottom of the valley and have, 6, 7 losses. So being in the big leagues, beating a big league team, regardless of their record, is hard to do. So to kind of combat that and to try to enjoy it or appreciate, even if it's, a big win, a small win, just to have fun with it and to enjoy baseball, enjoy the guys, enjoy the grind, enjoy the win for 10, 15 minutes, and then, the media comes in, and then we have to turn off the club and go back to being normal. But that's pretty much the mission, or I guess the vision of it, is to just enjoy that win and keep things positive going. But, yeah, man, it's pretty wild. Over the course of the last, I would say, since I got over there in August, we've had the lasers and fog machine, but now we got one of those wacky inflatable guys in there that's going nuts. We got some of our clubhouse guys that got lights on their glasses or lights on vests and kind of like a Tron suit. Everybody kind of lines up for high five. What else is there? We got strobe light. Man, you can name it. We got the whole thing going in there.
I know JDS media people ruin everything, don't we?
Totally.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for your honesty. And by the way, while you're on the honesty tip, let's do this because you get it. There has been frustration this summer. You guys might make the playoffs, but it has been a topsy-turvy year, and some of your teammates, especially those guys who maybe thought they were going to be starting pitchers and the role's been a little different, they've been vocal of late. Yep. And so I think a lot of fans are curious right now what this clubhouse's relationship with Gabe Kapler is. How would you describe it?
Well, I think we're all pretty close and pretty communicative with each other. For me and my personal experience with Cap, he's given me the great opportunity to play every single day. So, and every single time I've come to him and communicated with him and been open with him, he's been very trustworthy and been nothing but openness to me. I know a lot of guys feel the same way, but there are a lot of moving pieces. I think it has a lot to do with, injuries too as well. Guys, I can't really speak on how guys' performances are too. Like Mania, Stripling, guys have, obviously have gone up the hill in the first half. It seems like Mania has really kind of figured it out the second half. And, I know Strip made those comments the other day, but I've never been in the clubhouse or been on the field with them other than this season. So to see Strip kind of struggle or see some of these guys struggle, it's kind of the first kind of engagement that I have with them. So I can't speak entirely about their situation because all I know is what I've seen this year. I've seen Strip kind of carve us up when I was over with the Mets. I've seen Mania carve us up when he was with the Padres and when I was with the Mets. So I've seen the goodness and the greatness out of them. So I think it's more so of hoping and wishing that, that coin would flip. So at the same time, I guess the answer to your question is that, I think we all have a pretty good relationship with Cap. And, I think he gets it. He's as a former player. And then as a, experience over in the Dodgers, front office of being up there in that totem pole and now being a manager or having that opportunity manager in Philly, then coming over here and having a manager in the Giants, he's had a lot of experience and he's has his door open to many guys who have issues. When he had a talk with us the other day, he talked about how he is in every situation as a player, as a front office, and as a manager, being ridiculed or being praised. So he has a lot of perspective in different areas in the game, and I think he, gives that advice or that, how would I say it, what's the word? I'm making a blank right now, but constructive criticism in a way. And he loves guys that have the aptitude and the accountability and to go out there and just grind it out, even if it's bad or good. And I think he has a lot of respect for a lot of us and just, it is what it is, I think. I think we all have a great responsibility with him, or a great relationship with him, sorry.
Giants third baseman J.D. Davis here on 95.7 The Game. It's a mixed bag on your roster, and you mentioned the clubhouse before. You got a bunch of rookies from Bailey and Matos and Sable and Schmidt, and then a bunch of veterans like yourself and Yaz and BC Raw, who's 36. How do you in the clubhouse try to bridge that generational gap to get everybody comfortable and on the same page?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to answer your question, one is to try to make the rookies as comfortable as they can, and not too comfortable. We want them to still have that edge, that chip on their shoulder. But when I mean comfortable, I mean to know that this game up here we're all still human beings, and no matter what guy is on the mound, even though if he may have a name, if it's Max Scherzer to Carlos Rendon to Logan Webb to anybody that's on the mound, that it's still a game, even if it's in AAA and big leagues. There's more people are watching you. and it's going to be even harder to stick around. So the best way you can combat that is to get comfortable and to be a sponge and to ask questions. And then I guess the second thing would be kind of what I've taken on is to learn and to learn from past teams. I've been in many clubhouses that are toxic, clubhouses that have great relationships where, every road trip we're going out to dinner and hanging out with each other. It feels like, we're closer to our family we're closer as a family than our original families when we go home. So to kind of take off on that, to really enjoy each other's company, to have, opportunities or to have activities to get together, and not to have that kind of gap in between rookie and veteran. There's so many times where you go into a toxic clubhouse and the veterans, they treat the rookies piss poor, and get in the back of the bus, wait your turn in the cage, and all that stuff is kind of unwritten rules for baseball. But times have changed, and you see so many guys come up, young guys. I mean, heck, you see Orioles top prospect, he's 19 years old. 19 years old, man. I mean, so you got guys coming into the clubhouse and, you can run into B-Craw, 36 years old, that is, has 12, 13 years in the show. And so I would say it's give and take in a way where rookies, obviously being comfortable and being in that totem pole, but to find that balance and to find those roles within the team and within a lineup, I think those are the most important things. And knowing that as a rookie, your role, you go from AAA to being, 3, 4, 5 hole, the guy in the lineup to the guy off the bench, the fourth outfielder or the fifth infielder in that case. And sometimes it could be tough. It could be tough for anybody. And so I think putting in perspective that it's part of it, everybody goes through it, and if everybody is cool and collective and, on the same page, defense and offense, I think that's when the best clubhouses are and when we truly enjoy baseball. And I think this clubhouse, we truly enjoyed baseball. There were times where we didn't like baseball, just like you said, the season could get frustrating, and, it's just like anybody going to work. Sometimes it could be tough going to the ballpark, especially when you're in a rut. But to find that, how would I say it, that gratitude, that motivation in you, that show up at the ballpark, and the phrase that I always try to tell myself throughout the season is, you get to play baseball today, not you have to play baseball today. You get to, and that kind of puts it in perspective to go out there and take every moment in and just to have fun and play baseball. I think that's just the biggest thing.
JD Davis with us here, Willard and Dibbs. JD, do you guys have a wet banana out there on the field at Coors? Like, what do you do with a rain out in Denver tonight?
Oh man, I think hunker in. I think I'm looking out the window right here at Denver, and it's getting pretty crazy out there. The wind's getting sideways and the rain's getting sideways, so I'm gonna be a little parallel to the ground here. But we showed up earlier. Some guys are different, especially in this time of the year. Everybody has their different routine, but I guess to answer your question, I got to the ballpark around 2 o'clock. I did kind of my normal routine of stretching out, going in the hot tub, hitting the cage around 3, be done around 3:30 to prep to take kind of like a nap for about an hour, and then get it going for around 5:30 for a hitter's meeting. But a lot of guys stayed back. I was on the first bus on the way back here with probably maybe, 5 or 6 guys that got their work in earlier. But it's a good sign, too, that, the second bus is going to be pretty full because a lot of guys stayed back and they didn't take days off. And they know the mission of, trying to take care of business here in Colorado, trying to take care of business in Arizona, and go do our thing in L.A. So the guys know the mission, and a lot of guys were getting their work in today, even in the cage or in the weight room.
JD, I get it. I mean, you're 30, you're a little bit older, but come on, kid, you're only 30. You got to be getting into something there tonight. Is there a city where, in this situation, you would go out and get after it, JD, or are you just an old soul?
I'm a little bit of a homebody, but some of the guys, we were talking about going to a sushi spot tonight, so I think I'm more like that. I enjoy that kind of thing where going out to team dinners, having a few drinks and watching, and I think we're watching the football game tonight, kind of a laid back, but the club scene for me, that's in the past. I don't really go
save that for the post game, right?
Like that. I try to stay away from that, especially, it's September, you get a few, too many alcohol drinks, especially up here in this elevation, that soreness and that body fatigue will kick in a little bit more than usual compared to if you're in San Fran at sea level. So the body's an engine, you got to take care of it. So, but to answer one of your questions, if there's one place to do get after it, I would say either Miami or Chicago. Miami's really fun.
No doubt about it. No, okay, so JD, A, what's your sushi order? And B, Eagles or Vikings? What's happening tonight?
Ooh, man. So if I'm going sushi, I'm going to start out with some appetizers. And, if you guys remember in that Instagram kind of feed when they asked me appetizers or desserts, I think it was in spring training, and I didn't know what to answer with because, man, I'm a foodie. I'm going to sit there and have like 5-6 courses and run up the bill and, enjoy it, have a good time. You know what I mean? So, oh, man, if we're going to sushi, I'd go with some shishito peppers, some of that bang shrimp, probably some seafood off the raw bar, and then probably a few rolls, especially some spicy tuna, maybe some jalapenos on top. I love the spiciness. And then probably end it with maybe some little pieces of wagyu, and then some of that sashimi plate. Definitely some salmon and some of that toro. I think it's either salmon belly or it's
that tuna belly,
something like that.
Yeah. That hamachi. That hamachi's real tender on the backside.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's my kind of night.
So wait a minute. If you're a foodie and you like Instagram, what do you think of these Gabe Kapler cruising through town doing coffee houses and burgers deal? What the hell's going on here?
I love it. He gets to do all the hard work, and he just tells me all the great places, and I just go there and eat them. I love it. I don't have to gamble and go to a place and see if it's bad or good or anything. He just goes and gives me the 5 stars right from in there, so I love it.
Who's doing those videos, though, JD? Like, those things are all super produced. I'm like, Gabe, you're in the dugout last night. Who's got time for this?
Hey, he's got his connections. He's got his people. When he sets them up, I get it. He's big professional guy. He's loves the way he makes himself look, and I get it. But at the same time, he's 5 star. If he's Gabe Kapler. If he's going to do it, he's going to go over the top with it, and I respect it. I respect it.
Yeah, he's like a human Yelp. Maybe you call him Gabe Yelpler from now on.
Oh, wow. Be honest, though, JD, because you just opened the door there. When he walks out to get a picture, you guys are making fun of that strut. Be honest, aren't you?
I can't call my manager out on TV. Hey, I love the energy. I love the confidence. I love his alphaness. Hey, it sets the tone for all of us because at the same time, that man is checked in mentally. He's checked in on his diet. He's checked in on his workouts. He's checked in on everything. He's professional. And you know what? If that's the way he's going to carry himself as a manager and set the tone and set the standards, I think every athlete should take a page out of his book and really critique on their routine of how they sleep, how they eat, and how they work out, and how they take care of themselves. I mean, he's really done it, and I know it could be a little bit over the top to some people, especially those videos, especially how he carries himself. But at the same time, if you're as a player and you're looking as a manager, and he's super confident in himself and his decisions, I mean, you got to ride with that guy. I'd hate to have a manager that's soft spoken and a mouse in the corner and more of a bobblehead, and isn't really confident in his decisions.
JD, you're a ton of fun, man. Enjoy sushi. thank you for doing this. And do you have a final score, Eagles and Vikings?
Oh, yeah, damn, I forgot to tell you. Let's see. You know, I watched the quarterback series, Kirk Cousins. I'm a big fan of Kirk. Big fan of Kirk. I love the way he does it. He doesn't let adversity get to him, failure get to him. He's always trying to find a way, even if it's through those computers, those neurons of trying to tweak his little bit of things. But, you know, I think Jalen Hurts and the the Eagles, you know, they're hungry. I think that defense is tenacious. I think Kirk and Justin Jefferson go off, but at the end of the day, I think the Eagles got it. I'm going to go 21-24. It's going to be a close one.
Okay.
I think the Eagles got it.
I love it. J.D. Davis, ladies and gentlemen.
I've got the Eagles -6, so that's a problem. But but we'll see. We'll see. Hey, J.D., thank you so much, and go get 4 games in the next 3 days, okay?
Hey, appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, there
Thanks,
he is.
JD.
J.D. Davis, live in Colorado from the rainout.
Yeah.
Hanging out with us
From
here on Willard
the
and Dibs.
horizontal position, which is where he plans on staying. Maybe a little sushi and just a couple of drinks, but he's already locked in on, as you said, 4 games in 3 nights.
Brother, there might not be any better picture of someone's age than when a moment like that happens. When he said it, I was like, dude, I'd be doing the same thing. Do you know how good it sounds to just be like, here's a hotel room, go lay down, and no one's going to bother you for 24 hours?
Yeah, and he's got about probably 18 hours until he has to actually move.
That sounds orgasmic. Somebody could be like, let's go to the club, and I'm just like, are you, like, the phone is off.
Yeah.
I'm going to, like, I'm going to see about Netflix, maybe the football game. I'm just going to lay here, a little room service, night.
Totally.
That sounds so great.
He did say Miami and Chicago might be a little different, but also it's September, and it's actually mid-September, and JD understands the rigors of what the season has been, and he leads the Giants in games played and plate appearances. So if anybody has a right to be horizontal and a bit fatigued, we talked yesterday about Acuna Jr. and Olsen of the Braves playing in every single game. He's played in 133, which is not nothing. It's not every game, but he's played a ton, and he does lead in plate appearances and at-bats. He's been one of the few guys to be out there come hell or high water in some fashion.
Yeah, and by the way, we didn't, because what can he say about this, but I would have loved to have sort of gotten his perspective on being a deadline acquisition. He was, he's among the greatest trades in Farhan's time here with the Giants in getting J.D. Davis, in getting some additional arms for the farm system for Darren Ruff, who got 2 hits when he went to the Mets the rest of the year.
He ended up coming back, right?
And he ended up coming back, and then the Giants DFA'd him as well. But I mean, it was a really, really good trade, and I think the kind of trade that the Giants fans were hoping that we would get this year, and we didn't. And to circle back to what we were talking about before JD came on, I thought this was one of the best things that Kawakami said today. He's like, look, you can tweak the margins of the roster with the best of them. We can all agree, and that's not nothing. The problem is when you keep dancing at the highest level, okay? When you're at the adult table and you're going for Judge and Harper and Stanton and Correa and Ohtani, when you're doing that and you keep missing, then the parade of A.J. Pollocks is exhausting. That's the best word you could use for it. It's not even that it's wrong. They didn't give anything up for A.J. Pollock, so who cares?
I think DeYoung is even more frustrating because some were saying, get him at the deadline, and I was among them, and people like yourself are like, he's not good enough, they don't want him, and then 2 weeks go by, and he stinks in Toronto, and all of a sudden, now we bring him in because he didn't cost him anything.
And you get it for free.
And it's genius.
And you're sitting there going, ha-ha, playing chess, but you're like, but not really.
No, and that's why, and you took offense to this when I said that he was like a thrift store shopper, a dumpster diver, a garage sale maven. He's the best in the business at that, but I want you to go to Bloomingdale's, and let's go to Nordy's, and let's get some high-ticket items in here.
Look, it's an assignment, And the beauty is you're allowed to figure out how you want to complete the assignment. You simply need to complete the assignment. It's not like math class. Well, you need to do it this way and show your work. No, we don't care how you get there. Baseball is, here's the assignment. Farhan, here's your budget. You've got a lot of room. Go make the team good and interesting. They have at times been good, most of the time just a little bit above okay, but not interesting. They're not interesting. And this is entertainment, and the fans are speaking, and they're in the middle of a playoff chase against the Cleveland Guardians, and 22,000 are showing up, and quite frankly, that's a generous number.
Yeah.
And if you're an owner and you're looking at this, you're like, I don't really want to hear all the reasons why we're not there. We're not there. Therefore, assignment not completed. So the heat gets turned up.
It does, and especially if you don't make the playoffs, because if you do make the playoffs, whatever happens in the postseason happens, but at least you can say, much like in our Shanahan-McVay conversation before, and I was saying how McVay's made it to the playoffs 4 different times, and they had another year where they were 9-8 and didn't make it, but your resume as Farhan and Gabe, it would look better if you made the playoffs, even if you limped your way out of it.
Of course it would look better. And by the way, and I know some Giants fans are thinking this almost in a fearful way, what if they do make the playoffs, and then what if they do something when they get there? What if they go beat the Brewers? And then what's next? You go to face, who would they face actually?
If they're the 6th, then they would face the 2, which would be the Dodgers.
They face the Dodgers. And the Dodgers are completely a compromised version of what they were. All of their pitchers are I don't know, arrested or hurt.
Wow.
Well, no, for real, right? Like, it was
you going back to Trevor Bauer?
It was a year
on me?
and a half ago, and it was like we got Bauer, we got Bueller, and we got Urias. Well, now no, you don't, and no, you don't, and no, you don't. And so they're very good.
Did Bueller get arrested?
No, he's just hurt. He's got TJ surgery.
Yeah.
So they're not better than the Dodgers, but in a short series with pitching that's compromised, who knows what can happen. So Giants fans are sitting here going, dude, what if you do something in the playoffs? Are you then going to pat yourself on the back and say it's working? I believe this firmly. The Giants could win the World Series this year and still need to change the roster construction.
Oh, but they wouldn't.
I don't know about that.
If they won the World Series?
I don't know about that. That's basically saying 1 month eliminates what just happened for 6.
You rehire Brian Sabian, and it's 6-year deals for everyone. That's what happens.
I don't know. It's got to be different next year, because even if you win the World Series, you have 81 dates, and they would like the building to be full.
If they make it to the World Series, is it a sellout? 888-957-9570.
Yes, the playoff games will be sold out.
The B-Wagon gets filled.
They will not sell out next week against the Padres, or in a week and a half.
Which is a shame in and of itself.
But, yes, the playoff games would be full. I believe.
Steiny.
Then again, because remember, the playoff games, you'd have to get past round 1 to even have home playoff games.
True.
So you're already in, you're already in
Unless you
the second
climb up
round.
to the 4 seed. 4 hosting 5.
That seems, unlikely. But you're right. Okay. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Also sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Larry Kruger is around the corner. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
You'll be seeing us around soon, and when you do, I bet you'll call us BMO. Don't worry, it's more common than you think, but we actually pronounce it BMO. As in, with BMO, you can earn a cash reward every month you save. Or, did you know BMO's been helping customers for over 200 years? So when you do see us, pop in and say hi. Not to BMO, to BMO. And yes, bank is still pronounced bank. Learn more about us at BMO.com. Conditions apply. Accounts are subject to approval and are provided in the United States by BMO Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Bonte Hill with Daryl the Guru Johnson. As you all know, we are both on the SOTA diet. Go ahead and check it out, SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Guru, tell the people about your journey so far.
You know what? The fact that I can look at you and our boss, Matt Nahigian, and see the results. So the fact that it's not, we're looking for something that's not there, I can actually see you on a daily basis come into work and get fired up from your success as well as the bosses, and that helps me. I'm not by myself, and I mean it.
You have your lunch, and you don't even think about it. It's staying disciplined here. So that's why it's been easy. And once you get through that first week and lose some weight, guess what? You're like, oh, this works.
Man,
let's
no
stick
doubt.
with it.
Yeah.
So
when's it going to end? I don't want it to end.
Right, I don't want it to end at all. So SOTAweightloss.com. Thank you to everybody out there.
Shout out
SOTAweightloss.com. Shout out to Soto. Daryl the Guru Johnson. Look at his cowboy shirt, man. You could wear a large T-shirt right now, Daryl the Guru.
Extra large.
Extra large, because I don't get jealous of your guns, but you're looking good. SOTAweightloss.com. Go ahead, let's go have some fun. Trust me, if you need more information, go to SOTAweightloss.com. It's state of the art.
Hey, you ready to go to IKEA? I have some bad news. The car broke down. So we can't go.
Well, haven't you heard? There's a new IKEA right downtown.
Really? That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a new kind of IKEA store built for city life. We can take the trolley or walk even.
Oh, that's great. By broke down, I meant I locked the keys in the trunk again.
I know.
Hey neighbor, come visit a new kind of IKEA store right downtown at 945 Market Street or find out more at ikea-usa.com/San Francisco.
When the going gets tough, Ram trucks keep you going. Hurry in for great deals during Ram Power Days. Ram, built to serve. Get 0% financing for 72 months on the purchase of a 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab. Hurry into Ram Power Days. Finance offer not compatible with any other offers. 0% APR financing for 72 months equals $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed for well-qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital regardless of down payment. Not all buyers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 10/2.
Coming to Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 22nd through September 24th for their fall clearance sales event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit the Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Here we go.
Here comes the Sandman.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Adam Sandler.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The I Missed You Tour.
Should we clap along? I'm going to play guitar a little bit for you.
Adam Sandler. Live.
Take him away!
SAP Center at San Jose. October 18th.
All right, let's lose that. I hate it.
Get tickets this Friday at noon at Ticketmaster.com.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. We work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. Ty is a paid spokesman.
I'm Ty Burrell, actor and small business owner. You can trust Innovation Refunds with your small business's ERC claim because of their SOC 2 Type 1 security compliance. And if you're a tech person, you know that's a big deal. I'm not a tech person, but I did look it up. Without this certification, how can you be sure a company can protect your information? It's not like here on the radio, where all you need to be secure is a sensor button. Check it out. So now you won't know my date of birth is or that my social security number is the password to my bank account is Ty's Cool Password 1. Uh-oh, the button's broken. Luckily, Innovation Refunds is more reliable. Don't wait. Go to innovationrefunds.com. That's innovationrefunds.com or call 1-843-REFUNDS to get started. Oh, a notification from my bank. Wait, I didn't buy a boat.
60 degrees and mostly cloudy in San Francisco tonight.
Weather brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol Shaving Cream. Close shave, America. Close shave Barbasol.
95.7 The Game is streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
JDS media people ruin everything, don't we?
Totally.
Yep.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
JD gave a one-word answer on that one.
Yep.
Yeah, that was pretty quick. Yep. Sure do.
About the only one-word answer he gave.
I love it. He's very expansive.
Yes, he was great.
He has a lot to say. And I love people who have a lot to say. Other long-winded people make me feel good about myself.
Right? What if I was as long-winded as you?
Well, then the show would already be over. We would go home. Yeah. It's like a little fraternity that we have. I'm in it. Peter King's in it. J.D. Davis is in it.
Who knew?
John Miller's in it. Let's see who else. Yeah. There are others.
Friend of the show, Bob Costas.
Bob Costas.
Yeah. It's funny because as you get older, you tend to get more long-winded, I think. Most people do because you feel like time's running out and you've got a lot to say.
Do you know who else is in it? And a lot of our audience won't know exactly who this is, but he's been on the show a bunch of times. My good friend, Rich Ornberger, who I used to do a show with in San Diego, is a member of the club. And so when we did a show together, it would just be like, well, okay, if you're going to talk, I'm going to go to the restroom, and then I'll be back. And then at some point, you'll be done. And then the other person would start talking, and then the other person could take a break, maybe go for a little workout.
Your other former partner, Ephraim Salam, he can talk a little bit too.
Absolutely.
Not quite as long-winded as you and Rich and JD and the rest of yous. But when I've listened to the weekends, I would listen to you and your partner and think, look at this guy, actually letting his partner speak.
I know.
Must be either worn out or mailing it in or he hates me.
I have to do it one day a week. No, it's because we do it at home, and it's Sunday night, and it's a school night, and it's during dinner time. So what is often happening in the background while we're hosting on Fox Sports Radio is there are children behind me asking for food. And so Ephraim will start talking, and I'll be like, I'm going to go cook dinner. Put some pasta on the stove, maybe put a little pizza in the oven, something like that. Circle back around. Ephraim's still talking.
Nice.
We're good. We're fine here. We're not on YouTube, so we can just leave. I'm kidding, but only a little bit. All right, 888-957-9570. Kruger's going to stop by maybe in about 25 minutes or so? Is that when Larry's going to pop on by?
Yep,
that's right.
All right, Richie in Queens, we're talking about the situation surrounding the turning up of the heat on Farhan and Gabe. We're also talking about comparisons between Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, and quite frankly, what I feel, and we can get into this a little bit more, the 49ers across the board, and I mean this just in this moment. I'm not talking about it in a broad sense. But the 49ers being underappreciated. I really feel that. And we'll explain that coming up here in a little bit. But Richie in Queens. Hey, Richie. Thanks for calling. What's up?
How are you?
We're good.
Hey, that was a good conversation with JD. I remember him from New York. He definitely answers the question.
He definitely does. Apparently he didn't love New York that much. And I don't mean New York. He didn't love some of the clubhouse culture with the Mets.
No, and well, that's been a big issue over here with Verlander leaving and some of the comments that were made and Scherzer and how it turned out to be a total catastrophe. But obviously that was a big game yesterday. That could be a turning point. And him doing it because he really had a tough stretch. He could not touch a fastball for 30 games, and I was starting to worry about him with the bat speed. But and your point, as far as there's nothing dynamic about them. I mean, the Cincinnati Kid Cruz and even Corbin Carroll and guys that show a little excitement. You look at the Giants and they're pedestrian but they're getting the job done. Who would have thought they'd still be in it? Everybody lost today. I was hoping they'd play tonight. I don't like doubleheaders, but and it's been an amazing story. I think the kid has been I don't know how you feel. I haven't heard the pitcher Harrison. I just, and I know it's early, I think they're going to make a move and maybe pitch Wood. And maybe Wood could do something for 3 games. How do you feel about that?
I am down on Alex Wood right now, Richie, and I totally understand where you're coming from. There is a part of me that looks, and Dibs, I wonder what you think. Like, is it too much too soon for Kyle Harrison? And I don't mean bringing him up. It was time to bring him up. The Giants needed something in the starting rotation. It actually looks for a minute like they actually might have 5 starters. Look at this. Did you see this? They're setting up no openers for this trip. They are going with a 5-man rotation. More on that in a second. But as far as Harrison's concerned, he runs hot. We've seen it. He runs very emotional. He wants to help this team so badly. He's had to be consoled in the dugout a couple times already. I like that as far as his makeup. The problem is he's trying to learn how to be a big league pitcher for the first time in his life.
Right, in a pennant race.
And instead of just doing that at a normal time, you're doing that where every game feels like 3. And so I think he's just putting a ton of pressure on himself.
He's so young that he doesn't really know how to pitch at that level yet. He's a great thrower of the baseball, and he's got electric stuff, but major league hitters look at 98 with movement, and they spit on it. And he's given up 7 home runs in 5 outings because the stuff that you can get away with in AAA, which is incredible, and it's electric, and all the rest of it, you come up here, and for some reason, these major league hitters are able to look at 98 and see it out of the hand that it's going to be 3 inches off the corner, and so they take it, and they wait for their pitch, and when they do get their pitch, they barrel it up, and you're right about his countenance and not his behavior, that might be too negative of a word, but his makeup as a young player, and he's, 22 years old now, learning how to do it on the fly in a pennant race for his hometown team. It's a big ask. And so I don't look at anything he does between his debut, August 22nd, and the end of the year and make any definitive statement about the pitcher that he is or he will be. Now, I do think that they have to ride with him for exactly the reasons that you talked about, because Wood is a no thank you. Stripling, I'll pass. And you want to go Webb and Cobb and Manaea and Harrison?
And Keaton Wynn.
Fine.
That's your rotation right now.
If you're going to go with those 5, and, Keaton Wynn and Harrison both have shorter leashes. Heck, Manaea does too. So they're not really openers, but none of those 3 guys we just mentioned is likely to get too much game if it's not going well.
I know why Richie brings that up. Alex came in yesterday to back up Harrison, and he threw 4 shutout innings. Okay, and he's done this quite a bit. Now, in Chicago the week before, they gave him a start, and he used complete gas can, and he gave up 5 runs in 2 innings. But outside of that, this might surprise you. Out of Alex Wood's last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 outings, that game in Chicago was the only one where the other team scored an earned run.
The only one.
6 of his last 7 outings, he has given up 0 earned runs. One time he did give up 1 unearned run. But he's lowered his ERA from, at that point, 4.9 down to 4.5 for whatever that's worth. The 5-run outing in Chicago prevented it from being a lot better, obviously.
Right.
So
I love that stat you just gave, because I had to I had to catch my breath, and then I looked at the game log. 1 inning, 1 1/3.
Exactly.
A third.
One of them was just 1 out.
3 2/3.
Yeah.
3
and
2 1/3 gas can, and then the 4.
And that's why
which is hilarious.
I'm out on the idea of him starting. Alex Wood.
I'm out on just believing your stats now without additional research.
But
you know what I'm saying,
I bring it up to say, as much as Alex hates this, dude, stay in the role that you currently have, because that's the role you can kind of succeed with. We've watched Alex Wood for years, and it's get to the 5th inning and the 3rd time through the lineup, and boom, here comes the thunder. So, dude, be the long guy. Be the guy that's backing up these young starters, and if we need you to come in and pitch 3 or 4 innings, you can do that. But to ask him to start and maybe throw 6 or 7 is preventative. It's a non-starter. No pun intended.
No pun intended.
Pun intended. Fine. I'm out on that. I would rather keep with Harrison and see if he can find it, even though I think he is emotionally overwhelmed and potentially a little tired.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, this is the most innings he's thrown.
Exactly. The last 2 times that they've gone with Alex Wood as a starter, his ERA is 14.29.
There you go.
So, and again, as we're cherry picking stats to make points, he gave up 5 and 2 1/3, and then back in July, his previous start is when he gave up 5 in 4 innings. So you're right. Wood can still do some things out of the pen. He's more of a short reliever right now for this team, but I do like the fact that it feels like they're going to go with a starting rotation, and that means Brad Beal will be there to back up, and they're going to have other arms at the ready to step in. Even the aforementioned Ross Stripling.
Stripling is ready. He's not in the roster. He's not been activated.
Yeah.
But he's ready.
Yeah, we'll see how ready he is to get up in the third and come in and pitch, and get 9 outs.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did activate, go, especially with now, you got 4 games in 3 days in Colorado. If I'm the Giants, give me an extra pitcher in exchange for a hitter. I might send Casey Schmidt down and activate Ross Stripling. I might do that tomorrow before the game.
Yeah, even before Saturday in the doubleheader.
Yeah.
In that sort of
might make sense.
situation. I do love the adjustment baseball made a few years ago now with September call-ups and limiting September call-ups. On the one hand, it's nice to get young players a cup of coffee, but on the other hand, it completely bastardizes what you should have to do with your roster when you've got 40 guys to just piecemeal and you're pitching 9 and 10 guys in a game. That's one of the things I think baseball did right.
Yep, I agree with you. I agree with you completely. So, all right, good stuff on all of that. Yeah, the reporting that I saw earlier today, no joke, man. It's the answer to the question I was waiting for. Doesn't change my opinion. I do not believe that Farhan Zaidi or Gabe Kapler should be fired at the end of this year, even if they don't make the playoffs. I do not believe that. I do believe that next year they're going to have to put a different product on the field. I don't know how you get that done. Right? Like a bunch of these guys are going to opt in that you thought might opt out. Mania Stripling, probably Conforto too. They might well all opt in. I don't know how many roster spots you've got. I don't know how the Ohtani thing is going to go. I'm pretty pessimistic, to be honest with you there. I think Cody Bellinger is a more realistic target. I'm a big proponent of them going to get him, but there has got to be an aggressiveness, potentially for even long-term deals, that has not been there in the past. And today, for me, was a learning experience in that Farhan is the one who's hesitant, not the owners. And I would have guessed that it was a little bit more the other way around. I knew that wasn't in Farhan's philosophy.
Right.
But I'm just wondering, if you're an employee and your bosses are over there being like, spend, do it, do it. And you're like, I'm not going to do it. That's kind of what's been going on.
Right.
Which is wild.
And it's not only he's not spending big money on annual contracts, he's not inking players to long-term deals. And that's the one thing that I've been waiting for. Show me a player that you want to sign for 4 years or more, because he hasn't done it.
Nope, he has not. And the other side
other than Logan Webb.
I'm not sitting here looking for, I don't care if it's a long-term deal. I want the players to be good. I get why he's hesitant. I mean, the ones who he has signed for 3 years have often blown up in his face.
DeSclafani and LaStella.
And so far Haniger.
Yeah.
That's all blown up in his face. So I get it. I don't need him to be 5, 6, 7 year deals. If Cody Bellinger wants 2, come get 2, brother. Let's go.
He probably wants 5 or 6, though, doesn't he? Or 7 or 8.
He has played his way into, he's not going to get that 300 that people are getting.
Yeah.
Might get 200.
Depends on the length. I mean, he's probably going to get $30 million per. He's probably going to get maybe 30, 35 per.
I wonder. What did he get in Chicago? I know it was just a 1 year prove it deal. What did he get? 18?
Something like that.
Let me look it up.
And you look at the Giants, they've got Haniger is on the books for 20.
17 and a half.
Conforto is going to get paid 18.
No, you're right. If he got 1 year, 17 and a half in Chicago.
He's getting double that, I think.
You're probably right.
Annual.
And he probably could do it over 5 years as well. This is still.
If he gets 6 and 35, that's 210 over 6.
Dude's still 28.
Yes, and
Still
he is
28.
balling out in the contract year.
I bet Cody gets 6 years, 200.
Yeah, I would go over 200.
I think that's the number. Something like that is probably what he's going to get.
I would put the AAV, I would go over 32 and a hook, which is 6 and 200 is basically 33.33333. I think the average annual goes over that.
Yeah.
Interesting about the Giants, though, and I wonder if the ownership really wants to make a big splash this offseason, do you look to buy players out like Anthony DeSclafani? He's going to get $12 million next year, but you don't want him around. Do you give him $12 million to go away and then go out and spend money to bring in a starting pitcher to replace his spot? It feels like you're going to have some room. Jock Peterson got 19.65 this year. He's a free agent. He might
feel like he's going to be gone.
Right.
Yeah.
And
should be.
Yeah, but he's been, he's probably earned almost that much.
I actually would say if you're going to be a team's highest paid player, and he is.
Yeah, he is.
There is probably a responsibility to be in a little bit better shape than Jock is, because even though the plan was just for him to DH and largely hit right-handed hitters, I understand that was the plan. I think you got to be ready for, dude, we got some injuries and we need you in left field. Don't go out there and look like you're in a beer league softball tournament.
Gabe, I don't have a glove.
Yeah, I mean, Gabe.
I got batting gloves.
When I look up to the sky, I fall. Come on, man. Come on.
That was maybe the low point of the season so far.
It was. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
And Jock owned it. He's like, dude, I let the whole team down. One thing, and you hear it with JD, I think this team really does try to sell out for each other. And maybe, I guess, in some cases, Gabe. JD was glowing about Gabe Kapler. I don't think there's really a clubhouse issue. But, again, bottom line industry, if your name's not Wilmer Flores or most of Lamont Wade and most of J.D. Davis and most of Mike Yastrzemski, there are Tyro, there are a hand of you, Patrick Bailey, who have done fine. But there are too many of you who you just haven't played well enough. You haven't played well enough. The lineup is not good enough.
Wilmer getting 6.5 next year. Then there's a team option the year after for 8.5.
I thought it was a player option.
I'm looking, it's a two-way option. The player option is $3.5 million. The team option is $8.5 million.
Got it. It's a two-way. Okay.
So, and then Yaz has 2 more years of ARB.
He's not going to pick up the player for 3.5.
Right.
I wonder if the team would pick it up at 8.
At 8.5.
I mean, he'll be 33 by then. But
J.D. Davis goes into ARB next year, so he'll be getting a raise, but you just wonder how much.
Yep. Larry and Lafayette here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Larry, what you doing?
Oh, well, I'm just kind of listening because years and years of fantasy baseball nerdishness taught us that on baseball hitters, the peak years of performance are typically age 26 to 28. So you get older than that, you're in the decline, and you're not going to see that performance except as an outlier. So it's really important for general managers to be paying attention to this, and I'm sure that they do.
Of course they do. So are you referring to Cody Bellinger and saying that the decline will come as soon as he signs this deal?
Well, it's already there. It's probably already happening. But the thing about it is, you have to look at the market and see what's this guy versus everyone else and what options do I have with more growth potential. It gets really tricky.
Well, Larry, just to tell you, to say it's already happening, Cody's going to finish in the top 5 in the MVP voting this year. And, his OPS is over 900. He's got 25 homers and a 316 average. He has been absolutely fantastic, Larry. But I get what you're saying. So if the Giants were to bring him in next year for a 5 or 6 year deal, you don't like that idea?
I'm just cautious. Look at what happened with Pujols. He was never the same player when he signed. And he signed at 28, although rumor has it he was actually a little older.
Yeah, exactly. And that was, what was that? That was like a 10-year deal, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Larry, thanks, man. Appreciate it so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, look, that's kind of the deal. You're going to have to roll the dice, and you might get burned. But in the process, could you be more interesting?
Yes, and you need to be more interesting. And you could always get burned. You mentioned it before, like all the deals that Farhan said no to, and he's running about 80% accuracy. If you say no to everything, you're probably going to run about 66% accuracy because the majority of these big deals, long-term deals, they don't work out. However, they have a definite problem with ADD. This organization has attention deficit disorder. People aren't paying attention to them, and that is the bottom line. And if they become a playoff team and go on a run, yeah, you might get a 2 or 3 week bump, but the problem is April to September right now, the fans have kind of tuned this product out.
Streaming live on YouTube right now, youtube.com/957 The Game. That's where you can watch us live. See Dibbs' collared shirt. If anybody swears, you get to hear it when the radio audience doesn't. You're very, very special. So get on over to youtube.com/957 The Game. Like, subscribe. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Larry Krueger is going to join us in a little bit over 5 minutes. But here's one of the things I want to throw at him, and then we would love to hear from a lot of you on this 888-957-9570. I've said it a couple of times that I feel like the Niners this year are underappreciated. Here's what I mean by that. This is yet another angle with regard to the idea that we are, at least early in the season, overly focused on the Super Bowl. And I know what that sounds like when I say it. I get it. I know that's the goal.
Don't you get it?
I get it.
Yeah.
I know that's what you want. It's what I want. I know that's the goal. That's the goal. That's the goal. But I'm also, you know this, we have a lot of results versus process conversations. And the result comes at the end, and I am very focused right now on the process. Okay? Ask the Jets if your results and your expectation can change on a dime.
Man.
The answer is yes. So when I say the Niners are underappreciated, is because of what I was talking about earlier. The Giants are trying to become interesting. The Warriors are trying to hang on to being interesting. The Niners are right in the damn sweet spot. And this whole, I feel like for you individually, for people, to a degree, you're kind of like maybe ruining your season if you just sit here in week 1 and go, Super Bowl.
Sure.
Like, man, this show is so fun to watch. So, like, let's do Sunday.
Yes.
And appreciate this.
I'm with you, Mark, because there's 272 games in an NFL season, and we only have 256 left. 16 down, 256 to go. So I'm glad you said that, because in terms of appreciate every game, not only that the Niners play, but every game, period, including the one tonight, because after tonight, we're down to just 255 left, Mark.
And does that all come from the idea that they haven't won it yet? So, 49er fans, 888-957-9570, do you feel like the 49ers, their current accomplishments, who they are, is underappreciated? We'd love to take your calls on that. Larry Krueger joins us next. Willard and Dibbs.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity, my little sister and her friends can easily stream.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Larry's going to jump in here real quick. Larry Krueger is going to hop on, and we will talk some 49er football. And the nerve-wracking hour also begins, Dan Dibley.
Yeah, what's up?
As well, I did it. As Dave Matthews once said, once upon a time, I did it. The Philadelphia Eagles, that's the survivor pick of the week.
Yeah,
We're trying to get in and get out and make everybody else sweat it out on a Sunday.
How many people bowed out after week one? How many victims?
I think our pool.
And your pool's got about 60 people in there?
No, much more than that.
Okay.
I think our pool. I don't know. I'll look it up.
Intro Larry before you Google it.
We lost. There were a healthy number of Seattles. There were a healthy number of Minnesotas. And then there's a sprinkling of all the other things people do, Kansas City's and
some Pittsburghs.
And the like. Yeah, there were no.
Some New York Giantses.
No, there were not. But anyway, we lost a smattering. But no matter what happened last week, it was a great week. You know why?
Tell me.
I defeated Larry Krueger in fantasy football again. Hi, Larry.
I also went with the Eagles tonight in the pool, and I think we might be in the same damn pool.
Are you in the one from the people that we used to know?
Yes, my man Walter.
I won that pool last year. Do you know that?
I won it the year before.
Well, now it's a showdown between two defending champs.
By the way, you should not have beaten me in fantasy. I really should have beaten you.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, here we go. I mean.
Well, he probably shouldn't have picked up Puka Nacua, who is now unable to practice for the Rams. So a lot of shoulda, woulda, coulda. And that's just what we do, Larry, in this make-believe world of fantasy football.
I did pick up Tutu Atwell.
Yeah, you did.
Puka and Tutu is my favorite wide receiver combo in the history of the league. Official number 124 survivors, 30 eliminated last week.
Wow.
30 out, 124 move on. And here we go, week number 2. But Larry, we're sitting here talking about Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. And years ago, these two guys were compared, contrasted. We get it, same age category. Young offensive geniuses from football families, all of that stuff. Kyle gets the upper hand most of the time. Sean has the big one. How do you kind of compare and contrast? And if you had to pick one to coach your team, who do you got?
Well, you know what? I think they're two of the best young coaches in football. I really do. I advocated at the time that the Niners should go after McVay. I don't know. I mean, at this point, I think Kyle's probably the better play because I think Kyle's is in it long term, where I think McVay's going to get out and jump to the Monday night booth or, the TV side, I think within 2 or 3 years. So I think Kyle's more of a lifer. I think he'll have a much longer run here than McVay will have in L.A. That's my guess.
Is it still a thing when we talk about Rams week, Larry? Is it still a rivalry, or is that something that is kind of from a bygone era?
Dibs, I think it's a great question. I think it definitely is a rivalry. It's definitely a rivalry with the fans. And I think it's definitely a rivalry with the organization. And the fact that McVay is there and Kyle is here and they work together in Washington, I think that only adds to it. And then the other layer is obviously, as you just said, you guys stated, McVay's got the Super Bowl ring and Kyle's still in pursuit of it. But yet Kyle has beaten the Rams, or the Niners have beaten the Rams 8 straight times in the regular season. So, as Kruk would say, they got a little ownage.
No doubt they do, except for that really, really big one. And then we transfer all of that into this week. And it's funny. We're sitting around talking about this before the show, and Dibs was kind of like, I don't think that the rivalry thing is really hot right now because the Rams stink. And then we started talking about the fact that, we think they stink, yet we actually have zero evidence of that so far this year. We've seen them once. They looked fantastic. Who are the Rams this year, Larry?
Great question, Mark. I think they're a team that's really well coached. So, like, if you're a coach that, you have different rosters, you win different ways. Right now, McVay doesn't have a dynamic roster, so he's looking to play ball control. They ran 40 times last week, and they only averaged 2.3 or something like that a carry. They didn't have a lot of success, but then they put the ball in the hands of Stafford on third down, and they said, make plays. And he's got two really different receivers. Nakua, who's dinged up now, is a possession guy who doesn't have tons of speed, but he's got great hands. He'll catch it in a crowd, and he knows how to sit in a soft spot in a zone. He's very reliable, almost like a 5 or 7 year veteran type receiver, but he's a rookie. Atwell, on the other hand, is he's a hard guy to even stay with because he might be the fastest guy in pro football. He only weighs 166 pounds, but he's a legit 4.3 burner. And you can tell on the film. It's hard to stay within 5 yards of him.
Larry, when you look at this Niner defense going up against the two receivers, assuming that Puka Nacua can actually get back on the field, do either of them scare you in terms of what they bring, or is this Niner pass rush so disruptive that it'll protect some relative inexperience that they have on the back end?
I'm fearful of these guys. Why? Because Stafford is, this Ram team is the real reason that people don't like the Rams this year is the Rams are because of the cap, they're totally decimated as far as depth. But that doesn't help you in week 1, week 2, week 3 at the beginning of the year when they're fresh. This Notre Dame running back they have runs hard, and he's very efficient. And to me, if the Niners' run defense was not good in the preseason, it looked good last week, but if you look closer, Pittsburgh only had 10 runs. The Rams are going to commit to the run, and Kyron Williams is really solid. He's like a hard guy to tackle. He's a hard guy to hit for negative plays because he's kind of like Elijah Mitchell. He falls forward. So I think it's a big part of, can the Niners play mistake-free football? Can they stop Williams on first and second down? Can they get the Rams into some third and longs instead of just third and manageable? If it's third and long, I think Niners win. If it's a lot of third and short and third and manageable, then it's anybody's ball game, and Stafford right now is playing well.
Larry, it feels to me, and I admitted earlier this week, this might just be the feel. I don't have the data. It feels to me, though, like largely the 49ers in the last few years have been able to contain Aaron Donald better than we thought they would going into the game. How have they done that? How do they do it this time?
Well, the guy that had a lot of success, Mark, as you know, is Brunskill, and Brunskill's not here. I did sit down this afternoon with Spencer Burford, and we talked a lot about Donald. And one of the things that he said was and Jake Brendel said the same thing to me yesterday, which is Donald is so unique, guys, because he's so strong and so fast, but he also, as an offensive lineman, you're looking for a target. And he's so compact in how he's built, he doesn't give you a target to put your hands on him. So I think what they've done in the past is they've mixed it up, where sometimes they're running at him, sometimes they're running away from him. He doesn't know if he's in pursuit mode or if he's at the point of attack. And I think they fooled him a lot. And that's a hard thing to keep doing over time because the film starts to circulate. But I think it's been he's such a great movement player that at times they have fooled him and used his movement ability and pursuit speed against him.
While we're talking O-line, Larry, what was your take or your opinion on Colton McKivitz and his performance? A lot of fans critical of his inability to stop J.J. Watt, or T.J. Watt, rather. How did you think he fared in the opener against Pittsburgh?
It wasn't a disaster, but it wasn't good enough. And I think Colton would admit that. I think Chris Forster, who we talked to earlier today, said, hey, look, all across the board, we weren't good enough. And he named everybody, but he started off by going with Colton and Burford. I think it's the right side of that line is going to have to be better. Kyle said it, Dibs, Monday. He said, hey, look, Colton had the toughest assignment on the whole team. And he really did. T.J. Watt is a spectacular player who may have given Bosa a run for the Defensive Player of the Year award last year had he been healthy. So he drew the toughest matchup, and he got beat a couple times. A couple of those were on him. A couple of those were Brock's got to get rid of the ball. But, that was a unique matchup. It wasn't a disaster for McKivitz, but it definitely stands out as one of the very few negatives in an overwhelmingly positive game.
Larry Krueger with us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. We are starting to get ready for Rams and 49ers coming up this weekend. Larry, we all know that you were the first one to the Purdy party. Okay, so you saw something then, but now we're starting to actually see an NFL resume. And as you see him come out of his first full camp as the starter and look the way he did last weekend, I wonder now, where do you think this is going long term?
I think he is a very good NFL quarterback. And like I was joking with you the other day, you had a poll question up, and you had every answer except for that one, which was, is he a backup? No. Is he a marginal starter? No. Is he a legitimate starter? I think that was the high end of the poll. But the poll needed one more question. It needed one more option. And, Elon's offering you that fourth option, Mark. I'm very surprised you didn't take it.
I'd like you to stop making suggestions about my polls, Larry. I laid that out exactly as I wanted to, and so I reject your suggestion. I'm thankful for it, but I reject it.
Well, I'll just say this. I think he's a very good NFL quarterback. He doesn't fit the exact parameters physically that the scouts are looking for. But neither did Russell Wilson and neither did Fran Tarkenton, and neither did there's a number of quarterbacks out there. You can be too tall, you can be too short, he's only he's too they want quarterbacks to be about 6'2.5" to 6'5" in that 220 to 240 range. He's 225 and he's 6'1". So and he's maybe even a tad under that. Maybe he's 6 feet and change. But all the other things, he's really, really smart. He's much quicker than you think. He's got bigger hands and can control the football. But he's ultimately he's really a grounded player. He's grounded a lot by his faith. He's a very diligent, hard worker. I think Kyle Shanahan, when he came out and said this guy's the real deal, what he was telling you and telling all of us is that there's a lot of debate in the public circle about is this success that he's experiencing sustainable? And I think when Kyle came out and called him the real deal, he was just trying to weigh in on that and say, yeah, you know what? In my opinion, this guy's real, and it is sustainable. And I think he's going to be a very good NFL quarterback. As far as superstar Mahomes, Allen, franchise, Super Bowls, that's lofty, and that's, who knows? Time will tell on that. But I feel very confident in saying he's going to be a very good NFL quarterback.
And that other stuff, the lofty stuff, really depends on who he has around him. And right now, an unbelievable cadre of talented skill guys, including Brandon Ayuk, NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Is it going to be a challenge for Kyle Shanahan to be able to spread the ball around enough to keep guys happy?
It's a great question, Dibbs. I mean, they have three. I mean, you guys were at camp, and you guys could see it with your own eyes. The 49ers have three guys in Ayuk, Debo, and McCaffrey who all showed up this year in, their super prime. They're in the prime years of their career age-wise, experience-wise, but then they also gave themselves a chance for, the career year type season because they all showed up in absolutely incredible shape. And that just makes Kyle's job difficult. It's going to be very difficult. I think they're going to spread it around, but, if you boost based on week one, Elijah Mitchell barely touched the ball and McCaffrey got 25 touches. So I think that's going to change as the weeks, compound on one another. I think it's going to change. I think he'll mix it up, but he's got three guys there that all could be the team's number one weapon.
Hey, Larry, you've been around all this for a long time, and we were talking about it earlier in the week, and Vivid Seats is predicting that 64% of the building will be red on Sunday. And I think if that is the case, it'll feel like over 80%. When did this happen? And I don't mean the Rams. When did the 49ers become this unbelievable traveling road show that fills buildings all over the country?
That's a great question. I would say I would say it was in the Harbaugh era. Because, you got to remember this, Mark. The 49ers obviously had the iconic, Bill Walsh, George Seifert, Steve Young, Joe Montana, 20 years of dominance. They had a Patriot-type run, and a lot of their older fans stem from that period of time. But for this to be like where they're packing stadiums on the road, I mean, the Niners might be the best traveling crowd in the league right now. If they're not the best, they're right there with Dallas and Pittsburgh as the best traveling crowd. I think it had to do with the Harbaugh era. Once they won in the Harbaugh era and won a championship and went back to the Super Bowl, I think they won over an awful lot of fans over that period of time. And then, obviously, those fans were very frustrated during the Tom Sula and Chip Kelly eras. But then they went back to the Super Bowl under Shanahan. And I just think that, they've been a consistent Super Bowl contender, really, really since almost the last 10 years. So you've got a 20-year run of greatness, and then you've got a more recent 10-year run of where they're in the mix for the Super Bowl. And I think that's what's done it. You got young Niner fans, you got older Niner fans, and you stack them on top of each other, and suddenly that's a force, especially on the road.
Those are great answers, Larry. Appreciate it as always, and sorry not sorry for your 0-1 record in our league.
Man.
Look at you.
Yeah,
hey,
look at me.
As Russell Crowe said in Gladiator, the days of honoring yourself will soon come to an end.
Actually, what he said was, "Are you not entertained?" And I was. I was very entertained by you losing on Sunday and Monday.
How can I lose when your quarterback laid an egg like that?
Yeah,
it's a great question, Larry. It's a great question. Yeah. But it happened. Thank you, sir.
I'll get payback. There'll be a playoff, so I'll get payback.
Hey,
the Krugerrands are not done. We're money, and we're coming back.
Yeah, real quick, just because you're here, can you explain that again? What the hell is the Krugerrands? What is that?
It's a South African coin. It's currency.
Of course.
Like a dollar bill.
Duh.
Well, I mean, wow.
So that's not a good question because we all knew that.
No, you didn't. We brought this up.
I Googled it.
That's what the slogan is. We're the Krugerrands. We're money.
I get it. Although your currency right now is not trading at a very good rate internationally at 0-1.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, if you win, Lucas is going to pay you in Krugerrands.
Oh, come on, Lucas.
Yep, that's the deal. You asked for it. Thanks, Larry.
I prefer Krug errands, where Krug does errands for us.
Yeah.
All right. There goes
Thanks,
Larry.
Larry.
Now we're gonna see him next Thursday, right? See him next Thursday?
Absolutely.
All right. Niners and Giants. Week from tonight.
Yep.
Prime
video.
time.
Yeah. Niners and Rams coming up here in just about a little less than 3 days now on this Thursday Eve.
Yep, and we'll dive in. I like what you've been throwing out there today with regard to just the vibe of this matchup and its history and why it does or doesn't feel the way it feels. JB Long is the voice of the Rams and a friend of our show for sure. He's going to jump on tomorrow afternoon. Be a good question for him. Although, by the same token, I'll say this out loud. He knows this. He works with and for the team. So he's not going to be able to fully tell it like it is. When we say that, no one cares in LA, it's not no one.
Right.
It's not no one, but it is different. It's different because they left. It's different because they've only been back for a short period of time. It's different because of the way that LA is sort of constructed. And for me, that's my sort of final answer, Regis Philbin. That's my final answer for the question that you threw out earlier today. It's Rams week. Why doesn't it feel that way? The rivalry is different than it was 30 years ago because they left. And for me, a rivalry is based on the jibber-jabber that goes back and forth between the fans.
Sure.
And there aren't enough of them down there who give a you-know-what for us to get into a jibber-jabber.
Yeah.
And by the way, the only ones I do know who are close to me, who are really into the Rams, my brother-in-law and my nephew, they don't have enough confidence in this matchup to say a damn word. They're mice right now.
Pretty much. And I mentioned my buddy Marty Fisher earlier, who is a Rams fan, grew up down there in Laverne, and he's been a Rams fan since birth. He stayed with him even when they went to St. Louis, and he moved to Arizona. And I sent him a text right when the show started. I said, "Where are you at, Rams fan?" And he said, "Can't believe the Rams looked as good as they did. However, this week will not be as successful. They may lose by 30. And that was my buddy Marty Fisher, a.k.a. Fish, a.k.a. Pescado. That's his confidence level in his very own Rams.
Wow.
And I also think, Mark, maybe part of why the rivalry isn't that hot right now is these aren't the same Rams even from a couple of years ago. Cooper Kupp is out. Robert Woods is gone. Todd Gurley is long gone. You look at this list, and we've been joking about Tutu and Puka. These are not household names, even for Rams fans, let alone in this rivalry.
Okay, they're not the Rams of 2 years ago. Agreed. But I also think they're not the Rams of last year.
Right. They're a different team year after year.
But in more than just...
Is Farhan the GM?
Puka Nacua is totally a Farhan pickup. But anyway, yes, every team's a little bit different every year. But this is... They are among the teams. There are a group of them. They're among the teams where you come into this year and you go, all right, we think one thing, but we've got to be open to this being pretty significantly different than we thought. Now, it's only been one game, but could I say that it's now not crazy to think that maybe the Rams are the second best team in the NFC West?
That's not crazy.
I mean, the
way they went to Seattle and they possessed it for nearly 40 minutes of the game.
Yep.
I'm just looking at their opening sequence, the play-by-play. 19 plays, 75 yards, 9 minutes and 13 seconds of game time. Touchdown, 7-3. Seattle opened up with a field goal. The Rams basically took their soul on that drive.
Well, and Seattle comes back and actually, I thought, owned most of the first half. I think they were up 13-7 at the break, and then they got outscored 23-0 in the second half. The reason I'm confident in the Niners this week, beyond the fact that they are among, if not the best team in the entire NFL, is the way the Rams went about doing that. As you just said, they possessed the ball. I don't know how you do that really well against the 49ers. Unless something odd happens in the Rams' run game. The Rams' run game, everybody's run game against the 49ers is going to have to gash for 4 yards a carry on first and second down in order to set up third and manageable. And you just don't see teams do that very often, especially now with Hargrave in the fold. I think it's going to be very hard. The Rams are not dynamic in the run game. So that's what they're going to try to do to possess the ball. The Niners are 3-and-out specialists, and if they do that, they're going to be playing downhill. The Rams cannot go toe-to-toe, give the 49ers the ball a bunch of times and win this game.
That's the formula for beating the 49ers when you're a team like the Rams, and it's to limit the Niners' possessions. They ran it 40 times against Seattle, Mark, for 92 yards. That is 2.25 per carry, and yet they won the football game. And it's because Stafford was able to, with the intermediate and the short passing game, keep the chains moving. I thought Larry made a good point on that in terms of third downs. If the Niners can get them into third and medium and third and long, then the defense is going to be able to feast. But if you have it 3rd and 2, the Rams are going to be able to run the ball or keep you off balance with the short passing game and the play action and be able to move the chains like they did against Seattle.
I can't wait, man. I can't wait. And for me, the conversation around the Niners it's gotten ahead of itself. This team is such a show. This is such a show. I look at the 49ers and I feel like a lot of fans right now, they want to fast forward to the end. And I want to slow things down.
Right.
I want to slow this down. I want to watch every single quarter. I want to watch every single play. It is so much fun. Think about a Warrior season at their height. It's like, man, you sit around all day doing whatever you do for your job, and you're like, the Warriors play tonight. Like Steph, and whether it was KD, Clay, like it's a show. And the Niners have arrived at that spot, and I know that you sort of have to juxtapose this up against the idea that they haven't won the whole thing. And there's a lot of angst about that. So I fully understand that. But unless you want to let yourself obsess about that and only that, and if you want to, go for it. That's not the way I like to go about it. I want to savor this, man. I think they're the best watch in football. I think that they are potentially the best team in football because our only question about them was, do they have stability at quarterback? I think they do. So now it's just a matter of, are they blessed with health? And if they are, I think it's going to be wins almost every time they put uniforms on.
It's going to be a good show. And I'm glad you've been framing it as a show because ultimately sports is the ultimate form of unscripted entertainment, and it is a show. And baseball is different because 162, you're a big fan. You probably will watch pieces of or highlights of 150 or so of them. You're an extraordinary diehard fan, but it's not really like a show. It's kind of like watching the news. You know, if you like to watch the news, you might watch 4 days a week. If you're a news hound, you might watch all 5 newscasts, but you're not going to be as devoted to it because it's every day. Football is like a show. And, you know, you mentioned it. You don't want it to end. Supper and I just watched a show called Daisy Jones and the Six, which is on Amazon Prime. It was a 1-season show about a 70s rock band, 10 episodes. We got into it. We liked it. We got further into it. We loved it. We got deeper into it, and then it hits you. You've only got 2 episodes left.
It's over.
And then you start to get that feeling of like, I'm going to miss this show. And then you get through it, and it ends the way it ends, and the credits roll, and you feel sad. And that's how football seasons always are. Even if you're a fan of a bad team, because you have the other 31 teams, and football is that favorite show. And you get to week 16, and then week 17, and now we have a week 18, and you get to Christmas, and you realize, man, we've only got about 30 games plus playoffs. I'm going to miss football. So I'm glad you said that, because I'm going to try to really slow my viewing down this year. And, yes, Super Bowl or bust, but week 2, man, the Rams, let's enjoy this episode.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's a little bit like you know what.
Life and death, dog.
Sure.
Death.
Like, but what creates life?
Yeah.
Slow it down.
Yeah, Daddy.
Let's stay here for a second.
Well, unless you're in procreation mode, it's like, you again? God.
Everybody having the stuff, huh?
I mean, it's been a long time for you since you've been in procreation mode.
You know what that would be?
Procreation sensation. A new picture, too, I should show you. Look at the pretty little baby.
Look at her.
Dude, she's amazing.
Look at her.
But it was like, oh, God, really?
She drinking yet?
Yeah. It's about time. It's about that time.
Gaga goo goo.
You giving her her first one?
What'd you have? Truly?
Did you give her cake for the birthday?
She was not into it.
She was not into it.
We didn't give her a smash cake. My daughter turned 1.
Okay.
And when Quest, who's now 22, when he turned 1, we gave him a cake, and he was hands and feet. And he was all about that cake. His younger brother slept through his birthday, so he didn't.
Wait, what?
When he was 1,
he slept through the whole thing?
Yeah, and it was a rager.
Wait, the whole day?
He slept like 4 hours, like one of those classic 4-hour naps. And you don't wake a sleeping baby. He missed his party. He woke up, and I passed out. And I'll see you tomorrow, Key. And this baby, she was not into it. We tried to give her the frosting, whipped cream, and strawberries. Her Mima, her grandma made it. It was delicious. I had 2 pieces. Baby was not about that cake life.
Okay, but did she try it and not like it? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, I'm not going to force you.
No, definitely not. It's hysterical. Some babies will just cover their entire face
completely
with cake. And others I've watched, they start crying just at the feel of it.
Yes.
They put their hand in it, and they don't like the consistency.
No.
And they're dirty, and they're done.
She's a good eater, too. But this was a hard no. And I believe she said to me, that's going to be a no from me, Dad. I was like, all right, I'm not going to force you.
Yeah. Yeah. More cake for you.
Stop acting like a baby.
Seriously, big baby. Andrew in Berkeley with Willard and Dibbs.
Glenn Davis.
Hi, Andrew. What you doing?
Good. How are you guys doing? You guys having a good day?
Yeah, man. We're having an awesome day.
Yeah, no, me too. I was just listening. I completely agree with what you're saying about savoring every moment of the season. But something I wanted to talk about, what about the offensive line? A couple weeks ago, you guys were mentioning this off and on. Offensive line is an issue. Quarterback wasn't the only issue that was brought up. Offensive line was an issue. We saw this at the end of last year. What do you think about that? Where's it going?
Well, okay, is the offensive line an issue? What we mainly saw in Pittsburgh, and Andrew, thank you so much, T.J. Watt got over on Colton McKivitz a lot. T.J. Watt's one of the great pass rushers in the game. So I'm in wait and see mode is the best way that I can say it. I'm certainly willing to give Colton another shot.
Yeah,
this weekend.
That's why I asked Larry that, and he said it wasn't a disaster, but it was disappointing.
Right,
yeah.
It wasn't as bad, but it wasn't good enough, and I agree with Larry on that. Interesting sort of factoid that I saw about this, like Brock Purdy, and I don't, sometimes these analytics and they're the letters, the DVOA and the FBI and the CIA and all the whatever.
EPA is my favorite.
I don't know what all of this stands for, but the metrics will tell you that Brock Purdy's efficiency was among the absolute top, if not the top in the league, but he did not have the most time. So it wasn't terrible, but it could be better. I do think that there are still questions that need to be answered on the offensive line, but it was not a disaster, and in spots it was good enough, and in other spots it was not good enough. Let's take a look at what they're doing, not against Cam Hayward and T.J. Watt.
Sure.
And then go from there.
Absolutely. And 99, Aaron Donald will not most likely be going up against Colton McKivitz, so this becomes more of a Burford, Banks, and Brendel. Yeah. The Killer Bees are going to have to deal with him. Larry Krueger with a great breakdown. Go to the Odyssey app if you want to hear the full interview from earlier today. But he said offensive linemen like to have a target, and Aaron Donald doesn't present a target. You snap the ball, and Donald is already moving, and he can turn sideways on you, and he can knife through the offensive line. It's tough to block him even when you want to double team him because he's so quick, and he has an ability to get through the gap in a number of different ways.
I look at this game. I mean, Larry even said it. He sort of made it sound like he thinks it's a losable game. I don't know if I feel that way, but remember yesterday we were talking about that spread. That spread shot up to 8 points in this game. That's crazy. I would not bet this game. I do not. The 49ers may well win this thing 34-10. In fact, they probably will. But I would not bet this game. You are talking about a road game.
Yeah, no quotes.
Well, but it is. You're not in your friendly confines. Number one, and number two, you're talking about an expectation of covering over a touchdown in the NFL against a team that came out last week and did its job too. I would at least need to wait to find out that the Rams are who we thought they were, because after 1 week, they're not. Do you know what I mean? That spread,
they're better than who we thought they were.
Well, that spread feels like it's based on the Rams not being good. And in one try, we've not seen the Rams not be good. They were, in fact, good.
Yes.
And if they're good, that's too many points in a road game, a road divisional
against a
game.
good team.
Yeah.
I agree with you. 8 seems like a lot. And if you look at what the Rams did against Seattle, the opening drive, I mentioned 19 plays. They were 5 of 5 on third down, including a 3rd and 10. And also at the end of the half, do you know who they have kicking for them?
No.
Former Cowboy.
Oh.
Extra point misser himself. Macher.
Oh.
Blocked field goal and a missed field goal at the end of the second quarter. So the Rams could have put up 36. Both were very difficult kicks. They were from 56 yards. One of them blocked, one of them missed. But the Rams were moving the ball all night or all day against Seattle.
Man, why did they give him a kick?
He's a good kicker.
He is?
Very good. He just had a little bit of the yips.
For all the misses. But
at the end of the year, he was money, though, up into that point.
Okay. Well, then
and then he got a little bit of the yipper.
I'm going to start doing that with my favorite people here in the Bay then. Kyle Shanahan has won all of his games if we eliminate the ones that he didn't.
Well, it's not a case of the yips. When you're saying his play calling, he gets the yips when he has a 10-point lead?
No, I'm saying we can't call it the yips if it happens all the time.
Well, it doesn't happen all the time.
It happened for
Brett Maher, it happened for about a game and a half. And we went crazy over it. He had a great year up until the end.
He did, but then
he was struggling.
It was more than a game and a half. He had at least 2, if not bleeding into more, sort of shaky weeks. those last 2 games.
He missed like 5 of 6 kicks, something like that.
Yeah.
I'll get the exact.
He was shaky when he came here, wasn't he?
He had already been shaky.
Right.
Eddie Money,
obviously.
he was shaking.
He was terrible against Tampa, but then they came here, and I'm trying to remember what he did in that game. Niners won 19-12, right?
That sounds about right.
19-12. And if memory serves, didn't he miss the extra point? I think he get a touchdown and 2 field goals with a missed extra point. I think.
Last year, he was 29 of 32 on field goals. 29 of 32.
That's very good.
That's incredible. And then he missed the extra point against Washington. He was 50 of 53 on extra points, and then he went in the playoffs and he was 1 of 5. He missed 4 Pats against Tampa. He missed 3 all year. He missed 2 all year. Then he missed 1 in the last game of the year, and then he missed 4 of 5. And then he missed 1 against the Niners. So he was 1 of 7.
0 for 1 extra points.
But my point stands, he was spectacular until he wasn't.
I get that, but then
Don't you try to Kyle Shanahan me with...
I'm not, but this, like our audience, we're going to have to describe it to them, but Ian Baker Finch, okay?
Yeah.
When you lose it...
David Duval.
You lose it. And you're going to put all your faith in him the very next year, and then he comes out and does it again in game 1 the following year. I mean, that's not necessarily the yips. That might be someone who's lost it and can't find it. I've fallen and I can't get up.
3 for 3 on PATs and 3 of 5 on field goals, one of which was blocked. And short of me seeing, the other one was a 56-yard miss.
Sometimes block kicks are the kicker's fault. I didn't see it, so I don't know. You'd agree with that.
No, absolutely.
Right?
And you saw the one that Jake Moody had that was blocked when 17 Pittsburgh Steelers were offside.
Well, right. That's not actually blocked. That's called a penalty.
I actually thought that was a stroke of genius from Mike Tomlin. Let's shake this kicker up. I don't know if he did it on purpose,
it didn't
but
work. Yeah,
it sure felt like he was doing it on purpose.
Totally.
Let's rattle his cage.
Well, he did the timeout. He did the timeout right ahead of it.
And then he said, all right, you 5 guys, before they even think about snapping it, go ahead and burst through.
That gives him 5 extra yards, though. If he did it on purpose, that's stupid.
I get it.
Yeah, we're sponsored by Freedman's Appliance. Plenty more time for your phone calls. Hop on in, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 22nd through September 24th for their fall clearance sales event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit the Freedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be a part.
auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Yep.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, we might need to actually sit down and rank the different J.D. Davis laughs.
Yeah.
There were multiple, and they were long and distinguished.
He was having a good time.
Yeah, he was.
And you and I both remarked, and the fellows in the back, Lucas and Grandy as well, at the expansiveness of his answer. Athletes are usually either cliche monsters, short answer people, or both, most likely. And JD it was almost like, guys, you want to keep me another segment?
Yeah.
I got nothing to do.
Well, he doesn't. The game rained out tonight, and JD was almost kind of like, look, I'm on the road, and got nothing going on. You want to hang out for a little while?
Totally.
Yeah, so we did. We hung out with JD Davis for a while, and if you missed it, Odyssey app, download, YouTube, what have you. Plenty of options for you to go listen to JD Davis. One thing I wanted to get to, and we didn't, I sort of wanted him to rank his dramatic home runs this year. Of all the Giants, I would say he probably owns the most, right? I can think of three that are standing out. Yesterday, for sure, 3-run homer when you're down 5-2 in the 8th inning. And I'm not going to say season on the line, but right now, games like that kind of feel that way. And then last Friday night, 4-0 deficit to the Rockies. The Giants go 3 consecutive home runs. I think his was the third, right? I think it was. His was the one that tied the game. And they go on to win that baseball game. Had to come back again. They fell down 7-4, came back again. But also, don't forget, he had that walk-off down the line against the New York Mets earlier this year. Doval blows the save. JD comes up, bottom of the 9th. Might have been the first pitch, and sends him home happy. So he's had his struggles just like everybody else did in the middle of the summer. But largely, I think if you look at the numbers he's posted now, you take that for the start of the year. 18 home runs. He's been a pretty productive player for the Giants, and they got him, obviously, for very cheap in a deadline deal last year.
Yeah, and it's big because they don't have a lot of pop, and he's one of the few guys who actually is delivering in terms of power. And like you mentioned, some of the biggest home runs that they've had, a couple of walk-offs and a couple of other big ones. And just doing the quick math on games in which he hits a home run, they're 12-6 when he homers.
Wow.
So his homers have been pretty impactful in terms of them winning.
So, yeah, man, here we are, like the Giants, and I was just seeing this as far as playoff odds, take it with a grain of salt, because before the homestand, the Giants' playoff odds were all the way down to, I think they were down to about 23, 24%. Well, they're back up to north of 46%.
Okay.
And they are the highest of the 4 teams that are all going for that last spot. And if you are just joining us, Giants rained out all of the 3 other teams they're chasing, lost today. So by percentage points, the Giants right now are in the playoffs. And I think you could almost compare both of the things we've been talking about today. You came in going, dude, it's Rams week. Why doesn't it sort of feel more rivalry-esque?
Yeah.
And I'd say the same thing about the Giants. It is mid-September, and the Giants are in a playoff spot. And it does not feel like that. It does not feel like that from Giants fans. Crowds of 22,000 just a couple of nights ago against Cleveland.
You've played 90% of the season, 10% left to go. You've got 16 games left on the docket. And you mentioned it, Mark. You are on a 1, 2, 3, 4-way dogfight for the third and final playoff spot, which means you'll be one of, 12 teams into the postseason, which
Correct.
means you're one of 12 that has a chance. And all you have to do is win with 3 series to get to the World Series, and you win 4 series, and you're the champs again. Meanwhile, 18 of the teams are going to be watching you play baseball, yet nobody seems to be, not nobody, but the amount of buzz around this team is very, very low. This is the kind of buzz you would get in July when you kind of languishly come out of the break and we got 60 games left. Wake me when you get to September. Well, it's September. Wake up, everybody.
Here they are.
Yeah.
It's interesting, too. You look at the two teams we're sitting here talking about, and the 49ers' expectations could not be loftier. I mean, in fact, we're sitting here with the Eagle game on in the background, and no one's going to freak out too early, but the Eagles kind of look out of sync. I'm not going to say they look bad. They look out of sync. They're leading the Vikings 3-0, but they look completely out of sync offensively. Jalen Hurts does not look good. He has thrown a pick already in this football game, and it makes a 49ers fan head get ahead of itself again, where you're just like, oh, my God, if the Eagles don't look good, I mean, come on. Just wipe the Cowboys out of the way, and this is just a free ride to the Super Bowl. And you know that it doesn't work that way, but the expectations could not be higher. Meantime, on the other side, the Giants, even if they make the playoffs, you know what a Giants fan is going to say immediately. And I hate this. It's so against the way that I look at life. But if the Giants get that spot, everyone's going to go, you're going to get their butts kicked by the Brewers. The Brewers have 3 legit starters.
Yeah.
And the vibe will be, you're just going to go out there and get shut out. You can't hit those guys. But, man, no fan base should know better, more so than this one. You never know what's going to happen if they get in.
Well, that's baseball in a nutshell, no matter which team you are. Yes, Atlanta looks virtually unbeatable, but a couple things go your way, a fluke hit, and a hit by pitch, or a balk. You never know. Weird things happen in baseball.
They played that 3-gamer in Atlanta. They only won one of the 3 games. They blew another one with the late home run off of Tyler Rogers. As overwhelming as the Braves lineup looks, when you watch the games, did it look like the Giants were overwhelmed in the games?
No.
They were right there. You never know, man.
Yeah.
You never know.
5-2 against Milwaukee this year. So even though Milwaukee has that great rotation, you've done pretty well, winning 5 of those 7. You were 2-4 against Atlanta, and against the Dodgers, you're 4-2 so far. And you've got 6 more, right? 6 of your final 16 are against the Dodgers, and you have 4 more against the Padres?
3 more. It might even be 7 more against the Dodgers. One of those series might be a 4-ball.
Okay.
It is. The one in L.A. to end this road trip. Next weekend, Thursday through Sunday, 4 against the Dodgers. Then their final homestand is 3 San Diego, 3 Dodgers.
So you've got 4 Rockies. You've got 3 San Diego.
No. Well, yes.
And not in order.
Not in that order.
You got 4, 3, and then 7 Dodgers.
And 2 Arizonas.
Okay. And 2 Arizonas.
Which are obviously huge.
6-5 against Arizona. 8-1 against the Colorado Rockies.
So they got a winning record against all those teams. Or not the Padres. What's the record against the Padres?
4-6 against the SDP.
4-6 against the Padres.
Yeah. So just in terms of the possible playoff matchups, you've done pretty well against all of them.
So crazy.
Yeah.
What a weird baseball team. Honestly,
completely.
What a completely odd baseball team.
One thing about this odd baseball team, extra inning record, they're 11-3. That is.
Are they really
11-3 in extras?
Funny. I wouldn't have known that, but when you say it out loud, you feel that they have. They have been very, very good in those extra inning situations, including their last 2 against Cleveland.
35-20 in the months of May and June. They were 35-20 from May 1 to June 30, and then a game below in July, 3 below in August, 2 below in September. What?
Bad in April, too.
Yeah, April they were 4 below.
Yeah.
But,
too.
all of that collectively, and your over-under was 80 and a hook to start the year for wins. You're probably going to go over, and you have a great chance to be a playoff team.
Don't jinx it. I have a couple pieces of chicken on that.
Got some shekels?
Yeah, I got a little bit on the plus. I think is it 80.5 or 81.5? I think it's 81.5.
It depends where you got it.
Yeah, I think I got to get to 82.
That's money in the bag, Dibs. Former assistant PD mushed me once.
Football Friday tomorrow. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Big time. Can't wait.
Here comes Grandy, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Full hour. Best of the game. hosted by our own Grandy. So hang out for that. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
At Pennzoil, we have one job. Pioneering a motor oil so advanced, you don't have to think. Think about how your engine sounds, how your stomach feels as the RPMs build, how your wheels hug the curves, and how, with the Pennzoil Platinum up to 15-year, 500,000-mile protection guarantee, your adventures will be many. Pennzoil. Long may we drive. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See Pennzoil.